The Singapore Story. Memoirs of Lee Kuan Yew. Preface. I had not intended to write my memoirs and did not keep a diary. To do so would have inhibited my work. 5 years after I stepped down as Prime Minister, my old friend and colleague, Lim Kim San, Chairman of Singapore Press Holdings, SPH, convinced me that the young would read my memoirs since they were interested in a book of my old speeches that SPH had published in Chinese. I was also troubled by the apparent overconfidence of a generation that has only known stability, growth, and prosperity. I thought our people should understand how vulnerable Singapore was and is, the dangers that beset us, and how we nearly did not make it. Most of all, I hope that they will know that honest and effective government, public order and personal security, economic and social progress did not come about as the natural course of events. This is not an official history. It is the story of the Singapore I grew up in, the placid years of British colonial rule, the shock of war, the cruel years of Japanese occupation, communist insurrection and terrorism against the returning British, communal riots and intimidation during Malaysia, and the perils of independence. This book deals with the early years which ended with our sudden independence in 1965. My next book will describe the long, hard climb over the next 25 years from poverty to prosperity. Many, not born or too young when I took office in 1959, do not know how a small country with no natural resources was cut off from its natural hinterland and had to survive in a tough world of nationalistic new states in Southeast Asia. They take it as quite normal that in less than 40 years the World Bank has reclassified Singapore from a less developed to a developed country. To write this book I had to revive memories of events long forgotten, reading through minutes of meetings, letters written and received, and oral history transcripts of colleagues. It was psychological stock-taking, and I was surprised how disturbing it was occasionally, although these events were past and over with. I had one powerful critic and helper, my wife, Chu. She went over every word that I wrote, many times. We had endless arguments. She is a conveyancing lawyer by profession. I was not drafting a will or a conveyance to be scrutinized by a judge. Nevertheless she demanded precise, clear, and unambiguous language. Chu was a tower of strength, giving me constant emotional and intellectual support. I have not written, except incidentally, about what was an important part of my life, our 3 children. They have been a source of joy and satisfaction as Chu and I watched them grow up and, like their peers, build successful careers in the Singapore my policies had transformed. For my cabinet colleagues and me, our families were at the heart of our team efforts to build a nation from scratch. We wanted a Singapore that our children and those of our fellow citizens would be proud of, a Singapore that would offer all citizens equal and ample opportunities for a fulfilling future. It was this drive in an immigrant Asian society that spurred us on to fight and win against all odds. Lee Kuan Yew. Singapore, July 1998. Acknowledgements. I was fortunate in 1995 to gather a team of young researchers. Andrew Tan Kok Kian, seconded to SPH from the Singapore Administrative Service, was helped by Pang Gek Chu, who worked for the Straits Times, and Alan Chong. They made a thorough search of government archives and ferreted out my correspondence, minutes of important meetings and other relevant documents. Andrew Tan was my most valuable aide. Able and resourceful, he coordinated the work of the researchers, organized the material, and made my task easier. Pang Gek Chu was quick and efficient in tracing reports of events and speeches in Straits Times archives of the last 40 years. After 2 years, as the work expanded, Walter Fernandez and Yvonne Lim from SPH and Dr. Goei I Ting from the National University of Singapore, News, joined my researchers. They had help from officers like Panir Selvan of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The registry officer in the Prime Minister's office, Florence Lerche Kang, and her assistants, Wendy Teo Quijiok and Vajayan Thimala, were amazingly successful in locating my letters and notes as far back as the 1960s. Lily Tan, director of the National Archives, helped my researchers in their requests for documents and oral history transcripts of those persons who had given me permission to read them. The staff at the News Library, the National Library and the Straits Times Editorial Library were equally helpful. The Prime Minister, Goh Chok Tong, allowed me access to all records and documents in the government ministries and in the archives. The British Public Record Office in Kew, Richmond yielded Colonial Office and Commonwealth Office documents which gave interesting insights from a British perspective on events from 1955 to 1965. Dennis Bloodworth, an old friend, once foreign correspondent for the London Observer newspaper, went through my drafts. He was thorough in deleting repetitions and suggesting alternatives to my overworked favorite expressions. However, Bloodworth left me to decide what went into my book. A younger generation of editorial writers and journalists, from the Straits Times, Chong Yip Seng, editor-in-chief, Han Phuc Quang, political editor, Warren Fernandez, Sumiko Tan, and Zuraida Ibrahim, from the new paper, Irene Ng, from the Zaobeo, Lim Jim Koon, editor, and Seng Han Thong, read my drafts. They suggested many improvements so that those not yet born when the events I described happened could understand the background against which they took place. Han Phuc Quang and Warren Fernandez improved the flow of my narrative. Chevallot, line editor in Times editions, meticulously tightened my sentences and removed errors. To avoid being unwittingly insensitive on Malay issues, I had all my draft chapters relating to Malays read by Guntur Sadali, editor of Berita Harian, People's Action Party MPs Yaakob Ibrahim, Mohammed Maiden, and Zainul Abidin Rashid, and Minister for Community Development, Abdullah Tarmuji. I did not want to hurt Malay feelings and have tried not to do so. Old colleagues, including Goh Keng Swee, Lim Kim San, Ong Pang Boon, Othman Wok, Lee Kun Choi, Rahim Ishak, Maurice Baker, Sim Ki Boon, Sr. Nathan and Gm Tong Dao, read the relevant parts of my drafts and help to confirm or correct my recollection of events. Tommy Koh, Ambassador at Large, Chan Hung Chi, Ambassador to Washington, Kishore Ramabubani, Permanent Secretary, Policy, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Bilahari Kauzikan, Deputy Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, read the page proofs and made many useful suggestions. I am grateful to them and to the many others who gave freely of their time and advice from which I have benefited. But the responsibility for the final result with all its shortcomings is mine alone. I had visitors and other duties to attend to during the day. I did most of my uninterrupted work on the PC at night after the day's work was done. Several of the young men and women to whom I sent my drafts asked if the time stamp on my PC was wrong, because they were frequently stamped as 3 or 4 a.m. I assured them that it was correct. My longtime personal assistants, Chong Cheng Hoon and Wang Lin Ho, had the hard work of typing and retyping my drafts. They helped me out when I ran into problems with my PC. Chong retired when the book was 3/4 done, and 2 others, Lo Hoc Tek and Koh Kiang Che, took over. All had to adjust to my difficult hours requiring them to work well past dinner time. I am indebted and grateful to all of them. One suddenly, independence. It was like any other Monday morning in Singapore until the music stopped. At 10 a.m., the pop tunes on the radio were cut off abruptly. Stunned listeners heard the announcer solemnly read out a proclamation, 90 words that changed the lives of the people of Singapore and Malaysia. Whereas it is the inalienable right of a people to be free and independent, I, Lee Kuan Yew, Prime Minister of Singapore, do hereby proclaim and declare on behalf of the people and the government of Singapore that as from today, the 9th day of August in the year 1965, Singapore shall be forever a sovereign, democratic, and independent nation, founded upon the principles of liberty and justice and ever seeking the welfare and happiness of her people in a more just and equal society. 250 miles to the north, in peninsular Malaysia, Tunku Abdul Rahman was making his own proclamation, declaring that Singapore shall cease to be a state of Malaysia and shall forever be an independent and sovereign state and nation separate from and independent of Malaysia, and that the government of Malaysia recognizes the government of Singapore as an independent and sovereign government of Singapore and will always work in friendship and cooperation with it. Separation. What I had fought so hard to achieve was now being dissolved. Why? And why so suddenly? It was only 2 years since the island of Singapore had become part of the new Federation of Malaysia, which also included the North Borneo territories of Sarawak and Sabah. At 10 a.m. the same day, in the Malaysian capital, Kuala Lumpur, the Tunku explained to Parliament. In the end we find that there are only 2 courses open to us, to take repressive measures against the Singapore government or their leaders for the behavior of some of their leaders, and the course of action we are taking now, to sever with the state government of Singapore that has ceased to give a measure of loyalty to the central government. The House listened in utter silence. The Tunku was speaking at the first reading of a resolution moved by Tun Abdul Razak, the Deputy Prime Minister, to pass the Constitution of Malaysia, Singapore Amendment, Bill, 1965, immediately. By 1:30 p.m., the debate on the second and third readings had ended, and the bill was sent to the Senate. The Senate started its first reading at 2:30 and completed the third reading by 4:30. The head of state, the Yang Dipertuan Agong, gave his royal assent that same day, concluding the constitutional formalities. Singapore was cast out. Under Malay Muslim custom, a husband, but not the wife, can declare talak, I divorce thee, and the woman is divorced. They can reconcile and he can remarry her, but not after he has said talak 3 times. The 3 readings in the 2 chambers of Parliament were the 3 talaks with which Malaysia divorced Singapore. The partners, predominantly Malay in Malaya, predominantly Chinese in Singapore, had not been compatible. Their union had been marred by increasing conjugal strife over whether the new federation should be a truly multiracial society, or one dominated by the Malays. Singapore went for the substance of the divorce, not its legal formalities. If there was to be separation, I wanted to ensure that the terms were practical, workable, and final. To make certain there could be no doubt as to their finality, the Singapore government published the 2 proclamations in a special government gazette that morning. I had asked for, and the Tunku had given, his proclamation with his personal signature so that there could be no reversal, even if other Malaysian leaders or members of parliament disagreed with it. P.S. Rahman, Director of Radio and Television Singapore, had received these documents from the Secretary of the Cabinet Office. He decided to have them read in full, in Malay, Mandarin, and English, on the 3 different language channels and repeated every half hour. Within minutes, the news agencies had cabled the news to the world. I had started the day, Monday, August 9, with a series of meetings with key civil servants, especially those under federal jurisdiction, to inform them that Singapore ministers would now assume control. Just before 10 o'clock, when the announcement was to be made, I met those members of the diplomatic corps in Singapore who could be gathered at short notice. I told them of the separation and Singapore's independence, and requested recognition from their governments. As the diplomats left, I drew aside the Indian Deputy High Commissioner and the UAR, Egyptian, Consul General and gave them letters for Prime Minister Shastri and President Nasser. India and Egypt were then, with Indonesia, the leading countries in the Afro-Asian movement. In my letters, I sought their recognition and support. From India, I asked for advisors to train an army, and from Egypt, an advisor to build a coastal defense force. Before noon, I arrived at the studios of Radio and Television Singapore for a press conference. It had an unintended and unexpected result. After a few opening questions and answers, a journalist asked, "Could you outline for us the train of events that led to this morning's proclamation?" I recounted my meetings with the Tunku in Kuala Lumpur during the previous 2 days. But the Tunku put it very simply that there was no way, and that there would be a great deal of trouble if we insisted on going on. And I would like to add, you see, this is a moment of Every time we look back on this moment when we signed this agreement, which severed Singapore from Malaysia, it will be a moment of anguish because all my life I have believed in merger and the unity of these two territories. It's a people connected by geography, economics, and ties of kinship. Would you mind if we stop for a while? At that moment, my emotions overwhelmed me. It was only after another 20 minutes that I was able to regain my composure and resume the press conference. It was not a live telecast, as television transmissions then started only at 6 p.m. I asked P.S. Rahman to cut the footage of my breakdown. He strongly advised against it. The press, he said, was bound to report it, and if he edited it out, their descriptions of the scene would make it appear worse. I had found Rahman, a Tamil Brahmin born in Madras and a loyal Singaporean, a shrewd and sound advisor. I took his advice. And so, many people in Singapore and abroad saw me lose control of my emotions. That evening, Radio and Television Malaysia in Kuala Lumpur telecast my press conference, including this episode. Among Chinese, it is unbecoming to exhibit such a lack of manliness. But I could not help myself. It was some consolation that many viewers in Britain, Australia, and New Zealand sympathized with me and with Singapore. They were interested in Malaysia because their troops were defending it against armed confrontation, the euphemism President Sukarno of Indonesia used to describe his small-scale undeclared war against the new and expanded neo-colonialist federation. I was emotionally overstretched, having gone through 3 days and nights of a wrenching experience. With little sleep since Friday night in Kuala Lumpur, I was close to physical exhaustion. I was weighed down by a heavy sense of guilt. I felt I had let down several million people in Malaysia, immigrant Chinese and Indians, Eurasians, and even some Malays. I had aroused their hopes, and they had joined people in Singapore in resisting Malay hegemony, the root cause of our dispute. I was ashamed that I had left our allies and supporters to fend for themselves, including party leaders from other states of Malaysia, Sabah, Sarawak, Penang, Perak, Selangor, and Negeri Sembilan. Together we had formed the Malaysian Solidarity Convention, which had been meeting and coordinating our activities to mobilize the people to stand up for a non-communal society. We had set out to create a broad coalition that could press the alliance government in Kuala Lumpur for a Malaysian Malaysia, not a Malay Malaysia, no easy matter, since the ruling alliance itself was dominated by the Tunku's United Malays National Organization, UMNO. I was also filled with remorse and guilt for having had to deceive the Prime Ministers of Britain, Australia, and New Zealand. In the last 3 weeks, while they had been giving me and Singapore their quiet and powerful support for a peaceful solution to Malaysia's communal problems, I had been secretly discussing this separation. All these thoughts preyed on me during the 3 weeks of our negotiations with Razak, the Tunku's deputy. As long as the battle of wills was on, I kept my cool. But once the deed was done, my feelings got the better of me. While I was thus overwhelmed, the merchants in Singapore's Chinatown were jubilant. They set off firecrackers to celebrate their liberation from communal rule by the Malays from Kuala Lumpur, carpeting the streets with red paper debris. The Chinese-language newspaper Sin Chu Jitpo, reporting that people had fired the crackers to mark this great day, said with typical Chinese obliqueness, it could be that they were anticipating Zhonyuenji, the festival of the hungry ghosts. It added an enigmatic phrase, in each individual's heart is his own prayer. The Nanyang Shangpao wrote, the heart knows without having to announce it. The president of the Singapore Chinese Chamber of Commerce, Soon Pen Yam, publicly welcomed the news of Singapore's separation from Malaysia. His committee would meet the next day to discuss sponsoring a joint celebration of the island's independence by all registered trade associations, unions, guilds, and other civic organizations. He said, businessmen in general feel very much relieved at the latest political developments. Investors did not feel my anguish either. Separation set off a tremendous burst of activity in the share market. On that first day, the trading rooms of the still joint Singapore-Malaysia Stock Exchange in Singapore and Kuala Lumpur recorded twice the volume of transactions of the most active days of the previous week. By the next day, investors had decided independence was good for the economy, and there was an even larger turnover. The value of 25 out of 27 industrial stocks rose. In the city center, by contrast, the streets were deserted by the afternoon of August 9. The night before, I had informed John Lee Kuan, the Singapore Police Commissioner, of the impending announcement, and had handed him a letter from Dato Dr. Ismail bin Dato Abdul Rahman, the Federal Minister for Home Affairs, telling him to take his instructions from the Singapore government in future. Lee Kuan had deployed his police reserve units, paramilitary squads specially trained to deal with violent rioters, just in case pro-UMNO Malay activists in Singapore went on a rampage to protest against separation. People were quick to sense the danger, having experienced two bloody Malay-Chinese riots the previous year, 1964. The presence of the riot squads and their special vans, equipped with water hoses and fitted with wire netting over glass windows and windscreens to protect them from missiles, encouraged caution. Many decided to leave their offices and go home early. The day was hot and humid, typical August weather. By the time the earth cooled that evening, I was weary. But I was determined to keep to my routine of daily exercise to remove my tensions. I spent more than an hour hitting 150 golf balls from the practice tee in front of Sri Temasek, my official residence in the grounds of the Istana, formerly Government House. It made me feel better and gave me an appetite for dinner before my meeting with Viscount Head, the British High Commissioner to Kuala Lumpur. My secretary had taken a telephone call from Anthony Head's office that morning at 9:30, and since it was only 30 minutes before the proclamation was to be made, he had said that I was not immediately available. Head asked if he could see me that afternoon. I sent back a message offering 8 p.m. We settled for 10 to 8. At 7:50 p.m., he arrived at Sri Temasek. For security reasons I was not staying at my home in Oxley Road, to be greeted by my daughter Wei Ling, all of 10 years old and dressed in t-shirt and shorts, who was playing under the porch. "Do you want to see my father?" she asked Lord Head. It was a suitably informal welcome, for with independence my relations with him had suddenly become equivocal. I reached the porch in time to greet him as he got out of the car, and asked him, "Who are you talking on behalf of?" He replied, "Well, of course, you know, I am accredited to a foreign government." "Exactly. And have you got specific authority to speak to me about Singapore's relationship with Britain?" "No." "Then this is a tête-à-tête, it is just a chit-chat. If you like to put it that way." It was that way. When describing this meeting to a group of British and Australian foreign correspondents later that month, I tried to give the impression of an encounter between two adversaries. In truth, I had a heavy heart throughout. Head's bearing impressed me. His demeanor was worthy of a Sandhurst-trained officer in the Life Guards. He had been defense minister at the time of the Anglo-French invasion of Suez in 1956, and had resigned along with Anthony Eden, accepting responsibility for the debacle. He was British upper class, good at the stiff upper lip. He had tried his best to prevent this break. He had done his utmost to get the Tunku and the federal government to adopt policies that could build up unity within Malaysia. Both he, as British High Commissioner in constant touch with the Tunku and his ministers, and his Prime Minister in London, Harold Wilson, had given me unstinting support for a constitutional solution to the dispute between Kuala Lumpur and Singapore. They had insisted, successfully, that force should not be used. Had they not done this, the outcome would have been different. Separation was certainly not the solution he had worked so hard for. But despite the presence of some 63,000 British servicemen, 2 aircraft carriers, 80 warships, and 20 squadrons of aircraft in Southeast Asia to defend the Federation, he could not prevail against the force of Malay communalism. The Malay leaders, including the Tunku, feared that if ever they shared real political power with the non-Malays, they would be overwhelmed. That was the crux of the matter. Head did not understand this. Nor had I originally, but I came to do so before he did because I had spent more time interacting with the Tunku, Razak, and Ismail. And I spoke Malay, which Head did not. I could also recall incidents of friction and rivalry between Malays and non-Malays from my past, especially during my student days at Raffles College in 1940 and 1941. I knew the Malays better. So when, at the end of June 1965, I read that the Tunku had gone down with shingles in London, I suspected he was reaching breaking point. Head and I met for about an hour, and I tried to make all this clear to him. But how could I explain that, after the one-on-one meeting I had had with Razak on June 29, in his office in Kuala Lumpur, I had seen little hope of a peaceful solution to our problems? Head and I were both controlled and restrained in our exchanges. He uttered no recriminations, but simply expressed his regret that I had not informed him or his government of what was happening. On my part, I was filled with sadness for having had to conceal from him the final developments of the past 3 weeks that had ended in separation. I thought he looked sad too. But if I had told Head that the Tunku wanted us out of Malaysia, although what I wanted was a looser federation, he would have found a way to stop the Tunku, as it was against British interests to have Singapore separated and independent. Then race riots could not have been ruled out. 17 hours after we met, the British government extended recognition to independent Singapore. After Head left, I had innumerable discussions on the phone with my cabinet colleagues to compare notes on how the day had turned out and to check on developments. Fearful of a deep split in the cabinet and among the MPs, I had wanted every minister to sign the separation agreement precisely because I knew that several would have opposed it tooth and nail. But I had to get on with the business of governing this new Singapore. I had spent most of my time that day with my close colleague Goh Keng Swee. First, we had to sort out the problems of internal security and defense. I decided to amalgamate the Ministry of Home Affairs with the new Ministry of Defense, with him in charge. But then who was to take his job as finance minister? We settled on Lim Kim San. The next problem was international recognition and good relations with those who could help ensure our security and survival. We agreed that S. Rajaratnam, a founder member of our People's Action Party, PAP, should take over foreign affairs. We were in a daze, not yet adjusted to the new realities and fearful of the imponderables ahead. We faced a bleak future. Singapore and Malaya, joined by a causeway across the Straits of Johor, had always been governed as one territory by the British. Malaya was Singapore's hinterland, as were the Borneo territories of Sarawak, Brunei, and Sabah. They were all part of the British Empire in Southeast Asia, which had Singapore as its administrative and commercial hub. Now we were on our own, and the Malaysian government was out to teach us a lesson for being difficult, and for not complying with their norms and practices and fitting into their setup. We could expect them to cut us off from our role as their traditional outlet for imports and exports and as the provider of many other services. In a world of new nation-states, all pursuing nationalistic economic policies, all wanting to do everything themselves and to deal directly with their principal buyers and sellers in Europe, America, or Japan, how was Singapore going to survive without its hinterland? Indeed, how were we to live? Even our water came from the neighboring Malaysian state of Johor. I remembered vividly how, in early February 1942, the Japanese army had captured our reservoirs there, demoralizing the British defenders by that act, even though there was still some water in the reservoirs in Singapore. Some countries are born independent. Some achieve independence. Singapore had independence thrust upon it. Some 45 British colonies had held colourful ceremonies to formalize and celebrate the transfer of sovereign power from Imperial Britain to their indigenous governments. For Singapore, August 9, 1965 was no ceremonial occasion. We had never sought independence. In a referendum less than 3 years ago, we had persuaded 70% of the electorate to vote in favour of merger with Malaya. Since then, Singapore's need to be part and parcel of the federation in one political, economic, and social polity had not changed. Nothing had changed, except that we were out. We had said that an independent Singapore was simply not viable. Now it was our unenviable task to make it work. How were we to create a nation out of a polyglot collection of migrants from China, India, Malaysia, Indonesia, and several other parts of Asia? Singapore was a small island of 214 square miles at low tide. It had thrived because it was the heart of the British Empire in Southeast Asia. With separation, it became a heart without a body. 75% of our population of 2 million were Chinese, a tiny minority in an archipelago of 30,000 islands inhabited by more than 100 million Malay or Indonesian Muslims. We were a Chinese island in a Malay sea. How could we survive in such a hostile environment? There was no doubt about the hostility. To add to our problems, the Indonesians had mounted their aggressive confrontation against Malaysia when it came into being in September 1963, a low-level war that included an economic boycott, acts of terrorism with commandos infiltrating Singapore to explode bombs, and military incursions involving the dropping of paratroops in Johor. The Chinese in Malaya and Singapore knew the Indonesian government was against even its own 3 million ethnic Chinese in Indonesia. Meanwhile, not only did the entrepot trade on which Singapore had depended ever since it was founded in 1819 face a doubtful future, but our strategic value to Britain in holding the empire together was vanishing as the empire dissolved. Singapore's economy would be hard hit by any sudden scaling down of the British presence. British defence spending in Singapore accounted for about 20% of our GDP, their military gave employment, directly to 30,000 workers, and indirectly to another 10,000 domestic help, besides those who catered to their other needs. They created employment for more than 10% of the workforce at a time when a high population growth of 2.5% per annum was putting enormous pressure on the government for jobs as well as education, health services, and housing. But for the moment, I was grateful and relieved that we had got through the day without disturbances. I went to bed well past midnight, weary but not sleepy. It was not until 2 or 3 in the morning that I finally dropped off exhausted, still disturbed from time to time as my subconscious wrestled with our problems. How could I overcome them? Why had we come to this sorry pass? Was this to be the end result after 40 years of study, work, and struggle? What did the future hold for Singapore? I would spend the next 40 years finding answers to these difficult questions. 2. Growing up. My earliest and most vivid recollection is of being held by my ears over a well in the compound of a house where my family was then living, at what is now Tembeling Road in Singapore. I was about 4 years old. I had been mischievous and had messed up an expensive jar of my father's 4711, pale green scented brilliantine. My father had a violent temper, but that evening his rage went through the roof. He took me by the scruff of the neck from the house to this well and held me over it. How could my ears have been so tough that they were not ripped off, dropping me into that well? 50 years later, in the 1970s, I read in the Scientific American an article explaining how pain and shock released neuropeptides in the brain, stamping the new experience into the brain cells and thus ensuring that the experience would be remembered for a long time afterwards. I was born in Singapore on September 16, 1923, in a large 2-story bungalow at 92 Kampung Java Road. My mother, Chua Jim Neo, was then 16 years old. My father, Lee Ching Kun, was 20. Their parents had arranged the marriage a year previously. Both families must have thought it an excellent match, for they later married my father's younger sister to my mother's younger brother. My father had been brought up a rich man's son. He used to boast to us that, when he was young, his father allowed him a limitless account at Robinson's and John Little, the 2 top department stores in Raffles Place, where he could charge to this account any suit or other items he fancied. He was educated in English at St. Joseph's Institution, a Catholic mission school founded by the de La Salle brothers in 1852. He said he completed his junior school certificate, after which he ended his formal education, to his and my mother's eternal regret. Being without a profession, he could only get a job as a storekeeper with the Shell Oil Company when the fortunes of both families were destroyed in the Great Depression. My family history in Singapore began with my paternal great-grandfather, Lee Bok Boon, a Hakka. The Hakkas are Han Chinese from the northern and central plains of China who migrated to Fujian, Guangdong, and other provinces in the south some 700 to 1000 years ago, and as latecomers were only able to squeeze themselves into the less fertile and more hilly areas unoccupied by the local inhabitants. According to the inscription on the tombstone on his grave behind the house he built in China, Lee Bok Boon was born in 1846 in the village of Tangzi in the Dabu prefecture of Guangdong. He had migrated to Singapore on a Chinese junk. Little is known of him after that until 1870, when he married a Chinese girl, So Huan Neo, born in Singapore to a Hakka shopkeeper. In 1882 he decided that he had made enough money to return to his ancestral village in China, build himself a large house, and set himself up as local gentry. His wife, however, did not want to leave her family in Singapore and go to some place she had never seen. According to my grandfather, who was then about 10, the children and their mother went into hiding with her family in Ahud Road. Lee Bok Boon went back to China alone. There he married again, built his large house, and duly bought a minor mandarinate. He had a portrait done of himself in mandarin robes, which he sent to Singapore, together with another painting of an impressive-looking Chinese traditional-style house complete with courtyard and grey-tiled roofs. The painting of the house has been lost, but the portrait of my great-grandfather still exists. My grandfather, Li Hun Liang, whom I addressed as Kung or grandfather in Chinese, was born in Singapore in 1871, and according to my father was educated at Raffles Institution up to Standard V, which would be today's lower secondary school. He himself told me he worked as a dispenser, an unqualified pharmacist, when he left school, but after a few years became a purser on board a steamer plying between Singapore and the Dutch East Indies. The ship was part of a fleet belonging to the Heap Eng Mo shipping line, which was owned by the Chinese millionaire sugar king of Java, Oei Ishan Ham. In between his travels he married my grandmother, Kaolim Neo, in Semarang, a city in central Java. There is a document in Dutch, dated March 25, 1899, issued by the Orphans' Court in Semarang, giving consent to Kaolim Neo, age 16, to marry Li Hun Liang, age 26. An endorsement on this document states that the marriage was solemnized on March 26, 1899. My father was born in Semarang in 1903, in the Dutch East Indies. But he was a British subject by descent, because his father, Kung, was from Singapore. Kung brought his wife and baby son back to the island for good soon after the child's birth. His fortunes rose as he gained the confidence of Oei Ishan Ham, who appointed him his attorney to manage his affairs in Singapore. Kung told me how he was so trusted that in 1926, on his own authority, he donated $150,000, then a princely sum, from OEI's funds towards the foundation of Raffles College. Between my father and my grandfather, there was no question as to whom I admired more. My grandfather loved and pampered me. My father, the disciplinarian in the family, was tough with me. My grandfather had acquired great wealth. My father was just a rich man's son, with little to show for himself. When the family fortunes declined during the Great Depression, which caused rubber prices to fall from a high of 80 cents per pound to some 20 cents between 1927 and 1930, Kung was badly hit. He must have had less business sense than my mother's father, Chua Kim Tang. The Chua fortunes also suffered because Chua had invested in rubber estates and had speculated on the rubber market. But he had gone into property as well. He owned markets and shop houses and he was not wiped out, as Kung was. So it was that by 1929 my parents had moved from Kung's home to Chua's large rambling house in Telok Kurau. Kung was very Westernist, the result of his years as a purser on board ships with British captains, first officers and chief engineers. He used to recount to me his experiences, stories of how rigidly discipline was maintained on board a ship. For example, despite the heat and humidity of the tropics, the captain, the other officers and he, as purser, dressed in buttoned-up white cotton drill suits for dinner, which was served with plates, forks, knives, and napkins, all properly laid out. From his accounts of his journeys in the region, the British officers left him with a lasting impression of order, strength, and efficiency. When I was born, the family consulted a friend knowledgeable in these matters for an auspicious name for me. He suggested Kuan Yew, the dialect rendering of the Mandarin Guangyao, meaning light and brightness. But my grandfather's admiration for the British made him add Harry to my name, so I was Harry Lee Kuan Yew. My two younger brothers, Kim Yew and Thiam Yew, were also given Christian names, Dennis and Freddie respectively. At that time few non-Christian Chinese did this, and at school later I was to find myself the odd boy out with a personal name like Harry. When my youngest brother, Swan Yew, was born in 1933, I persuaded my parents not to give him a Christian name since we were not Christians. Although Kung had lost the money that had enabled him to live and dress in style, he still retained remnants of his former wealth, including some handsome solid furniture of the early 1910s imported from England. He was, moreover, a gourmet. A meal with him was a treat. My grandmother was a good cook. She would fry a steak seasoned with freshly grated nutmeg to a succulent, sizzling brown, and serve it with potato chips, also fried to a golden brown but never oily, something Kung was particular about. I was impressed. Here was a man who had made his way up in the world, who knew how to live the good life. He was in marked contrast to my maternal grandfather. Chua Kim Teng had no formal English schooling, nor had he associated with British sea captains and Chinese sugar millionaires. He was born in Singapore in 1865, into a Hokkien Chinese family that came from Malacca. He had grown wealthy through hard work and frugal living, saving his money for judicious investments in rubber and property. He had married 3 times. His first 2 wives had died and the third was my grandmother, Neo Asun, a large, broad-shouldered Hakka from Pontianak in Dutch Borneo, who spoke the Hakka dialect and Indonesian Malay. When she married Chua, she was a young widow with 2 children by her first husband, who had died soon after the younger son was born. She bore Chua 7 children before dying in 1935. He died in 1944 during the Japanese occupation of Singapore. My mother was the eldest child of this union, and when she was married in 1922 at the age of 15, the fortunes of both families were still healthy. She even brought with her, as part of her dowry, a little slave girl whose duty, among other things, was to help bath her, wash her feet and put on and take off her shoes. All such symbols of wealth had disappeared by the time I became conscious of my surroundings at the age of 4 or 5. But memories of better times survive in old photographs of me, an infant overdressed in clothes imported from England, or in an expensive pram. Chua's house in Telok Kurau was a large wood and brick bungalow. He and all the children by his third wife lived in that house, my mother, as the eldest daughter, together with my father and 5 of us children occupying one big bedroom. Ours was a large and reasonably happy household, all of us living together harmoniously but for occasional friction, mostly over mischievous and quarreling grandchildren. I thus grew up with my 3 brothers, 1 sister, and 7 cousins in the same house. But because they were all younger than I was, I often played with the children of the Chinese fishermen and of the Malays living in a nearby kampung, a cluster of some 20 or 30 atap or zinc-roofed wooden huts in a lane opposite my grandfather's house. The fishermen worked along Siglap Beach, then about 200 yards away. Grandfather or Kung, Li Hun Liang, the Anglophile, complete with waistcoat in the hot tropics. After his return to Dapua, Guangdong Province, in 1882, great-grandfather Li Bokbun, in the robes of a Qing official grade 7. It was a simpler world altogether. We played with fighting kites, tops, marbles, and even fighting fish. These games nurtured a fighting spirit and the will to win. I do not know whether they prepared me for the fights I was to have later in politics. We were not soft, nor were we spoiled. As a young boy, I had no fancy clothes or shoes like those my grandchildren wear today. We were not poor, but we had no great abundance of toys, and there was no television. So we had to be resourceful, to use our imagination. We read, and this was good for our literacy, but there were few illustrated books for young children then, and these were expensive. I bought the usual penny dreadfuls, and followed the adventures of the boys at Greyfriars, Harry Wharton and Billy Bunter and Company. I waited eagerly for the mail boat from Britain, which arrived at Tanjong Pagai Wharf every Friday, bringing British magazines and pictorials. But they too were not cheap. When I was a little older, I used the Raffles Library where books could be borrowed for 2 weeks at a time. I read eclectically but preferred westerns to detective thrillers. For holidays, the family would spend up to a week at a wooder house in my grandfather Chua's rubber estate in Chai Chi. To get to the estate from Changi Road, we rode down a track in a bullock cart, its 2 bullocks driven by my grandmother's gardener. The cart had wooden wheels with metal rims and no shock absorbers, so that half-mile ride on the rutted clay track was hilariously bumpy. 50 years later in 1977, as I traveled in a Concorde from London to New York and crossed the Atlantic in 3 hours, I wondered if any of my fellow passengers had ever experienced the joy of a bullock cart ride. Myself, age 4, as a page boy at my aunt's wedding, dressed in the traditional costume of the time. Life was not all simple pleasures, however. Every now and again my father would come home in a foul mood after losing at blackjack and other card games at the Chinese swimming club in Amber Road, and demand some of my mother's jewelry to pawn so that he could go back to try his luck again. There would be fearful quarrels, and he was sometimes violent. But my mother was a courageous woman who was determined to hang on to the jewelry, wedding gifts from her parents. A strong character with great energy and resourcefulness, she had been married off too early. In her day, a woman was expected to be a good wife, bear many children, and bring them up to be good husbands or wives in turn. Had she been born 1 generation later and continued her education beyond secondary school, she could easily have become an effective business executive. She devoted her life to raising her children to be well-educated and independent professionals, and she stood up to my father to safeguard their future. My brothers, my sister, and I were very conscious of her sacrifices. We felt we could not let her down and did our best to be worthy of her and to live up to her expectations. As I grew older, she began consulting me as the eldest son on all important family matters, so that while still in my teens, I became de facto head of the family. This taught me how to take decisions. My maternal grandmother had strong views on my education. In 1929, before I was 6, she insisted that I join the fishermen's children attending school nearby, in a little wood and atap hut with a compacted clay floor. The hut had only 1 classroom with hard benches and plank desktops, and 1 other room, which was the home of our scrawny middle-aged Chinese teacher. He made us recite words after him without any comprehension of their meaning. If he did explain, I did not understand him. I complained bitterly to my mother, and she made representations to my grandmother. But a young woman of 22 could not overrule an experienced matriarch of 48 who had brought up 9 children from 2 marriages, and was determined that I should receive some education in Chinese. My grandmother allowed a change of school, however, and I was sent to Chun Guan School in Ju Chia Terrace. It was a mile away from home, and I walked there and back every day. This school was more impressive, a 2-story wooden structure with cement floors, and about 10 proper classrooms with desks for 35 to 40 pupils in each class. The lessons in Chinese were still tough going. At home I spoke English to my parents, Babo Malay, a pidgin Malay adulterated with Chinese words, to my grandparents, and Malay with a smattering of Hokkien to my friends, the fishermen's children. Mandarin was totally alien to me, and unconnected with my life. I did not understand much of what the teachers were saying. After 2 to 3 months of this, I again pleaded with my mother to be transferred to an English language school. She won my grandmother's consent this time, and in January 1930 I joined Telok Kurau English School. Now I understood what the teachers were saying and made progress with little effort. The students were mostly Chinese, with a few Indians among them, and some Malays who had transferred from Telok Kurau Malay School. My parents were concerned at my lack of diligence, and my mother gave Uncle Kenhi the task of making sure I was prepared for the next day's lessons. 3 evenings a week before dinner I had to sit with him for an hour. Even then I thought how absurd it was that the least scholarly of my uncles should be deputed to see that I did my homework. I was given a double promotion from Primary 1 to Standard I, leapfrogging Primary 2. At the end of Standard V, after 7 years of primary education, 6 in my case, we all sat an island-wide examination to vie for places in government secondary schools. In my final year, 1935, I made the extra effort. I came first in school and won a place in Raffles Institution, which took in only the top students. Raffles Institution was then, and still is, the premier English language secondary school in Singapore and carries the name of its founder. It turned out small groups of well-educated and outstanding men, many of whom won the Queen's Scholarship to go to Oxford, Cambridge, London, Edinburgh, and other British institutions, to study medicine, law, and engineering. In 1936, I entered Raffles Institution together with about 150 top students from 15 government primary schools. Admission was on the basis of merit. Students were of all races, all classes, and all religions, and included many from Malaya. The early headmasters were Englishmen who modelled the institution on the English public school. The syllabus prepared students for the empire-wide examinations for junior Cambridge and senior Cambridge school certificates. The textbooks, especially those for English language, English literature, history of the British Empire, mathematics, and geography, were standard for all the colonies, adapted I suppose from those used in British schools. The teaching was entirely in English. Many years later, whenever I met Commonwealth leaders from far-flung islands in the Caribbean or the Pacific, I discovered that they also had gone through the same drill with the same textbooks and could quote the same passages from Shakespeare. There were 4 grades in secondary school, Standard 6 and 7, Junior Cambridge and Senior Cambridge. I was not very hard-working, but I was good at mathematics and the sciences and had a solid grounding in the English language. At the end of Standard 6, therefore, I was among the better students and promoted to Standard VIIA, where I usually came in among the top 3 without much effort. I was still not very attentive in class, and tried to catch up by peeking into the notebook of the boy who sat next to me. Teo Ka Leong was not only top of the class, he kept beautiful notes of our lessons. But he would cover the pages with his hands. My form master, an Indian named M.N. Campos, nevertheless wrote on my report card these words of praise and encouragement: Harry Lee Kuan Yew is a determined worker for a place of distinction. He is likely to attain a high position in life. I went on to Junior A, the best class of the standard. The form master, an Englishman called A.T. Grieve, was a young Oxford graduate with a head of thick, sandy hair and a friendly and approachable manner. He was a bachelor in his late 20s, and doing his first stint overseas. Grieve had no color prejudice, probably because he had not been in the colony long enough to learn he had to keep a certain distance from the locals, which was deemed necessary for British dominance to be upheld. He improved my English language enormously and I did well, coming in first in school in the Junior Cambridge examinations, my first major examination with papers set and marked in Cambridge. I also won 2 awards that year, the Raffles Institution and the Tan Jiak Kim scholarships. Together, they yielded the huge sum of 350 Straits dollars. It was enough to buy me a beautiful Raleigh bicycle for $70, with a 3-speed gear and an encased chain box. I rode to school in style and still had money to spare. But even better was to come. I had set my heart on distinguishing myself in the senior Cambridge examinations, and I was happy when the results in early 1940 showed I had come first in school, and first among all the students in Singapore and Malaya. I enjoyed my years in Raffles Institution. I coped with the work comfortably, was active in the scout movement, played cricket and some tennis, swam and took part in many debates. But I never became a prefect, let alone head prefect. There was a mischievous, playful streak in me. Too often, I was caught not paying attention in class, scribbling notes to fellow students, or mimicking some teacher's strange mannerisms. In the case of a rather ponderous Indian science teacher, I was caught in the laboratory drawing the back of his head with its bald patch. Once I was caned by the principal. D.W. MacLeod was a fair but strict disciplinarian who enforced rules impartially, and one rule was that a boy who was late for school 3 times during one term would get 3 strokes of the cane. I was always a late riser, an owl more than a lark, and when I was late for school the 3rd time in a term in 1938, the form master sent me to see MacLeod. The principal knew me from the number of prizes I had been collecting on prize-giving days and the scholarships I had won. But I was not let off with an admonition. I bent over a chair and was given 3 of the best with my trousers on. I did not think he lightened his strokes. I have never understood why Western educationists are so much against corporal punishment. It did my fellow students and me no harm. Nevertheless, I was learning to take life seriously. My parents had pointed out to me how some of their friends were doing well because they had become lawyers and doctors. They were self-employed, and therefore had not been hit by the depression. My father regretted his misspent youth, and they urged me to become a professional. So from my early years I geared myself towards becoming a lawyer, a professional and not an employee. My plan was to read law in London. But in 1940 the war in Europe was going badly. France was under severe threat, and about to be occupied. Going to London to study law was best postponed. Having come first in Singapore and Malaya in the senior Cambridge examinations, I was offered the Anderson Scholarship, the most valuable then available, to study at Raffles College. I decided to take it. It was worth $200 more than the other government awards and was enough to pay for fees, books, and boarding, and leave something to spare. Raffles College was founded in 1928 by the Straits Settlements government. It taught the arts, English, history, geography, economics, and the sciences, physics, chemistry, pure and applied mathematics. The government had designed handsome buildings for it, with quadrangles and cloisters constructed of concrete with mock stone facing, like those at Oxford and Cambridge but with concessions to the tropical climate. As a scholarship student, I had to stay in one of the halls of residence. It was a difficult adjustment. To suit Singapore's hot, humid climate, the architects had designed big dormitories with high ceilings. Each was divided into 20 rooms with French windows leading to open verandas. Partitions between rooms were only 7 feet high, slightly above head level, to allow air to circulate freely. This meant that noise also circulated freely above 20 rooms and around 20 verandas occupied by 20 youthful undergraduates. Each student had to take 3 subjects. I read English, which was compulsory for all art students, and concentrated on it to improve my command of the language, and to help me when I studied law later, mathematics, because I liked it and was good at it, and economics, because I believed it could teach me how to make money in business and on the stock market. I was naive. After the first year, a student had to choose one subject as his major field of study. I chose mathematics. At the end of each of the 3 terms in the academic year there were examinations, and for the first of these I was the best student in mathematics, scoring over 90 marks. But to my horror, I discovered I was not the best in either English or economics. I was in 2nd place, way behind a certain Miss Kwa Geok Chu. I had already met Miss Kwa at Raffles Institution. In 1939, as the only girl in a boys' school, she had been asked by the principal to present prizes on the annual prize-giving day, and I had collected 3 books from her. She had been in the special class preparing to try for the Queen's Scholarship 2 years running. I was disturbed and upset. There were only 2 Queen's Scholarships a year for the whole of the Straits Settlements, Singapore, Penang, and Malacca, and they would not necessarily go to the 2 top-scoring students. Above all, I feared an even-handed geographical distribution designed to give a chance to entrants from Penang and Malacca. The scholarship board might not want to give both scholarships to Singapore students, in which case coming second might just not be good enough. I did not enjoy my first year in Raffles College as much as my first year in Raffles Institution. Ragging or hazing was then part of the initiation of freshmen and went on for a whole term. Being the top student, my reputation had preceded me, and I suppose as I was also one of the taller and more conspicuous freshmen, some seniors picked on me. I had to sing. I had to crawl around a quadrangle pushing a marble forward on the ground with my nose. I had to walk at the head of all the freshmen wearing a ragged green tie and carrying a silly green flag. I thought it all stupid, but went through with it as part of the price to be paid for joining an institution that lacked maturity and was developing the wrong traditions. When my turn came in the second year, I turned my face against ragging and tried to discourage it, but was not successful. I strongly disapproved of those who took it out on freshmen for what they had endured when they themselves were freshies. We had to attend lectures wearing coat and tie. The lecture rooms were not air-conditioned, indeed, one in the science block was an oven in the afternoons because it faced the setting sun. To be caught in a draft when I was sopping wet with sweat was a sure way for me to get coughs and colds. There was also the disorientation from having to live in strange surroundings, in close proximity with 19 other students in one block, and to eat unappetizing institutional food. After the first year I changed from C block to the better-sided E block where I was in a cooler and pleasanter room. But the disorientation must have affected my academic performance. I remember that in one term examination I did not come out top even in mathematics. Nevertheless, in the examinations at the end of the academic year, March 1941, I did creditably, and came in first in pure mathematics. But Miss Kwa Geok Chu was the top student in English and economics, and probably in history too, her third subject. I scored a little better than she did in the statistics paper, which was part of economics. I knew I would face stiff competition for the Queen's Scholarship. There were other problems. It was only in retrospect that I realized Raffles College was my initiation into the politics of race and religion. In a British colony that made no distinction between the races, Singapore Malays were accustomed to being treated the same as others. But in June 1940, for the first time, I met significant numbers of Malays who had been born and brought up under a different system. In the Federated Malay States, FMS, of Perak, Selangor, Pahang, and Negeri Sembilan, and even more so in the unfederated Malay States, Johor, Kedah, Perlis, Kelantan, and Terengganu, indigenous Malays were given special political and economic rights. In the FMS, there were only 5 scholarships to Raffles College open to non-Malays, whereas the Malays had a choice of more, as they did in the unfederated Malay States. Of the 100 students admitted each year, 20 were Malays from upcountry on scholarships paid for by their state governments. There was a strong sense of solidarity among the Malays, which I was to learn grew from a feeling of being threatened, a fear of being overwhelmed by the more energetic and hard-working Chinese and Indian immigrants. One Malay in my year was to become Prime Minister of Malaysia. Abdul Razak bin Hussein attended the same classes in English and economics as I did, but we were not close friends. He was a member of the Malay aristocracy of Pahang, and was therefore somewhat distant from the other Malay students, who looked up to him. Those I got on with more easily were commoners, 2 of whom played cricket for the college. Because I had many Malay friends from childhood, my spoken Malay was fluent. But I soon discovered that their attitude towards non-Malays, especially Chinese, was totally different from that of Singapore Malays. One student from Kedah told me in my second year, after we had become friends, "You Chinese are too energetic and too clever for us. In Kedah, we have too many of you." We cannot stand the pressure. He meant the pressure of competition for jobs, for business, for places in schools and universities. The Malays were the owners of the land, yet seemed to be in danger of being displaced from top positions by recent arrivals, who were smarter, more competitive, and more determined. Probably because they did better and were self-confident, the Chinese and the Indians lacked this sense of solidarity. There was no unity among them because they did not feel threatened. One incident stands out in my memory. In my second year, there was much unhappiness over the arrangements for the annual Raffles College Students' Union dinner at the old Seaview Hotel. The non-Malays were incensed at the sharp and cavalier responses of the honorary secretary, Uncle Aziz bin Abdul Hamid, to their complaints. A few students started a move for an extraordinary general meeting to censure him and deprive him of office. But he was a Malay. As the collection of signatures for an EGM gathered momentum, the Malay students rallied round him, and made it clear that if he were removed, they would resign en masse from the union. This presented the non-Malays with a challenge. I was approached and asked to make the opening speech setting out their complaints against Uncle Aziz. I had not attended the dinner, and I had no personal quarrel with him. But since nobody wanted to take on this unpleasant job, I decided to do it. The meeting took place on a Saturday afternoon, and all the day students had left, probably because they wished to avoid the unpleasantness. Of those in halls of residence, the Malays turned up in force. The tension was high, and racial feelings strong. It was my first experience of Malayism, a deep and intense pro-Malay, anti-immigrant sentiment. I made out the case in measured tones, firmly but, I hoped, not aggressively. Uncle Aziz spoke up to refute all the allegations of rude behavior. I could sense that the crowd of some 80 students felt most uncomfortable about the confrontation. When the votes were cast, the Malays carried the day for Uncle Aziz, and the breakup never came. But the non-Malays felt they had registered their point. This incident faded from my memory. It was only later, between 1963 and 1965, when we were in Malaysia and ran into similar problems with Malayism, that I was to recall it. But if it was a time of rivalry, it was also a time for forming lasting friendships. Many of those I first met in Raffles College were to become close political colleagues, among them To Chin Chai, a science student 1 year my senior, hard-working, systematic, quiet, and consistent, and Go Keng Sui, a tutor in economics with a first-class mind, a poor speaker but a crisp writer. When I started my career as a lawyer in the 1950s, therefore, I already had a network of friends and acquaintances in important positions in government and the professions in Singapore and Malaya. Even if one did not know someone personally, just sharing the same background made for easy acceptance, and the old school tie worked well in Singapore and Malaya, even between Chinese, Indians, and Malays. Before the days of active politics, when power was still completely in the hands of the British, I did not feel any personal animosity or resentment from the upcountry Malays. I made friends with many of them, including 2 Malay Sessions judges before whom I later appeared. It was the easy old boy network of an elite at the very top of the English-educated group nurtured by the British colonial education system. We went through similar schools, read the same textbooks and shared certain common attitudes and characteristics. The British public school was not the only system that encouraged networking through manner of speech, style, and dress and a way of doing things. 3. The Japanese invaders. I was asleep in the E block of Raffles College at 4 o'clock in the early morning of December 8, 1941, when I was awakened by the dull thud of exploding bombs. The war with Japan had begun. It was a complete surprise. The street lights had been on, and the air raid sirens did not sound until those Japanese planes dropped their bombs, killing 60 people and wounding 130. But the raid was played down. Censors suppressed the news that the Keppel Harbor docks, the naval base at Sembawang, and the Tengah and Seletar air bases had also been attacked. The students at Raffles College were agog with excitement. Those from upcountry immediately prepared to leave by train for home. Nearly everyone believed Singapore would be the main target of the attack, and it would therefore be prudent to return to the countryside of Malaya, which offered more safety from Japanese bombers. The college authorities were as confused as the students. Nobody had been prepared for this. 2 days later we heard that on the same morning the Japanese had landed at Kotabru in Kelantan. Malaya was not to be spared after all. Within days, the hostels were nearly empty. Lectures were suspended, and students asked to volunteer for a Raffles College unit of the Medical Auxiliary Services, MAS. I volunteered for the MAS, and cycled daily from my home, in Norfolk Road since 1935, to my post in the college 3 miles away. We were not provided with uniforms, there was no time for that, but we were each given a tin helmet and an armband with a red cross on it and paid a small allowance of about $60 a month, for which we worked on a roster round the clock. We were organized into units of 6. There was no fear. Indeed, there was barely suppressed excitement, the thrill of being at war and involved in real battles. But the war did not go well. Soon stories came down from Malaya of the rout on the war front, the ease with which the Japanese were cutting through British lines and cycling through rubber estates down the peninsula, landing behind enemy lines by boat and sampan, forcing more retreats. Large numbers of white families, planters and civilians with their wives and children, began arriving from across the causeway. There must have been important Asiatic families too, but they did not stand out. They would have moved into the homes of friends and relatives, or quietly sailed out of Singapore from the Tanjong Pagar wharves, fearing revenge from the Japanese for having helped the British, or for having contributed to the South China Relief Fund supporting Chiang Kai-shek's resistance to the Japanese on the Chinese mainland. By January the Japanese forces were nearing Johor, and their planes started to bomb Singapore in earnest, day and night. I picked up my first casualties one afternoon at a village in Bukit Timah. Several MAS units went there in Singapore Traction Company buses converted into ambulances. A bomb had fallen near the police station and there were several victims. It was a frightening sight, my first experience of the bleeding, the injured, and the dead. At about 8 a.m. on January 31st, Maurice Baker, a fellow student from Pahang, and I were sitting on the parapet of the administrative block at Raffles College, on standby MAS duty, when suddenly there was an earth-shaking explosion. We were both stunned, and I said spontaneously, "That's the end of the British Empire." Professor Dyer, the principal of Raffles College, who was just passing by on his way to his office, heard me, looked away, and walked on. That same morning all British forces withdrew to the island from Johor. Next day, the papers carried photos of the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders, the last to march across the causeway, to the sound of Highland Laddie played on their bagpipes, although there were only 2 pipers remaining. It left me with a lifelong impression of British coolness in the face of impending defeat. The Royal Engineers then blew open a gap in the causeway on the Johor side. That was the explosion Maurice and I had heard. But they also blew up the pipeline carrying water from Johor to the island. The siege of Singapore had begun. As I cycled home one morning, still wearing my tin helmet and armband, I passed a line of military lorries parked in Stevens Road. Standing beside them were some tall, very dejected-looking Australian soldiers wearing broad-brimmed Aussie hats. They looked frightened and demoralized. I stopped to ask them how close the front was. One soldier said, "It's over, here, take this," and offered me his weapons. I was startled and shaken. Could it be this hopeless? I refused the weapons and tried to comfort him by saying that no battle was lost until it was over. But for that Australian group, the battle was lost. I did not know what horrifying experiences they must have had. After the war I read that several battalions of Australian troops were sailing to the Middle East when their ships were diverted to Singapore. They arrived just 3 weeks before the fall of the island, were sent up country and quickly beaten back. They had expected to do battle in the deserts of North Africa, probably in Libya against Rommel's forces. Suddenly they found themselves in tropical jungle, facing the Japanese. It was a tragedy for them, and a disaster for the morale of the British and Indian troops they were supposed to help. Meanwhile, my father, who was working as superintendent of the shell depot in Batu Pahat, some 100 miles to the north on the west coast of Malaya, had been told to evacuate it. He had returned to the island in his baby Austin before the causeway was blown up. We still hoped that Fortress Singapore would hold. I believed there would be many casualties, but that the British would dig in and eventually we would be rescued. But every passing day, indeed, every passing hour after the first week of February, I felt more and more in the pit of my stomach that Singapore was not Malta, and it could not support a long siege. In the middle of January, the schools were closed. As the shelling got nearer to the city, my mother proposed that the whole family move to her father's house, which was further out and so less likely to be hit. I supported the move but told her I would stay and look after the house in Norfolk Road while continuing to report for duty at the Raffles College Moss Station. I would not be alone as Koh Tianku, our gardener, would stay at Norfolk Road to guard the house while I was on duty at the college. He was also the rickshaw puller who had taken my brothers and sister to and from school every day since 1937. We had built an air raid shelter, a wooden structure dug into the ground and covered with earth, which my mother had stocked up with rice, salt, pepper, soya bean sauces, salt fish, tinned foods, condensed milk and all the things we might need for a long time. Money was not a problem because the shell company had generously paid my father several months' salary when he was ordered to evacuate the oil depot at Batu Pahat. Amid these darkening horizons I went to the cinema several times when off duty. It helped me to escape the grim future for a couple of hours. One afternoon in late January, I sat through a comedy at Cathay Cinema. In one scene a bomb that was supposed to explode fell apart with a small plop. It was a dud. As the casing broke open, a sign was revealed, "Made in Japan." It was bizarre. For the past 2 months Singapore had experienced the devastating power of their bombs and their shells, yet here I was watching this film making fun of the Japanese. They were supposed to be bow-legged, cross-eyed, incapable of shooting straight or building ships that would stay afloat in a storm, able to make only dud weapons. The unhappy truth was that in the 2 months since December 8 they had proved they had the daring, the power and the military skills to stage the most spectacular successes against British forces. Many years later, Winston Churchill, the wartime British Prime Minister, was to write of the fall of Singapore, "It was the worst disaster and largest capitulation in British history." The military took over the entire college on February 10 as British forces withdrew, and 2 days later the Moss unit had to disband. At first I stayed at home in Norfolk Road, but as the shelling got closer I joined my family at Telok Kurau. The following day we heard distant rifle shots, then some more, closer to us. There had been no sound of big guns, shells, or bombs. Curious, I went out by the back gate to Lorong L, the lane abutting the kampung where I used to play with my friends, the fishermen's children. Before I had walked more than 20 yards along the earth track, I saw 2 figures in dun-colored uniforms, different from the greens and browns of the British forces. They wore puttees and rubber-soled canvas boots, split-toed, with the big toe in a separate section from the other toes. Later I learned that it gave them a better grip on soggy or slippery ground. Above all, what made them look strange were their soft, peaked caps, with cloth flaps at the back hanging over their necks. They were outlandish figures, small, squat men carrying long rifles with long bayonets. They exuded an awful stink, a smell I will never forget. It was the odor from the great unwashed after 2 months of fighting along jungle tracks and estate roads from Kota Baru to Singapore. A few seconds passed before I realized who they were. Japanese. An immense fear crept over me. But they were looking for enemy soldiers. Clearly I was not one, so they ignored me and pressed on. I dashed back to the house and told my family what I had seen. We closed all the doors and windows, though God knows what protection that could have given us. Rape and rapine were high among the fears that the Japanese forces inspired after their atrocities in China since 1937. But nothing of note happened the rest of that day and night. The British forces were retreating rapidly to the city center and not putting up much of a fight. The following day, February 15th, was the Lunar New Year, the biggest annual festival of the Chinese, normally celebrated with new clothes, new shoes, and an abundance of traditional dishes and cakes. It was the grimmest New Year since the Chinese came to Singapore in 1819. There were sounds of battle in the north and near the city, and relatively distant explosions of artillery and mortars, but nothing in the Telok Kurau area itself. The Japanese had swept on towards the town. That night the guns fell silent. The news soon spread that the British had surrendered. The next day, some friends returning from the city reported that looting had broken out. British and other European houses were being stripped by their Malay drivers and gardeners. This aroused great anxiety in my family. What about 28 Norfolk Road with all our food and other provisions that would now have to see us through for a very long time? With my mother's agreement, I took Tianku, the gardener, with me and walked back some 8 miles from Telok Kurau to Norfolk Road. We made it in just over 2 hours. I saw Malays carrying furniture and other items out of the bigger houses along the way. The Chinese looters went for the goods in warehouses, less bulky and more valuable. A dilapidated bungalow some 2 houses from ours was occupied by about 20 Boyanese families. Their menfolk were drivers. But they had not yet gone for our place. There were better pickings in the bigger houses, now empty of the Europeans who were assembling for internment. I had got back in time. In the 2 hours that I walked from Telok Kurau to Norfolk Road, I saw a Singapore with law and order in suspended animation. The British Army had surrendered. The local police, Chinese and Indian junior officers and Malay rank and file, had disappeared, fearing that the Japanese would treat them as part of the British military setup. The Japanese soldiers had not yet imposed their presence on the city. Each man was a law unto himself. Out of habit, most people remained law-abiding. But with the bosses gone, the bolder ones seized the opportunity to loot godowns, department stores, and shops belonging to British companies for what they saw as legitimate booty. This lasted for several days before the Japanese restored order. They put the fear of God into people by shooting or beheading a few looters at random and exhibiting their heads on key bridges and at main road junctions. The Japanese conquerors also went for loot. In the first few days, anyone in the street with a fountain pen or a wristwatch would soon be relieved of it. Soldiers would go into houses either officially to search, or pretending to do so, but in fact to appropriate any small items that they could keep on their person. At first they also took the best of the bicycles, but they stopped that after a few weeks. They were in Singapore for only a short time before leaving for Java or some other island in the archipelago to do battle and to capture more territories. They could not take their beautiful bicycles with them. The looting of the big houses and warehouses of our British masters symbolized the end of an era. It is difficult for those born after 1945 to appreciate the full implications of the British defeat, as they have no memory of the colonial system that the Japanese brought crashing down on February 15, 1942. Since 1819, when Raffles founded Singapore as a trading post for the East India Company, the white man's supremacy had been unquestioned. I did not know how this had come to pass, but by the time I went to school in 1930, I was aware that the Englishman was the big boss, and those who were white like him were also bosses, some big, others not so big, but all bosses. There were not many of them, about 8,000. They had superior lifestyles and lived separately from the Asiatics, as we were then called. Government officers had larger houses in better districts, cars with drivers and many other servants. They ate superior food with plenty of meat and milk products. Every 3 years they went home to England for 3 to 6 months at a time to recuperate from the enervating climate of equatorial Singapore. Their children also went home to be educated, not to Singapore schools. They, too, led superior lives. At Raffles College, the teaching staff were all white. Two of the best local graduates with Class 1 diplomas for physics and chemistry were appointed demonstrators, but at much lower salaries, and they had to get London external BSc degrees to gain this status. One of the best arts graduates of his time with a Class 1 diploma for economics, Goh Keng Swee, later to be Deputy Prime Minister, was a tutor, not a lecturer. There was no question of any resentment. The superior status of the British in government and society was simply a fact of life. After all, they were the greatest people in the world. They had the biggest empire that history had ever known, stretching over all time zones, across all 4 oceans and 5 continents. We learned that in history lessons at school. To enforce their rule, they had only a few hundred troops in Singapore, who were regularly rotated. The most visible were stationed near the city centre at Fort Canning. There could not have been more than 1,000 to 2,000 servicemen in all to maintain colonial rule over the 6 to 7 million Asiatics in the Straits settlements and the Malay states. The British put it out that they were needed in Malaya to protect the Malays, who would otherwise be eclipsed by the more hard-working immigrants. Many of the Chinese and Indians had been brought in as indentured labor and were tolerated because the Malays did not take to the jobs a commercial and a plantation economy required, like tapping rubber, building roads and bridges, working as clerks, accountants and storekeepers. A small number of prominent Asiatics were allowed to mix socially with the white bosses, and some were appointed unofficial members of the governor's executive council or the legislative council. Photographs of them with their wives appeared in the papers, attending garden parties and sometimes dinners at Government House, bowing and curtsying before the governor and his lady, the women duly wearing white gloves, and all on their best behavior. A few were knighted, and others hoped that after giving long and faithful service they, too, would be honored. They were patronised by the white officials, but accepted their inferior status with aplomb, for they considered themselves superior to their fellow Asiatics. Conversely, any British, European or American who misbehaved or looked like a tramp was immediately packed off because he would demean the whole white race, whose superiority must never be thrown into doubt. I was brought up by my parents and grandparents to accept that this was the natural order of things. I do not remember any local who by word or deed questioned all this. None of the English educated had any inclination to take up the cudgels on behalf of equality for the Asiatics. I did not then know that there were many Chinese, educated in Chinese language schools, who were not integrated into the colonial system. Their teachers had come from China, and they did not recognize the supremacy of the whites, for they had not been educated or indoctrinated into accepting the virtues and the mission of the British Empire. After the war I was to learn more about them. This was the Malaya and Singapore that 60,000 attacking Japanese soldiers captured, together with more than 130,000 British, Indian, and Australian troops. In 70 days of surprises, upsets and stupidities, British colonial society was shattered, and with it all the assumptions of the Englishman's superiority. The Asiatics were supposed to panic when the firing started, yet they were the stoical ones who took the casualties and died without hysteria. It was the white civilian bosses who ducked under tables when the bombs and shells fell. It was the white civilians and government officers in Penang who, on December 16, 1941, in the quiet of the night, fled the island for the safety of Singapore, abandoning the Asiatics to their fate. British troops demolished whatever installations they could and then retreated. Hospitals, public utilities, and other essential services were left unmanned. There were no firemen to fight fires and no officers to regulate the water supply. The whites in charge had gone. Stories of their scramble to save their skins led the Asiatics to see them as selfish and cowardly. Many of them were undoubtedly exaggerated in the retelling and unfair, but there was enough substance in them to make the point. The whites had proved as frightened and at a loss as to what to do as the Asiatics, if not more so. The Asiatics had looked to them for leadership, and they had failed them. The British built up the myth of their inherent superiority so convincingly that most Asiatics thought it hopeless to challenge them. But now one Asiatic race had dared to defy them and smashed that myth. However, once the Japanese lorded over us as conquerors, they soon demonstrated to their fellow Asiatics that they were more cruel, more brutal, more unjust, and more vicious than the British. During the 3.5 years of the occupation, whenever I encountered some Japanese tormenting, beating or ill-treating one of our people, I wished the British were still in charge. As fellow Asiatics, we were filled with disillusionment, but then the Japanese themselves were ashamed to be identified with their fellow Asiatics, whom they considered racially inferior and of a lower order of civilization. They were descendants of the sun goddess, Amaterasu Omakami-sama, a chosen people, distinct and separate from the benighted Chinese, Indians, and Malays. My first encounter with a Japanese soldier took place when I tried to visit an aunt, my mother's younger sister, in Kampung Java Road, just across the Red Bridge over the Bukit Timah Canal. As I approached the bridge, I saw a sentry pacing up and down it. Nearby was a group of 4 or 5 Japanese soldiers sitting around, probably the other members of his detail. I was sporting a broad-brimmed hat of the kind worn by Australian soldiers, many of which had been discarded in the days before the surrender. I had picked one up, thinking it would be useful during the hard times ahead to protect me from the sun. As I passed this group of soldiers, I tried to look as inconspicuous as possible. But they were not to be denied attention. One soldier barked "Kora, Kora," and beckoned to me. When I reached him, he thrust the bayonet on his rifle through the brim of my hat, knocking it off, slapped me roundly, and motioned me to kneel. He then shoved his right boot against my chest and sent me sprawling on the road. As I got up, he signaled that I was to go back the way I had come. I had got off lightly. Many others who did not know the new rules of etiquette and did not bow to Japanese sentries at crossroads or bridges were made to kneel for hours in the sun, holding a heavy boulder over their heads until their arms gave way. One afternoon, sitting on the veranda at 28 Norfolk Road, I watched a Japanese soldier pay off a rickshaw puller. The rickshaw puller remonstrated, pleading for a little more money. The soldier took the man's arm, put it over his right shoulder, and flung him up into the air with a judo throw. The rickshaw puller fell flat on his face. After a while, he picked himself up and staggered off between the shafts of his rickshaw. I was shocked at the heartlessness. The next day, I was to learn another lesson at the Red Bridge. A newly captured car drove past displaying a small rectangular blue flag, the lowest of 3 ranks. Yellow flags were for generals, red flags for majors to colonels, and blue flags for lieutenants to captains. The sentry was slow in coming to attention to salute. The car had gone past, but its driver braked and reversed. An officer got out, walked up to the sentry and gave him 3 hefty slaps. Taking his right arm, he put it over his shoulder and, with the same judo throw I had seen used on the rickshaw puller, flung the soldier in the air. The sentry fell flat on his face, just as the rickshaw puller had done. This time I was less shocked. I had begun to understand that brutalization was part of the Japanese military system, inculcated through regular beatings for minor infringements. Later that same day a Japanese non-commissioned officer and several soldiers came into the house. They looked it over and, finding only Tianku and me, decided it would be a suitable billet for a platoon. It was the beginning of a nightmare. I had been treated by Japanese dentists and their nurses at Bras Basah Road who were immaculately clean and tidy. So, too, were the Japanese salesmen and saleswomen at the 10-cent stores in Middle Road. I was unprepared for the nauseating stench of the unwashed clothes and bodies of these Japanese soldiers. They roamed all over the house and the compound. They looked for food, found the provisions my mother had stored, and consumed whatever they fancied, cooking in the compound over open fires. I had no language in which to communicate with them. They made their wishes known with signs and guttural noises. When I was slow in understanding what they wanted, I was cursed and frequently slapped. They were strange beings, unshaven and unkempt, speaking an ugly, aggressive language. They filled me with fear, and I slept fitfully. They left after 3 days of hell. While this platoon was camping in the house, British, Indian and Australian forces were marched to captivity. The march started on February 17, 1942, and for 2 days and 1 night they tramped past the house and over the Red Bridge on their way to Changi. I sat on my veranda for hours at a time watching these men, my heart heavy as lead. Many looked dejected and despondent, perplexed that they had been beaten so decisively and so easily. The surrendered army was a mournful sight. There were some who won my respect and admiration. Among them were the Highlanders, whom I recognized by their Scottish caps. Even in defeat they held themselves erect and marched in time. Left, right, left, right, left, left, shouted the sergeant major. And the Gurkhas were like the Highlanders. They too marched erect, unbroken and doughty in defeat. I secretly cheered them. They left a lifelong impression on me. As a result, the Singapore government has employed a Gurkha company for its anti-riot police squad from the 1960s to this day. The Australians were dispirited, not marching in step. The Indian troops, too, looked dejected and demoralized. They must have felt it was not their fight. Soon after the Japanese soldiers left my house, word went around that all Chinese had to go to a registration center at the Jalandhar Stadium for examination. I saw my neighbor and his family leave and decided it would be wiser for me to go also, for if I were later caught at home the Japanese military police, the Kempeitai, would punish me. So I headed for Jalandhar with Tianku. As it turned out, his cubicle in his Kuli Kang, the dormitory he shared with other rickshaw pullers, was within the perimeter enclosed by barbed wire. Tens of thousands of Chinese families were packed into this small area. All exit points were manned by the Kempeitai. There were several civilians with them, locals or Taiwanese. I was told later that many of them were hooded, though I do not remember noticing any. After spending a night in Tianku's cubicle, I decided to check out through the exit point, but instead of allowing me to pass, the soldier on duty signaled me to join a group of young Chinese. I felt instinctively that this was ominous, so I asked for permission to return to the cubicle to collect my belongings. He gave it. I went back and lay low in Tianku's cubicle for another day and a half. Then I tried the same exit again. This time, for some inexplicable reason, I got through the checkpoint. I was given a chop on my left upper arm and on the front of my shirt with a rubber stamp. The kanji or Chinese character jian, meaning examined, printed on me in indelible ink, was proof that I was cleared. I walked home with Tianku, greatly relieved. I will never understand how decisions affecting life and death could be taken so capriciously and casually. I had had a narrow escape from an exercise called Sukching, meaning to wipe out rebels, ordered by Colonel Masanobu Tsuji, the staff officer who planned the Malayan campaign. He had obtained the agreement of General Tomoyuki Yamashita, the commander of the Japanese forces, to punish the Chinese in Singapore for collecting funds to support China's war effort against the Japanese, and for their boycott of Japanese goods. He had another account to settle, with Dal Force, which was part of the 1,000-strong overseas Chinese volunteer corps organized by local community leaders in Singapore to resist the Japanese. Put together by Colonel John Daly of the Malayan Special Branch, it brought together Chinese from all walks of life, supporters of Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist Kuomintang, KMT, and of the Malayan Communist Party, MCP, including notably some 500 communists freed from prison by the British at the 11th hour. Once armed, the volunteers were sent to hold the ground east of Kranji River on the flank of the 27th Australian Brigade. They fought ferociously. Many died, but so did many Japanese. They made Dal Force a legend, a name synonymous with bravery. On February 18, the Japanese put up notices and sent soldiers with loudspeakers around the town to inform the Chinese that all men between the ages of 18 and 50 were to present themselves at 5 collection areas for inspection. The much-feared Kempeitai went from house to house to drive Chinese who had not done so at bayonet point to these concentration centers, into which women, children, and old men were also herded. I discovered later that those picked out at random at the checkpoint I had passed were taken to the grounds of Victoria School and detained until February 22, when 40 to 50 lorries arrived to collect them. Their hands were tied behind their backs and they were transported to a beach at Tanah Merah, some 10 miles away on the east coast, near Changi Prison. There they were made to disembark, tied together, and forced to walk towards the sea. As they did so, Japanese machine gunners massacred them. Later, to make sure they were dead, each corpse was kicked, bayoneted, and abused in other ways. There was no attempt to bury the bodies, which decomposed as they were washed up and down the shore. A few survivors miraculously escaped to give this grim account. The Japanese admitted killing 6,000 young Chinese in that Sukching of 18 to 22 February 1942. After the war, a committee of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce exhumed many mass graves in Siglap, Punggol, and Changi. It estimated the number massacred to be between 50,000 and 100,000. In theory, the Imperial Army could justify this action as an operation to restore law and order and to suppress anti-Japanese resistance. But it was sheer vengeance, exacted not in the heat of battle but when Singapore had already surrendered. Even after the Sukching, there were mopping up operations in the rural areas, especially in the eastern part of Singapore, and hundreds more Chinese were executed. All of them were young and sturdy men who could prove troublesome. When I returned to Norfolk Road, I found the house in the mess that the Japanese soldiers had left it, but it had not been looted and some of our provisions remained. A few days later, my family came back from Telok Kurau. Together, we cleaned up the house. Slowly, we got to know the uncertainty, the daily grind and the misery of the Japanese occupation that was to be the lot of the people of Singapore for the next 3.5 years. Within 2 weeks of the surrender, I heard that the Japanese had put up wooden fencing around the town houses at Cairnhill Road, which had been vacated by the European and Asiatic businessmen and their families who had left Singapore or been interned. It had been an upper-middle-class area. I cycled past and saw long queues of Japanese soldiers snaking along Cairnhill Circle outside the fence. I heard from nearby residents that inside there were Japanese and Korean women who followed the army to service the soldiers before and after battle. It was an amazing sight, 100 or 200 men queuing up, waiting their turn. I did not see any women that day. But there was a notice board with Chinese characters on it, which neighbors said referred to a comfort house. Such comfort houses had been set up in China. Now they had come to Singapore. There were at least 4 others. I remember cycling past a big one in Tanjong Katong Road, where a wooden fence had been put up enclosing some 20 to 30 houses. I thought then that the Japanese army had a practical and realistic approach to such problems, totally different from that of the British Army. I remembered the prostitutes along Waterloo Street soliciting British soldiers stationed at Fort Canning. The Japanese High Command recognized the sexual needs of the men and provided for them. As a consequence, rape was not frequent. In the first 2 weeks of the conquest, the people of Singapore had feared that the Japanese army would go on a wild spree. Although rape did occur, it was mostly in the rural areas, and there was nothing like what had happened in Nanking in 1937. I thought these comfort houses were the explanation. I did not then know that the Japanese government had kidnapped and coerced Korean, Chinese, and Filipino women to cater to the needs of the Japanese troops at the war front in China and Southeast Asia. They also made some Dutch women serve Japanese officers. Those of my generation who saw the Japanese soldiers in the flesh cannot forget their almost inhuman attitude to death in battle. They were not afraid to die. They made fearsome enemies and needed so little to keep going. The tin containers on their belts carried only rice, some soya beans and salt fish. Throughout the occupation, a common sight was of Japanese soldiers at bayonet practice on open fields. Their war cries as they stabbed their gunny sack dummies were blood-curdling. Had the British reinvaded and fought their way down Malaya into Singapore, there would have been immense devastation. After seeing them at close quarters, I was sure that for sheer fighting spirit, they were among the world's finest. But they also showed a meanness and viciousness towards their enemies equal to the Huns. Genghis Khan and his hordes could not have been more merciless. I have no doubts about whether the 2 atom bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki were necessary. Without them, hundreds of thousands of civilians in Malaya and Singapore, and millions in Japan itself, would have perished. What made them such warriors? The Japanese call it Bushido, the code of the samurai, or Nippon Seishin, the spirit of Nippon. I believe it was systematic indoctrination in the cult of emperor worship, and in their racial superiority as a chosen people who could conquer all. They were convinced that to die in battle for the emperor meant they would ascend to heaven and become gods, while their ashes were preserved at the Yasukuni shrine in the suburbs of Tokyo. Day-to-day life had to go on under the Japanese occupation. At first everybody felt lost. My father had no work, I had no college, my 3 brothers and sister had no school. There was little social activity. We felt danger all around us. Knowing somebody in authority, whether a Japanese or a Taiwanese interpreter with links to the Japanese, was very important and could be a lifesaver. His note with his signature and seal on it certified that you were a decent citizen and that he vouched for your good character. This was supposed to be valuable when you were stopped and checked by sentries. But it was safest to stay at home and avoid contact and conflict with authority. One of my first outings was into town. I walked 2 miles to the second-hand bookshops in Bras Basah Road that specialized in school textbooks. On the way, I saw a crowd near the main entrance to Cathay Cinema, where I had earlier watched the comedy ridiculing the Japanese-made bomb. Joining the crowd, I saw the head of a Chinese man placed on a small board stuck on a pole, on the side of which was a notice in Chinese characters. I could not read Chinese, but someone who could said it explained what one should not do in order not to come to that same end. The man had been beheaded because he had been caught looting, and anybody who disobeyed the law would be dealt with in the same way. I left with a feeling of dread of the Japanese, but at the same time I thought what a marvelous photograph this would make for Life magazine. The American Weekly would pay handsomely for such a vivid picture of the contrast, Singapore's most modern building with the spectacle of medieval punishment in front of it. But then the photographer might well end up in the same situation as the beheaded looter. I chanced upon this gory exhibition on my way to Bras Basah Road because I had decided to learn Chinese in order to be literate enough to understand such notices. My English was of no value under the new rulers. Learning Chinese would be better than learning Japanese, at least it was my own language, not that of a hated conqueror. I bought Chiang Kai-chiu's Mandarin Made Easy, a thin booklet of some 30 pages that taught a basic 700 Chinese characters, how they were written, and how they were used in combination with each other. I devoured this in a couple of weeks and went back for the advanced book too. Later, I bought a series of 4 books published by the Prinsep Street Chinese School that reached a higher standard. Working on them every day, I spent the next few months practicing to write between 1,200 and 1,500 characters and trying to commit their meanings to memory. But I never learned how they were pronounced. In Mandarin, each sound has one of 4 tones. My books did indicate them, but I did not know how to produce them and I had no one to teach me. In the face of these difficulties, my resistance to the Japanese language lessened over the months. I discovered that it was not made up of Chinese characters alone. It had a syllabary system, written in 2 scripts, katakana and hiragana. If the Japanese were to be in Singapore as my lords and masters for the next few years, and I had not only to avoid trouble but make a living, I would have to learn their language. So in May 1942 I registered with the first batch of students at the Japanese language school the authorities had opened in Queen Street. It was a 3-month course. The students were of varying ages and abilities, some from secondary schools, some like me from college, and others young workers in their 20s. I passed and got my certificate. I found Japanese much easier than Mandarin because it was not tonal, but more complicated in its inflections and grammar. My grandfather, Lee Kuan Yew, had fallen gravely ill in July, and 3 weeks after I graduated he died. Before the end I visited him many times at Bras Bassa Road, where he stayed with his adopted daughter. I felt very sad for him. It was not just that he was sick, but that he had lived to see his world crash. The British and all they had stood for had been humiliated and defeated. The British Navy, the British ships' captains, their discipline, their excellence, their supremacy at sea, these had all been demolished by the strange-looking Japanese. He could not understand how such a slovenly people could defeat straight-backed British officers. How could they have sunk the Prince of Wales and the Repulse, scattered the British fleet, shot down the Royal Air Force, and captured 130,000 troops with only 60,000 of their own after laying siege to Singapore for only 2 weeks? As I watched him sinking into a coma, I thought it would have been kinder if he had died before it all happened. His useful pre-war connections in British colonial Singapore had gone, but he did have one Japanese friend, a Mr. Shimoda, whom my father looked up a few days after Kong died. The difficulties of the occupation had sobered my father. He became more responsible in hard times. He had a job with the military department in charge of oil supplies, and also got me my first job. At his request and out of regard for my grandfather, Shimoda offered me work in the new world in which the Japanese were now the masters. I worked in his company as a clerk for a year, copying documents for internal office use and correspondence with other Japanese companies. When Shimoda & Co. folded up, I moved to the opposite side of Raffles Place where I got another job as a clerk typist, in the Kumiye or guild that controlled essential foods, rice, oil, sugar, salt, and tobacco and cigarettes. My salary was paid in currency issued by the Japanese military, bills with pictures of coconut and banana trees on them. These banana notes, as they were called, had no serial numbers, and were worth less and less every month. The value of my new job lay rather in the payment in kind that went with it, some 10 katas, about 15 pounds, of rice, sugar, oil and, most tradable of all, cigarettes. These rations were better than Japanese money, for as the months went by they would get scarcer and cost more and more in banana notes. I worked in the Kumiye for about 8 months, until late in 1943 when I read an advertisement in the Seonan Shimbun inserted by the Japanese Information or Propaganda Department called the Hadobyu, which was located in Cathay Building. It wanted English language editors. I turned up to be interviewed by an American-born Japanese, George Takemura, a tall, lean, fair-skinned man who spoke English with an American accent and was called GOG by his fellow Japanese. He did not wear the uniform of a Japanese army officer, but of a civilian in the military administration with 5 blue stars, the equivalent of a captain. He was soft-spoken, and turned out to be a decent man. He was satisfied with my English, and I was relieved to have found a place where it was wanted. My job was to run through the cables of Allied news agencies, Reuters, UP, AP, Central News Agency of China, and TASS. These cables, sent out in Morse code, had been intercepted by Malay radio operators. Radio signals were not clear in the late afternoons and early evenings, and because reception was poor, many words were garbled or lost. I had to decipher them and fill in the missing bits, guided by the context, as in a word puzzle. The cables then had to be collated under the various battle fronts and sent from the top floor of Cathay Building to the floor below, where they would be revamped for broadcasting. I worked there for about 15 months until the end of 1944. It was a strange life. My work would begin at 7 p.m. Tokyo time, which was 5:30 p.m. Singapore time and still daylight. Radio reception was poor until about midnight Tokyo time. So the first shift from 7 p.m. to 12 a.m. was hard work, but one got home early to sleep. The period 12 a.m. to 9 a.m. was broken into 2 shifts, with a 2 to 3 hour break in between. Reception was better, and there was less puzzling over missing words or parts of words, but it meant sleeping at awkward hours. There were 2 editors on duty at any one time. George Takemura, usually wearing his uniform without the jacket because of the warm and humid weather, would drop in several times in an evening, giving the other editor and me a packet of Japanese cigarettes from his rations. I had to stay awake, snatch some sleep from 4 to 6 a.m. by arrangement with my fellow editor, then work until 9 a.m., when conditions again deteriorated. Radio reception became hopeless in bright sunshine, so the operators also packed up for the day. I would walk the 1.5 miles from Cathay Building to Norfolk Road for brunch, then go off to bed in broad daylight for a few more hours of sleep. Stranger than its schedule were the psychological implications of the work. For hours my head would be filled with news of a war that was going badly for the Japanese, as for the Germans and Italians. But we talked about this to outsiders at our peril. On the ground floor of Cathay Building was a branch of the Kempeitai. Every employee who worked in the Hodobu had a file. The Kempeitai's job was to make sure that nobody leaked anything. From the end of 1943, food became scarcer and scarcer. The Japanese Navy had suffered defeats with heavy losses at the battles of Midway and Coral Sea. They had lost control of the oceans and their ships were being sunk by Allied submarines. Even Thailand, a traditional rice exporter, could not get its rice to Singapore, either because the Japanese did not want to pay the Thais for it or because they could not transport it to the island. Reduced to eating old, moldy, worm-eaten stocks mixed with Malayan-grown rice, we had to find substitutes. My mother, like many others, stretched what little we could get with maize and millet and strange vegetables we would not normally have touched, like young shoots of sweet potato and tapioca plants cooked in coconut milk. They could be quite palatable, but they had bulk without much nutrition. It was amazing how hungry my brothers and I became 1 hour after each meal. Meat was a luxury. There was little beef or mutton. Pork was easier to buy and we could raise chickens ourselves, but there were no leftovers to feed them. My mother's resourcefulness was sorely tested during the occupation. When the combined salaries of my father, my brother Dennis and myself became negligible because of inflation, she started all manner of businesses. As a daughter in a Straits Chinese family, she had learned how to cook and bake. Now she made cakes for sale. Wheat flour and butter were soon unobtainable, so she used tapioca flour, rice flour, sago flour, coconut milk, and palm sugar. She also made sweetened condensed milk from fresh milk. She was a good cook. Later, when I was Prime Minister, she filled in her time teaching Straits Chinese cooking to expatriate wives, including wives of the diplomatic corps. She wrote Mrs. Lee's cookbook, which sold well even after she died. Everything was in short supply. Motor cars had disappeared, except for those used by the military and important Japanese civilians. The few local people who had their own cars could not get petrol for them. Taxis were converted to run on charcoal and firewood. Stocks of bicycle tires and tubes soon ran out. Local manufacturers could only produce solid bicycle tires, which made for bumpy going, but that was better than riding on steel rims. Textiles were scarce, so we converted curtain fabrics and tablecloth into trousers and shirts. All imported goods had become precious. Liquor kept well and was much sought after by wealthy black marketeers and Japanese officers. Meanwhile, inflation had been increasing month by month, and by mid-1944 it was no longer possible to live on my salary. But there was a solution to this. Although I received the usual rations of rice, oil, other foodstuff, and cigarettes, there were better and easier pickings to be had as a broker on the black market. There was a lively trade in ever-diminishing supplies of British medicines, pre-war stocks that had been hoarded, the most valuable of which was sulfonamide pyridine M&B, May and Baker, 693. Other profitable commodities were spirits like Johnny Walker whiskey and Hennessy brandy, British cigarettes in hermetically sealed tins of 50, jewelry, landed property and Straits settlements currency. The brokers operated mainly in High Street or Killia Street, off Raffles Place. I joined them in 1944, and learned how to hoard items, especially small pieces of jewelry going cheap. I would buy them, hold them for a few weeks, and then sell them as prices inevitably went up. It was easy to make money if one had the right connections. At one end were those among the old middle class who were parting with family heirlooms in order to stay alive. My mother knew many women from previously wealthy families who needed to sell their jewelry and properties in a Singapore that was running short of food. Brokers like me would sell them to people at the other end who wanted to sell them to Japanese civilians anxious to convert their banana notes into something of more lasting value, or give them to Japanese military officers who handed out contracts. The key to survival was improvisation. One business I started changed the course of my life. While brokering on the black market, I met Yang Nyuklin, a Raffles College science graduate who was working in the Overseas Assurance Corporation in China Building, in Kilaya Street. Nyuklin and I both frequented a goldsmith's shop in High Street run by two Hakkas, another Raffles College graduate and his elder brother. The shop was a meeting place for brokers like myself who traded in little bits of jewelry. I had been asked by Basrai Brothers, Indian stationers in Kilaya Street, if I could get them stationary gum, which was in short supply. There was little left from pre-war stock. Could I perhaps make some myself? I asked Nyuklin whether he could make gum. He said he could, using tapioca flour and carbolic acid. So I financed his experiments. Nyuklin's method was to take a big cylindrical pot, fill it with tapioca flour, and place the pot in a big wok of boiling oil. He used palm oil, which was freely available and cheap. He kept the oil at a constant high temperature to heat the tapioca flour, which needed to be stirred all the while until it became a deep golden brown dextrine. It looked and smelled like beautiful caramel. He added water to the caramel, which dissolved it into mucilage or gum, and finally carbolic acid as a preservative to prevent mold from setting in. The gum was poured into empty Scott's emulsion bottles, which I discovered were plentiful and cheap. I marketed the gum under the name Stickfuzz, and had an attractive label designed by an artistic friend with the word in light brown brushwork against a white background. The gum turned a decent profit, and we made it in 2 centers. One was my home, with my mother and sister helping, the other was Nyuklin's home, where he was helped by his wife and his wife's younger sister, Kwajok Chu, the girl who had done better than me at Raffles College. I had seen her again when I first looked for Nyuklin in his flat in Chenbaru, riding my bicycle with its solid tires. She was sitting on a veranda when I arrived, and when I asked where I could find him, she smiled and pointed out a staircase around the corner. Now we were meeting under different circumstances. She was at home, at a loose end, doing domestic chores as there were no maids. Making gum was one chore that gave her pin money, and my visits to check on production led to a friendship that developed over the months. By September 1944, we knew each other well enough for me to invite Nyuklin, his wife, and Jiok Chu, now simply Chu, to my 21st birthday dinner at a Chinese restaurant at the Great World, an amusement park. It was the first time I had asked her out. True, she was escorted by her brother-in-law, but in the Singapore of that era, if a girl accepted an invitation to a young man's 21st birthday dinner, it was an event not without significance. The gum making lasted for some 6 to 7 months until late 1944. By then, the war was going badly for the Japanese. Few merchant ships came through and trade was at a standstill, business dwindled and offices did not need gum. I discontinued gum making, but continued to visit Chu at her Shinbaru home to chat and keep up the friendship. By May, the Japanese attempt to invade India from Burma had failed at Imphal and Kohima. This time it was the Japanese who were on the run. They fought tenaciously and ferociously even as they retreated, and I read dispatches of the stubborn resistance they put up as the British advanced towards Mandalay and down the Arakan coast. I felt certain the British would soon push their way down the Malayan Peninsula in the same way, and feared that, with the Japanese fighting to the last man, the recapture of Singapore would mean street to street and house to house fighting to the bitter end, with enormous civilian casualties. It was only a matter of time before it happened, 1 to 2 years. I decided it would be better to get out of Singapore while things were still calm, and I could resign from the Hotobu without arousing suspicion over my motives. I applied for leave and went up to Malaya to reconnoitre Penang and the Cameron Highlands, to find out which was the safer place. I traveled from Singapore to Penang and then to Tapa by train, but from Tapa to the Cameron Highlands I got a lift in a vegetable lorry and sat next to the driver. After 2 nights in the Camerons, I went back to Tapa by the same means. It was a scary ride. To save petrol, the driver switched off the engine and freewheeled for the better part of 2.5 hours down the steep, winding road. In Penang, I stayed with Han Sui Sen. In 1942, some 4 months into the occupation of Singapore, Han had sent his wife and baby daughter back to Penang and boarded with my family in Norfolk Road as a paying guest. We shared a room and became friends, but after 9 months he decided it was not worth staying in Singapore. He was the best science graduate of his year, and one of the 2 annually recruited into the Straits Settlements civil service. He was later to become our Minister for Finance. But his government pay was paltry, his rations were inadequate, and he could not earn enough to keep his family. So he joined them in Penang. Although I saw little military activity as I wandered around Penang, I ruled it out. It would be a logical stepping stone for the British forces on their way down to Singapore. There would be street fighting, building by building. So I went on to the Cameron Highlands where Maurice Baker, my friend at Raffles College, had his home in Ringlet Village at 3,200 feet. He and some friends were living off their savings, planting vegetables and root crops. I paid for my whole trip by selling at an enormous profit half a dozen steel hoes purchased in Singapore. The farmers needed them badly. On my return journey I bought a basket of beautiful vegetables unobtainable in Singapore, and spent a day and a half guarding them on the train. Once back, I discussed the next move with my mother. We decided it would be best to move to the Cameron Highlands. As a first step, we sold the tenancy of the house at Norfolk Road to a group of Japanese men who worked for a Kilmie. They paid us the handsome sum of $60,000 in banana notes for vacating this rent-controlled property and handing it over to them. Then I gave 1 month's notice to the Hodobu. As I took the lift down in Cathay Building the day before I stopped work, the lift attendant, whom I had befriended, told me to be careful. My file in the Kempeitai office had been taken out for attention. I felt a deep chill. I wondered what could have provoked this, and braced myself for the coming interrogation. From that moment, I sensed that I was being followed. Day and night, a team tailed me. I went through all the possible reasons in my mind, and could only conclude that someone had told the Kempeitai I was pro-British and had been leaking news that the war was going badly for the Japanese, and that was why I was leaving. At least 2 men at any one time would be outside the shop house in Victoria Street where we stayed after moving from Norfolk Road. My father had obtained the tenancy of this house from his employers, the Oil Authority in Alexandra Road. To discover if I was indeed being followed, I asked my brothers Dennis and Fred to station themselves at the upstairs windows and watch the 2 Chinese men at the corner of Bras Basah Road and Victoria Street with 2 bicycles parked nearby. Then I cycled around the block. When I came back, they confirmed that the moment I left, so did the men, and when I returned, so did they. My heart sank. I told my mother, and decided that it would be best if I did not leave Singapore after all. If I attempted to do so, the Kempeitai would probably pull me in for a nasty interrogation. If I stayed behind and acted openly, leading a harmless life operating on the black market and making gum to get by, they might leave me alone. I endured this cat and mouse game for some 8 weeks. At times, in the quiet of the early morning, at 2 or 3 a.m., a car would pass by on Victoria Street and stop near its junction with Bras Basah Road. It is difficult to describe the cold fear that seized me at the thought that they had come for me. Like most, I had heard of the horrors of the torture inflicted by the Kempeitai. They wore white armbands with the 2 Chinese characters in red for Kempai, military police, and their powers of arrest and interrogation could not be challenged, even by high-ranking Japanese officers. They had their headquarters in the YMCA building in Stamford Road, and branches in Oxley Rise, Smith Street, and the Central Police Station in South Bridge Road. People living nearby reported hearing their victims' howls of pain, sounds calculated to fill their hearts with dread, and their fears were spread by word of mouth. It was a deliberate method to terrorize the locals. A cowed population was easier to control. I had no links with any underground or any network for spreading Allied news. I had no reason to listen secretly to any radio broadcast because it was anyway my job to deal with Western news reports. I made up my mind that if I were arrested, I would tell them what I feared, that after clearing Burma, the British would reinvade Malaya and push their way down to Singapore with the Japanese fighting to the last man. I had therefore planned to leave the island to plant tapioca, sweet potato, and vegetables in the Cameron Highlands, which would not be in the path of any military invasion. I would provide proof of my visit to Penang and the Camerons, which was followed by that of my mother and my brother some 2 months later to confirm my assessment that it was the best area for the family to move to. But one day, 2 months after it began, the surveillance ceased. It was an unnerving experience. After I stopped making gum for lack of demand, I teamed up with a Shanghainese called Lo Yuling. He was a small contractor in the construction business, in his mid-30s. He had no partners. I could speak Japanese, he could not. Between us we got odd jobs from Japanese companies and from the Butai, the regiments that garrisoned Singapore. To increase my contacts in the civilian sector, I teamed up with a Mr. Kageyama, a Japanese civilian, also in his mid-30s, who had been employed by the Kuomie. When there was little work for him in the Kuomie because Japanese ships were being sunk and commodities became scarce, he decided to strike out on his own as a middleman between the big Japanese companies, the military and local suppliers. He and I complemented each other, with Lo providing the construction capability and the connections with the subcontractors, carpenters, masons, and bricklayers whom we needed. Together, we all made something of a living. I continued to operate on the black market, acting as a broker for anything and everything tradable. It was a no-lose situation. Every item was in short supply and getting scarcer. Hyperinflation meant nothing ever went down in price. But one needed capital to get richer. I was able to raise some money and quickly accumulated more. I knew that the moment I had cash, the important thing was to change it into something of more permanent value or it would melt away in my hands. In this mad urge to convert banana notes into assets, I bought myself a full-size billiard table, had it restored and revarnished, the green baize top recovered, and installed it, adjusted and leveled, in the upstairs flat at Victoria Street. In March or April 1945, a friend of my parents had moved out of his flat in China Building and had offered us the use of it. So I was able to use Victoria Street for business and recreation. Business, because next to it was a red brick corner building, a confectionery and bakery, where brokers would gather to exchange information and close deals. Recreation, because the billiard table was there. It was an existentialist life, with each day another day nearer to a reinvasion that spelt danger for the locals. Meanwhile, one had to live and carry on as usual. In May, news came of Germany's defeat and surrender. Now the whole war effort would be turned against the Japanese. Everyone knew it was only a matter of time before Japan would be defeated. Having edited the Burma campaign press dispatches while I worked for the Hadobyu, I was fearful of the price civilians would pay. But there was no way out. For me to leave was still to invite detention and interrogation. Then out of the blue, on August 6, a strange bomb was exploded over Hiroshima. The news was only carried in the Seonan Shimbun of August 11 in the form of a masthead report, Nippon protests against the attack on Hiroshima with a new kind of bomb last Monday, but those who had listened to shortwave broadcasts from the BBC spread the news that Japan had been hit with a powerful new radiation weapon. We felt the end was close. On August 15, the Japanese emperor broadcast to his subjects and announced the surrender. We heard this almost immediately, because people had become bold and many were listening to Allied radio broadcasts, especially the BBC. The news did not appear in the Seonan Shimbun until August 20, when it published the whole imperial rescript. The war had come to an end without further fighting. We were spared the fiery ordeal that had been the fate of Rangoon and Mandalay. For 3 weeks after the Emperor's broadcast, there were no signs of the British arriving. It was an unnatural situation. It was different from what had happened 3.5 years earlier, when the British had surrendered and the Japanese had not yet taken effective control. Unlike the British, the Japanese troops had not been defeated and demoralized in battle. They were despondent and confused, but still very much in charge, and still had the power to hurt us. When locals who could not contain their elation celebrated their defeat, Japanese soldiers passing by would gate crash their parties and slap the merrymakers. The Japanese army expected to be called to account by the British and punished for its misdeeds, but it was also resentful and apprehensive that the population would turn on its officers when they arrived. Shots were reported to have been heard from Japanese officers' messes, for several could not accept the surrender and preferred to commit harakiri, either Japanese style with a dagger or, less painfully, with a revolver. But the locals were fortunate. The Japanese did not kill civilians, as far as I know, nor were there ugly or brutal incidents. They left the population alone until the British took over. Their military discipline held. The 3.5 years of Japanese occupation were the most important of my life. They gave me vivid insights into the behavior of human beings and human societies, their motivations and impulses. My appreciation of governments, my understanding of power as the vehicle for revolutionary change, would not have been gained without this experience. I saw a whole social system crumble suddenly before an occupying army that was absolutely merciless. The Japanese demanded total obedience and got it from nearly all. They were hated by almost everyone, but everyone knew their power to do harm, and so everyone adjusted. Those who were slow or reluctant to change and to accept the new masters suffered. They lived on the margins of the new society, their fortunes stagnated or declined and they lost their status. Those who were quick off the mark in assessing the new situation, and swift to take advantage of the new opportunities by making themselves useful to the new masters, made fortunes out of the terrible misfortune that had befallen all in Singapore. The Japanese military administration governed by spreading fear. It put up no pretense of civilized behavior. Punishment was so severe that crime was very rare. In the midst of deprivation after the second half of 1944, when the people half starved, it was amazing how low the crime rate remained. People could leave their front doors open at night. Every household had a head, and every group of 10 households had its head, and they were supposed to patrol their area from dusk till sunrise. But it was a mere formality. They carried only sticks and there were no offenses to report, the penalties were too heavy. As a result, I have never believed those who advocate a soft approach to crime and punishment, claiming that punishment does not reduce crime. That was not my experience in Singapore before the war, during the Japanese occupation or subsequently. I learned after the initial shock and drama that life had to go on almost as usual. People must eat, they need medicines and other things like toothbrushes, toothpaste, clothes, shoes, pens, ink, paper. Even razor blades became precious and difficult to get, so that used blades were sharpened and resharpened by being pressed and rubbed back and forth against the inside walls of a glass. Tobacco was worth more than Japanese currency. Some professions were reduced in value and earning power. There was little demand for lawyers trained in English law, because there was little commerce, and military law dealt summarily with crimes. Accountancy stagnated because there was little business. On the other hand, doctors and dentists were as essential as ever since people still got sick and had toothache, so they prospered despite shortages of medicines and anesthetics. In the first 10 months of the occupation, it was not unusual to see British and Australian prisoner of war working parties coming to town, with a light escort of Japanese soldiers. Usually they performed tasks like moving goods from a go-down to a lorry. They would sneak into the coffee shops looking for food, and the owners and ordinary housewives would pass them bread, canned food and other foodstuffs and money. The Chinese had great sympathy for them. They had grown thin and looked the worse for their confinement. Their uniforms, usually shorts and shirts, were tattered. Towards the end of 1942, they gradually became less visible, and a year later they were seldom seen. People believed they had been sent to work elsewhere, in Thailand, Indonesia and Japan. When they reappeared in Singapore in late 1944 and early 1945, they were just skin and bones, skeletons with ribs sticking out to be counted. They had been working on the Burma Railway. Some wore only G-strings, their hip bones exposed. They were pitiful, with sores, ulcers, scars and scabies all over their bodies, especially their arms and legs. Food was scarce, but not so scarce that they could not have been adequately fed. Their sufferings exceeded those of prisoners of war anywhere else in the world. The switch from English to Japanese as the language of administration and of the bosses put the old at a grave disadvantage. They could not learn Japanese so easily. Those who spoke it, like the Chinese from Taiwan, were at a premium. Some were already in Singapore before the occupation, but others followed the Japanese army. Young locals learned enough Japanese to be employable, but beyond that most people were decent. They did not want to cooperate or collaborate with the enemy. They just wanted to coast along, to give the minimum to the new masters. Only a few dared to oppose them, even secretly. There were others, the smart and the opportunistic, who went out of their way to ingratiate themselves and to make themselves useful to the Japanese. They provided them with labor, materials, information, women, liquor, good food, and they made fortunes. The lucky ones were contractors whom the Japanese needed to obtain basic supplies, or who were in building construction. The luckiest and most prosperous of all were those like the Shaw brothers who were given the license or franchise to run gambling farms in the amusement parks, the Great World and the New World. For a depressed population facing the prospect of mass destruction and death in 1, 2, or 3 years when the British returned to oust the Japanese, gambling was a wonderful opiate. The locals patronized these farms to try their luck and punted their fortunes away, while others came to watch and pass the time. It was amazing how much time people spent in these gambling farms and how much money they inevitably lost to the bankers in this simple way. As existence was uncertain, all games of chance were favored. Life itself had become a game of chance. But however you made money, the most important thing was how to preserve its value by changing it into tangible goods or the old straight settlements dollars. Grains and other foodstuffs were bulky and difficult to store or handle. The items most sought after were those that would retain their value after the British returned, and in the meantime were small and easy to hide. Hence, from 1944, the exchange rate of the British Straits Settlements dollar shot up on the black market with every passing day as more and more banana notes were printed and distributed. The next most desirable asset was jewelry. To deal in jewelry, brokers had to know what was real gold, what was 24 karat and what was only 18 karat, to recognize good diamonds with good color and few or no flaws, and to learn the virtues of rubies, sapphires, aquamarines, cat's and other semi-precious stones. The bolder ones with big money bought properties, but their value did not escalate as much as gold or straight settlements dollars because they were immovable. Transfers required conveyancing by lawyers and registration in the Registry of Deeds. The chances were 50 to 50 that the conveyance would be repudiated or annulled when the British returned. Meanwhile, there was a likelihood of buildings being bombed and destroyed. As it turned out, there was no invasion, conveyances were not annulled and buildings were not destroyed. In the last stages of the occupation, after Germany had surrendered and Japan's defeat was certain, it was possible to sell a case of 12 bottles of Johnnie Walker whiskey for enough Japanese banana dollars to buy a shop house in Victoria Street. Those who negotiated such exchanges became wealthy after the war. I learned more from the 3.5 years of Japanese occupation than any university could have taught me. I had not yet read Mao's dictum that power grows out of the barrel of a gun, but I knew that Japanese brutality, Japanese guns, Japanese bayonets and swords, and Japanese terror and torture settled the argument as to who was in charge, and could make people change their behavior, even their loyalties. The Japanese not only demanded and got their obedience, they forced them to adjust to a long-term prospect of Japanese rule, so that they had their children educated to fit the new system, its language, its habits, and its values, in order to be useful and make a living. The third and final stage, which they would have achieved if they had been given time, was to get us to accept them as our new masters as part of the natural order of things. Morality and fairness were irrelevant. They had won. They were on top and in command. We had to praise their gods, extol their culture and emulate their behavior. But it did not always work. In Korea, the Japanese met resistance from the moment they attempted to govern the country. They tried to suppress the instincts and habits of a people of an old culture, people with a strong sense of pride in their history and a determination to oppose their new barbaric oppressors. They killed many Koreans but never broke their spirit. But that was one exception. In Taiwan, ruled by the Chinese, the Portuguese and the Dutch before the Japanese came, there was no hatred. Had the Japanese stayed on in Singapore and Malaya, they would, within 50 years, have forged a coterie of loyal supporters as they had successfully done in Taiwan. Malaya was too young, its peoples too diverse and its society too plastic and malleable to resist. There were some Malays who joined the anti-Japanese guerrillas in the Malayan jungle trained by British officers of Force 136. But most of them hoped the Japanese would be their new protectors, just as they hoped the British would be when they in turn ousted the Japanese. The only people who had the courage and conviction to stand up to the invaders were the Chinese who joined the Malayan Communist Party and, in smaller numbers, the Kuomintang-led resistance. Both groups were fired by Chinese nationalism, not Malayan patriotism, and were to prove as much a source of trouble to the British in peace as they had been to the Japanese in war. In the confused interregnum between the Japanese surrender on August 15, 1945 and the establishment of effective British control of the island towards the end of September, anti-Japanese groups took the law into their own hands. They lynched, murdered, tortured, or beat up informers, torturers, tormentors and accomplices, or suspected accomplices, of the Japanese. I remember the thudding of feet as people were chased in broad daylight down the back lanes around our two homes in Victoria Street and China Building. I heard the sound of blows and screams as they were knifed and killed. But in the last days many collaborators managed to melt away, going into hiding or fleeing up country to Malaya or to the Riau Islands in the south. The liberation did not bring what everybody wanted, punishment for the wicked and reward for the virtuous. There could be no complete squaring of accounts. Fairness and justice demanded documentation and elaborate investigations. It was not possible to muster the resources to bring every culprit to book. There were too many of them, both Japanese and locals. Justice was meted out to a few, but most went free. There were trials, but the major Japanese war criminals were not punished. Colonel Tsuji, the man who had ordered the Sukching massacre, had disappeared. General Yamashita, the Tiger of Malaya, who as commander-in-chief had agreed to Sukching, had been transferred first to Manchuria and then to the Philippines, where in September 1945 he surrendered to General MacArthur's forces. He was tried and hanged in Manila for the senseless sacking of the city, not for his approval of the killing of 50 to 100,000 innocent young men in Singapore. Some 260 Japanese war criminals were tried in Singapore, but only 100 were convicted and sentenced to death, although hundreds of people in Singapore, among them my own friends, had been detained and tortured in the Kempai Thai centers in Singapore. One of them was Lim Kim San, who later became a cabinet minister, from 1963 to 1980. He gave me this grim account of his experiences in 1944. I was detained twice at Oxley Rise, first in January 1944 for a fortnight, second in February 1944 for more than a month. A Chinese youth who had come to my shop in North Bridge Road had pointed me out as one who had given money to him for the communists. When I argued that it did not make sense that a capitalist was also pro-communist, I was flogged with a rope, kicked and manhandled. I regained consciousness when water was splashed on my face. I found myself imprisoned in a room about 15 feet by 10 feet, shared by about 30 people, male and female. There was a lavatory at one corner of the room, a squatting type with the cistern high above our heads. Repeated flushings made the water clean and it was then collected from the gushing outlets in the toilet bowl. It was the water you drank and washed with. If you became sick you would be taken away to God knows where. I was disgusted by the sight of flowing blood from a woman menstruating. We were fed with rice gruel mixed with discarded vegetables from an old kerosene tin. I could not stomach it and retched every time I tried to eat. It reminded me of the way we fed our ducks. All of us were made to sit on our haunches and we were not allowed to change position without permission from the guards, local boys who were recruited and trained to be cruel. One day, an elderly Indian with his leg broken was brought in. He could not sit and he could only move in a prone position, dragging his injured leg along. One of the young gunpo guards threw a stick and the injured Indian had to painfully drag himself with his injured leg to fetch the stick and return it to the gunpo. This was repeated until the poor man was exhausted and almost unconscious with pain. Among those detained was a young, strapping, jolly Teoshu lad of about 17 or 18 years of age. He was a gunpo who was caught after he deserted. One evening, the Kempeitai strapped him bare-bodied to the ceiling. His hands were tied behind him and the rope attached to a beam with his feet barely touching the ground. From time to time you could see him stretching his toes to reach the ground, to ease the weight on his shoulders. They left him there the whole night without food and water. He yelled profanities and cursed the Japanese in a strong voice in Teoshu. The next morning, the shouts and curses turned to piteous wails and moans when a Kempeitai man used a cane to hit the man's back. It went on for a few hours and the wailings and moanings became weaker and weaker. Ultimately, it stopped. He was dead and yet was left hanging for some time before all of us, as a warning to the gunpo and to us. Gruesome torture by Japanese soldiers during the occupation. Another time water was pumped into a man from a hose, and when his stomach was filled with water, the torturer would jump and sit on it. The man vomited and passed out. Every morning, we shivered when we heard the sound of heavy boots approaching our cell. It was a sign that some of us would be undergoing interrogation and torture. Some never came back. I was released on the intercession of the top Taiwanese liaison officer. I have seen the true nature of the Japanese, in and out of prison. The civility and the bowings are a thin veneer under which lurks the beast. The Allied victory saved Asia. A poignant summation of Japanese bestiality was contained in the opening address of Lieutenant Colonel Colin Sleeman, the prosecutor in the Double Tenth trial, which opened in Singapore on March 18, 1946. To give an accurate description of the misdeeds of these men it will be necessary for me to describe actions which plumb the very depths of human depravity and degradation. The keynote of the whole of this case can be epitomized by two words: unspeakable horror. Horror, stark and naked, permeates every corner and angle of the case from beginning to end, devoid of relief or palliation. I have searched diligently, amongst a vast mass of evidence, to discover some redeeming feature, some mitigating factor in the conduct of these men which would elevate the story from the level of pure horror and bestiality, and ennoble it, at least, upon the plane of tragedy. I confess that I have failed. Yet, throughout the 50 years since the end of the war, successive Japanese Liberal Democratic Party governments, the majority of leaders of all Japanese political parties, most of their academics and nearly all their media have chosen not to talk about these evil deeds. Unlike the Germans, they hope that with the passing of the generations these deeds will be forgotten, and the accounts of what they did buried in dusty records. When they refuse to admit them to their neighbors, people cannot but fear that it is possible for them to repeat these horrors. It was only when a non-LDP government took office in 1992 that a Japanese Prime Minister, Morihiro Hosokawa, gave an unqualified apology. For after the liberation, On Wednesday, September 12, 1945, at about 10:30 in the morning, I walked to City Hall, where the surrender ceremony would take place, and waited on the padang across the road. The wait was worth it. I saw a group of 7 high-ranking Japanese officers arrive from High Street, accompanied by British military police wearing their red caps and armbands. They were led by General Itagaki, Commander-in-Chief of the forces in Malaya and Singapore. Unlike so many Japanese officers, they did not shuffle, they walked properly. The crowd hooted, whistled, and jeered, but the Japanese were impassive and dignified, looking straight ahead. They had come to sign the formal surrender in obedience to their emperor's orders. Many officers were later seen at various locations laying down their long samurai swords in a pile. They were acknowledging defeat, were disarmed, and became prisoners of war. But the 7 generals who now walked up the steps of City Hall represented an army that had not been routed in battle. They would have fought to the death, and they left the people of Singapore who hated them in no doubt that they would have preferred to go down in flames, bringing everyone else down with them, rather than surrender. Some 45 minutes later, Lord Louis Mountbatten, the British Commander-in-Chief, Southeast Asia Command, appeared, wearing his white naval uniform. He was accompanied by his generals and admirals, and some 7 or 8 officers representing the Allied forces, including Indians, Chinese, Dutch, and others. He raised his naval cap high with his right hand and gave 3 cheers to the troops that formed the cordon in front of the steps. He loved uniforms, parades and ceremonies. These were moments of great exhilaration. The Japanese occupation nightmare was over and people thought the good times were about to return. The signs were favorable. The troops were generous with their cigarettes, Players Navy cut in paper packets, unobtainable for the last 3 years. Good quality beer, Johnny Walker whiskey and Gordon's dry gin found their way into the market, and we believed that soon there would be plenty of rice, fruit, vegetables, meat, and canned foods. This was not to be for some time. But during those first few weeks, there was jubilation. The people were genuinely happy and welcomed the British back. By early 1946, however, people realized that there was to be no return to the old peaceful, stable, free and easy Singapore. The city was packed with troops in uniform. They filled the newly opened cafes, bars, and cabarets. The pre-war colonial business houses could not restart immediately, for their British employees had died or were recuperating from internment. Ship arrivals were infrequent and goods were scarce in Britain itself. It looked as if it would be many years before the pre-war flow of commodities resumed. Even locals who had worked for the government could not just go back to their old offices, and many remained unemployed. It was a world in turmoil where the hucksters flourished in Singapore as they did in Britain, where they were called spivs. Much of the day-to-day business was still done on the black, now the free, market. There were numerous army jeeps and motorcycles in the streets, but no new motor cars or buses. The trolley buses were dilapidated, and the roads full of potholes, telephones were old and the lines unclear because replacements were not available, electricity was still in short supply. It was going to take some time to put things right. We had lived too much in anticipation of the good old days during those years of suffering. Our hopes, based on nostalgia, were too high, and we were bound to be disappointed. The infrastructure had run down, property had been lost or destroyed, people had died, become old or sick. Life had to go on, but it was not going to be like the good old days. Nevertheless, the British military administration, whatever its shortcomings, was an immense relief after the terror and oppression of its Japanese predecessor. British officers and civilians knew that the locals welcomed them back, and they reciprocated the warmth we showed them and did their best for us. Many soldiers and officers shared their army rations as well as their cigarettes and liquor with the people they dealt with. Many in Singapore understood the English language, English culture, and the English form of government. Even the uneducated were vaguely familiar with those parts of the British colonial system with which they came in contact. It was to be expected that the Straits Chinese in particular would be happy with the return to a form of society into which they had been for long assimilated. Although they retained much of their Chinese culture, many had stopped speaking their own dialects, and conversed only in Baba Malay. They were the descendants of early immigrants who had not brought their womenfolk with them from China and had therefore contracted mixed marriages with local women. They were for the most part loyal to the British, and they sent their children to local English schools, many in the hope that they would eventually become professionals and government servants in a colony administered in the English language. The most loyal joined the Straits Chinese British Association and were popularly known as the King's Chinese. Their leading members were made knights. But the King's Chinese formed only about 10% of the community. The remainder were the Chinese-speaking Chinese who had come to Singapore more recently. They spoke not English but their own dialects, mainly Hokkien, Teochew, Cantonese, Hakka and Hainan Esset. Their children went to Chinese schools, where they learnt Mandarin. Their contact with the British authorities was minimal. They led a separate existence and they were no more assimilated after the war than they had been before it. Their loyalty was to China, not Britain. It was they who went into the Malayan jungle to fight the Japanese, as guerrillas in the Malayan People's Anti-Japanese Army, MPJ, the military arm of the Malayan Communist Party. They were looking ahead to the day when they would expel not only the Japanese, but also the British. In the power vacuum created when the Japanese surrendered suddenly before the British could invade, they spelled trouble. In Malaya, they took over some of the smaller towns, put up arches to welcome the guerrillas as the real victors in the battle against the Japanese, and acted as the de facto local authority. Mercifully, they did not try that in Singapore, but they caused turmoil enough. They appeared in the streets in assorted khaki uniforms with cloth caps modeled on those of the Chinese Communist 8th Route Army, soft, floppy, oddly shaped, with 3 red stars on the front over the visor. In the flush of victory, they were high-handed. They forcibly requisitioned property and set up people's courts to mete out summary justice to collaborators of all races. In one instance 20 Chinese detectives were rounded up and put into pig crates pending trial. There was extortion and subtle blackmail of businessmen for their past collaboration with the enemy. Many prominent people were psychologically or physically compelled to make generous contributions to the MPJ to make up for their past misdeeds. Young hooligans went around town openly using MPJ credentials to wring money or goods from those who had had dealings with the Japanese. The British forces could not re-establish law and order in the face of the MPJ's aggressiveness and the opportunism of gangsters who pretended to have played a part in the resistance. Fortunately, because they had no means to travel down to Singapore, most of the MPJ remained stuck in Malaya, where they operated more effectively as it was familiar territory. The British military administration offered the MPJ $350 for every guerrilla who handed in his weapons. From December 1945 to January 1946, some 6,500 did so, including several hundred in Singapore. On January 6, the British held a ceremony outside City Hall at which a small, uniformed MPJ contingent marched past Lord Louis Mountbatten, who pinned medals on 16 of their leaders. Chin Peng, described in the newspapers as a communist guerrilla commander, received the Burma Star, 1939/45, and War Star, after which he gave a clenched fist salute. Official recognition of the MPJ's contribution in defeating the Japanese gave them a status that they exploited to the utmost to extend their power. Meanwhile, they secretly stored many weapons for future use. The Communists were able to recruit some of the English-educated into the united front they were creating. A group of so-called intellectuals, lawyers, teachers, Raffles College graduates and students back from Cambridge, formed the Malayan Democratic Union, which had its headquarters in some shabby rooms above the dance hall at the Liberty Cabaret in North Bridge Road. They had inveigled Philip Holm Sr., a lawyer and our family friend, into lending it respectability by becoming its chairman. They needed him as cover in order to manipulate the organization, and I became a casual visitor to their proceedings through my acquaintance with him. Its purpose appeared legitimate enough. The British had announced the formation of the Malayan Union, which would include the 9 Malay states and the Straits settlements of Penang and Malacca, but not Singapore. This meant that Singapore would remain a British colony. That was unacceptable, and the Malayan Democratic Union demanded the independence of both Malaya and Singapore as one unit. Philip Holm helped to draw up the proposed constitution, but although I saw the draft, I had nothing to do with it. On their part, the communists considered all talk of constitutional change irrelevant. What they wanted was total power. The Malayan Democratic Union was merely a front organization to mobilize the English educated to help them achieve it. But when they resorted to armed struggle against the British in 1948 to get it, the Malayan Democratic Union folded up. Before that happened, however, there was plenty of action. Very soon after they emerged from the jungle, the communists started to flex their muscles, using the trade unions. On October 21, 1945, they got 7,000 workers in the dockyards at Tanjong Pagar and the Singapore Harbour Board to go on strike. A few days later, they held a mass meeting attended by 20,000 workers at which they inaugurated the General Labour Union. In typical communist fashion, the union took in workers from every conceivable trade and also self-employed groups. When it called a general strike on January 29, 1946, in a demonstration of strength after the British military administration had detained a few communists, some 170,000 workers from hospitals, shipyards, the naval base, rubber factories, cinemas, cabarets, and public transport stopped work, and the shops closed. It was called a hartal, a word taken from the civil disobedience movement in India. This stoppage was neither voluntary nor spontaneous but was enforced by intimidation and fear. The shops closed because if they did not they would be vandalized and wrecked. Workers who reported for work were beaten up. So not only hawkers, but trishaw riders, rickshaw pullers, and taxi drivers played safe and took the day off. Life in the city came to a halt. But the communists suspected that they could not sustain the strike for long. Having demonstrated they could command overwhelming compliance for their hartal, they called it off after the second day. My education in the unfairness and absurdities of human existence was completed by what I saw happening in the immediate aftermath of the war. If 3.5 years of Japanese occupation had earned me my degree in the realities of life, the first year in liberated Singapore was my postgraduate course. It was very different from my memory of the colonial 30s. Those British civil servants who survived internment had been sent home for medical treatment and recuperation, and temporary officers of the British military administration controlled what were improvised departments. True, they were reinforced with a few of the pre-war generation who had been on leave when the Japanese came, or had got away in time. But they were out of touch with the changes that had taken place. The men now in charge, majors, colonels, brigadiers, knew they would be in power only until they were demobilized, when their wartime commissions would vanish like Cinderella's coach. The pumpkin of civilian life to which they would then be reduced was at the back of their minds, and many made the most of their temporary authority. Their needs, alas, were similar to those of Japanese officers, something small, valuable, and easy to secrete on the person to take home to England when their time was up. So the same items were in demand. In return, they granted permits and supplies of scarce materials to the locals, and therefore opportunities to make money. But they were not bullies and oppressors like the Japanese. With the Japanese out of the way, many houses became vacant, and my mother and I looked for a suitable place to move into, for we had to leave the China building, and the Victoria Street shop house was unsuitable. In Oxley Road, a middle-class area where Europeans had vacated their homes in 1942 and Japanese civilians had taken them over, we came across two identical houses, numbers 38 and 40, built by a Jewish merchant, who named them Castor and Pollux. They were empty except for some heavy furniture, and we decided to make a bid for the tenancy of number 38. It was a big, rambling house with 5 bedrooms, and 3 others at the back originally used as servants' quarters. I saw George Gaw, a Java-born Chinese friend of the family who was in charge at the office of the custodian of enemy property, and he was happy to let us have it at its pre-war rental. The rent had now to be paid in Straits dollars, some $80 a month, a fairly sizable sum, but we decided to take it. My father went back to work for Shell, this time to be in charge of their depot at Pasir Panjang in Singapore. Meanwhile, I had to decide what to do. Trading on the open market was still profitable, but the range of goods had changed and this made it riskier. I could not predict which items in short supply would suddenly become plentiful if they were brought in for the troops. So, as an alternative, I approached various British officers in charge of public works to see whether they wanted any construction jobs done. After 2 or 3 attempts, I succeeded in clinching a deal with an Indian brigade that controlled Japanese army warehouses in Alexandra Road. I spoke to a major, a tall lanky Englishman, who needed laborers to move Japanese goods out of the warehouses and replace them with British Army stores. My Shanghai-nese friend Lo Yuling and I supplied him with some 100 to 150 workers at $2 a day, and my younger brother Dennis acted as cashier and paymaster. The army paid us after a head count at the end of each day and we then paid the workers. There were also some construction jobs to be done for which we were paid separately. The work started in October 1945 and kept me busy until May 1946. In March 1946, Dennis met with a bad accident while cycling home one evening after collecting the money to pay the laborers. A passing lorry caught him and dragged him many yards along the road outside Victoria Memorial Hall. His left arm was almost torn from his shoulder and his face was injured. I dashed off to see him at the hospital. The first thing Dennis asked me was whether the money was lost. I felt a pain in my heart. It was just a few $100s, but he took his job seriously. I comforted him as best as I could. The surgeon operated on him successfully, but he was in pain and incapacitated for many months. All this while, I had also been preoccupied over what I was to do about my uncompleted education and my growing attachment to Chu. I did not feel optimistic about being able to finish my diploma course at Raffles College soon enough. The college would take at least a year to get restarted. Then I would need another 1 or 1.5 years to graduate. In all, I would lose 2 to 3 years. I discussed the matter with my mother. We decided that, with her savings and jewelry, my earnings from the black market and my contract work, the family could pay for my law studies in Britain and those of Dennis. I planned to leave for England as soon as possible instead of returning to Raffles College to try to win the Queen's Scholarship. In October-November 1945, I introduced Chu to the librarian at Raffles Library, now the National Library, and got her a temporary job there. Her family had moved to a bungalow in Devonshire Road, about a mile from our house, and I used to walk her home. Sometimes we would sit at a quiet spot in the grounds of the Big Chesit El Synagogue at Oxley Rise, close to where the Campiti had one of their centers. But in November 1945, I could afford to buy a second-hand car, a pre-war Morris refurbished with spares now available from the British Army. As my business improved, I sold it at a profit after a few months and bought a pre-war Ford the 5/8, restored to good condition. It must have been used by a Japanese general during the occupation. On New Year's Eve, I took Chu to a party for young people at Mandalay Villa in Amber Road, the seaside mansion of Mrs. Lee Kuan Yew, doyen of the Straits-born Chinese and a very wealthy widow. Just before the party broke up, I led her out into the garden facing the sea. I told her that I no longer planned to return to Raffles College, but would go to England to read law. I asked her whether she would wait for me until I came back 3 years later after being called to the bar. Chu asked if I knew she was 2.5 years older than I was. I said I knew, and had considered this carefully. I was mature for my age and most of my friends were older than me anyway. Moreover, I wanted someone my equal, not someone who was not really grown up and needed looking after, and I was not likely to find another girl who was my equal and who shared my interests. She said she would wait. We did not tell our parents. it would have been too difficult to get them to agree to such a long commitment. This was the way we dealt with each other. When we ran into difficult personal problems, we faced them and sorted them out. We did not dodge or bury them. The courtship blossomed. I started to plan on leaving Singapore that year, 1946. In March, I wrote to the Middle Temple, one of the 4 legal societies in London, enclosing my school certificate results. Within a month, they replied that they would admit me if I presented myself in person and signed up as a student. With this letter, I approached the British major I worked for and asked him how I could travel on one of the ships that were then beginning to arrive at Tanjong Pagar to take troops back to Britain to be demobilized. The major put me in touch with the Army Transport Officer, and in May I saw one of his staff. I was able to make an impression because in those days few locals could speak grammatical and idiomatic English without a strong accent. I explained my predicament, how my education had been interrupted by the war so that I had now lost 3.5 years, but that I had now been admitted to the Middle Temple. I produced the Middle Temple letter and said I urgently needed a sea passage to Britain. He was sympathetic and promised to help. In July, he offered me a priority passage on a troop ship that would get me to London by October. In the frantic 2 months before I left Singapore, I scouted around with my mother for woolen clothes for the English winter. We found most of them at the Sunji Road flea market, which used to deal in stolen property before the war and had sprung back to life with items pilfered or bought from British troops, many of them flogged by soldiers who had been given them for their return to civilian life, or Civvy Street as they called it. My mother bought a huge wooden trunk with metal caps at the corners and packed in it a rug, a quilt, an overcoat, 2 sports jackets, flannel bags, and a suit made of RAF Barathia by the best tailor in High Street. Before I sailed, she also did her best to make sure I would leave Singapore committed to some Chinese girl, and therefore be less likely to return with an English one. Several students had come back with British wives, often with unhappy results. Their families were upset, and couples broke up or else went off to settle in England because they could not fit into British colonial society, where they were patronized if not publicly ostracized. She introduced me in turn to 3 eligible young ladies of suitable background and good social status. I was not enthusiastic. They were the right age, their families were comfortably off and they were presentable. But they did not arouse my interest. I was quite happy, having settled on Chu. Finally, I decided to confide in my mother. She was a shrewd woman. Once she realized I had really made up my mind, she stopped her search. Her attitude to Chu changed to one of the warm friendliness of a prospective mother-in-law. I had earlier told her about Chu, the girl who had beaten me in the English and economics examinations at Raffles College. She had also met Chu during our gum-making days and had visited the family. Chu's father, Kwa Suti, a banker at the Overseas Chinese Banking Corporation, was a Java-born Chinese like my father and my paternal grandmother. Her mother was a Straits-born Singapore Chinese like my own mother. We had similar backgrounds, spoke the same language at home and shared the same social norms. Chu had been educated at Methodist Girls' School, and having passed her senior Cambridge examinations, was only 16 when she went to the special class at Raffles Institution for students competing for the Queen's Scholarship, but she did not get it. She told me later she was waiting for her Prince Charming. I turned up, not on a white horse but a bicycle with solid tires. In 1940, she went to Raffles College, and we met at dinners and picnics, but at that time I kept my distance as I was in my first year and having a difficult time adjusting. Moreover, I was not eager to get close to any girl because I was not ready for any commitment. The few times we met socially or in lecture rooms, we were friendly but casual. In 1943-44, however, we came together in a different setting, myself older by 3 years of Japanese occupation and seeing her with different eyes, Chu cooped up in a flat doing housework, learning Mandarin, reading whatever books she could get and ready for our gum-making venture. Family photo in September 1946, before I sailed for England. Monica, Dennis, me, Freddie and Swan Yu standing behind my parents. With Chu, in September 1946, at MacRitchie Reservoir. We were young and in love. She belonged to a large family of 8 children and had a happy, sheltered childhood in a conservative home. Her parents were moderately well off and there was always a car to take her to school, to Raffles College or wherever she needed to go. They also had a keen sense of propriety. On one occasion, after they moved to Devonshire Road, Chu arrived home from the library riding pillion on my motorcycle to the consternation of her mother. She was roundly rebuked for such improper behavior. What would people think? Who would want to marry her? Soon afterwards, her family moved back to Pasir Panjang, where they had lived before. Fortunately, by then I had a car. In the hectic months before September 1946 we spent a lot of time together. Before I left, I got my cousin Harold Leem, who was boarding with us at 38 Oxley Road, to take a whole series of photographs of us, all within a couple of days. We were young and in love, anxious to record this moment of our lives, to have something to remember each other by during the 3 years that I would be away in England. We did not know when we would meet again once I left. We both hoped she would go back to Raffles College, win the Queen's Scholarship to read law, and join me wherever I might be. She was totally committed. I sensed it. I was equally determined to keep my commitment to her. When I left Singapore on my 23rd birthday, September 16, 1946, aboard the Britannic and waved to her from the ship's deck, she was tearful. So was I. All my family and some friends, including Han Sui-sen, were on the quay to wish me luck and wave me goodbye. 5. My Cambridge days. The Britannic was a 65,000-ton Cunard liner that sailed across the Atlantic from Liverpool to New York before the war. No ship as large or as fast did the Southampton to Singapore run. It was packed with troops on their way home for demobilization. There were some 40 Asiatics on board, most of them Chinese, sleeping twice as many to a cabin as would have been normal for paying passengers. I was glad to be one of them. I had no law textbooks with me to prepare myself for my studies, so I spent my time playing poker with some of the Hong Kong students. It was a relatively innocent pastime. I was shocked to see the unabashed promiscuity of some 40 or 50 service women, non-commissioned officers and other ranks, who flirted with the officers. One night, a Hong Kong student, his eyes popping out of his head, told me they were unashamedly making love on the lifeboat deck. I was curious and went up to see for myself. What a sight it was! The deck was a hive of activity, with couples locked in passionate embraces scattered all over it. Some were a little less indelicate. They untied the canvas covers of the lifeboats to get inside them for a little privacy. But to see dozens of men and women openly engaging in sex contrasted sharply with my memory of the Japanese soldiers queuing up outside the Comfort House at Cairnhill Road. French letters, now called condoms, littered the deck. I received another shock when the ship passed through the Suez Canal. It proceeded slowly so that the waves would not wash down the loose sand on the banks. As we passed, a group of Arab workers on the shore started shouting obscenities and lifted their galabiya, long garments like nightshirts, to flaunt their genitals at the British service women, who were on the deck watching the world go by in the torrid heat. The women shrieked in surprise and disgust, much to the delight of the Arabs, who put their hands on their penises and shook them. I had seen monkeys in the botanic gardens in Singapore do this to visitors who refused them bananas. Later, I learned that they hated the British. Why, I did not know. It was the first time I had left Singapore to go overseas. I was being exposed to a new world of the hates and loves, the prejudices and biases of different peoples. Nobody in Britain knew I was coming, so there were no arrangements for me to be met when the ship arrived in Liverpool on October 3, 17 days after it left Singapore. However, knowing that the Hong Kong students sponsored by their government were being met by officials from the Colonial Office in London, I decided to latch onto them. Our train reached London late that night, and I followed them by taxi to a Victoria League hostel in Earl's Court. There I was given a double-decker bunk like the one on the Britannic, in a cavernous room in a basement with no windows. I found myself in the company of some 20 African and Caribbean students. It was another shock. I had never seen Africans before in real life, only in photographs. I was unprepared for their strange body odors, quite unlike those of the racial groups we had in Singapore. I did not sleep well that night. I had to look for somewhere to live, and after 12 days of temporary accommodation at the YMCA, I found myself a room at 8 Fitzjohn's Avenue. It was a beautiful, quiet, tree-lined road, only a short walk from Swiss Cottage tube station and the bus stop for the number 13 that would take me straight to the Strand near the London School of Economics, LSE. I still had to get a place at the LSE, which was not easy. Term had started 2 weeks before, and the universities were overflowing with returned servicemen. But I managed to see the head of the law faculty, Professor Hughes Perry. I explained to him my lost 3.5 years, and that I had got onto the earliest possible troopship, not knowing I could have sent my application by post. I produced my senior Cambridge results as top student in Singapore and Malaya for 1939 to convince him that I would have no difficulty in catching up even though I was starting late in the term. He was sympathetic and took me in. It was a strange life. The LSE resembled a busy hotel, totally unlike Singapore's leisurely, gracious Raffles College, where students lived in halls of residence, sauntered to lecture rooms, sat around in junior common rooms and attended tutorials of 2, 3, or 4 students at the most at a time. The LSE was a multi-story building with students dashing up and down in the lifts, everybody hurrying to do something, somewhere. Lectures were a scramble. After one in the LSE, I would dash across the Strand to King's College for another, and then take either the tube or a bus to Euston for a third at University College, London, the nicest of the 3 because it was away from the hubbub of central London, and with its hospital grounds had something of the atmosphere of a college. One interesting incident took place early in the academic year in the entrance hall of the LSE. For about a week, students representing various clubs, the Labour Club, Liberal Club, Conservative Club, Socialist Club, stood by little booths, handing out pamphlets and recruiting new members. The most active in canvassing among the colonial students were the communists. They masqueraded under the name Socialist Club, but I soon discovered their Marxist colors and their trick of having attractive British women students on hand to lobby African, Caribbean, and the few Asian undergraduates. I steered clear of them all. I was suffering from culture shock before the phrase was coined. The climate, the clothes, the food, the people, the habits, the manners, the streets, the geography, the travel arrangements, everything was different. I was totally unprepared except for the English language, a smattering of English literature, and previous interaction with British colonials. For a large bedsitter, I paid the princely sum of £6 a week, a big amount for someone who had stopped earning. Fortunately, it included breakfast. There was a gas fire and a retractable gas ring in the room, and I had to put shillings into a meter to light the fire and cook for myself. I was desperately unhappy about food. It was rationed, and the restaurants where I could eat without coupons were expensive. I did not know how to use the rations that I bought and they were never enough. I had no refrigerator. The book Cooking in a Bedsitter had not yet been written. I had disastrous experiences with boiling milk, which spilt over, and frying bacon and steaks that shrank and filled the room with powerful smells. The odors refused to go away for hours even though, in spite of the cold, I opened the sash window and the door to create a through draft. They clung to the bedclothes and the curtains. It was awful. Lunches at any of the 3 college canteens were stodgy and dreadful. It was cold and lonely at night. As I returned to Swiss Cottage each evening with British white-collar workers, I felt good about not going back to a colonial student ghetto. But I was always alone. In the house itself, everybody went to their own rooms and closed the doors, since there was no common dining room or sitting room, and in the morning they had breakfast brought up to them or made their own. When I ran into difficulties with my housekeeping, I approached some British girls, 6 young office secretaries who shared a room in the attic. I took advice from them on where to buy meat and how to keep butter and milk fresh without a refrigerator, leave them out in the cold on the window sill, and not indoors where they would turn sour. From fellow students, I learned that I could save a laundry charge of 6pence if I washed a handkerchief and left it to dry on the mirror above the wash basin. But I could not do that with shirts and underwear. And shirt cuffs and collars got grubby in less than a day with London soot. I was thoroughly unhappy over the little things I had always taken for granted in Singapore. My family provided everything I needed. My shoes were polished, my clothes were washed and ironed, my food was prepared. All I had to do was to express my preferences. Now I had to do everything for myself. It was a physically exhausting life, moreover, with much time spent on the move from place to place. I was fatigued from walking, and traveling on buses and tubes left me without the energy for quiet study and contemplation. One day, after a tutorial on constitutional law, I approached the lecturer, Glanville L. Williams. I had seen from the LSE calendar that he was from St. John's College, Cambridge, where he had taken a PhD. I asked him about Cambridge and the life there. He said it was a small town whose existence centered on the university, very different from London. The pace of life was more leisurely. Students and dons moved around on bicycles. It sounded attractive and I decided to visit it. I went up in late November 1946, and met a Raffles College student, Cecil Wong, who had got into Fitzwilliam House, a non-collegiate body for poorer students where the fees were much lower. Cecil took me to see the censor of Fitzwilliam, W.S. Thatcher, who was the equivalent of the master of a college. Billy Thatcher was an impressive man. He had won the Military Cross in World War I for service in Flanders, where he had been badly wounded. His face was scarred, and because his palate had been injured, his speech was affected. He had strong Christian principles and great compassion for an underdog. Thatcher was much respected and loved by dons and students alike. I recounted my problems to him. He took a liking to me and offered to take me in that same academic year when the Lent term started in early January 1947, provided my friend Cecil would share his room with me. Cecil immediately agreed. I was overjoyed and grateful. I returned to London, wound up my affairs and packed my bags. In early January, I took a train from King's Cross Station, arrived at Cambridge some 2 hours later, and caught a taxi to Cecil's rooms at 36 Belvoir Road. 2 weeks later, I wrote to Professor Hughes Perry to tell him I had decided to leave the LSE and go to Cambridge instead. I received an angry reply. I would remind you that I went out of my way to persuade the authorities of this school to accept you when we had turned others away, he wrote. Your conduct shows that I was wrong in my estimate of you and that I should not have been so ready to help. On getting this letter, I decided to see him personally, to face him and take my medicine. I turned up at his office and explained how difficult life had been in my first term, that I came from a small town and felt totally lost in a big city of so many millions, so completely impersonal, with everybody hurrying around at a tremendous pace. Furthermore, I could not cater for myself. He listened to my woes. I must have looked truthful because he relented and said I should have brought my problems to him. He could have arranged for some accommodation in a hostel that would have provided for my needs. Looking back now on those years, I am glad I did not stay on in London. I am sure I would have had a miserable time. But I have always felt remorse at having let him down after the special favor he extended to me. When he became Vice-Chancellor of London University in the late 1970s and I was Prime Minister of Singapore, I thought of writing to him but decided it might be better to let it pass. Perhaps I should have, just to tell him I had not forgotten his kindness. London had its compensations, and its lessons for a future lawyer. One person who made an impact on me in my first term at the LSE was Harold Laski, a professor of political science. Like many other students who were not doing political science, I attended some of his lectures. He was a magnetic speaker, small, unimpressive physically, but with a scintillating mind. His Marxist-socialist theories had a profound influence on many colonial students, quite a few of whom were to achieve power and run their underdeveloped economies aground by ineptly implementing policies based on what they thought Lasky taught. It was my good fortune that I had several of these failed economies to warn me of this danger before I was in a position to do any harm in government. The 2 or 3 of Lasky's lectures that I attended were my first introduction to the general theory of socialism, and I was immediately attracted to it. It struck me as manifestly fair that everybody in this world should be given an equal chance in life, that in a just and well-ordered society there should not be a great disparity of wealth between persons because of their position or status, or that of their parents. I made no distinction between different races and peoples. We were part of the British Empire, and I believed the British lived well at the expense of all their subjects. The ideas that Lasky represented at that time were therefore attractive to students from the colonies. We all wanted our independence so that we could keep our wealth for ourselves. I thought then that wealth depended mainly on the possession of territory and natural resources, whether fertile land with abundant rainfall for agriculture or forestry, or valuable minerals, or oil and gas. It was only after I had been in office for some years that I recognized that performance varied substantially between the different races in Singapore, and among different categories within the same race. After trying out a number of ways to reduce inequalities and failing, I was gradually forced to conclude that the decisive factors were the people, their natural abilities, education, and training. Knowledge and the possession of technology were vital for the creation of wealth. There was much Marxist analysis in Lasky's socialism. I agreed with the Marxists that man did exploit his fellow men through his possession of greater capital or power, and that because a man's output was more than he needed to consume to stay alive, there was a surplus for the employer or landlord to cream off. My aversion to the communists sprang from their Leninist methods, not their Marxist ideals. I had seen how ruthless the Mpaja had been in Singapore after the Japanese surrendered, taking summary revenge on all those whom they suspected of having worked for the enemy or otherwise betrayed their cause without any attempt to establish their guilt. They had been repulsive down to their very uniforms, their floppy cloth caps, their body language and their arrogant, aggressive attitudes. Among the student communists at the LSE, I found the same zealous hard sell, that over-eagerness to convert people to their cause. And they used whatever means were at their disposal, like those attractive young ladies ready to befriend lonely colonial students, deceiving the unwary by calling themselves the Socialist Club. I had also read in the British newspapers how the Russians had used their armies of occupation to install communist regimes in Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary. I was revolted by the way Jan Masaryk, the foreign minister of Czechoslovakia, was killed, found dead after having conveniently fallen from a window so that the communists could take over, by the harassment of Cardinal Mindszenty of Hungary, who had to take refuge in the American embassy in Budapest after standing up to them for his Catholic beliefs. Jack Hampson, a Cambridge Law School lecturer and himself a Catholic, was so outraged and sickened by what had happened that he spent a whole hour's lecture on the morning the news broke not on the law of contract, but on the evils of Soviet communism. It made a deep impression on me and increased my antipathy. But the idea of an equal, just and fair society appealed to all colonial students, and the British Fabians recommended a step-by-step approach to this ideal state that would make it unnecessary to behead the rich and expropriate their riches. By stages, and without disrupting the economy or creating a social upheaval, the rich would be deprived of their wealth through taxation in their lifetime, and through heavy estate duties when they died. Their children would then have to start out in the world on the same basis as those of poorer parents. I could see no flaw in that. I was too young to know how ingenious British lawyers were in constructing trust deeds that made it difficult for the government to get too much out of estate duty. I was so attracted by the Fabian approach that for years after my return from Britain I subscribed to their magazines and pamphlets. But by the early 1970s, I was despairing of their unworldliness. One particular issue stuck in my gullet. It was about education. Two headmasters had written a serious article to argue that British comprehensive schools were failing, not because they were wrong, but because the best teachers were still teaching the best students. The best teachers should be teaching the weakest students, who needed them in order to become equal. The good students would do well anyway. This Procrustean approach was too much for me. I stopped subscribing. Cambridge was a great relief after London. In the immediate post-war years it was a blissfully quiet provincial market town. There was little traffic, many bicycles, but only a few private cars and some buses and trucks. Most of the dons, the fellows of colleges, tutors, lecturers and professors, and even the censor of Fitzwilliam rode bicycles. I bought myself a second-hand bicycle for £8 and cycled everywhere, even in the rain. This was a very basic bike handed down from student to student over the past 20 or more years. I soon got used to my new routine. And I had less trouble with meals. The food in Hall was wholesome, with enough carbohydrates and proteins, although very British and very pallid. The deep-sea cod and halibut were tough and not tasty like the inshore fish I was used to in Singapore. There were no garnishes, as aboard the Britannic, everything had to be seasoned with salt and pepper. In spite of the cycling in clean but damp Fenland air and the adequate meals, when I got back to Singapore, an X-ray of my lungs showed I had had a touch of tuberculosis when I was in England. Fortunately, it had healed and showed up only as a white patch in the X-ray. Still, I was grateful I had got a place in Cambridge. I am sure it would have been worse had I stayed on in London. For exercise, I decided to join the boat club. I had first to practice, not by going out on the boat, but by tubbing on the river bank, sitting in a stationary tub, and being instructed how to hold the oar, how to stretch myself and pull it back, where to put my feet. After 2 practices per week for 3 weeks, I made it to a boat. On the afternoon of my second scheduled outing, a snowstorm broke and I assumed the practice was cancelled. I was severely reproached. 7 others and the cocks had turned up but could not take the rowing 8 out because I was missing. I decided that the English were mad and left the boat club. Thereafter, cycling around Cambridge to get from my digs to lectures and from lectures to Fitzwilliam House for meals provided my exercise. The first year qualifying one class of law students was small, some 30 compared with 200 in London. Most students who came up to the university were ex-servicemen who were given special dispensation to take a degree in 2 years instead of 3, and therefore went straight into the second year. Unlike them, I had to do a qualifying one first, and take 3 years. The British undergraduates studying with me were young people of 18 or 19 straight from school. I was 23. There were a few men from Malaya including Yong Pung Hao, about 20 years old and from Kuala Lumpur. He was to be the Chief Justice of Singapore in 1990. As I had missed the first term, Pung Hao readily lent me his notes. They were in a neat hand, comprehensive, and a good synopsis of the ground I had missed. They were most useful because the Cambridge syllabus had different subjects from my first-year London course. During the Easter vacation, I swatted up what I had missed and caught up with my work. By May, when the qualifying 1 examinations were held, I was fairly well prepared. 3 weeks later, in June, when the examination results were posted up at the Senate House, my name was among the few in Class I. I cabled home the good news. I was glad I had not disappointed the censor, who had taken me in 1 term late on the strength of my academic record. Billy Thatcher, as he was affectionately known by all his students, met me outside Fitzwilliam as I was parking my bicycle to go in for lunch in Hall. He paused to congratulate me. I could feel that he was pleased. He had told me when I saw him in December 1946, "Lee, when you come up to Cambridge, you are joining something special, like joining the lifeguards and not just joining the army. You have to stand that extra inch taller. When I replied that I would try to get a first class, he looked gravely at me and said, "Lee, don't be disappointed if you don't. In Oxford and in Cambridge, you need that divine spark, that something extra before you get a first." I was relieved that my Cambridge examiners had decided I had that something extra. Love to Chew, from Britain's coldest winter, January 1947. In high spirits, I bought myself a second-hand motorcycle, an old army surplus matchless, not much to look at but with a lovely engine. It cost about £60. Suddenly I was mobile. I went wandering all over the Cambridge countryside and saw places that were not accessible by bus or railway. I would stop and buy cherries or strawberries where the farmers had put up placards inviting people to come and pick them or buy them. At the end of June, Chu wrote that she had taken a Class I diploma. She now stood a good chance of winning the Queen's Scholarship to study in England. I was optimistic. Towards the end of July came the best news of all, a cable from Chu that she had been awarded the Queen's Scholarship. But the Colonial Office could find no place for her in any university for the academic year beginning October 1947. She would have to wait until 1948. Stirred to action, I puzzled over how to get her into Cambridge. I looked up Mr. Barrett, the chief clerk at Fitzwilliam. He was a tubby, competent, and experienced man in his late 40s. He had seen hundreds of young students come and go. He knew that the censor liked me. I told him of a lady friend in Singapore, very bright, who had won the top scholarship to study in England. She wanted to read law. How could she get into Cambridge in time for the Michaelmas term? With a twinkle in his eyes he said, "You know the censor knows Miss Butler, the mistress of Girton, very well. Now, if you could get him to speak to the mistress of Girton, that could make a difference." I was excited at this possibility. There were only 2 months to go before the new academic year began. I asked to see the censor. Not only did he see me, he was also willing to help. On August 1st, he wrote to Miss Butler, and for good measure to the principal of Newnham, the other women's college in Cambridge. Both replied immediately. Newnham offered a place in 1948. Miss Butler was more positive. She was willing to offer a vacancy in October 1947 that Girton kept for special cases, provided Chu had the qualifications for admission. Thatcher wrote sending me both replies. I dashed off to the examination syndicate near Silver Street along the River Cam. I gave them the year Chu had taken her senior Cambridge, 1936. They traced her results and gave me a certified copy. She was the top student of her year. I then wrote and asked to see Miss Butler at Girton. She was willing to see me, and I turned up at the appointed time on the morning of August 6. I told her that my friend, Miss Kwa, was a very bright girl, brighter than I was, and that she had come top of the list, ahead of me in Raffles College on many occasions. I added that I had come up to Cambridge 1 term late and taken a first in my qualifying 1 examination, and I had no doubt that she would do likewise. Miss Butler was a friendly, white-haired lady with glasses, somewhat plump and benign looking. She was amused at this young Chinese boy talking in glowing terms of his lady friend being a better student than he was, and intrigued by the idea that perhaps the girl was exceptional. That same day I cabled Chu, Girton accepts. Official correspondence following. Get cracking. She boarded a troop ship in Singapore in late August. I was waiting impatiently at the docks when she finally arrived in Liverpool in early October, and was overjoyed to see her after a long year of separation. We went off at once to London by train, and after 5 days there we went on to Cambridge. By now, I had got myself organized and knew my way around. But there were new problems. Mr. Pounds, the junior tutor and bursar of Fitzwilliam, had given me rooms some 3 miles to the south of Cambridge. I was a guest. Girton was to the north of town. I tried hard to get a room nearer to Chu, but to no avail. Mr. Pounds was unrelenting. I appealed to the censor. His reply was fatherly, but spiced with a touch of dry humor. My dear Lee, you plead that it is a long way to go to see your fiancée, or your wife as apparently you hope she will become. Not really so far as you make out, especially if love supplies the motive power. I don't know whether you read the great myths, but you will remember the gentleman who swam the Bosphorus every night to see his lady love. Going to Girton is a slight thing compared with that. Unhappily, the gentleman got drowned in the doing it, sick, one fine evening, but I doubt whether you need die of exhaustion on the road. If, however, you can find rooms near Girton, we will do our utmost to cooperate with you and get them licensed, so if you like to come up and look round, do so. By the way, I am not sure that Girton will appreciate you marrying the young lady so quickly, as they will very naturally and properly assume that in the first light of love there will be very little work done. But I am too old to offer advice between a man and the light of his eyes. Yours sincerely, W.S. Thatcher. A week later, I found a room near Fitzwilliam at Captain Harris's stables. Captain Harris kept horses and foxhounds. I was his one student boarder. He charged an exorbitant price, some £9 a week just for bed and breakfast, with baths and everything else extra. I had no choice. It was convenient. I was to stay there for the next 2 years until I came down from Cambridge in the summer of 1949. Now it was Chu's turn for culture shock. She was not accustomed to the thick woolen suit she had bought with her clothing coupons, the heavy overcoat, and later the fleece-lined boots for winter. They weighed her down. And Girton was 2 miles from town. She could not cycle, and had to take a bus. Her sense of direction was never good. It was her time for disorientation. After a few weeks of hectic adjustments, she told me she found me a changed man. I was no longer the cheerful, optimistic go-getter, the anything-can-be-done fellow, bubbling with joie de vivre. Despite the favor I had been shown, particularly the kindness of Billy Thatcher, and my happy mood during the glorious summer of 1947, I appeared to have become deeply anti-British, particularly of the colonial regime in Malaya and Singapore, which I was determined to end. 1 year in London and Cambridge had crystallized in me changes that had started with the Japanese capture of Singapore in 1942. I had now seen the British in their own country and I questioned their ability to govern these territories for the good of the locals. Those on the spot were not interested in the advancement of their colonies, but only in the top jobs and the high pay these could give them. At the national level they were primarily concerned with acquiring the foreign exchange that the exports of Malayan rubber and tin could earn in US dollars, to support an ailing pound sterling. After Chu's revelation, I began to examine myself to see how it had happened. It may have begun with my experience of the color prejudice of the British working classes, the bus conductors and conductresses, the sales girls and waitresses in the shops and restaurants, and the landladies in Hampstead I encountered in my search for digs. Several times I had gone to houses listed in rooms vacant notices near Swiss Cottage Tube Station, only to be told, once they saw that I was Chinese, that the rooms had already been taken. Later, I preempted such problems by telling them on the phone that my name was Lee, spelt L-E-E, but that I was Chinese. If they did not want a Chinese, they could put me off then and save me the bother of traveling to their door. The British people I met at the upper end of the social scale, the professors and teachers, the secretaries and librarians at Cambridge and at the Middle Temple, were cultured, polite, and helpful, if a little reserved. The British students were by and large well-mannered, even friendly, but always correct. But of course there was color prejudice when it came to competition for places on sports teams, for college colors or university blues and half blues. Singaporeans and Malayans were very good at badminton, which rated a half blue, and in fact they did win some, but it was almost impossible for an Asiatic to get into the team for a major sport like cricket, rugby or, most prestigious of all, rowing. The discrimination may not have been due entirely to color prejudice. It was the class system, another strange phenomenon for someone coming from a young, mobile society of migrants. Even among the white students, those from the right public schools had the advantage. And like the rest, they coveted college colors because they would prove an asset in the future, when they could list them on their CVs. They were stepping stones to great things. Anyone with the rowing blue had his career made. Similarly, being president of the Cambridge Union Society helped one to become a prospective candidate for a Labour or Conservative constituency, or to get a job in the research department of one of the parties. There was also keen rivalry among Asiatics, mostly Indians, for election to office in the Union Society, but in their case it was difficult to understand, since by 1947, India and Pakistan were on their way to independence. One Ceylonese student at Trinity Hall got as far as being elected secretary of the Students' Union. I wondered how that would help him become a leader in a free salon. I was not interested in these extras. I decided to concentrate on getting my first, because that would make a difference when I went back to Singapore. Meanwhile, Chu and I discussed our life in Britain with an eye to the future. We decided that it would be best if we got married quietly in December during the Christmas vacation, and kept it a secret. Chu's parents would have been most upset had they been asked. Girton College might not have approved, as the censor had reminded me in his letter, and the Queen's scholarship authorities might have raised difficulties. We were already mature, in our mid-20s, and we had made up our minds. Unaware of our true motive, a friend who came from that part of England recommended an inn at Stratford-on-Avon as a place to spend Christmas and to visit the renowned Shakespeare Theatre. Once we arrived, we notified the local registrar of marriages of our intention, and after 2 weeks of residence were duly married. On the way to Stratford-on-Avon we had stopped in London, where I bought Chu a platinum wedding ring from a jeweller in Regent Street. But when we went back to Cambridge, she wore the ring on a chain around her neck. Despite this change in our lives, we worked systematically and hard at our studies. I wanted to make sure that I kept up the standard I had set for Tripos I. But Chu had a difficult time coping with the second-year course. The examinations came around again in May 1948, and in June the results were posted at the Senate House. I had made my Class I on the Tripos I honors list. Chu was placed in Class 2 in law qualifying 2. She was disappointed. But it was not a Tripos and did not really count. I consoled her, and we decided to take a 2-week holiday on the continent. Avoiding tour groups, we arranged to spend 5 days in Paris, then a week in Switzerland. One particular incident in Lugano has stuck in my mind to this day. The hotel receptionist looked at me and asked whether I was Chinese. I said, yes, but from Singapore. He said, ah, Chiang Kai-shek. He did not know the difference. I was not very proud of Chiang Kai-shek. He was being chased out of mainland China by the People's Liberation Army. But I had grown to expect this stereotyping of me as a Chinaman by Europeans. We still had the best holiday of our lives, sightseeing, walking, eating, and drinking beer, wine, and champagne. In October, we were back in Cambridge for our final year. We attended lectures, wrote essays and assignments for supervisors, and read in the library or in my room at Captain Harris's stables. But life was not all work. At weekends and on some evenings I would cycle to Girton, and Chu would cook Singapore dishes on the one gas ring in the Jip wing. I would invite Yong Peng Hao and Eddie Barker, also a Queen's scholar from Raffles College and reading law. Sometimes, my whole week's ration of meat went into a curry, or Chu would make marvelous fried kway teow, using fettuccine, chicken in place of pork, and paprika in place of chilies. By now, we were well adjusted and had established good contacts. I had arranged to be taught by some of the best law supervisors in Cambridge. They were fellows of Trinity Hall, then the leading law college, but after I was placed in Class I at the end of my first year, I was able to persuade them to supervise me although I was at Fitzwilliam. My best supervisor was Trevor Thomas. He had a crisp, clear, methodical mind. I also became friends with a few British students. Some were activists in the Cambridge University Labour Club who later stood as Labour Party candidates in the 1950 general election, others went on to different branches of the law and became distinguished professors in international law, comparative law and industrial law. They were a bright bunch and good company. In February 1949, I represented Cambridge in a moot, formal disputation, at Oxford before a Justice Sellers. The other student lawyers did not seem to grasp the niggling point of law at issue, and once I grappled with it, Sellers' face lit up. When he delivered judgment, he complimented me. But I did not participate in any Cambridge Union Society debate. I did not think it wise to speak my mind before I had settled with my friends the line we must take when we got back to Singapore. However, when I was in London I went to the House of Commons on several occasions to listen to the speeches. Some of the Labour MPs were friendly towards colonial students, unlike the Conservatives, who frowned on their desire for freedom. Fenner Brockway, the member for Eton and Slough, would meet me in the Great Hall at Westminster to give me my ticket for the Strangers' Gallery. Stanley Aubrey, later Lord Aubrey, was like Fenner Brockway, a supporter of colonial underdogs. Labour had some notable speakers. I remember, on my first visit in 1947, watching Stafford Cripps cut strips off the Conservative shadow colonial secretary as if with a rapier. He had a brilliant mind. We took our final law examinations in May 1949, and when the results came out in June, I was satisfied. I had made a first and won the only star for distinction on the final law Tripos 2 honors list. Chew also made a first, and we cabled the good news to our parents. It was a good cachet for the next stage of my life. Before an undergraduate can take his degree, university rules require him to keep at least 9 terms, in other words to stay in residence in college or in approved digs for about 8 weeks in a term. Chew had been in Cambridge for only 6 terms, I for only 8. Special dispensations must have been granted because we were both allowed to take our degrees that midsummer day, June 21st. Otherwise I would have had to remain in Cambridge for another term, and Chew for another 3 before we could graduate. Cambridge makes a point of maintaining hoary traditions that become more quaint with the years, but they add to its mystique as an ancient seat of learning. On Congregation Day, students formed a queue in accordance with the seniority of their colleges and, led by their tutors, entered the Senate House near the law schools. As censor, Billy Thatcher personally led me and the others forward. Fitzwilliam, being non-collegiate, was last in the queue. Afterwards we took many photographs with the dons and other students on the lawn outside the Senate House. Several of the law lecturers, who as supervisors from Trinity Hall had taught Chew and me, were there to share our joy, including Trevor Thomas. Peng Hao captured the moment with his camera. We then adjourned to Trevor Thomas's rooms in Trinity Hall to celebrate the occasion with champagne. Another lecturer, Dr. T. Ellis Lewis, affectionately called Tell, who had taught both of us, joined us. He was Welsh, with a delightful quizzical face, bald, wispy white hair at the sides and rimless glasses. He said to Chew and me, "If it's a boy, send him to us in Trinity Hall." When Leung, our first child, was born in 1952, I did write to the senior tutor to book a place for him. But 19 years later, when he went up to Cambridge, Leung decided to go instead to Trinity College, which Isaac Newton had established as the premier school of mathematics. Good tutors in Trinity helped him become a Wrangler, a student with first-class honors in mathematics, in 2 years instead of the usual 3. The photograph of our graduation that I treasure most is one of Billy Thatcher standing between Chew and me. I had not let him down. Nor had my lady friend. Thatcher left a deep impression on me. He was a wise, perceptive man who had a lot of time for the students in his charge. One day, when I was having tea with him in his room, he pointed to the road workers who had been digging up Trumpington Street, and said that in the previous 3 hours they had had 2 tea breaks. They had been different before and during the war. Now they were not willing to work as hard, and the country would not progress. I thought him a reactionary old man, but he taught economics, and years later I concluded that he knew what made for growth. On another occasion, he told me, "You are Chinese. You Chinese have a long civilization of several thousand years to back you up. That is a great advantage." Just before we went down from Cambridge in June 1949, he invited Chu and me for morning coffee for the last time. He patted Chu's hand and, looking at me, said, "He is too impatient. Don't let him be in such a hurry." He had read my character well, but he also knew that I had a serious purpose in life and was determined to achieve it. Having graduated, we took a 10-day holiday, this time touring England and Scotland in a coach. But we were not finished with our law studies yet. To practice in Singapore, even a degree from Cambridge University was not enough. We still had to qualify as a solicitor or a barrister in England. So we had joined the Middle Temple, which was one of the 4 Inns of Court that together taught and examined students for admission to the bar. When we came back from our trip, therefore, we tried to live in London and for a while took a flat not far from my old digs on Fitzjohn's Avenue. But for Chu, housekeeping and study did not mix well, so we decided to skip lectures at the Inns of Court, and stay at Tintagel in Cornwall to read up and prepare for the bar finals by ourselves. We had already spent several vacations there, in an old manor house run by a Mrs. Mellor with the help of her 3 sons. She fed us well, and was reasonable and helpful. We had the whole house to ourselves, except during the summer when there were a few other guests. We took long walks along country lanes and enjoyed the warm, moist southwesterly winds. Our only entertainment was to listen to the BBC Home Service on a Pi radio I bought in Cambridge. It gave us many hours of relaxation and pleasure. For exercise and recreation, I started to play golf, alone most of the time, on a 9-hole course at King Arthur's Castle Hotel that was empty except during the holiday season. The course was hilly and windy, and exciting for a duffer like me. It kept me fit. Chu and I spent much time looking for my lost golf balls, often finding other, better ones. Chu would also pick wild mushrooms, which Mrs. Mellor cooked for us. They were delicious. Cambridge, 1948, with the Bridge of Sighs in the background. Graduation Day, June 21, 1949, with Chu and W.S. Thatcher, censor of Fitzwilliam, who made it all possible. Less delicious were the meals we were obliged to take at the Middle Temple. To be called to the bar, we had to eat our dinners in hall 3 times a term, as was required of all students. That meant a 7-hour train journey to Paddington Station. But it was a chance to catch up with Malayan and Singapore friends at Malaya Hall in Bryanston Square. We indulged in talk of the kind students in London from all colonial territories engaged in, of our coming fight for freedom. Some of my friends from Raffles College were politically active. Among them were Goh Keng Swee, my former economics tutor, who was taking a first-degree BSc at the LSE, and To Chin Chai, who was doing a BSc in physiology at London University. They and a few others had formed a group called the Malayan Forum, whose object was to build up political consciousness and press for an independent Malaya that would include Singapore. Its members were drawn from all racial groups, Malay, Chinese, Indian, Eurasian, and it was non-ideological, neither left-wing nor right. It was anti-colonial, but committed to non-violence in order to disassociate itself from the Malayan Communist Party, MCP, which had already launched its armed insurrection against the British in Malaya in June 1948. Its members held meetings, sometimes with British politicians, junior ministers in the Labour government like Woodrow Wyatt, or Tory and Liberal MPs, as guest speakers. India and Pakistan had already gained their independence in August 1947, Burma and Ceylon in 1948. The imperial dam had been breached, the British Empire was in retreat, and most of us were confident that we, too, could get our independence. We sensed that the British people and their leaders had lost the will to keep their subject peoples down. Some members of the Malayan Forum in a restaurant in Soho, London, summer 1950. Standing, left to right, my brother Dennis, Philip Holm Jr., Maurice Baker, and Lee Kiplin. Mohammed Sapi is at my right. Seated, left to right, Chin Chai, Mickey Go, Chu, Kenny Byrne, and his wife Elaine. After plenty of talk, we would go pub crawling from Malaya Hall to Marble Arch and along Edgware Road. The beer was awful, flat, and heavy English bitters. Even after many years, I never got to like it. But there was nothing else we impecunious students could afford. Light lagers were expensive, the price of whiskey was prohibitive. Soused with beer, we talked of the great things we would do on our return. Later, I was to discover that very few would stay the course. Many wives would object to their husbands jeopardizing their careers by opposing British colonial authority, and quite a number of the men themselves, faced with cold reality and hard choices, lost their stomach for the fight. Meanwhile, there were others already in the field. At one extreme were the politically effete time servers, the English-educated intelligentsia. At the other were the communists and their united front, well organized and apparently enjoying support in every key sector of society from schools to trade unions, the press, and the Chinese Chamber of Commerce. I decided before leaving Britain to make contact with Lim Hongbi, the unofficial MCP representative in London. Lim had been a Queen's Scholar in 1934, but had lost interest in his studies and was consumed by the communist cause. He never passed his bar examinations nor did he get his Cambridge degree. He stayed on in London to produce a stenciled pro-MCP tract called the Malayan Monitor. It was dreadful, crude propaganda, but he was a strong-willed fellow. I telephoned him to ask to see him, and he arranged to meet me outside the office of the Daily Worker, the organ of the British Communist Party, near Fleet Street. I brought Chu along, she knew him as a friend of her elder brother. He was a strange man. Instead of going straight to where we could talk, he took us by a roundabout route through narrow streets, making unnecessary twists and turns before finally stopping at a working man's pub cum lunchroom, grubby and very proletarian. He lived in a self-created conspiratorial world. After social pleasantries, I asked him point-blank why it was that all communists devoured the Social Democrat workers in their united fronts, quoting what they had done in Czechoslovakia and Hungary. He denied this strenuously. He said the Social Democrats in these countries had become so convinced that the cause of the communists was superior that they had joined them. He was completely out of touch and living in a dream world of his own in which he was a great revolutionary. When we parted, I was convinced that the MCP either did not consider London an important outpost or had no idea what Lim Hongbi was actually doing there as their unofficial representative. In February 1950, while I was still at Tintagel, David Widdicombe, one of my Cambridge friends, stood as the Labour candidate for the rural seat of Totnes in Devon, an hour and a half away by train. He needed a driver for his truck and a general assistant. Chu and I spent a fortnight helping him until election night. We were both put up with Labour supporters, I with a train driver, Chu with the young wife and children of a man who was away training to be a solicitor. I learned how to campaign, and made several speeches in small school and church halls. The audience would be a few dozen strong, with a maximum of 150. I chose one basic theme that I elaborated upon and varied from meeting to meeting. This was that Britain got more dollars every year from Malaya than the US-sponsored Marshall Plan, because Malaya produced half the world's rubber and one-third of its tin. If Britain lost Malaya, there would be heavy cuts in imports of food and raw materials, an increase in unemployment and a steep rise in the cost of living. In a choice between Labour and Conservative, people from the colonies had no difficulty in deciding which was better. Labour had a colonial policy. Its record since 1945 was impressive. Reforms long overdue had been carried out. But to the Tories, the colonies were simply areas for very profitable investments. A Tory government determined to suppress the new nationalist spirit of colonial peoples in order to preserve the empire would provoke disorder. Then the MCP would become strong enough to drive the British out of Malaya. The Devon audiences were intrigued to see a Chinese speaking for a British Labour Party candidate. It was a hopeless cause, but it was the way the party made young candidates cut their teeth. On February 23, 1950, the result of the election was declared at the town hall. David Widdicombe had been soundly trounced. But he made a brave speech, and his victorious Conservative opponent a generous one, encouraging him to fight another battle in some other constituency. It was useful experience in politics at constituency level. A month or two later, I received a letter from the Singapore Commissioner of Police, R.E. Folger, who was home on leave. He knew my parents, had heard that I was in Cornwall, and invited Chu and me to his house at Thirlstone in Devon. We spent 3 days there. He wanted to size me up, and I was interested in making contact and seeing what a post-war British colonial police chief was like. We played golf. My golf was still bad, but it was a useful weekend. I knew by then that I had drawn the attention of Singapore's special branch and would be on their watch list. I had made some anti-British, anti-colonial speeches at Malaya Hall. They would know I was no dilettante. I thought it best if they also knew that I acted above board, constitutionally, and that I had no communist ties or sympathies. For we would soon be returning to Singapore. In May 1950, we went down to London to take our bar finals. We ran into a football crowd that weekend, and they banged the doors of the hotel where we stayed day and night, distracting us from our studies. But it would not have made much difference. We were to pay the price for being out of London and failing to listen to the lecturers who were also the examiners in the major subjects. They had set their questions on new cases they had taught. No one got a first class. I got a second class and was listed in third place. Chu got a third. But all was well. On June 21, 1950, wigged and robed as the pageantry demanded, we were both called to the bar at the Middle Temple Dining Hall. Life was about to enter a new phase. I was happy at the prospect of going home, but looked back on my 4 years in England with satisfaction and some pleasure. I had seen a Britain scarred by war, yet whose people were not defeatist about the losses they had suffered, nor arrogant about the victory they had scored. Every bomb site in the city of London was neatly tended, with bricks and rubble piled to one side, and often flowers and shrubs planted to soften the ruins. It was part of their understated pride and discipline. Their courtesy and politeness to each other and to foreigners were remarkable. Most impressive was the consideration motorists showed. You waved on the person with the right of way, he waved back to thank you. It was a very civilized society. And I felt a certain nostalgia for the Cambridge where I had studied with that unusual generation of returned warriors in their 20s, some even in their 30s, married and with children. They were serious men who had seen death and destruction. Some had been through hell. One student in Fitzwilliam, who had been badly burnt when his plane crashed, was painful to look at despite repeated plastic surgery. But he overcame his disabilities. He knew his disfigured face frightened and upset people meeting him for the first few times, so he set out to act normally, to be reassuring and without self-pity. Unbowed, he made the best of his life. It was not the Cambridge of youngsters who wanted to have a good time and to impress each other with their arty crafty ways. Yes, there were a few of those, fresh from peacetime national service or exempted from it, but they were a minority and they did not set the pace. It was the ex-service students, some carrying the ugly marks of war, who made post-war Cambridge a place for learning and coping with the war's aftermath. I was privileged to have been up with that generation of Britons. Of course, there were rough bits, friction mainly with people who had to serve me, English men and women who probably resented having to wait on a scruffy and impecunious Asiatic student. But if some landladies were especially mean and difficult, there were gems like Mrs. Mellor at Tintagel and Mrs. Jackson, the caretaker of the China Institute in London, whom I remember most from my years in Britain. The China Institute in Gordon Square was created by the British government and financed from the indemnity the Chinese had had to pay for the damage to British lives and property in the Boxer Rebellion of 1900. It was open to all ethnic Chinese students, and I found it most convenient, a wonderful haven of peace and quiet near the heart of London. Mrs. Jackson was friendly to all the students. But from the very first she was particularly kind to me. During my vacations, as I changed addresses from London to Cambridge to London to Tintagel, 16, Gordon Square became my post box. It was also a repository for our spare bags and books. Chu and I frequented it because we had no home in London, and at the China Institute we could wash off the grime of a capital city from coal fires with hot water, soap and clean basins that cost us nothing. All we needed were our own towels. And since the premises were rent-free, Mrs. Jackson was also able to provide good and substantial high teas for just 1 shilling. Petty matters. No one who was not a foreign student in England in those years of privation and shortages immediately after the war can imagine how difficult and inconvenient life was for us in a London bedsitter. The landlady supplied only breakfast, after which Chu and I would have to get out of our room to allow her to clean it. We would go to the public library to study, and eat our lunches and dinners in a restaurant. A clean and quiet place to rest and wash was an immense luxury, especially when it was free. When I was in London in 1956 for the Constitutional Conference on the Future of Singapore, I went back to Gordon Square to visit Mrs. Jackson. She was as pleased to see me as I was to see her. But my association with the China Institute had meanwhile produced an unexpected political backlash. Years later, I discovered old reports in files of the Singapore Special Branch claiming that Chu and I had frequented it in order to fraternize with pro-communists from China, where Mao Zedong was then heading for victory in the Civil War and on October 1, 1949 proclaimed the People's Republic. One report even said that Chu was a more radical left-winger than I was. My confidence in Special Branch reports was badly shaken. During my student years, I was eager to make contact with political leaders in the Labour Party, especially those who could assist people like me who wanted an early end to colonial rule and an independent Malaya that would include Singapore. The Labour Party was much more sympathetic to independence for the colonies than the Conservatives, who still spoke of king and empire in rich, round tones when they addressed meetings I attended. I also wanted to develop contacts with British students who were likely to play a role in future in the main political parties, a network that would be useful when I tangled with the colonial authorities in Singapore and Malaya. I therefore studied their political system with keen interest. Their system of parliamentary democracy seemed to work so well. A tremendous revolution, economic, social, and political, was taking place peacefully before my eyes. The voters had thrown out Winston Churchill and his Conservatives in May 1945, although Churchill had won the war for Britain. They had put Clement Attlee and the Labour Party in power on the strength of their promise to bring about the most profound changes in British history. The Attlee government was implementing programs designed to create a welfare state that would look after Britons of all classes from cradle to grave. Yet there was no violent protest from its opponents, no blood in the streets. Only strong words from Conservatives in Parliament and in the constituencies urging moderation and common sense on the question of what was affordable. I was most impressed. Soon after the National Health Service Act was passed in 1948, I went to collect my spectacles from an optician in Regent Street in Cambridge. I had expected to pay between £5 and £6 for them. At the counter the optician proudly told me that I did not have to pay for them, and instead gave me a form to sign. I was delighted and thought to myself that this was what a civilized society should be. A few months later, the same thing happened at the dentist. Again, I only signed a form. The college doctor did not even bother to have me sign a form because I was already registered in his book as a patient. Again, I was enormously impressed. But the newspapers reported that many Frenchmen and other continentals were coming over to Britain for free dental treatment. I thought this was carrying things too far, but then the French were so much poorer. I admired the British immensely for the transformation they were bringing about. What struck me most was the fairness of the system. The government was creating a society that would get everybody, rich or poor, high or low or middle class, onto one broad band of decent living standards. And this although there were still shortages. The rationing of food and clothes, introduced during the war, would continue until the conservatives abolished it in the mid-1950s. It still applied to items like tea, sugar, sweets, chocolate, butter, meat, bacon, and eggs. Utility clothes at reasonable prices were available, but needed coupons. I was too young, too idealistic to realize that the cost to the government would be heavy. Worse, that under such an egalitarian system each individual would be more interested in what he could get out of the common pool than in striving to do better for himself, which had been the driving force for progress throughout human evolution. That realization had to wait until the 1960s, when I was in charge of the government of a tiny Singapore much poorer than Britain, and was confronted with the need to generate revenue and create wealth before I could even think, let alone talk, of redistributing it. Meanwhile, I knew from letters and from little snippets in the English press that trouble was brewing at home. Labor unrest and social tensions were being fomented by the MCP. There were strikes and political agitation, and by June 1948, communists had started shooting and killing British rubber planters upcountry. The guerrillas were back in the jungle, and the colonial government had declared an emergency. In the open constitutional arena, on the other hand, there was no political force beyond the weak and spineless English-educated leaders who were only too eager to accommodate and please the British rulers. I felt strongly that when my generation returned, we must fill that arena. I joined the Cambridge University Labour Club and regularly attended their meetings, especially when Labour ministers came down on Friday evenings to talk about the programs they were pushing through in Parliament. It was a time of great excitement and change. This was democratic socialism in action. And it was also civilized. On one occasion, British doctors threatened to go on strike, but they were deterred from doing so by their sense of honor and tradition, and the duties and habits of constitutional order. Aneurin Bevan, the health minister, got his National Health Service bill passed after doing nothing more drastic than call the Tories lower than vermin. The Labour Party was also building more council houses to rent out at very heavily subsidized low rents. They expanded the scope of welfare to make sure the safety net caught all families who did not have enough to meet their minimum needs. These minimum needs looked like luxury compared to what I remembered of conditions in Singapore even before the Japanese impoverished us. It was a remarkable lesson in how to go about creating social justice. My generation of Singapore and Malayan students in Britain after World War II were completely sold on the fairness and reasonableness of the Labour government's program. We were enthusiastic about the mature British system, under which constitutional tradition and tolerance allowed fundamental shifts of power and wealth to take place peacefully. We compared what we saw in Britain with Singapore and Malaya, with our largely uneducated peoples and a feeble press that ignored all the basic issues but reported the comings and goings of important people, mostly white bosses and the locals who hovered around them. The situation looked backward and unpromising. It was against such a backdrop that Chu and I sailed home on a Dutch liner, the Willem Ruys. It was the best ship plying between Southampton and Singapore, new, air-conditioned, with excellent Indonesian and Dutch food, and wonderful service provided by literally hundreds of Jongos, or Javanese waiters, dressed in native costume. It was a farewell fling. We traveled first class in adjoining cabins, and had a wonderful time, except when I got seasick in the Bay of Biscay and again on the Arabian Sea, and was reduced to a diet of dry toast and dried beef. Otherwise, it was a memorable journey. By now, I had become highly politicist and anti-colonial, and was repelled by the presence among the first-class passengers of several Indonesian Eurasians who fawned upon the Dutch captain and his officers. On the other hand, we were impressed by the bearing of Mr. and Mrs. Mohammed Razif, a reserved middle-aged Indonesian couple who kept their distance from the captain. We struck up an acquaintance with them, and Razif proved to be a nationalist from Sumatra. He later became the Indonesian ambassador in Kuala Lumpur. He restored my faith in the pride of a colonial subject people, and I had a high regard for him. but it was to be some time before I realized that a country needed more than a few dignified and able men at the top to get it moving. The people as a whole must have self-respect and the will to strive to make a nation of themselves. The task of the leaders must be to provide or create for them a strong framework within which they can learn, work hard, be productive and be rewarded accordingly. And this is not easy to achieve. We reached Singapore on August 1st. It was good to be home. I knew I was entering a different phase of my life. I was quickly reminded of its hazards. Although we were traveling first class, the immigration officer, a Mr. Fox who came on board wearing a natty bow tie, made sure that I knew my place. He kept Chu and me waiting to the very last. Then he looked through Chu's passport and mine and said enigmatically, "I suppose we will hear more about you, Mr. Lee." I glared at him and ignored his remark. He intended to intimidate, and I was not going to be intimidated. Later, I was to discover that among the black marks against me was my suspected attendance at the World Festival of Youth in Budapest in August 1949. During that summer vacation, the Soviet Union used the Hungarians as hosts for this communist-organized rally, and the International Students' Union in London invited groups in Britain to take part. Some Malayan and Singapore students accepted because it was a chance to have a cheap holiday, everything found for the cost of a return rail fare. Keng Sui, Maurice Baker, my brother Dennis and many others went. Once there, however, Lim Hong Bi and a Singapore crypto-communist named John Eber tricked them into forming a contingent to march with a banner that read "Malaya Fights for Freedom." British intelligence learned of this, and since some of them might become troublemakers when they returned home, sent to Singapore Special Branch a list of those who had participated, including K.Y. Lee. Special Branch interviewed my parents, but as they knew nothing, they could not clarify the position. In consequence, the authorities did not know that their suspect was my brother Dennis, D.K.Y. Lee, and not me, H.K.Y. Lee. But there were other reports in their file on me to earn me the distinction of being the last passenger on the Willem Ruiz to be cleared. When I recorded my oral history in 1981, a researcher showed me documents of a meeting on June 28, 1950 at Government House at which Nigel Morris, the director of Special Branch, had recommended that Chu and I be detained on our return from England. However, R.E. Folger, the Commissioner of Police who had earlier invited us to spend a weekend with him in Devon, had disagreed. The minutes further recorded that the Governor, the General Officer Commanding and the Colonial Secretary had supported Folger, arguing that because we both came from respectable families, public reaction to our arrest would be bad. Instead, they said, more could be gained if we were befriended and won over. The Commissioner General for Southeast Asia, Malcolm MacDonald, was suggested as an appropriate host since he frequently invited students to dinner. In fact, Malcolm MacDonald did invite Chu and me a few months after our return. While Mr. Fox kept me waiting in the first-class lounge of the Willem Ruiz, I popped out on deck to wave to my family, father, mother, Fred, Monica, and Swan, on the quay with some friends, including Han Sui Sen. Chu's family was also waiting for her, but when we disembarked, we parted company. She went back with her parents to Pasir Panjang, I to Oxley Road. We parted as friends, not giving away the secret of our marriage in Britain. 6. Work, wedding, and politics. The press reported our return, giving prominence to my academic success in Cambridge, and also to Chu's. The publicity helped me get my first job. While visiting the Supreme Court, I met a Straits-born lawyer, T.W. Ong, who asked me if I was interested in doing my pupillage in his firm, Laycock and Ong. I was, and he immediately arranged for me to see John Laycock, his senior partner, the following day. Laycock was a Yorkshireman of about 60 who had qualified as a solicitor in England. He had been in practice in Singapore since the early 1930s, and had married a Chinese woman. They had no offspring of their own and had adopted several Chinese children. He had a powerful mind and a fierce temper, but his voice was small for a tubby man with such a big head, his face would flush when he was angry and he would become almost incoherent. He was full of energy, drank heavily, and perspired all the time, wiping himself with a large handkerchief. He offered to take me as his personal pupil. This meant I would sit in his office cooled by 2 large Philco air conditioners, which made a powerful racket but were otherwise effective. He would pay me $500 a month until I was called to the Singapore bar, which would take 1 year because I had chosen not to read in chambers in England. I started work almost immediately. I had tropical clothes made, white drill trousers and light seersucker jackets, and bought cellular cotton shirts that could breathe. But it did not help. I sweated profusely, not having acclimatized to the heat and humidity, and every time I went out to the courts I would come back soaked. It was disastrous to be wet in Laycock's drafty air-conditioned room, and I would go down with coughs and colds. I soon learned that the first thing to do when I got back to the office was to wash my face with cold water, cool down and change into dry clothes. Having found a job, my next task was to see Chu's father, Kwa Suti. He was a tall, energetic, self-made man who had taught himself accountancy and banking through correspondence courses and had risen to his present position in the Overseas Chinese Banking Corporation on his own merits, having neither relatives to give him a push nor money to buy promotion. I asked him for his daughter's hand and when we could have the wedding. He was dumbfounded. He had expected the normal ritual of a visit by my parents to broach the subject, but this brash young man had turned up to settle the day himself, taking for granted that consent would be given. However, he did not grumble as much to me as he later did to Chu. We agreed to an engagement, to be followed by marriage at the end of September. Reading the announcement in the newspaper, Laycock offered to take Chu as a pupil and pay her $500 a month too. I told Chu about it, and she promptly accepted. It was most convenient. We could go to work together, and see each other every day. On September 30, 1950, after being married secretly for nearly 3 years, we went through a second ceremony at the Registry of Marriages, which was then in the Supreme Court building. The registrar, Mr. Gross, was 15 minutes late. I was furious and told him off. An appointment had been made yet he kept all of us waiting. Later that afternoon, our parents held a reception for relatives and friends at the Raffles Hotel. Tom Silcock, professor of economics at the University of Singapore who had taught both of us at Raffles College, proposed the toast to the bride. He was not a witty, light-hearted speaker, but he did Chu proud. Chu then moved into 38 Oxley Road. My mother had bought some new furniture for us, and we started our official married life. But it was a difficult adjustment for Chu because she had now to fit into the Lee family, consisting not only of my grandmother, father, mother, sister, and 3 brothers, but several relatives from Indonesia who were still boarding with us, supplementing my mother's income. Our wedding at Raffles Hotel, September 30, 1950. The label Stikfas in the left corner was placed by Yong Nyuk Lin to remind us of our gum making during the Japanese occupation. I joined the Singapore Island Club to keep up the golf I had learned to play at Tintagel, and was so keen on the exercise that one wet afternoon I drove Chu there despite the rain. On Thompson Road my Studebaker skidded, did a U-turn, and rolled over onto a soft grass slope. I was stunned. So was she. We were lucky. We had absolutely no injuries. Had we gone off the road a little further up, we would have struck a large water pipe instead of wet ground, and that might have been the end. I was restless. Politics in Singapore made frustrating, even infuriating reading. Power was in the hands of the governor, his colonial secretary and his attorney general. They all lived in the government house domain that symbolized it. The governor lived in the biggest building, Government House, the colonial secretary in the second biggest bungalow, the attorney general in the third, and the undersecretary and private secretary to the governor in 2 other bungalows. The telephone exchange serving these 5 buildings was manned 24 hours a day. This was the real heart of government. There was a legislative council, but only 6 of its 25 members were locally elected. The rest were British appointees and officials, headed by the Colonial Secretary. In 1951, elected members were increased to 9, but they did not have the power to determine policy. Nor did they have any standing with the people. The turnout for municipal and LegCo elections was pitifully small. My boss, John Laycock, was the moving spirit in the main political party, the Progressive Party, but its nominal chief was another lawyer, C.C. 10, who looked and sounded feeble. Its leaders were mostly returned students who had read law or medicine in Britain in the 30s and were overawed and overwhelmed by English values. They were like my grandfather, everything English was the acme of perfection. They had no confidence in themselves and even less in their own kind. Patrick O'Donovan, Southeast Asia correspondent of the London Sunday newspaper The Observer, when I was a student in England, described the older generation of returned Asian students as emotionally and psychologically incapable of fighting for freedom. Their starting point was that they could not take over immediately and run an independent country, and would require many more years of experience before they could do so. I saw them as unable to stand up for themselves, let alone stand up against the British. The same applied to the Indians from India who had become Singapore leaders by reason of their British passports and the political vacuum the MCP revolt had created. The only local of consequence was Lim Yew Hock, the General Secretary of the Singapore Clerical and Administrative Workers Union. These politicians made supine speeches that never challenged British supremacy. They were inordinately proud whenever they said anything critical of colonial officials. My friend Kenny Byrne described them as bred in servility. Kenny had come home on the Willem Ruiz with me. He worked in the government secretariat and we would voice our frustrations when I visited him in his government quarters after dinner. He was a tall, slow-talking, slow-walking Eurasian who had a long memory for insults and loathed some of his British fellow officers in the civil service. I was determined to do something about this lamentable situation, and anxious that my other friends should return from England, especially Keng Sui and Chin Chai. I wanted their assessment, to compare notes and decide on a course of action. I also wanted to make contact with John Eber and Lim Keen Chai, who had been leading left-wing figures in the Malayan Democratic Union, MDU, before it was dissolved when the emergency was declared in June 1948. One day in November 1950, without prior notice, John Eber called on me at Oxley Road. I asked him what we could do about Singapore's feudal constitutional politics. Why not form a party and do something substantial, stop this beating about the bush and challenge the power of colonial government? He was non-committal. He said, "Well, there is an emergency on. We have to be very careful." He had probably heard from Lim Hong Bee of our meeting in London and was sizing me up as a potential recruit. In January 1951, the newspapers reported the detention of an English-educated group of communists. It included John Eber, who had been vice president of the MDU, C.V. Devon Nair, secretary of the Singapore Teachers Union, and Abdul Samad bin Ismail, chief sub-editor of the Malay newspaper, Utusan Melayu. This was the first time detention powers under the emergency regulations were used against an English-educated group. I had hoped to get John Eber and his friends interested in forming a constitutional political party, but instead he had come to assess me as a possible recruit for his cause. If he and his group had not been arrested for another 6 or 12 months, Special Branch might well have included me in the cleanup. This turn of events gave me time for reflection, and I soon realized the gravity of this development. The MCP was waging a guerrilla war against the British in the jungles of Malaya, shooting white planters and locals who supported the colonialists. They were winning many recruits from among the Chinese-educated majority in Singapore, who had been impressed by reports of Communist China's progress, and by the victories the People's Liberation Army had scored against the Americans in Korea. These successes gave a powerful boost to China's stature, and therefore to the conversion of the Chinese educated to the communist cause. But it was now clear that the MCP had also won recruits among the English-educated intelligentsia. In spite of the favored treatment they received, and their monopoly of jobs in the government and the professions, some of the most idealistic had succumbed to the appeal communism had for peoples fighting colonialism. If we did nothing, if we failed to mobilize them into an effective political movement, the MCP would be the ultimate gainer. I continued my work at the law and followed Laycock to court in his chancery cases. He stayed sober when he had to appear, but on other occasions it would be something of an ordeal. He would take me out to lunches and dinners, and drink copiously, black and tan, beer and stout, to wash down oysters at the Callan Airport Hotel or T-bone steaks at the Stamford Cafe or the Adelphi Grill. Sometimes he became too inebriated to work effectively in the afternoon, and at night he would drink himself silly on whiskey. I ate more than was good for me and drank more than I wanted. Laycock must have thought me a useful recruit for his Progressive Party, for in February 1951, he asked me to be his agent for the Legislative Council election. I agreed. It would give me an idea of conditions and practices in Singapore. Nomination day was March 8, but there was no excitement. Small wonder. At the previous Legislative Council polls in 1948, only 23,000 out of a potential electorate of 200,000 had voted, and nearly half of those had been Indians, although their community consisted of no more than 6% of the population. Not unnaturally, therefore, there was a disproportionate number of Indians among those standing for election in 1951-15, including one Ceylonese, candidates out of 22 contesting 9 seats. One of them, the first woman to be elected to the LegCo, absconded to India the following year with her lawyer husband and a large sum of money belonging to his clients. That did no good to the standing of India-born Indians in Singapore, who were regarded as birds of passage. With a meager vote, Laycock secured one of the 6 seats won by the Progressive Party. 2 went to the Labour Party, and 1 to an independent. The campaign was a parody of what I had seen in England. Laycock contested his home constituency of Katong on the East Coast, where there were large numbers of English-speaking Straits Chinese loyal to King and Empire. As his election agent, I paid helpers to put up posters with his photograph, his name, and the caption "Vote for John Laycock, Progressive Party." But he also instructed me to arrange evening parties, with professional female dancers to partner the men in the Malay Joget, and provided food and drink although it was against the law. I had to make sure, moreover, that the headman of the kampung involved was adequately compensated, for he was expected in return to tell his people to vote for Laycock. In the midst of the merry-making, John Laycock would mount a small platform with a microphone to make a speech in English, promising that he would bring electricity and water to his audience. Few in the audience understood him. We held 2 meetings in Kampung Amber, a squalid squatter area that is now a high-rise condominium. As in the 1948 election, only a small proportion of those eligible to vote turned up, 24,693 out of 250,000. The world that the legislative councillors represented was a small segment, isolated from the broad mass of the people. The majority of those on the island had been uninvolved and uninterested in the election for the simple reason that they did not have the vote, and anyway, everything was conducted in English. But the bulk of the population were Chinese-speaking. Their avenues for advancement after going through Chinese schools were negligible, and their political aspirations could only be realized through the MCP. They included the hawkers, trishaw men, taxi drivers, and runners for the illegal 4-digit and chapjiki lotteries. They were the ordinary people who appeared in the outer office of Laycock and Dong, looking for help to get them out of entanglements with the police, the municipal authorities or the government. They spoke no English, and clerks interpreted for them to lawyers who did not speak their dialects. I felt that this world of colonial make-believe was surreal. Officials catered only to their own interests and those of the English-educated, who could bring some pressure to bear on them through the English-language newspapers. But they were not the economic dynamo of Singapore society. I had a great sense of unease. I discussed these thoughts only with Kenny. I had to get on with my career in law, and had yet to see how the law would help me in politics. On August 7, 1951, I completed my 1 year of pupillage. To be called to the bar, Chu and I dressed in somber clothes and donned our barrister's robes complete with white tabs and, in my case, a stiff wing collar. It was an important occasion then, for the entire bar had 140 members, and only some 10 new lawyers were admitted each year. René Eber, a respected old Eurasian lawyer, moved our petition for admission with a gracious little speech. It was his crypto-communist son, John, who had been arrested 7 months before. Singapore is a small world. Because my birth certificate called me Harry Lee Kuan Yew, I could not get either the Middle Temple or Cambridge University to drop Harry from my registered name. So on both my Cambridge University degree and my certificate as barrister at law, I am Harry Kuan Yew Lee. In 1950, I decided to try to have myself called to the Singapore bar using only my Chinese name, with my surname placed before my personal name, Lee Kuan Yew. This time, I succeeded. Lee Kuan Yew became my public persona, what I stood for and saw myself as, a left-wing nationalist, and that is how I appeared in newspaper reports of my cases in court. But through all these years, my wife and my personal friends still call me Harry. In the 1950s, during my early days in politics, I was mildly annoyed to be sometimes reported as Harry Lee. Politically, it was a minus. However, by the middle 1960s, after I had been through the mill and survived, I got over any sense of discomfort. It was not a reflection on me and my values. I did not name myself. I have not given any of my children a Western first name, nor have they in turn given their children Western names. 3 days after being called to the bar, I was asked by my old friend, the Registrar of the Supreme Court, Tan Thun Lip, to defend 4 Malays in a case that would have a profound impact on my views about the jury system in Singapore. In December 1950, a Dutch girl who had been converted to Islam by her Malay foster mother was placed in a convent on the order of the High Court while the judge determined the right of her natural mother to reclaim her. The Dutch mother had handed the child to the Malay woman to look after when the Japanese overran the country. The press carried photographs of the girl in the convent, before a statue of the Virgin Mary. This so enraged the Muslims, who considered her a Muslim, that it sparked off several days of rioting during which Muslim mobs in the streets killed white men and women indiscriminately. The 4 men whom I now had to defend were among 13 charged with having committed murder by causing the death of Charles Joseph Ryan, a non-commissioned officer in the Royal Air Force. The other 9 accused were defended by a more senior lawyer, F.B. Ohlers. The trial lasted nearly 2 weeks and was conducted before a judge and a jury of 7. I applied myself to the case more assiduously than Ohlers, a man of 50 years whose reputation at the bar had already been made. Mine was to be decided. I did most of the cross-examination, setting out to cast doubts on the accuracy of the identification of the persons who took part in the riotous attack that resulted in Ryan's death. It had become dark by the time they got hold of Ryan, dragged him out of the bus in which he was traveling from Changi to the city, beaten him senseless and left him in a deep monsoon drain in the Malay area of Geylang Serai. I got the judge, together with the jury and witnesses, to go to the site at night to see the poor street lighting, which left much of it in shadow. I questioned how strangers who saw a melee of some 40 to 50 Malay and Indian Muslims could in that half-light have recognized the men in the dock as those who had struck the victim. How far away were they from his assailants at the scene of the crime? For how long did they see my clients? What clothes were they wearing? What special marks or features did the accused have on their faces? After the cross-examinations, Ohlers and I summed up. We pointed out all the contradictions between what the witnesses had said at the preliminary inquiry and at the trial itself, especially about the visibility. It was like pushing through an open door, as Chinese and Indian jurors were never happy to convict if it meant sending a man to his death. The jury were therefore only too relieved to be able to acquit all of the accused on the murder charge. But the evidence weighed heavily on their conscience and they found 9 of them guilty of voluntarily causing grievous hurt. 3 of my clients got off scot-free. One was only sentenced to 5 years rigorous imprisonment. There was disgust on the faces of the English judge and English prosecutor. I, too, was sickened by the result. My duty as an advocate of the Supreme Court required me to do my best for my clients without breaking the law or advancing a falsehood. I had cast much doubt on the prosecution's case and thwarted justice. I had no doubt that my 4 clients did kill Ryan, that they were highly keyed up that night and would have murdered any white or partly white person who came their way, anyone associated with the Christian religion and thus, to them, against Islam. I had no faith in a system that allowed the superstition, ignorance, biases, prejudices and fears of 7 jurymen to determine guilt or innocence. They were by definition the ordinary man in the street with no special qualifications other than an ability to understand English and follow the proceedings. I had seen juries in British courts. I did not think they deserved the reverence that lawyers and jurists ritually accorded to their collective wisdom. One difference between cases in England and Singapore was the need for interpreters. Many witnesses were not able to or did not wish to speak in English, if only to have more time to frame their replies to questions. The Malay interpreter, a stout Indian Muslim, was superb. He would mimic the pitch of voice, the body language and the mood of the witness. He produced his most memorable line when one of them quoted the words Allahu Akbar. He translated, he said the men were shouting Allahu Akbar. My lord, the phrase means God is great. It is also the Muslim battle cry. But interpreters have other uses, and when our first child was born on Sunday, February 10, 1952, I consulted one of those at the Supreme Court who had helped many lawyers find appropriate Chinese names for their children. The date of birth was the most auspicious in the Chinese calendar, the 15th day of the first moon of the year of the dragon. We therefore decided to name our son Qianlong, illustrious dragon. He was a long baby, scrawny but weighing more than 8 pounds, and he gave us great joy. When I saw Chu in Kandang Kerba, maternity, hospital over the next few days, I was able to tell her of my second piece of good fortune, my first union work. It would bring me into the political spotlight and into a head-on clash with the government. 7. My first clashes with the government. One afternoon in 1952, a group of 3 Malays and 1 Indian in postman's uniform came to the offices of Laycock and Ong to see me. No longer in Laycock's room, I met them in the outer office, not air-conditioned, hot, humid, and noisy with the sound of traffic and hawkers. The Postal and Telecommunications Uniformed Staff Union, they told me, had put forward claims for salary revisions but had so far not been successful, and they had been given permission to engage a lawyer to appear for them. I asked John Laycock whether I should accept the case, given that there would not be much money in it. He told me to carry on for the sake of the goodwill, so I did it without asking for legal fees. This decision to represent the postmen was to be a turning point in the history of the trade unions and constitutional mass action. Little did I know that I would be guiding union leaders in a strike that in 2 weeks changed the political climate. It put the colonial government on the defensive and encouraged workers' militancy. But it also created the conditions for the communists to reorganize their mass support. P. Govindasamy, a male officer, 1 grade higher than postman, was not well educated but briefed me in adequate English. He was totally relevant and reliable. He was later to be elected MP in a neighboring constituency and helped me look after mine. The negotiations with the establishment branch of the government secretariat, which lasted from February to May, produced only the same salary revisions that applied to postmen in Malaya, although I had argued that the work was more onerous and the cost of living higher in Singapore. We were coming to a crunch. One Sunday morning, the union held a pre-strike meeting at their quarters in Maxwell Road, where large families lived in one-room flats with communal kitchens and toilets. Nearly the entire union of 450 postmen turned up. My presence was to give them moral courage, and to reassure them that what they were doing was not illegal, especially since no strikes had been held in Singapore since the emergency was declared in 1948. In Bazar Malay, I got my views across to all, mostly Malays, the rest Chinese and Indians. They decided to give strike notice. Before the strike began on May 13, Keng Sui, who had returned from England, arranged a dinner at the Chinese Swimming Club in Amber Road for me to meet an associate editor of the Singapore Standard, Sinathambi Rajaratnam. Raja was a Malayan of Jaffna Tamil origin. He had been in London for 12 years until 1947, associating with a group of Indian and African nationalists and British left-wing personalities, and writing anti-colonial tracts and newspaper articles. He was a good listener. Out in the open by the swimming pool, against the music and the hubbub of the swimmers, I briefed him on the background to the strike. He had been waiting for a good issue on which to challenge the colonial government, and was eager to do battle for the postmen. While the postmen were picketing peacefully on the first morning of the strike, the government sent a large contingent of Gurkhas armed with revolvers and kukris into the General Post Office in Fullerton Building on Collier Quay, the most prominent part of the business district. The Deputy Commissioner of Police announced that police with Sten guns would stand guard at all post offices until the strike ended. Next day, the newspapers carried photographs of the Gurkhas and police and, in sharp contrast, a moderate statement by the president of the union saying that the postmen would refrain from picketing until their intentions were clearly understood. Public sympathy swung towards the postmen. The following day, the government withdrew the Gurkhas and the pickets resumed peacefully. At the government secretariat at Empress Place, leading the negotiating delegation of the Postal and Telecommunications Uniformed Staff Union in May 1952. At far right is Male Officer P. Govindasamy, who later became an MP. The Singapore Standard was a locally owned newspaper with a much smaller circulation than the pro-British Straits Times, but its voice counted in this contest. Many locals read it, forcing some colonial officials to read it as well. In his editorial, Raja took a sardonic swipe at the racial bias of the colonial government, questioning the right of British expatriates to receive better pay than the locals. They had been given $1,000 in expat pay, but the postmen were refused an extra $10 a month. Meanwhile, the mail piled up, to everyone's inconvenience. The public had to collect their letters and parcels on their own. In spite of this, the public was for the postmen because of their moderate actions and the statements I drafted for them. Raja's headlines and editorials in the Singapore Standard helped enormously. The Malay newspaper Utusan Malaya backed the strikers, for most of the postmen were Malay. So did the Chinese dailies, the Nanyang Shangpao and Sin Chu Jitpo, where many communist sympathizers among their reporters and editors always opposed the government. The Straits Times, on the other hand, was British-owned and run. It had a capable editorial writer, Allington Kennard, who tried to be neutral but found it difficult not to be pro-government. Raja was enjoying the fight. This was crusading at its best, fighting for the downtrodden masses against a heartless bunch of white colonial exploiters. His polemical style was emphatic. Many years hobnobbing with Indian and West Indian anti-imperialists had given him a heavy touch. My 3 years of sparring with friendly and sympathetic British students of the Labour Club in Cambridge had given me a different diction, and a preference for the understatement. So we played a duet, Raja strong and vigorous, I courteous, if pointed, always more in sorrow than in anger. I phoned him to make suggestions, relaying reactions from our supporters. He checked his editorial pitch with me. He would bring his galley proofs to my home for discussions, or we would talk on the phone, often well past midnight, just before his paper went to bed. The Singapore Standard forced the pace, and the establishment paper, the Straits Times, had to publish my letters to keep up an appearance of impartiality. By the end of the first week, popular opinion turned strongly against the administration. British colonial officers had not been accustomed either to presenting their case in order to win public backing, or to dealing with local men who politely showed up their contradictions, weaknesses, and cavalier attitudes. Exposure of the high-handedness of the government officers who dealt with the postmen moved other unions to come out in open support of them. Even the Secretary-General of the pro-establishment Singapore Trade Union Congress, who was a close associate of Lim Yew Hock and an executive committee member of the Singapore Labour Party, joined the bandwagon. He announced the launching of a fund to help the postmen to carry on their strike to a successful end. The Singapore Standard invited contributions from the public and collected donations from individual donors. The government was rattled. The colonial secretary offered to resume negotiations as soon as the employees returned to work. I replied that if the workers called off their strike and the negotiations then failed again, they would face the prospect of a second strike. This pattern, if repeated several times, will reduce the strike, the union's last weapon in collective bargaining, to a farce. At a Legislative Council meeting on Wednesday, May 20, the governor himself warned the postmen that the government would not be forced by strike action into submitting to all their demands. The following day Roger reposted in the Singapore Standard. For the first time in the history of the trade union movement in this country, the foremost official in the colony has publicly questioned the validity of the strike weapon. Put more bluntly, Mr. Nicol, the governor, says that the government considers pressure through strikes, whether justified or not, whether illegal or not, as something which the government cannot tolerate. This hurt. British officials were demoralized by this turn of events. They were taking a pummeling in public. The colonial secretary responded by promising the 500 striking postmen and telegraph messengers that he himself would conduct negotiations with their union representatives if they reported back for work. I persuaded the union leaders to take a fresh position and announced that the strike would be suspended for 3 days. That saved the face of the colonial secretary and his officials. Negotiations resumed on May 26 and ended with a satisfactory agreement. It was the first strike since the emergency regulations were introduced in June 1948, and it was conducted completely within the law, with no threats or violence or even disorderly picketing. The fight had been for public support and the union won. After this demonstration of the incompetence of the British colonial officers, the people saw that the government was vulnerable when subjected to scrutiny. The press exposure and publicity enhanced my professional reputation. I was no longer just a brash young lawyer back from Cambridge with academic honors. I had led striking workers, spoken up for them and was trusted by them. I had delivered without much broken crockery. I gained enormously in the estimation of thousands of workers in Singapore and Malaya without frightening the English-educated intelligentsia. My friends and I were now convinced that in the unions we would find the mass base and, by extension, the political muscle we had been seeking when discussing our plans for action during all those weary nights spent pub crawling in London after meetings at Malaya Hall. We had found a way to mobilize a mass support. Non-communist groups were encouraged, even emboldened, by this demonstration of constitutional, peaceful, nonviolent mass action to redress legitimate grievances. A spate of trade unions and clan associations approached me to be their legal advisor, and I was happy to collect them as potential political supporters. Most paid nominal fees to Laycock and Ong to put my name down on their letterheads as their legal advisor. I attended many of their annual dinners or general meetings. I learned to get along with different Chinese language groups, some Cantonese and Mandarin speaking like the Chinese Printing Workers Union, many only dialect speaking like the Singapore Hakka Association. It was often embarrassing because my Chinese was totally inadequate. I felt greatly ashamed of my inability to communicate with them in what should have been my native tongue. Once again, I started to make an effort to learn Mandarin. I got myself a teacher and a small tape recorder. I shared the teacher with Han Sui Sen, who had now become Commissioner for Lands, taking lessons at his government quarters at Cantonment Road. But progress was painfully slow. I had little time and, worse, few opportunities to practice the language. However, I did not need Mandarin for my next major involvement in industrial action. In December 1952, 10,000 mainly Indian members of the Naval Base Labor Union gave strike notice out of the blue, and on December 29, the workers at the base in Sembawang downed tools, to the discomfiture of the naval officers in charge and of the Singapore government. Royal Navy ships that had reached Singapore from the war in Korea, a carrier, 2 frigates, and a submarine, were held up and could not be repaired. The governor intervened, but after 2 fruitless meetings, representatives of both sides agreed to send the dispute to an independent arbitrator, John Cameron, a Queen's Counsel from the Scottish Bar. The union asked me to present their case. I spent a few weeks swatting up salary scales and making comparisons between Singapore government and Admiralty wages for the same or similar jobs. Hearing was in camera at the Registrar's office in the Supreme Court and lasted for a week in February 1953. Cameron, a seasoned Scottish advocate, maintained an air of impartiality. The Admiralty had an experienced establishment man who knew his salary scales backwards. When Cameron made his award on March 11, it was clear that he knew the limit of the Admiralty's budget and was not going to breach it. I had pressed for parity with Singapore government pay rates, but Cameron rejected it. The union officials were disappointed, and the president was under pressure to reject the award. I saw the officials and persuaded them that it would be unwise to resume the strike after they had accepted arbitration as a means of settlement, that this was part and parcel of constitutional struggle. My views prevailed and the episode did me no harm. Although I lost some standing for obtaining only minor concessions, I had established myself as a legal advisor who played by the rules and was prepared to advise his client union to accept an unfavorable award. Other strikes were brewing in Singapore and in Malaya. The clerks of the Singapore Union of Postal and Telecommunications Workers had given notice that they would strike for higher pay on March 23, 1953. It was to be the first ever strike by government clerks. The union asked me to be its legal advisor. The government offered arbitration and after discussions with me the union agreed. The government put up the names of 6 members of the Malayan arbitration panel. One of them happened to be Yong Pung Hao, my contemporary at Cambridge Law School. For 3 days the proceedings received considerable publicity in the press and on radio. I had 2 objectives, to get a good award, and more important, to expose the high-handed and incompetent manner in which British colonial officers dealt with local public servants. I did this without appearing aggressive. Yong Pung Hao awarded the 1,000 clerks 28 months back pay and other increases amounting to about $1 million. This outcome restored my standing with the workers. Meanwhile, senior government local officers had been getting restive. Kenny was seething with resentment at an unjust award of special family allowances for expatriate officers only. The Singapore Senior Officers Association had made repeated representations without results. When Keng Swee returned from England at the end of 1951, he worked out a simple strategy that would give them the political muscle to bring the government to heel. Instead of fighting for family allowances, comparable to expatriate allowances, for fewer than 200 local senior officers, Keng Swee proposed that they demand proportionate allowances for all government servants, especially the poorly paid and numerous Division 4 daily rated workers. Since 1945, wages in government service had lagged behind inflation. After the postmen's strike had shown what mass action could do constitutionally, the daily rated workers were eager for industrial action. In July 1952, Keng Swee helped Kenny to form a council of joint action to represent all government unions and associations with a total membership of 14,000. They demanded family allowances equivalent to non-pensionable expatriate pay. At a mass rally in November, the workers turned up in force to express their resentment at the racial discrimination against local public servants. Their handbill asked, "Is this just? Europeans have small families and big allowances. We have big families and no allowances." The elected members of the Legislative Council sensed that there was political credit to be gained from backing the demand for family allowances for the locals, especially the lower paid, and began to speak in support of it in the Legislative Council. Governor Sir John Nicol, who presided over the Legislative Council meeting, was not amused. He advised them to confine themselves to exercising control on the higher plane of general policy, and warned the civil servants, "You cannot put pressure on councillors." The Council of Joint Action denied that they had approached the legislative councillors for assistance, but asked whether as members of the public, government servants did not have the right to discuss matters of principle with their elected representatives. The Singapore Federation of Government Employees Unions wrote to the Colonial Secretary to express the deep distrust which all locally domiciled officers have of expatriate officers in the government. Faced with growing resistance and a surprisingly rebellious attitude from his government servants and even from previously meek legislative councillors, the governor sought to defuse the mounting dissatisfaction by appointing a special committee under a well-known economist, F.C. Benham, to investigate whether the present emoluments of locally domiciled officers are adequate. After 3 days of consultation, the committee agreed with the unions that they should receive family allowances. The governor was appalled. This would lead to an enormous drain on the budget. When he rejected the report, 6 unions threatened strike action. To stave off the strike, the governor promised an independent commission under Sir Edward Ritson. In March 1953, Ritson recommended that expatriate family allowances be abolished. The Council of Joint Action had shaken the colonial system. After 10 months of further negotiations, the government approved a salary scale that gave bigger increases to the higher paid than to the lowest paid government workers or those in between. Thus the colonial government denied Keng Sui and Kenny the political credit with the blue-collar workers that they had sought. 8. Widening the Oxley Road Circle. In September 1952 a tall, Indian-looking Malay in his late 40s, with a long, thin, un-Malay nose, arrived at my desk. Speaking English well but in a hesitant manner and with a slight stammer, he introduced himself as Yusuf Ishak, owner, editor-in-chief and managing director of the Edison Melayu. His chief sub-editor, Samad Ismail, had been held with other subversives on St. John's Island since his arrest in January 1951, but his case would soon come up for review. Would I represent him? All the hopeless and near-hopeless cases against the government had been coming to me as a counsel of last resort. I had prosecuted on quite a number of fiats, which entitle a private citizen to sue the state, getting convictions against minor officials for bullying underdogs who were prepared to pay me to seek retribution for them, a trishaw rider suing a detective for assault, a dock storeman suing the harbor board for unjust demotion. In one illuminating instance, I prosecuted for criminal breach of trust Lieutenant Commander George Ansel Hardcastle, RNVR, the chief fire officer of the Naval Base Dockyard Fire Brigade, for misuse of the Workers' Benevolent Fund. The case went before an English judge in the Criminal District Court, who acquitted him. The dissatisfied fireman then took my advice and sued Hardcastle for restitution and damages in the High Court in order to publicize the case. However, his fellow officers passed the hat around and produced the $12,000 required for restitution and to pay legal costs just before it was to be heard, thus denying the union the satisfaction of exposing and disgracing him in open court. Such was the atmosphere of antipathy and distrust in which we lived. But Samad's case was not a matter of law. It was a political action by a colonial administration threatened by a communist armed insurrection, and under growing pressure from nationalist demands for independence. The best approach was to persuade the government that this particular detainee was probably a nationalist who would eventually become an adversary if not an enemy of the communists, even though he might be going along with them for the time being. I decided to take the case without referring to John Laycock. This was work for which the Edison Melayu would pay the bill. I was unlikely to get results by simply pushing against the government, so I decided to call on the special branch officer responsible to find out the real position of my client, and what they had against him. As luck would have it, that took me to Superintendent Richard Byrne Corr Iden. Corr Iden, who was in charge of the Indian and English educated section of Special Branch, was an expert who had been doing similar work in British India, and could tell the difference between Indian communists and Indian nationalists. We had met before. He had studied my file, and one Sunday morning early in 1952 had visited me at 38 Oxley Road just for a chat. He said he had read of my activities in London and was interested to meet me to find out more about the communists there, like Lim Hong Bee, and their influence on Singapore and Malayan students. I told him what I thought of Lim Hongbi, and of the unlikelihood of the Communists making much headway with the English educated in London, but added that after the arrest of Eber and his group in Singapore in January 1951 I could be wrong. At the same time, I disabused him of the suspicions Special Branch had entertained about the Budapest Festival of Youth. I said Dennis had gone to the festival simply for a good holiday, and that he was about as political as a tadpole. Years later, I discovered that this phrase had found its way into their files. I now saw him at his Special Branch office in Robinson Road. He was completely open. He said Samad was a bright Malay, very active, a first-class operator. I asked him if he was a communist. He said, "The most brilliant communist I know." This did not sound promising until he added, "But people grow up and their minds change with experience. Work on him. He is worth saving." The police provided a special launch to take me to St. John's Island, a courtesy they extended to lawyers who represented the detainees. It was a pleasant 20-minute boat ride on a working day afternoon, and was followed by a 20-minute walk from the jetty along pathways and up steps to the northern side of the island. There, amid beautiful old Tembusu trees, stood some government holiday bungalows, and not far away, long rows of barrack-like buildings surrounded by chain-link fences for opium addicts undergoing rehabilitation. One of the bungalows was also ringed with chain-link topped with barbed wire. This housed the political detainees. In anticipation of my visit, the camp wardens had put a little wooden table with 2 wooden chairs under a nearby tembusu. I waited while an Indian warder went to the bungalow and came back with a slim, spritely, narrow-faced Malay of medium height, wearing sunglasses and looking quite sinister with his trimmed mustache and a broken front tooth. He smoked incessantly and seemed highly strung. He appeared skeptical about his prospects of release before an advisory committee consisting of a high court judge with 2 lay assessors. I told him it depended on whether Special Branch believed he would continue to be a communist, in which case he would probably be detained again and again. But if after his release he operated as a nationalist, they were likely to leave him alone. He gave one of his deep guffaws. This was my first face-to-face meeting with a detained member of a communist organization. I was ignorant of their psychology, the mental makeup and motivation that made them determined to prove to themselves and the world that they were men of conviction and strength, able to endure great privations and hardships for a cause, worthy to be comrades of the other warriors dedicated to the Marxist millennium. The review of his case was held in the judge's chambers with no publicity. The chief ground for his detention was that he was a member of the MCP and a leader of the Malay section of its auxiliary organization, the Singapore People's Anti-British League. The judge listened to my submission that he was basically an anti-colonialist and a Malay nationalist, that as a Malay he could not accept the chauvinistic appeals of a Chinese-led MCP, and that it was out of friendship and personal loyalty that, in September or October 1950, he had arranged the escape to Indonesia of a prominent communist, Abdullah Sudin, knowing that he was wanted by the police. I do not know if I made any impression on the judge and his 2 assessors. The judge said nothing, and the hearing was over in less than 20 minutes. Samad returned to St. John's Island, but in April 1953 he and a few other detainees were released, among them C.V. Devon Nair. When I first saw Nair through the chain-link fence, wearing horn-rimmed spectacles and clad only in shorts and Japanese-style rubber slippers, I found him an unlikable person. He was short, squat, pugnacious, and obviously angry with the world. But when Samad noticed that he had caught my eye, he told me that he was a good friend, an official of the Singapore Teachers Union. Under detention, he said, you soon learn to differentiate between the weaklings and the strong men. He referred to another Indian detainee, James Poothachuri, who talked a lot, was superficially clever but unreliable. Nair was a strong man, totally dependable. That might be so, I thought, but I did not like his looks. As it happened, shortly after that, the Singapore Teachers Union approached me at Lee Kuan Yew and asked me to represent him. I could not refuse, but did not relish the prospect of trying to win him over. When I next met Corr Iden, he gave me a rundown on Nair, confirming that he was an angry man, dedicated and determined. He had been converted to communism by P.V. Sharma, the president of the union. Our small group, Keng Sui, Chinchai, Raja, Kenny, and I, had meanwhile been meeting on Saturday afternoons in my basement dining room at Oxley Road to consider the feasibility of forming a political party. The room was in a hot, uncomfortable part of the house facing the setting sun, and even with 3 wide open windows, 2 open doors, and a powerful ceiling fan whirring, it could become extremely muggy. But if the atmosphere was soporific, we were not. We were determined that we would be completely different from the supine, feeble, self-serving, opportunistic parties and individuals in the existing Legislative Council and City Council. We therefore decided to invite Samad to join us to discuss the prospects for waging a constitutional struggle for independence without finding ourselves sucked into the communist movement. We also wanted him in because he could give us access to the Malay-speaking world, and get our views across to the Malay masses through the Utusan Melayu. After 2 meetings, he asked if he could bring his friend Devon Nair along because he could make a useful contribution. I did not like the idea, but my friends and I agreed that if we only had people we liked in the inner core, we would never expand into a party. So Nair came too, and every week, or at least every other week, we would meet to talk over the situation and what political action we could take. The British were not unaware of the political pressures that were building up. In 1953, the governor appointed Sir George Rendell, a former ambassador to Belgium, to head a commission to review Singapore's constitution and recommend the next stage. In his report, published on February 22, 1954, Rendell proposed the automatic registration, as eligible voters, of all British subjects born in Singapore. This would increase the electorate fourfold. The new government was to consist of a council of 9 ministers, 6 of them elected members, who were to be appointed on the recommendation of the leader of the majority party. But the key portfolios were to be in the hands of 3 ex officio members, the Chief Secretary, the Financial Secretary and the Attorney General. Except in the limited areas of foreign relations and defense, including internal security, the governor would be bound to accept the decisions of the council, which would be accountable solely to the new Legislative Assembly. There were to be 25 elected members, 6 nominated, and 3 ex officio. The governor accepted the report for implementation at the next election in April 1955. It became urgent for my friends and me to decide whether to take part in the election under this new constitution or again to stay on the sidelines. Samad and Nair were for staying out. They wanted independence or nothing at all. Drawing on the lesson learned from the mistakes of the Malayan Democratic Union, Raja was strongly in favor of participation. So were Kenny and Keng Sui. I was convinced that non-participation would exclude us from the constitutional arena, and we would then end up like the MDU or have to go underground. So we started planning to form a party before the end of 1954 to give us some 6 months before the polls. Things always seemed to come out of the blue. On May 28, 1954, a group of students at the University of Malaya were arrested and charged with sedition. They wanted me to defend them. I looked at the charges. There was a 50-50 chance of a conviction. They had published in Fajar, a small undergraduate magazine that came out irregularly although it was supposed to be a monthly, an article which might have broken the law. I agreed to act for them, and after some reflection, advised them that theirs was a case best treated as a political contest, not a legal one. I proposed that we bring out from London a British Queen's Counsel, D.N. Pritt, famous for championing left-wing causes. Pritt was in his 60s, and known as a fellow traveller with a waspish tongue who was completely without fear of any judge either in the colonies or Britain itself. He had already been cut off from the British establishment and was treated as a crank, one of those eccentric Englishmen from the bourgeois class who chose to be more proletarian than the poorest worker while still living the good life. In June 1950, Chu and I had visited him in his flat in London to ask him to sign papers sponsoring our call to the bar, where he was a master of the bench of the Middle Temple. I believed he would take the case, provided we could pay his passage and accommodation and give him a small fee. I wrote to him, and he replied promptly. Yes, he would come. Knowing that Special Branch would be monitoring my correspondence with Prit, I used Chin Chai's name and address, and Prit's letters to me were therefore sent to him at his University of Malaya quarters in Dalvey Road. When I was writing this chapter in 1995, I discovered that, as a result, Special Branch thought Chin Chai and Raja had been responsible for bringing Prit out to Singapore. They were wrong. I also used the address of Chu's sister, so some of his letters went to Kwa Geok Chu at Cairnhill Circle, instead of to 38 Oxley Road or Laycock and Ong. Special Branch apparently never realized this, for their records did not show any interception of mail posted there. One big problem I had expected was Prit's admission to practice at the Singapore bar, which would normally have required him to have completed 6 months pupillage in the office of an advocate and solicitor of at least 7 years standing. There is provision for a judge to waive this in unusual circumstances, but I expected the bar committee to object to any special dispensation. The Socialist Club of the university had set up a Students' Defense Fund committee and collected $10,000 to defray the cost of Prit's air passage, hotel expenses, and a small gift. I decided that whether he was admitted or blocked, it was worth flying him out to Singapore, since refusing him the right to appear would be a political defeat for the government. So I took the chance, and he arrived on August 11th. The students and I met him at the airport, and I drove him to the Adelphi Hotel. Big, heavy-set, and bald, he was a bundle of energy. After a long flight with overnight stops in Cairo and Colombo, he was able that same evening to sit down at the desk in his warm and uncomfortable room, with an inadequate air conditioner chugging away, to write up his notes of the case. I gave him the background to it and published materials that could be used in the defense, including marked extracts of relevant books and speeches. He was obviously well qualified to represent anyone accused of sedition anywhere in the British Empire and in Britain itself. But the law had to be complied with, so I arranged for him to sit in the office of Osborne Jones, an advocate and solicitor of not less than 7 years standing, as required. After Prit had graced his office for 6 days, Osborne Jones was able to swear in an affidavit, "I have instructed the applicant, so far as I am able to, on the differences of the law as it is in England and the law as it is in Singapore." Osborne Jones was being strictly truthful. Prit then had to appear before 3 examiners who had to satisfy themselves that he had an adequate knowledge of the practice and etiquette of the profession and of the English language and is a suitable person for admission. The 3 were the most eminent members of the Singapore Bar, the Solicitor General and 2 senior British lawyers. One of them asked him, "Mr. Prit, how would you draw up a conveyance of land?" Prit replied, "Queen's Counsel, sir, do not draw up conveyances of land." Even the Straits Times reported this gem. Prit crafted his affidavit so as to leave the judge in no doubt as to his qualifications. He had been admitted to the bar in 1909, which made him more senior than any lawyer in Singapore, including the judges. He had been a King's, Queen's, Counsel since 1927, and a Master of the Bench of the Middle Temple since 1936. He had appeared before courts around the world, from India to the Cour de Cassation in Algiers. And he had been offered permission to appear before the Supreme Court of the United States in 1950. In support of the application, I drafted an affidavit on behalf of the 8 accused to affirm that since the case involved difficult and complex questions of law, they had earlier wanted to get another counsel for the defense with more experience in criminal cases and had asked me to approach David Marshall. But on July 24, one of the students had received a letter from Marshall couched in vehement and colorful language. It read, "It is with growing anger that I have been reading your recent issues of Fajar, because through them I have learned that you are merely masquerading as socialists whilst spouting a venomous communist propaganda. Please remove me from your list of sympathizers." The students attached this letter as an exhibit to their affidavit, stating, "We then felt that it was no use briefing Mr. Marshall. We also felt that if Mr. Marshall, the lawyer who had hitherto appeared most sympathetic to our political aims, could be so hostile as to write such an uncalled for letter, the other local lawyers in Singapore would not be less hostile." Pritt's petition for admission was opposed by the Bar Committee and, unexpectedly, by the Attorney General. The Chief Justice, who heard the petition with Pritt appearing in person, recognized the furor that would follow if his application was denied, and admitted him. The hearing started on August 23 and went on for 3 days. It was, for me, a lesson in advocacy in political trials, instructive, entertaining, even hilarious. Pritt took full advantage of his position as a renowned rebel QC to bludgeon and browbeat his opponents on every imaginable issue, however remotely relevant to the case. Wherever he had the chance, he took a swipe at authority with a big cosh. To begin with, he made great play of the duplicity of the charges. In essence, the students were all accused equally of publishing with the intention to libel the Queen or libel the government or to incite the people of Singapore or to promote ill will. He wanted to know which particular intent the prosecution attributed to each individual defendant. He argued that a charge that concealed within itself so many different alternative charges must be bad. He asked the court to strike it out and instruct the prosecutor to frame one that was less ambiguous. I had already protested along the same lines, but I did not have Pritt standing as a senior QC, nor his powers of invective. Although the judge ruled against him and found that the charges as framed were not bad, he had scored with the public both in court and in the newspapers. Mr. Justice F.A. Freddie Chua was a man with a practical turn of mind and a good sense of the realities outside the court. At the end of the submissions by Pritt and the DPP, and without going into any legal argument, he simply said that the articles in Fajar were not seditious. The 8 students were all acquitted. For the press, this was an anticlimax. They had expected him to explain why they were or were not seditious, but Chua was a cautious judge who did not want to commit himself more than he had to. The students and their supporters were jubilant. This had been an unnecessary prosecution. It damaged the government and encouraged rebelliousness among people who enjoyed the spectacle of a colonial attorney general resisting unsuccessfully the admission to the Singapore bar of an eminent if trouble-making English QC, and of a colonial deputy public prosecutor getting the worst of the exchanges in court. Immediately after the case, and while Pritt was still in Singapore, the Chinese middle school students approached me to act for them and brief him to represent them in their appeal against conviction for rioting on May 13 near King George V Park, where they had gathered to protest against the National Service Ordinance. This case would lead me into a totally different world, one teeming with raw energy and idealism. 9. The world of the Chinese educated. My introduction into the world of the Chinese educated came after what was called the 5-1-3 incident, named after the riots of May 13, 1954. 5 students turned up at my home one evening in 1954, soon after the Fajar trial. Robert Soon Lo Boon, a small young man with a crew cut and a front tooth missing, who acted as their interpreter and spokesman, Louis Watt, who was also competent in English, and 3 pigtail Chinese girls. The boys were in shorts, the girls in skirts, their school uniforms. 7 of their fellow students had been convicted for obstructing the police during the riots in which 500 Chinese middle school students, mainly from Chung Cheng High School, clashed with the police. They were marching in support of a delegation on its way to Government House to present a petition against registration for national service when they were stopped and asked to disperse. Instead they threw stones at the police, 6 of whom were also stabbed. The police charged with batons and hit some students on the head. 26 people were injured, 48 students, including 2 girls, were arrested. The trial was held on June 28. Of the 41 students accused of disobeying police orders to disperse, 26 were found guilty and given a 6-month suspended sentence. 7 were tried on the more serious charge of obstructing the police. They asked for their case to be transferred to another court because the judge had shown prejudice in the way he had treated and convicted their fellow students the day before. They refused to say anything in their defense and were sentenced to 3 months, the maximum for the charge. Their appeal would be heard in October. Would I ask Prit to take up their appeal? Their defiance of the law was the immediate concern of the court. But the underlying issues were deep and fundamental. The Chinese educated had no place or role to play in the official life of the colony, which employed only English-educated locals as subordinates. The government provided primary schools teaching in English and in Malay, and secondary schools teaching only in English. But immigrant communities were left to fend for themselves. The Chinese collected donations and built their own schools. Completely self-supporting, they used textbooks published in China and employed teachers recruited in China who taught in Mandarin just as if they were in Guangdong or Fujian province. Culturally, they lived in a world apart. Graduates could either continue their studies by switching over to an English school and so make their way up the English-educated ladder, or look for jobs in firms that used the Chinese language, Chinese shops, restaurants, and business houses, and the few Chinese-owned banks. They felt dispossessed, and their lack of economic opportunity turned their schools into breeding grounds for the communists, who had been burrowing away in Malaya and Singapore since 1923, when the Comintern, Communist International, first sent agents from Shanghai to the island. After the war, the record of its resistance to the Japanese gave the MCP a prestige that made it a powerful force among the impressionable young, and it proceeded to build up a network of cells in the classrooms. Many teachers became communist cadres or sympathizers, many overaged students whose education had been interrupted by the Japanese occupation were indoctrinated and co-opted, and the school management committees of merchants and shopkeepers were either sympathetic towards them or fearful of opposing them. Once the emergency was declared, the communists in Singapore were superficially dormant, but in fact they were recruiting and expanding. In 1952, the British introduced national service bills in Singapore and Malaya, making all males between the ages of 18 and 55 liable for call-up into the armed services, police, or civil defense forces, and in April 1954, the government started registering them. It needed only 800 for the Singapore military forces and 1,200 for the Civil Defense Corps, and was going to choose them by ballot. But registration in the schools was slow, and on May 12, the closing date, Chinese high school students presented a petition to the acting colonial secretary asking for mass exemption. In response, acting Governor W.A.C. Good issued a statement saying that exemptions could be granted only on a case-by-case basis. This led to the demonstration by 500 students, whose leaders the governor had refused to see until they had all first registered. I did not understand the background of the problem at the time, though I knew something was simmering and bubbling away in this completely different world. The students were well organized, disciplined and cohesive. They had remarkable self-control and were capable of mass action, of collective demonstrations of defiance that made it difficult for the government to isolate and pick out the leaders for punishment. After the arrests, they set out to blow up other issues that would enable them to engineer clashes with the police, to produce martyrs and so arouse public feeling against the government. I understood their motivations and methods only much later. Many of the English-educated, including the University of Malaya Students' Union, were equally ill-informed and naive. On May 18, they came out in support of the Chinese demonstrators by calling for an inquiry into the rioting because the police had used improper force. They were as simple-minded as I was. The Communists immediately commemorated the clash on May 13 with the numbers 5-1-3, 5 for May and 13, a Chinese shorthand for famous or infamous incidents. The Tiananmen episode on June 4, 1989 is 6-4, 6 for June. The students mounted campaigns and protests, and formed a 55-man exemption delegation, which organized different sections to collect information on injured students, provide them with medical treatment and drum up public sympathy. They fanned out across Singapore to enlist the support of other students, parents, shopkeepers, local Chinese leaders, indeed the entire Chinese-speaking community. Theirs were tried and tested methods of mass agitation that the communists had worked out in China. At the first sign of trouble from the police, they shut themselves up in schools or factories to form a critical mass, attract attention, win sympathy, defy authority, and provoke the government into victimizing them. So on May 14, the day after the 5-1-3 incident, they barricaded themselves in Chongqing High School, but dispersed after one day when a 12-man committee formed by the Chinese Chamber of Commerce asked them to do so. They had become important, and the elders of the Chinese community had come down to plead with them, promising to intercede with the authorities. In response to pressure from a government faced with growing indiscipline, the chamber brought forward the mid-year holidays by 2 weeks and closed the school. But its representatives had first to accept a list of 6 demands from the students for submission to the colonial administration. These called for total exemption from national service, unconditional discharge of the 48 accused awaiting trial, a public inquiry into the incident, and several other concessions. The students had skillfully involved the elders of the Chinese community in their cause, and on 22 to 23 May, 2,500 of them locked themselves up in Chongqing High School again, refusing to leave until all were exempted from national service. They dispersed 3 days later, but only after the police stopped their food supplies and irate parents forced them to. And so it went on. The Chongqing students demanded that schools be reopened, the Chinese high school students threatened to go on a hunger strike, and on June 2, 1,000 students drawn from various middle schools assembled at the Chinese high school to begin a campaign during the enforced holidays. It was an act of defiance. They held their own lessons in the classrooms and in the open fields, with senior pupils teaching their juniors mathematics, English, Chinese, and geography. Parents brought them food, but it was otherwise a self-organized mid-year holiday refresher camp. The students also sent more petitions to the governor, but none were answered. When 7 schools reopened on June 24, new disciplinary measures were imposed. Among others, teachers would be screened and pupils would be forbidden to use the school premises for extramural activities not approved by the principal. But these orders read well only in the newspapers. They could not be enforced because the management committees and the principals were afraid of the organized underground among the teachers and students. Then, on September 13, the government announced that it intended to give itself powers to close down any school that did not comply with the school's ordinance. Its supervisor could henceforth be asked to show cause if in the preceding 6 months it had been used for political propaganda detrimental to Singapore. This was a ghastly mistake. The committees of the Chinese schools had been divided among the anti-communists, the fence-sitters, and the fellow travelers. But once the government proposed to control their schools, they were all united against it, and were supported even by the nationalist Kuomintang press. Governor Sir John Nicol was taken aback. Speaking to the Legislative Council on September 21, he deplored suggestions that the government was adopting an anti-Chinese policy. It did not intend to assimilate the Chinese schools into the colonial system of education. The communists knew that the governor's plan was to stifle their subversive activities, but he had in fact given them a chance to rally all Chinese educated groups around a patriotic cause, and they cleverly twisted the issue into a threat to anglicize Chinese schools and destroy Chinese culture, language, and education. These were a sacred heritage dear to the hearts of all Chinese, especially the poorly educated merchant millionaires and shopkeepers of Singapore. They had been mesmerized by glowing reports from Communist China, depicting its transformation into a great nation. And now, just when this rejuvenated China should be a source of new pride and dignity to Chinese everywhere, the British seemed out to strip them of their birthright. The colonial government had stumbled into a cultural minefield. If Special Branch had had Chinese educated officers who could feel the pulse of the chauvinistic communities in Singapore and Malaya, they would have warned the governor to move with greater sensitivity and circumspection. The Chinese educated were nothing like the English educated students who had published Fajar. They were resourceful fundraisers. When I approached Prit on their behalf, I told him they could mobilize the financial resources of the merchant community in the Chinese Chamber of Commerce. He suggested a fee of $30,000. I put it to the students. They did not bat an eyelid. Long before Prit flew to Singapore on October 7 for the hearing of their appeal, which was to begin 5 days later, they brought the money in cash to my home. They seemed to feel uncomfortable about going to Lei Kok and Ong, where an Englishman was the senior partner. Having read the record of the appeal, Prit must have known there was no chance of it succeeding, so with the practiced vehemence of years of experience he again made as much noise and propaganda for the students as he could to damage the government. The students gave him a tea party at the badminton hall the day after his arrival. Prit made a speech in English, and his hosts made several in Mandarin, but none of this was translated to him. Not surprisingly, for this was an opportunity for the backroom leaders to mobilize support, work up enthusiasm, and generate more steam for mass action, utilizing a perfectly legitimate cause. The proceedings left so deep an impression on him that in his autobiography published 12 years later, Prit remembered the organization and logistics that had produced 5,000 students neatly seated in a hall, each one provided with a box of cakes, buns, peanuts and bananas, the leftovers of which were placed back in the same box and carried away by ushers along the aisles, so that the hall was left neat and tidy when they marched off to their buses to go home. And all this in response to crisp orders given over the loudspeakers with great aplomb and self-confidence by boys and girls of only 15 or so who were instantly obeyed. It was a performance that would have gladdened the heart of any staff officer in the army, and I was as impressed as Prit. That was the first of several such meetings I was to attend. I had never seen anything like it among English-educated students, who spoke diffidently, lacked self-confidence, and were psychologically hobbled when they used a language that was not their mother tongue. The appeal itself, I knew, would be an anticlimax. But the students saw it as an occasion to organize demonstrations against the government. On October 12, a large crowd of them gathered on the Padang outside the Supreme Court, and according to the Singapore standard, a storm of applause broke out from them when Prit arrived. The English judge, Mr. Justice Knight, asked, "Why has a trivial appeal like this been listed for 3 days?" Prit said he was responsible, as he estimated it would not be safe to say that it would be concluded in less. He then plowed through his grounds for appeal, putting up a stout performance that lasted 2 days. I would have been hard-pressed to keep it going beyond one morning, but with no effect. After submissions were completed at the end of the second day, the judge said that he upheld the conviction. However, he would set aside the prison sentences if the young students would sign bonds of good behavior for 18 months. Each student was asked in turn if he or she would sign a bond. Each signified refusal by a shake of the head. The judge was determined to uphold the rule of law, and the students were determined to be martyrs. The judge had no alternative but to send them to prison, although in doing so he had given them another issue with which to work up anti-government feelings among the Chinese-speaking masses. Knowing now how the communists would exploit it, I would have released them on a bond of good behavior signed by their parents, whom I could have called to court and dealt with directly before the communist backroom boys could get at them. The government would have scored a moral victory and the parents would have been relieved that their children had been let off with a warning. But at that time I, too, got carried away by the wave of sympathy for them, and on September 20, the Nanyang Shangpao quoted me as saying, "Until now the authorities have no evidence of any communist activity in the Chinese schools, but they regard opposition to the government's refusal to allow the students' postponement of service as communist activity, and under this pretext, they seek to exercise better control over the Chinese schools." I was ignorant, gullible, and stupid. I did not know just how efficient the communists were, how their tentacles reached out and controlled every single organization that was bubbling up against the government. The appeal to the Privy Council was heard on February 15, 1955 and was dismissed. The case was over, but my initiation into the world of the Chinese educated had just begun. It was a world full of vitality, of so many activists, all like jumping beans, of so many young idealists, unselfish, ready to sacrifice everything for a better society. I was deeply impressed by their seemingly total dedication to the cause of revolution, their single-minded determination to overturn the colonial government in order to establish a new world of equality and fairness. And I was to grow increasingly fearful of the direction in which their leaders were taking them. But I was also convinced that if I could not harness some of these dynamic young people to our cause, to what my friends and I stood for, we would never succeed. So far, we had links only with the English-educated and the Malays, who did not have the convictions or the energies to match, never mind the will to resist the Chinese-educated communists. The only Chinese-speaking Chinese in our network were small groups in the naval base and the harbor board, largely Cantonese skilled laborers, and some daily rated city council workers. The one union whose members were all Chinese-speaking was that of the night soil workers in the municipal council, who every morning collected human waste in 2 metal buckets, one at each end of a pole. They were not well educated, and did not look to me like revolutionary material. The students must have been instructed to use me as their lawyer, after having employed others who were not very political nor as willing to stand up to the government as I was. They started turning up at Oxley Road looking for advice on 101 problems they encountered whenever they came into conflict with or were obstructed by authority, from schoolboys scalded during their camp-ins to permits for public meetings. They usually arrived in a bright pink Chevrolet with the number plate 1066. Chu recognized and remembered it, the year of the Battle of Hastings. One of these pigtailed schoolgirls was evidently using her father's car. He was probably a wealthy shopkeeper or merchant. I never turned them away, however inconvenient the hour. I wanted to poach in this pond where the fish had been fed and nurtured by the communists, to use hook and line to catch as many as I could. After all, they had fished in our English-speaking pond, poaching John Eber, Sharma, Devon Nair, Samad, and others. I was innocent. It was like recruiting police cadets in mafia territory, a hazardous business. I believed then that the discipline of the students and the energy and dedication of their leaders were natural and spontaneous, born of youthful enthusiasm and idealism. It took me 2 years from 1954 to 1956 to fathom their methods, to get glimpses of their intrigues and deviousness and to understand the dynamics of the Communist United Front, CUF. Behind the scenes, the anonymous town committee of the MCP controlled and ran open front operators like Robert Soon Lo Boon and those section leaders at mass rallies. The Communists had a secret network of disciplined cotters grouped in cells of about 4, each with a leader who gave the orders, dressed up as the outcome of democratic discussion, who in turn took orders from a leader in another cell of a higher rank. These orders were disobeyed at the risk of isolation and marginalization for those on the fringes, of rustication and punishment for those who were members of the Anti-British League or the MCP, and of death by assassination if a party member had committed an act of betrayal. It was a ruthless system in which a past record of sacrifice could count for nothing, and therefore not one to be defied lightly, as the case of Liu Yitfun should have taught me. Liu joined the MCP in Malaya in 1942 and operated against the Japanese in Negiri Sembilan in the 2nd Regiment of the Mpaja. After the war, he became the MCP representative in Malaya for contacts with the authorities, and the publisher of a party newspaper called Min Sheng Pao. Just before the emergency was declared in 1948, he was convicted for sedition and sentenced to 18 months imprisonment. In October 1949, as his sentence was about to expire, a detention order was served on him, and this was extended 3 times to 1955. Asked by his friends to represent him in the judicial review of his case, I saw Liu in Johor Bahru jail and found him a most intelligent, eloquent, and dedicated communist. He wanted to be banished to China, or to Jamaica, where he had been born, but there was little I could do for him under the law. So I decided to use the threat of an action for habeas corpus, which would generate adverse publicity. This was about 6 months after I had brought D.N. Prit out for the Fajar case and, 4 months later, for the defense of the Chinese students, so my threat was taken seriously. In a letter dated July 11, 1955 and addressed to police headquarters in Kuala Lumpur, the director of Singapore Special Branch paraphrased me as saying, "If the habeas corpus action did not succeed, the facts would become known in the press of the world, and Peking would start taking an interest in this case of one of its nationals." Within 3 months, the British banished Liu to China. The final twist was yet to come. Like so many communists, he was eaten up by his own revolution. During the Cultural Revolution, Chin Peng, the leader of the MCP, expelled him from the party and he died in disgrace, a disillusioned man. He had been martyred by both sides. But in 1954, I was still blind to the true nature of the communist adversary, and was not deterred. I believed I could win over some of the non-committed who had open minds and would see that Mao-inspired communism could never succeed in Malaya. I had much to learn. 10. Enter the Pap. Chu was on the veranda with our son Lung, then aged 2, when 2 men turned up at 38 Oxley Road one Sunday morning in 1954. This was a fortnight after I had told some of the Chinese educated students that I wanted to meet some leaders in the Chinese trade unions. I came to the sitting room to greet them. They said they were from the Singapore Bus Workers Union. They were soft-spoken and could understand a little English, but had brought Robert Soon Lo Boon along as interpreter. Their names were Lim Chin Siang and Fong Sui Swan. I had made contact with the activists in the Chinese educated working class world and was excited at the prospect of exploring it for recruits to our cause of a democratic, non-communist, socialist Malaya. Lim and Fong looked the right type, well-mannered, earnest, and sincere in demeanor, simple in their clothes, Fong to the point of shabbiness. Keenness and dedication were written in every line of their faces and in every gesture. They were in marked contrast to the shallow characters whom my colleagues and I had earlier met at David Marshall's flat, when he and Lim Yu Hock of the Labour Party were discussing the formation of a new political grouping that would later emerge as the Labour Front. That had been part of our probing. We wanted to assess what they were capable of. But we found it difficult to take Marshall seriously. A mercurial, flamboyant Sephardic Jew, he was then the leading criminal lawyer in Singapore, but when he made what he considered a sound proposal, we often could not help laughing at him. He was apolitical and naive. We knew he was a prima donna who loved to be center stage and would be uncontrollable. On one occasion, he was so furious when we laughed at him at the wrong moment that he flounced out of the room in a tantrum, and then out of his own flat altogether. We found ourselves left with his friends and a lot of food and drink. We ate, drank, exchanged pleasantries, thanked the maid, and left. After the third meeting, we decided that it would be ruinous to be in any way associated with these people. What we were looking for were serious-minded men for a long-term enterprise, men who would take with equanimity the ups and downs of politics in pursuit of our objectives. Lim Chin Siang and Fong Sui Swan were the exact opposite of Marshall and Company, and I liked what I saw. They were the Chinese educated equivalent of the Fajar boys who were prosecuted for sedition, but more determined, more selfless, more hard-working, the kind of lieutenants we had been searching for. I was hopeful that we could win such people over. I explained to them my plans for forming a party to represent the workers and the dispossessed, especially the Chinese educated, not in order to win the coming election, but to gain a significant number of seats so as to show up the rottenness of the system and the present political parties, and to build up for the next round. They were non-committal, but after my experience with the Chinese school students, I was not surprised. I knew that before making any major decision they would have to report back and submit their assessments, whereupon somewhere above or beyond them earnest discussions would be held and they would eventually be given the MCP line. 2 weeks later, they returned with another interpreter. Yes, they were prepared to join me, not to seek power but to expose the colonial regime, the inadequacy of the proposed Rendell Constitution, and to demolish the parties that would take office. We planned to launch our People's Action Party at a public meeting on November 21, 1954, and I wanted them both to be conveners. They whispered among themselves and said they would first discuss it. The next time they came, they said that Fong, who was the paid secretary of the Singapore Bus Workers Union, would be a convener, but Lim Chin Sian would stay out for the time being. I did not know their reasons. I suspected it was because Fong was the more expendable of the two, and at the same time had been less exposed as a security risk, so that Special Branch would have few traces of him on their records when his name appeared in the press. But I was satisfied. With Fong in, I felt the new party would have a reasonably broad working class base. We had the English educated, the Malay blue and white collar workers, and we now had the Chinese clan associations, trade guilds, and blue collar workers as well. We did not want the middle school students to be in any way associated with us. Any political party in Singapore's segmented society had to balance its appeal to one section of the community against the fears or resistance it would arouse in another, and for this reason they would not be an asset. They would frighten off the English and Malay educated, who were about 40% of the population. In October, we announced the inauguration of the party, and in November, pledged ourselves to fight for a multilingual legislature with simultaneous translation, as no elected legislative councillor has the slightest idea what the Chinese-speaking population thinks and feels, and this is hardly a healthy state of affairs. This forced the other political parties to do likewise. To balance the party's radical reputation and the left-wing background of some of the conveners, I persuaded Tunku Abdul Rahman, by then the leader of the United Malays National Organization, UMNO, and a member of the Executive Council in Malaya, and Sir Cheng Lok Tan, president of the Malayan Chinese Association, MCA, to speak at the inauguration. I had met Tan at several dinners, and the Tunku had consulted me in my office when he wanted to sue a newspaper in Singapore for libel. Later, I had invited him together with the Singapore UMNO leaders to dinner in my home. Thus I had two highly respected Malayan leaders attend the inaugural meeting of the PAP because of their personal links with me, and probably also because they thought I could be a useful ally in future. But while the Tunku did not want me to enter politics in the Federation, Tan did. This fundamental difference between the two reflected basic contradictions in their electoral interests. The Tunku wanted the Chinese in small pockets, disunited if possible, disorganized, and easy for the Malays to handle. Tan wanted young men who could bring the Chinese community together, and the MCA was very keen on getting Singapore into the Federation to increase their voting strength. First PAP Central Executive Committee, November 1954. Back row, from left, Tan Wee Kang, Devon Nair, S. Sokolingam, Lee Kuan Yew, Ong Ang Guan, Fong Swee Swan. Front row, from left, Lee Gek Seng, Mofradi bin Haji Maud Noor, To Chin Chai, Ismail Rahim, Chan Cha Thor. We started the meeting at 10 a.m. on Sunday, November 21 at the Victoria Memorial Hall and continued until 1 p.m., when we had to stop because it had been booked for a concert that afternoon. It was a warm, sticky morning. We filled the hall, but not to overflowing. Everybody was seated on wooden and cane armchairs. The Singapore Standard said there were 1,500 present, the Straits Times, 800. There was no electricity or magic in the air. Our supporters from the unions filled about 2/3 of the seats, and the rest were taken up by observers from other political parties and interested outsiders. We read set speeches, there was no great oratory. We dressed in open-necked shirts, Cheng Lok Tan in a lounge suit and the Tunku in formal Malay attire, a buttoned-up silk top, loose trousers, and a short decorative sarong around his hips. It was a good but uninspiring meeting. We had formally launched the party, got a decent press, made ourselves known, and were taken seriously. There were no flights of rhetoric, no balloons, no pigeons freed. But we were ready for nomination day when it was announced for February 28 and polling for April 2, 1955. After much intense discussion we had decided on 5 candidates, for Bukit Timah, Lim Chin Sian, for Farrer Park, Devon Nair, not my preference but a concession to the pro-communists, for Punggol Tampines, Go Chu Chua, a 60-year-old contractor friend of Kenny's who had lived in Punggol and was well known in the area, and for Tanjong Pagar, myself. Fong Sui Swan could not stand as he had been born in Johor, but we fielded Ahmed Ibrahim as an independent for Sembawang, where the naval base workers would have the decisive vote. We believed he would get more support from Malay and Indian workers in the naval base if he was not identified as PAP and therefore too radical. The PAP organization was weak, almost non-existent, no paid staff, branches, or grassroots leaders. For canvassing and help at election rallies, we could call upon the unions and Chinese middle school students. But once the campaign started, our candidates went their separate ways, except when better-known speakers like myself made the rounds of all 5 constituencies to address mass rallies. On nomination day, my 2 opponents in Tanjong Pagar constituency, one Chinese-educated, one English-educated, objected to my candidature because I had not resided in Singapore for 7 out of the past 10 years, as required by an order in council issued by the Queen's Privy Council in London for elections under the new Rendell Constitution. But it seemed that this ruling could itself be defective, for Singapore had been a separate colony for only 8 years and 11 months, before April 1946, it was part of the Straits Settlements. A few Britishers also wrote letters to the Straits Times, threatening to take action to unseat me if I were elected, but the returning officer upheld my nomination and advised my opponents that objections on residential grounds could only be made through an election petition if I were returned. After hearing from me, Keng Swee, then back in London, briefed the Labour MP Stanley Aubrey about it, and Aubrey put down a question in the House of Commons. In March, Henry Hopkinson, Minister of State for Colonial Affairs, replied. Malayan students who were in Great Britain during the qualifying period for the forthcoming federal elections have on their return, if not otherwise disqualified, been allowed to register as electors if during the absence they have continued to regard the Federation as their home. They would no doubt also be treated as eligible to stand as candidates. Although he referred to Malayan students, those opposing me decided to drop the issue. They knew London would take retrospective action if necessary to put matters right, rather than have an unpleasant political row over rules that were manifestly absurd. As I had pointed out at the time, John Ada, born and bred in England, could qualify as an assemblyman because he had been resident in Singapore for 7 years. If I, born and bred in Singapore, and lived here all my life except for 4 years in England, did not qualify, then the world must be square, not round. But that was only my first hurdle. I suffered public embarrassment when the newspapers reported that Lam Tien, my Chinese-educated rival in the Democratic Party, had said I could not read or write the language, and was therefore not capable of representing the Chinese voter. I gamely countered, logically, since Lam Tien does not read and write Tamil and Malay, it means he does not propose to represent the Malay and Indian population of Tanjong Pagar. I blithely claimed I could read, write, and speak Mandarin, Hakka and Hokkien, and that I also spoke Malay. It was election bravado. I had been advised by some Chinese reporters that it would be best not to admit my lack of command of my own mother tongue. I remembered and bitterly regretted that I had not heeded my maternal grandmother's wish that I should study Chinese in Chun Guan School. Now I had to exaggerate my linguistic skills. I could write some characters, but had forgotten most of them because I had not been using them since I gave up my job with Shimoda and Company in 1943. My spoken Hakka and Hokkien were pathetic, almost negligible. I vowed to make up for past neglect. Lam Tien then challenged me to a debate at a street meeting in the Cantonese-speaking Krita Air area of Tanjong Pagar. I dodged it, and counter-attacked by saying that to get things done in the Legislative Assembly and in the government, a candidate had to have good English, and that I would therefore be a more effective representative than he would. But I made a supreme effort to say a few words in Mandarin at my biggest rally in Bunda Street, another Cantonese area. A friendly Sin Power reporter called Jek Yun Thong drafted 2 paragraphs for me, and then spent several hours coaching me to read a speech that took only 3 minutes to deliver. But the crowd was with me, and they cheered me for the effort. My problems did not end there. The Chinese-speaking left-wing unions and the middle school students concentrated all their efforts on helping Lim Chin Siang at Bukit Timah and Devon Nair at Farrer Park. They did nothing for me or our other candidates. If ever I was in any doubt as to whom they took their orders from, it vanished after this experience. We were a united front of convenience. They wanted their own two men in, and I was only useful as cover for them. I never allowed myself to forget that. I had to speak at one rally for Lim and another for Nair, but my heart was not in it. It was in Sembawang with Ahmed Ibrahim, the unionist from the Naval Base Fire Brigade, and in Punggol Tampines with old man Go Chu Chua, who turned out to be an effective speaker in Hokkien and did well. The campaign in no way resembled that of 1951 when I was Laycock's election agent in Katong. That was a genteel affair with tea and dinner parties for a limited electorate of 48,000 registered voters out of a population of 1.8 million. In 1955, with automatic registration of the Singapore-born, there were 300,000 voters, about 60% of them Chinese-speaking. Moreover, the communists and their sympathizers had decided to join the fray for the first time since the beginning of the emergency. The atmosphere was very different. The principal languages were the main Chinese dialects, Bazaar Malay, which could reach the largest cross-section of the people, and lastly English, which reached the smallest, the top layer of Singapore society who were close to the levers of power but insignificant in voting strength. The street rallies and the meetings in open spaces had speakers standing on lorries or pickup trucks with microphones and makeshift loudspeakers, and electric bulbs to light them up. They drew huge crowds where Chinese and Malay-speaking voters predominated. The sedate parlor game politics of 1951 was a thing of the past. One valuable experience I gained was from the canvassing I did. Tanjong Pagar was the docklands of Singapore where the dock workers, the trishaw riders, the shopkeepers catering to them, and the opium dens were. I visited places like the Singapore Harbour Board quarters for daily raided Malays in Reclamation Road, wooden houses with no sewerage and no drainage. The stench was overpowering. I retched whenever I went into the area. But inside these homes their leaders maintained a network that kept the Malays a close-knit society. I was introduced to the local UMNO chief, and in no time at all he produced the key men among the few hundred families who lived there. They promised to deliver me their votes. Another scene of filth and dilapidation was presented by the rows of mean, broken-down shop houses in Narcissus Street and the roads leading to it on the site where Tanjong Pagar Plaza now stands. They had not been repaired for many years, and the drains were clogged with rubbish left by roadside hawkers, so that there was always a stink of decaying food. Enormous rats ran fearlessly in and out of these drains, ignoring the cats around. Again, I retched. When I got home, washing my hands was not good enough. Before I could sit down to dinner, I had to bath and have a complete change of clothes. The biggest single theme that galvanized the Chinese-speaking was Chinese culture, and the need to preserve Chinese traditions through the Chinese schools. It was not a proletarian issue, it was plain, simple chauvinism. But the communists knew it was a crowd winner that pulled at Chinese heartstrings, and they worked on it assiduously. In previous elections for the Legislative Council, the speeches were feeble, tepid, dull, delivered without feeling or conviction, usually in English, otherwise in Malay, and only sometimes translated into the different Chinese dialects. This time, Chinese orators took off. Speaking in their own dialects, Hokkien, Cantonese, Teochew, they were superlative crowd rousers. They could wax eloquent, quote proverbs, use metaphors and allegories or traditional legends to illustrate contemporary situations. They spoke with a passion that filled their listeners with emotion and exhilaration at the prospect of Chinese greatness held out to them. For the Chinese of Singapore, it was never to be the same again. One man emerged from this election as a powerful public speaker. He was young, slim, of medium height, with a soft baby face but a ringing voice that flowed beautifully in his native Hokkien. The girls adored him, especially those in the trade unions. Apart from Chinese culture, His themes were the downtrodden workers, the wicked imperialists, the emergency regulations that suppressed the rights of the masses, free speech and free association. Once he had got going after a cold start at the first two meetings, there was tremendous applause every time he spoke. By the end of the campaign, Lim Chin Siang was seen as a charismatic figure and a person to be reckoned with in Singapore politics and, what was of more immediate concern, within the PAP. Fong Swee Swan also addressed these mass rallies, but he did not have Lim's hypnotic effect. He was at a disadvantage. He had to speak in Hokkien to reach the widest audience, for the Hokkiens formed the largest single Chinese community in Singapore, and as a result their dialect was understood by the other groups, but Fong was a Hakka, like myself. Mandarin could reach only those under 35 who had been to Chinese schools. I was frantically learning it, but after these election meetings, I knew that even if I mastered it, it would not be enough. Yet I balked at the idea of learning Hokkien as well. The other language that could reach a big audience was Bazaar Malay. This Malayapisar was a pidgin with little grammar, but it was understood by all races, and was the only means of trading with the Malays and Indians. However, because it was limited, it was difficult to move crowds in it. There could be no flights of rhetoric. It was amazing how much personal loyalties counted for in that campaign. Those who came forward to help did so because they already thought well of me and wanted me to win. Under their union leaders, about 20 postal clerks sat for several consecutive days on my front veranda at Oxley Road, which was election headquarters for all 4 constituencies the PAP was contesting, to address my election manifestos for distribution to voters. Postmen also canvassed on my behalf in Tanjong Pagar and delivered my pamphlets house to house. Groups like the Itinerant Hawkers and Stallholders Association helped us. Some of their members who sold live chickens and ducks in the markets had been charged with packing too many fowls into the baskets strapped to their bicycles at Chinese New Year, and I had got them off lightly by appealing to the magistrate to have a heart. It was, after all, the biggest festival in the lunar calendar. But the most enthusiastic organizations were the main Hakka Clan Association and its subsidiaries, like the Association for My Clansmen from our ancestral prefecture of Dapu in China. Total strangers came to Oxley Road to offer their services. They were Dapu Hakkas, one of whom called me uncle although he was older than I was, and they expected nothing in return except to share in my glory. Chong Mong Sang, the president of the Singapore Hakka Association, mobilized the clan's resources and helped me with cars. He owned a successful chain of pawn shops in Malaya and Singapore. Many pawn shops were run by Hakkas, and was my neighbor in Oxley Road. I was the association's honorary legal advisor, and as a close-knit minority, the Hakkas loyally rooted for me. The Singapore Chinese Liquor Retail Association allowed me to use its premises in Burnham Street as my second election headquarters. Many anonymous people came there to give money, while others turned up with bales of white cloth for banners. They asked for no favors or rewards. I had none to give. In contrast, of the English-educated left wing, only 2 of the Fajar students assisted by writing addresses on election manifestos. One big logistic problem that we had was to find transport to carry voters to the polling stations, where they would then feel obliged to cast their ballots for our candidate. This practice, introduced by the British, favored the wealthy parties whose supporters had cars. I depended on miscellaneous personal contacts, my brothers and sister and my aunts, my Hakka neighbor, and friends like Han Sui Sen and his brother. I put Dennis in charge of transport arrangements on polling day. It was not an enviable task. He had first to establish order and some sort of system out of the bedlam of vehicles that converged on Oxley Road from all over Singapore, then go on to my Burnham Street headquarters, and run around Tanjong Pagar picking up voters at the behest of my canvassers. He also persuaded some petrol stations to honor his signature and that of my clerical assistant at Laycock and Dong, for my friends had lent their cars with full tanks and we had to return them with full tanks, the petrol paid for out of election funds. Nor was this all done just for me. Election agents for Lim Chin Siang and Devon Nair made demands on me for cars, an unpleasant man called Kam Suyi of the teachers' union insisted that I produce 30 for Nair alone. On April 21, some 3 weeks after the election, Chu wrote a letter to Kang Sui in England, which was intercepted by Special Branch and thus survived in their files. It vividly illustrates whom the unions and the Chinese students were really campaigning for through their biased behavior over canvassing and cars. Harry's helpers, canvassers, speakers, were honest-to-goodness straightforward workers, the postmen, clerks, shop assistants, a man who runs a food stall in Chinatown, printers' union chairman, etc. Towards the last week about 20 brats came to help canvassing between 2 and 5 p.m. when all the men were still at work and not home, so their canvassing was not of much effect, and you can compare that with the 100 and more Lewis rustled up for Farrer Park right through the whole month. On polling day, there were a few more kids helping in Tanjong Pagar, pulling chaps out to vote. But if ever you have any doubts as to whether the kids are coming your way, this election will clear those doubts. On morning of polling day, Devon made the mistake of sending Cam here to 38 Oxley Road to collect cars destined for Farrer Park. Our transport committee had had a hell of a time finding cars, out of the 100 over lent to Harry, that could be sent to Bukit Timah and Farrer Park, because most people, like our Hakka neighbors opposite, lent cars to Lee Kuan Yew personally and not to Pap, and had strong objections to cars going off elsewhere than to Tanjong Pagar. Cars were therefore carefully allotted, those who had no objection being sent away. When cars allocated to Farrer Park were late in turning up, Cam, the lout, had the effrontery to throw a scene and demand cars. Who the hell does he think he is? Polling day, April 2, 1955, I collected 6,029 votes against 908 and 780 respectively for my two opponents, both of whom lost their deposits. I had won by the largest number of ballots cast for any candidate, and by the widest margin. Lim Chin Sian, Ahmed Ibrahim, and Go Chu Chua were also returned. Devon Nair lost, and I was greatly relieved, for without Nair, Lim would not be able to operate effectively in an exclusively English-speaking legislative assembly. He was not fluent in the language, and Nair would have been his crutch. Now he had to depend on me. The big shock of the election was the rout of the Progressive Party, which had been expected to emerge the largest in the assembly. The Labour Front won 10 out of the 17 seats it contested, and, to his own astonishment, David Marshall became the chief minister. The PAP won 3 out of 4, and the smaller parties and independents, 8 of the remainder. But the Progressives won only 4 out of the 22 they contested, and the Democrats only 2 out of 20. Yet their two parties had the most resources in money and election workers. What had happened? The Progressive Party had been formed as early as 1947, but consisted only of a small coterie of English-educated professionals and Englishmen like John Laycock. But Laycock lost out in his ward like many others because they were now heavily outnumbered by the Chinese-educated, the Chinese. The Democratic Party was formed only in March 1955, after the Chinese Chamber of Commerce realized that automatic registration under the Rendell Constitution would bring many Chinese-speaking voters onto the rolls. Broadly speaking, both parties represented the middle and upper middle classes, but while one was part of the British colonial establishment, the other was outside the magic circle. Its members were Chinese who made a good living as importers and exporters, retailers, merchants and shopkeepers, bankers, and rubber or tin magnates. They were the leaders of the Chinese-speaking traditional guilds, they were in charge of the Chinese schools, which they paid for and ran through their boards of management, and they funded and administered charitable Chinese clan hospitals and other welfare organizations. They saw this election as their chance to get at the levers of power that would increase their business prospects. They further believed that they could harness the energies of the Chinese middle school students to their party because the students were their children, and they had been sympathetic to their cause of defending Chinese education. The cultural divide between the Progressives and Democrats was thus very deep and could not be bridged. In many constituencies, therefore, they split the right-wing ballot, with the English-speaking and Malay votes going to the Progressives and the Chinese-speaking to the Democrats. If they had worked together, they would have won half of the 160,000 votes polled, 7 times the number in the 1951 election. Once they knew they had lost, they sneaked out of the counting center at the Victoria Memorial Hall and vanished into the night. They did not understand that when you lose, you have to be defiant, to keep up the morale of your supporters, to live and fight another day. The communists knew this, and we, the non-communists in the PAP, quickly learned it from them. But the two parties had been totally demoralized by our hard-hitting campaign, which introduced a note of stridency into the hustings. We had attacked the Progressives as stooges of the colonial power, and the Democrats as capitalists and exploiters of the people. Our main target, however, had been our white overlords, of whom I wrote in my manifesto, "The colonial rule of the British over Malaya is the basic cause of a great number of social and economic evils of this country." Marshall, a political greenhorn, criticized the PAP for going a little too far in demanding immediate self-government. They seem to have been centered on antagonism and attack on the British. Their utterances seem to be unnecessarily anti-British. That might have been the feeling of the English-speaking middle class. It was different with the mass of the Chinese educated. Phoenix Park, the British Commissioner General's office, had its own intelligence assessment of the election. It quoted some passages of a speech I made at an election rally. As far as I can see, apart from those over 40, all the Chinese are immensely proud of the achievement of the Mao Zedong government. A government that in 5 years can change a corrupt and decadent administration into one that can withstand the armed might of the Americans in Korea deserves full praise. General Chang and Kuomintang are finished, except to some stray supporters who talk of the reconquest of the Chinese mainland. But I believe there is growing in Malaya a generation of Chinese born and bred here, educated in the Chinese language and traditions, but nevertheless Malayans in their outlook. They consider Malaya to be their only home. They are proud of China as a Frenchman in Quebec would be proud of France. Of course, there are those who feel that the task of building up a Malayan nation is not worthwhile. These are the young students who go back to China to be reabsorbed into the Chinese stream of life. Those who remain behind are Malayans and will be more and more as the years go by. British intelligence thought my words worth reporting to fathom my real position. Earlier, in January, Raja had drafted a PAP statement, which I then issued, proposing a general amnesty for the MCP. It was reasonable and logical, but in retrospect, naive and unworkable. The past 6.5 years have made clear that the emergency in this country is essentially a political and not a military problem, it said. The sooner it was ended, the sooner could the people avail themselves of the democratic rights that it had curtailed, and without which effective democratic parties could not properly function. The Malayan government should give firm guarantees that if the MCP abandoned its armed insurrection, there would be no reprisals, and if it accepted constitutional methods of political struggle, it should be permitted to operate as a legitimate party. Raja and I were Western-educated radicals who had no idea of the dynamics of guerrilla insurgency and revolution by violence. Only later did we realize that the communists would never give up their capacity to use armed force whenever democratic methods failed to win them power. But while in part our misguided demands could be put down to innocence, in large measure they could be traced to adroit manipulation of the mass rallies by the pro-communists. They were superb stage managers, and their cheerleaders had orchestrated prolonged applause for all speakers who attacked the emergency regulations and made them appear to be a major issue, since they had to be abolished first if the MCP were to break out into the open and be free to organize the ground. Initially I did not understand this, and was duly impressed because it all appeared to be so spontaneous. But as I attended rally after rally over the next 2 years, I gradually became aware that these cheerleaders were always scattered among the audience. Furthermore, they would be led by a master cheerleader, from whom they took their cue, and each in turn would have his own claque of 30 to 40 who would begin to applaud when he did, triggering off a response from the audience around him. It was well rehearsed. I was to see them play a game of Spot the Leader at their picnics, at which 20 to 30 students would sit in a circle, each touching his nose or pulling his ear or tugging his shirt sleeve, the object being to identify the one who changed signals and almost instantly prompted all the others to change with him. With a good team, it was not always easy. But it was the combination of the stage management and his own oratory that made the reputation of Lim Chin Siang during those weeks of electioneering. Later, I learned that if any speaker broke the party line, the claques would suddenly go cold on him, however striking his oratory, hissing, booing and making disconcerting noises to distract the crowd. The communists had developed these techniques in mass psychology to a fine art and used them to great effect among the Chinese educated. So far as I could see, they did not work with the English educated. I said many things then that were imprudent, so it was perhaps fortunate that the Pap had not set out to form a government and therefore would not be implementing our proposals. But meanwhile, we had aroused expectations of great changes. We had got the people interested enough to come and listen to our speeches, and then tossed them stirring ideas, instilling in them a spirit of defiance. The campaigning during the 5 weeks of that election decisively changed the mood in Singapore. But while Tea Party politics might be a thing of the past, the aftermath of all that rhetoric would soon be bloody violence. 11 Round 1 to the Communists. Laycock had become increasingly unhappy about my political activities but never complained to me directly. In 1954, after 3 years of service, he had given me a partnership contract under which I was guaranteed a minimum that was more than what Chu and I earned together. He did not want to continue to employ Chu, who was happy to stay at home to look after Lung, and later Ling, when she was born in January 1955. He knew I was doing my job in accordance with our agreement, and he tolerated me. However, the defeat of the Progressive Party and his own dismissal by the voters of Katong were crushing blows. He might perhaps have thought that the Progressives would form the government and I would be in opposition. But not this. I had become totally unacceptable. He never spoke to me again. Finally, he wrote me a letter asking for our partnership to be terminated as soon as possible, suggesting the end of August 1955. I promptly agreed. Thus ended one phase of my career. In the 5 years since my return from England, I had built up something of a law practice and also a base for political support in the trade unions. But I now had 2 tasks ahead of me, to start my own law firm and to create a party organization for the PAP. There was no great urgency. I had 4 months before I would leave Laycock and Ong, and 4 years in which to get the PAP into shape before the next general election. Together with Chu and my brother Dennis, we set up the firm Lee and Lee in Malacca Street, next to Laycock and Ong. What I had not anticipated was the impact of the election campaign on the militants and trade unionists. The frenetic activity of the pro-communists, the fierce rhetoric of their speakers on Lim Chin Siang's and Devon Nair's platforms, had generated great heat. Many of the MCP cadres had been lying low, or had been under cover since the emergency was proclaimed. In the weeks before and during the election, they came out into the open, using their anonymity as campaign helpers to foment feelings against authority among the workers, the rural dwellers in the countryside, mostly Chinese vegetable, pig, and poultry farmers, and the Chinese middle school students. They stoked up hatred against the imperialists, the colonial government, the colonial police, the British capitalists and the local compradors who helped the British capitalists exploit the people. They had created a hothouse atmosphere. All those caught up in their circle believed that a successful revolution was just around the corner. And the militancy proved contagious. Before the Fajar case, I had been looking for potential activists among University of Malaya students who would be willing to work with the unions. I had too much to do, and needed lieutenants who would stay on the job full-time. They were not easy to find. Good graduates wanted good careers. Not many were willing to take less than the going rates of pay for men with their qualifications, and work with the unions. There was no glamour in the job. The few who came forward did it for a cause, the idealism of youth. One of these was Sandra Segaram, or Sydney, Woodhull, whom I appointed to the Naval Base Labor Union as their paid, or underpaid, secretary. Another was Jamit Singh, a Sikh who had discarded his turban and trimmed his beard. He had failed his final examinations, but was active enough for the job, although somewhat hot-headed. On my recommendation, he became the paid secretary of the Singapore Harbour Board Staff Association. Before I made these appointments, I checked with Corr Iden to know whether they were secret members of the Anti-British League or were likely to be Marxists or Communists. He had nothing on them, but could not vouch for their inner loyalties. He encouraged me to try them out because if I did not get them to work for non-communist causes, their activism would lead them to the communists. It made sense. Neither was pro-communist to start with. Woodhull had only dabbled in Marxism at the university, and Jamit had no interest in intellectual theory. But the next thing that happened was that the Singapore Harbour Board Staff Association, hitherto a non-militant group of largely English-educated Indian and Chinese clerks, went on strike. Ostensibly, Jamit had called them out because the Harbour Board had not settled claims on overtime rates, working hours, pensions and bonuses. But the truth was that he just wanted a fight, and pressed on even after the Harbour Board offered wage increases. It was all my doing. I had been naive in putting the few English-educated activists that I had into contact with the Chinese-speaking cadres of the MCP. Now even the apolitical Jamit Singh had gone along with Lim Chin Siang and Fong Swee Swan because they were the most active of all the unionists. He had got worked up seeing the Chinese-speaking unions becoming militant, and decided his clerks should not lag behind. Furthermore, now Lim had Devon Nair and James Poothachuri, they had been detained on St. John's Island together, in his Singapore Factory and Shop Workers Union, whose membership had jumped from a few hundred the previous year to more than 10,000. They helped him operate within the law and navigate the Chinese educated through the English-speaking bureaucracy. The pro-communist cadres were keyed up with the exhilaration of winning their political battles with a legitimate political vehicle, the PEP, with English-educated leaders who understood constitutionalism. It provided them with cover. Lim Chin Siang's position as a legislative assemblyman also gave him status and respectability with government and police officials. Then there was the hubris arising from the complete and total defeat of the Democratic Party and the rout of the English-educated professionals in the Progressive Party. To face this challenge there was now a Labour front government consisting of weak opportunists, with a well-meaning but politically innocent chief minister in David Marshall, who did not understand the Chinese-speaking people, but was extremely anxious to live up to his self-perceived role as a liberal and a socialist bent on freeing Singapore from colonialism. In the Legislative Assembly, I renewed my acquaintance with William Good, the Chief Secretary. I first met him in 1953 over a minor grievance of the postman. This was when the government had given convicts the task of painting red stripes down the sides of the postman's khaki drill trousers, which they complained made them look like circus attendants. The government insisted the stripes were necessary because postmen were wearing these trousers when off-duty, which they were not supposed to do. Good was a big man with rugged features and a broken nose from boxing in his younger days. He had a long upper lip and spoke in a quiet, modulated voice. He had been educated at a public school and Oxford. But one could feel the steel behind the soft voice, his grey eyes and the firm set of his jaw. He was in the Singapore Volunteer Corps and a prisoner of war from 1942 to 1945, and was sent to work on the Death Railway in Thailand. He laughed easily and had a bluff manner. We got on well, and settled the problem by having the painted stripes changed to narrow red cloth piping. This made the postman look smart, not clownish. It cost the government a little more. Good now explained that the emergency regulations were necessary because murder, arson, acid throwing and other crimes of violence were part of the communists' bid for power. They had to maintain their acts of terrorism not just against the military, but also against civilians in order to cow them into a conspiracy of silence. The result was that no one who valued his life would appear in court as a witness to any communist-related crime. He recalled the assassination on April 17 of a young Chinese boy who was called out of a music club where he was playing a harmonica and shot dead. As it happened, I was at our Dapo Hakka Association just next door that Sunday afternoon, attending a tea party given in my honor to celebrate my election victory, and had heard the gunshot ring out. It was broad daylight, but nobody came forward to identify the assassin or assist the police, who were always helpless when it came to getting communists arrested and brought to trial. I knew from my 5 years of practice at the bar that good was stating hard facts. However, I could not support the extension of the emergency regulations because we had attacked them as part of our election platform. We had done so as a matter of principle, believing that if we had independence we could do away with them. By April, I was beginning to have some doubts about this, but it was to be another year and a half before my doubts turned into a conviction that Raja, Keng Sui, Chin Chai, Kenny, and I were all wrong. But I had a role to play in the assembly, namely to discount the gravity of the security situation and move our agenda forward. In response to Bill Good's speech, therefore, I said ironically, that was a thrilling account of what good police and detective work can unravel, adding that there was not one iota of evidence that the schoolboy was killed under very mysterious circumstances or was a victim of a campaign of terror, other than the fact that since he had been shot, his fellow students had thought it wise to stay out of the affair. Neither repealing nor prolonging the emergency regulations would solve the problem, I said, adding, if we are ever to solve it, let us have the courage to say, we believe in democracy and we are going to fight for it. We give you this democracy to fight for. If we then fail we would have to admit, as the French admitted in Indochina, that nothing can succeed. I believed then that had the French given the Vietnamese their full independence they might not have gone communist. After the first 2 days of that assembly meeting, it was obvious to the reporters in the press gallery and to the members present that the two main players were going to be Marshall and myself. He had the personality, a gift for colorful language, and a histrionic bent that could capture the attention of the House. I had a knack for pricking and deflating his high-flown metaphors and rather enjoyed doing it. Although the PAP had only 3 members in the assembly plus Ahmed Ibrahim, the speaker, Sir George Ohlers, placed me where the leader of the opposition would normally be seated, facing the chief minister. A lawyer in his late 40s, Ohlers was very meticulous and punctilious, determined to be manifestly fair and impartial. He knew that he would preside over more interesting debates if I were seated opposite Marshall because I would stand up to him. What the speaker did not yet know was that Marshall was easily provoked by sharp needling into making sallies he would later regret. He was soon to face a vital test of his authority, for the momentum of Lim Chin Siang and Fang's activities during the election campaign was carrying them inevitably towards a clash with the police. Fang had succeeded in getting the Paya Bus Company workers to join his union in February against the wishes of their employer, and was now trying to win over the Hock Lee Bus Company. But Kwek Sing Leong, the tough managing director of Hock Lee, was not going to give up control of his workers and his business to a group of young communists. What was more, Lim Yu Hock as labor minister supported him, and so did his Singapore Trade Union Congress. Fang was nevertheless determined to teach Kwek and the remaining bus companies a lesson. The day after the opening of the assembly in April 1955, he got the supporters of his Singapore Bus Workers Union, SBWU, to celebrate its first anniversary by picketing the Hock Lee Depot in Alexandra Road. He declared an official strike, and urged the employees of all bus companies to come out in sympathy if Kwek did not agree to Hock Lee becoming a closed shop with the SBWU as its only union, and immediately settle their outstanding disputes. Kwek's response was to dismiss all 229 workers belonging to the SBWU, whereupon the workers went on a hunger strike and picketed the depot again the same night. Then the ubiquitous Chinese middle school students got into the act. The boys and girls turned up to entertain the strikers with songs and dances, and since one of Lim Chin Siang's many disputes was with the Miss Sino Aerated Water Company, which was not far from the Hock Lee premises, the students were able to shuttle between the two to give encouragement and support. I advised Fong not to call a strike until a 14-day notice had been given and had expired. Fong complied, but in a speech in the Legislative Assembly on April 27, Lim Chin-siang objected to the notice, which was required under the emergency regulations. Kwek was not browbeaten by the threat of strike action and wanted to send his buses out the next day. But 150 strikers of Fong's group had already formed a human barrier in front of the main gate of the depot and refused to move despite repeated police warnings. Water hoses were then used and they were dispersed. 15 strikers claimed they had been brutally assaulted, but none had anything more than superficial bruises. Kwek got 40 of his 70 buses onto the road. In the next 2 weeks, I received my first lesson in CUF negotiating tactics. Every concession made immediately led to a new demand. Every refusal to give in to a demand led to an increase in heat and tension. Meanwhile, the Chinese students together with supporters from Lim Chin-siang's factory and shop workers' union continued to visit the strikers in order to increase their sense of solidarity and omnipotence, and their conviction that victory was inevitable. Lim and Fong wanted nothing less than to win control of all the bus workers and be able to paralyze the city's transport system at will. On April 29, Marshall intervened, going personally to the Hockley depot to bridge the differences and get a settlement. Under pressure from the chief minister, Kwek offered to take back the dismissed workers pending the outcome of the court of inquiry ordered by Lim Yu Hock. I persuaded Fong to accept this. F.A. Chua, the judge who had heard the Fajar sedition case, was the chairman of the court of inquiry. Being a pragmatic man, he looked for a workable solution. He gave 2/3 of the buses to Fong's union and 1/3 to the House union, to be run on separate routes, and recommended that all dismissed workers be reinstated. The buses went out the next day. But the strike resumed within hours when ticket inspectors from Fong's union refused to register their names with the company before leaving the depot, while other members claimed they were being discriminated against by being allotted vehicles in poor condition. Workers in Kwek's loyal Hockley Employees Union continued to take their buses out on the roads, but strikers slashed the seats and rang the bells incessantly to disturb the drivers. Meanwhile, the pickets were out once more and the police had to use water hoses to disperse them. That was only the beginning. The following day, Fong called a 2-day stoppage by all 7 bus companies in Singapore, which would bring public transport to a halt. 20 unions in the group that he and Lim Chin-siang controlled then threatened a general strike unless direct negotiations between the Hockley Bus Company and the SBWU were opened within 24 hours. Early on May 12, crews of the remaining Hockley buses and of the Singapore Traction Company were intimidated into stopping work, and since the STC ran the major routes within the city itself was almost paralyzed, with only private cars and pirate taxis on the streets. Work also stopped at many other places, as Governor Sir John Nichol reported to Alan Lennox Boyd, Secretary of State for the Colonies, either in sympathy, fear, or plain bewilderment. On the same morning, the pickets returned to the Hockley bus depot. Fong had urged them to be brave enough to stand firm this time, and they linked arms in a human chain as the police moved in with their hoses. The water jets still swept them away, and the buses passed through the gates, to be pelted with stones. But in the afternoon, 20 lorry loads of reinforcements from the Chinese middle schools converged on the depot and a pitched battle took place, with about 2,000 students and 300 strikers pitted against the police. The main weapons were stones and bottles on one side and tear gas on the other, but every now and then cornered policemen had to use their firearms. When darkness fell, the rioting grew more intense. At about 9 p.m., I drove to the junction of Tanglin Road and Jervois Road, which was on a hillock and gave a good view of the Hockley bus depot below me. I had my car radio on, and at 9:30, Marshall came on the air. It was sad. He was confused. He was for the people, for the downtrodden workers, yet they were rioting. He extolled them for their past sacrifices, which had made Singapore prosperous, and appealed to them to give him time to put things right. He said, We have furthermore sought and are still seeking to obtain the services of Professor Arthur Lewis of the University of Manchester, a West Indian Negro of world standing as an economist, and all his life a staunch socialist, in order to assist us in reorienting the economy of this territory for the benefit of the people. I could hardly believe my ears. I despaired for Marshall and for Singapore. Either he should have left the governor and the chief secretary to tackle this problem, or if he was going to be in charge then he had to govern and tell the striking workers that unless they stopped this violence, he would use force to restore law and order. On May 21, the governor reported to Alan Lennox Boyd, the chief minister, under strong pressure from myself and others, addressed the public over Radio Malaya in a long and unconvincing speech, once more blaming colonialism and economic exploitation for the situation, likely neither to restrain the lawless nor to reassure the law-abiding. I knew that Lim Chin Siang and Fong were working for a clash with authority, but I did not expect an outburst of mob fury. People assumed there was always some latent animosity in the Chinese-speaking population for their white bosses, but I never realized it was so intense. Raised to fever pitch by the middle school students and the communist cadres in the unions, it exploded. It is probable that even Lim and Fong were not prepared for what was now to take place. But I was to learn again and again that their purpose was never to argue, reason and settle. It was always to engineer a collision, to generate more popular hatred of the colonial enemy. They wanted to establish the Leninist preconditions for a revolution: first, a government that no longer commanded the confidence of the people, and second, a government that had lost faith in its ability to solve its problems as growing lawlessness, misery, and violence overwhelmed it. The rioting spread the next day. By 4 p.m., mobs of about 1,000 were attacking the police and had to be broken up with tear gas. After dark, they continued to strike at police posts, roadblocks, individual policemen, and radio patrol cars. It was hit and run throughout the night until 3 a.m., when the main crowds dispersed. But groups of 10 and 20 were still throwing stones and bricks at policemen who were clearing the roads of obstruction and towing away damaged vehicles. 2 policemen were killed and 14 injured, along with some 17 civilians. Whenever violence erupted, the crowd would go for any whites on the scene, since feelings against them were running strong. An American correspondent for UPI was beaten to death, and 3 Europeans had narrow escapes. At about 10:35 p.m. that first evening, a mob had attacked a police patrol car with a British police lieutenant in charge, hurling bottles and stones as they closed in for the kill. The lieutenant radioed for help, but before he and his men were rescued he fired 4 shots from his revolver. He was not aiming at the crowd, he said, but one shot appeared to have hit a Chinese student of about 17. Instead of taking him straight to hospital, however, the other students put him on a lorry and paraded him around the town for 3 hours, so that by the time he was brought there he was dead from a wound in the lung. Had he been taken to hospital directly, he might have been saved. But what was one life if another martyr could stoke up the fire of revolution? After the riots on May 13, 1955, the government decided to get tough and closed 3 Chinese schools. But the students continued to camp in them and were supported by the trade unions controlled by Lim Chin Siang and Fong. There were more marches through the town by the strikers and stone throwing and attacks on cars. The tense situation finally eased after the funeral of the Chinese student on May 15 passed without incident. That night, after 4 hours of mediation, a happy marshal broadcast that an agreement had been reached that might well lead to a settlement of all outstanding strikes of an industrial nature in Singapore. He appointed as arbiter Charles Gamba, who was known to be sympathetic to the union. Gamba gave his final ruling on May 28. The SBWU members who had been dismissed on April 23 were to be reinstated. The Hockley Employees Union was to be dissolved, and 160 members retrenched. Kwek would not give up easily. He still allocated work to members of the officially defunct Hockley Employees Union who had been loyal to him, and the union's leaders threatened to reject Gamba's ruling until the government prevailed upon the company to go along with it. Kwek was bitter and defiant. He was a Hokkien, a Hokkien sub-branch known to be rough and tough. The Hock Lee Bus Company was a family business, and he was confident he could fight and win because many union members were his clansmen and key officials like the inspectors and timekeepers were his blood relatives. But an inexperienced government, not knowing what the game was about, helped the communists to break the most tightly knit of all the bus companies in Singapore. It was a total victory for Fong and the Singapore Bus Workers Union and their methods, not least because they now had the full measure of Marshall. They knew they had a swing door to push. The way in which the SBWU had fought and won gave all trade unions, workers and leaders, communists and non-communists, confidence that they had much to gain if they, too, showed fight. 12 Marshall accentuates the crisis. Fong Swee Swan and 4 other union leaders were arrested by the government under the emergency regulations on June 11, 1955. 6,000 bus workers came out in protest against their detention. The next day, thanks to what the authorities described as mob coercion of the drivers, taxis also disappeared from the streets. But the government mounted free emergency lorry services to important parts of the city, and more than 100,000 laborers and 280,000 others went to work as usual without incident. Despite the paralysis of public transport, the strike failed to bring the city to a standstill. This time the people were out of sympathy with it. It was too political and not related to any of their economic grievances. After 4 days, Lim Chin Siang and Devon Nair suddenly called it off, and 13,300 workers, men and women in 90 commercial and industrial enterprises, returned to work. The government claimed victory. Fong was not released until July 25. I had decided to get away from this madhouse and go on my annual vacation. With Chu and Leung, age 3, I drove up to the Cameron Highlands on June 1 and stayed there for 3 weeks. We left 5-month-old Ling at home as she was too young. I played golf at Tanarata every day, morning and afternoon. As I walked on the pleasant and cool 9-hole Cameron Highlands course, 5,000 feet above sea level, I soaked in the significance of the events of the previous few months. I felt in my bones that to continue on the course Lim Chin Siang and Fong had embarked upon would end in political disaster. The PAP and the Middle Road unions, named for the location of their headquarters, not their policies, would be banned. But if Marshall were to flinch from taking unpopular action, the whole economy and society of Singapore would be in such a chaotic mess that the British government would have to suspend the constitution. On June 21, I drove back to Singapore with the family. The press hinted that I had run away from these troubles, but I knew my presence would have made no difference. When the Straits Times asked why I did not return from my leave, I said my executive committee had not asked me to, and I had full confidence in them. This had been my baptism of fire working with the CUF. I talked the problem over with Chin Chai, Raja, and Kenny. Keng Sui was in London doing his PhD. We decided that I should read the Riot Act to Lim and Fong. I told them that if they carried on in this way, they would have to go it alone. That sobered them up, and on September 26 the governor, Sir Robert Black, would write in a report to Alan Lennox Boyd. The collapse of this general strike did much to discredit the extremist elements in the PAP. Lee Kuan Yew was away from Singapore at the time, and I am informed that he departed deliberately in order to have no part in the violence. Since then there has been a change in tactics by the PAP. While continuing to foment strikes, in pursuit of their campaign for winning control of labor, they have been at pains to keep within the law. That did not last long. After a few months, the pro-communists drifted back to their old ways, but they did not provoke bloody clashes with the police or stage a general strike to paralyze the economy. I believe they still thought clashes with the police and the government were the way to arouse more hatred and heighten the revolutionary fervor of the people. There were times when Lim and Fong appeared to listen to my advice to keep to the methods of constitutional struggle with long negotiations and passive resistance to avoid bloodshed. But they came from a different tradition and background from mine, and they had different models in mind. I was in a most difficult position. While I could not and would not defend them, I could not condemn them without breaking up our united front. As I had explained to a correspondent of the Sydney Daily Mirror in an interview reported in the Straits Times, any man in Singapore who wants to carry the Chinese-speaking people with him cannot afford to be anti-communist. The Chinese are very proud of China. If I had to choose between colonialism and communism, I would vote for communism, and so would the great majority. I was hoping that I could get enough Chinese to vote with us against the communists and for independence and democracy. But I was not at all sanguine that this could be easily achieved if a successful communist China continued to be their source of inspiration. And I was under pressure. The Chief Minister had called for an emergency meeting of the Assembly for May 16, to capitalize on the revulsion of public feeling against the unions, isolate and turn the heat on the PAP, and make the non-communists in the party split from the communists. This time the Chief Secretary, Bill Good, led the attack. He made a powerful speech, recounting what had taken place factually and effectively. He deplored the loss of life, praised the police and condemned the evil men who had exploited the workers and the students, and the failure of the manipulated Chinese newspapers to give any support to the side of law and order. All efforts to promote a settlement were frustrated by people who, Good said, clearly do not want grievances to be removed but are out to maintain unrest and are out to exploit the genuine grievances of decent workers for their own evil ends. He then rounded on me. In their lust for power, the People's Action Party and their covert communist supporters and backseat drivers wanted violence and bloodshed and industrial unrest. If the honorable member believes in orderly progress to democratic self-government, then he must be against communism, and if he is, let him say so loud and clear, with no quibble and no clever sophistry. He has deplored violence after hell was let loose and men were killed. I ask him, what did he do to prevent violence before it happened? Is his conscience clear? Or did he lose control to the member for Bukit Timah, Lim Chin Sian, who sits behind him and drives the party? He was followed by John Ada, the expatriate who had won Tanglan for the Progressives. This made my task easier. I rose immediately after Ada to say I was glad it was to two Englishmen that I had to reply. Had it been Marshall, he would have weighed his words with more care, with more circumspection, and with more understanding of the difficulties and the dangers of the situation, with more understanding of the hopes, fears, and aspirations of people. We have not come here as prisoners to be accused, or as prisoners who must discharge the burden of their guilt. We have come here as representatives of the people, and we shall speak as such. I reiterated the stand of the PAP. To destroy the colonial system by methods of non-violence. We abjure violence. We are not prepared to fight, perpetuate, or prolong the colonial system. But give us our rights and we will fight the communists or any others who threaten the existence of an independent and democratic non-communist Malaya. Because I had praised him, Marshall again wobbled when he replied, confusing his followers, and saved the PAP from total discredit by saying, if the PAP, which consists of responsible, decent, honest men, many of them, if they would purge themselves of the communists and fellow travelers that they know they have, if they would face their own responsibility, they could be the organization that they hope to be that would one day lead this country to win its independence. Marshall did not know that by his speeches and, worse, by his eagerness to settle and avoid conflict, he had opened Pandora's box. Every worker in Singapore, every leader, and every communist cadre knew they had a government they could use for their own purposes, to corner the employers, win benefits, and take over management's prerogatives. Already their successes were paying off. By August 1955, membership of the Singapore Factory and Shop Workers Union, SFSWU, had swollen to 23,000, most of them young Chinese. Meanwhile, its English-educated associates, including Nair, Woodhull, and James Poothachuri, were helping the Chinese educated to demolish the British colonial system. Their tactics were both to infiltrate existing unions and to form new ones. They had the Singapore Chinese Middle School Students' Union as a de facto affiliate, and their weapon was the sympathy strike. For any single issue in any single company, they would threaten to stop the whole works. As the Communists had done in China, this was to be a united front of workers, students, and peasants, such as there were in Singapore, to foment unrest and convert labor disputes into political issues, increase class and racial hatred of the white man, and breed contempt for authority. Once the SFSU had become an octopus-like conglomerate trade union, with its membership of Chinese-speaking workers, Lim Chin Siang and Fong targeted the Singapore Harbour Board Staff Association, the Naval Base Labour Union and the City Council Labour Union, non-communist organizations whose Indian, Malay and English-speaking Chinese were prepared to go along with the SFSU. They realized they could make use of the militancy of the Chinese unions and the threat of sympathy strikes to further their own demands. Sir Robert Black also recognized that the situation had changed for the worse. On September 26 he wrote to Lennox Boyd. During the elections, extravagant speeches were made attacking the government. PAP meetings were also packed with organized labor and Chinese students, mass feelings were skillfully roused. All this led to a loss of respect for constituted authority, and increased the prestige of those who were openly challenging the government. Singapore was in the grip of a strike fest. In the 9 months between April 7 and December 1955, there were 260 stoppages. This militancy, however, was to work to my advantage. On June 19, 1955, the City Council Labour Union threatened to walk out over demands for back pay they had made the previous year. The City Council threatened to serve lockout notices, and to hire contractors to take over essential services if union workers stayed away. Talks failed to settle the dispute and the strike began on August 17. 3 days later, however, the union asked me to be their legal advisor. The members were mainly Indian daily rated workers, the majority engaged in city cleansing and garbage collection. It was a big union of several thousands, the leader a shrewd, squint-eyed, uneducated Indian called Sapia. There had already been some ugly incidents in which they had resorted to violence. I replied that I would be proud to act for them, but stipulated that the strike must be carried out in a peaceful way. They agreed, and the talks became constructive. The governor reported on September 8 to Lennox Boyd. At one time there were disquieting instances of rowdyism on a familiar pattern, but they ceased suddenly after a few days. Whether Lee Kuan Yew should be given any credit for this is not certain, but it is probably the case. We had reached agreement on 7 September. Contrary to expectations, the strike did not break down and the union has won substantial concessions. There are two main reasons for this outcome. One is the weakness of the City Council, and the other is the intervention of Lee Kuan Yew, the Secretary of People's Action Party, as legal advisor to the union. His intervention was in fact useful to both sides and he has probably improved his personal position as a result of the settlement. My way of constitutional opposition, working within the law, was in marked contrast to that of the communists, and I got results. But without the communists going beyond the law and using violence, my methods would not have been effective. It was the less unpleasant option I offered that made them acceptable to the British. Just as in Malaya, had there been no terrorism to present the British with the humiliating prospect of surrendering to the communists, the Tunku would never have won independence simply by addressing larger and larger gatherings of Malays in the villages. It was the disagreeable alternative the communists posed that made constitutional methods of gentle erosion of colonial authority effective for the nationalists and acceptable to the colonialists. In pre-war India, where there was no communist threat, constitutional methods of passive resistance took decades to work. While the trade unions continued to simmer away and grow in strength, Marshall stirred up one political crisis after another. He had a knack for creating them. In the midst of all the industrial unrest and agitation, he clashed with Sir Robert Black over his demand for the creation of 4 junior ministers, and when the governor offered only 2, decided to make the dispute public. He claimed that the governor had no right to ignore the chief minister's advice, and threatened to resign if he refused to consult him before taking any action. He also wanted Singapore to be given complete self-government. Emergency regulations had expired on July 21, but the governor had extended them for a further 3 months, subject to adoption by the Assembly at its next meeting. Marshall's price for the extension was that the British grant Singapore self-government at the earliest possible moment. The proceedings of that Assembly meeting on July 22 were typical of the silly and irresponsible manner in which the political parties maneuvered. In putting the motion for self-government, Marshall explained that this was a constitutional matter of principle. At the end of his diatribe against the governor and colonialism, he turned to me, the member for Tanjong Pagar, who has plagued me so consistently and so vociferously in the past but is virtually the leader of the opposition in the eyes of the public, and asked me to second his motion. He thus negated the charge made barely 2 months before, on April 26, by Good, who had often called the PAP a vehicle for the communists and their willing tool. I certainly could not refuse the honor of seconding the motion. The Assembly adjourned on July 22. When it reassembled 3 days later, a Progressive Party member, Lim Kuan Yew, tried to outflank both Marshall and me. Let us ask for a full transfer of power so that we, and we alone, shall be responsible for our own affairs and destiny, and the British government need no longer be answerable to us, he proposed, and thereupon moved an amendment to substitute independence for self-government. In other words, he wanted independence immediately. The Progressives had always represented moderation, the step-by-step approach to sovereignty. By this sudden maneuver, they appeared more radical than the Labour Front and the PAP. I remarked that today, we are entertained by the unique spectacle of a mouse turned lion. The amendment was rejected and the original motion for immediate self-government was passed, well timed to put the heat on Lennox Boyd, who was due to arrive just a week later. By their move, however, the Progressive Party had destroyed themselves as a consistent, dependable party. Now there was no longer a coherent right-wing or middle-of-the-road political force in Singapore. Lennox Boyd arrived in Singapore, met Marshall, and went off to Malaya. On August 2, the Speaker read to the Assembly a letter from the Governor, saying that the Secretary of State for the Colonies had discussed matters with the Chief Minister, and that the discussion would continue when he returned to Singapore from Malaya on August 15. Marshall, mollified by a Lennox Boyd looking and sounding sympathetic, said, for the time being, perhaps we should rest there and proceed with normal business. I disagreed, pointing out that there was nothing in the Governor's letter that materially altered the position since our last meeting, except that on that day, we had a much fiercer Chief Minister. I then moved to block Marshall's resolution thanking the Governor, and the Assembly supported me. Marshall was livid. But on August 18, the Speaker read another letter from the Governor, which stated that he would act in accordance with the Chief Minister's advice except on the prorogation and the dissolution of the Assembly. The letter also said that the British government would be glad to welcome to London at a suitable date a representative delegation from Singapore to consider constitutional matters. Marshall declared, "This is indeed a happy day for Singapore. It marks the end of the first phase of our struggle for freedom. It marks the beginning of a new era, an exhilarating victory." Marshall thrived on adrenaline. He again moved that the Speaker request the Governor on their behalf to thank the Secretary of State for his sympathetic approach to our aspirations. I would have none of this and threatened to walk out. I wanted time to think about the implications of such a thank you message. Marshall was outraged. My motion against the proposal was defeated. I was having fun with Marshall, but there was more serious business on hand. The future of Chinese language, culture, and education remained a grave problem, although the seething unrest in the Chinese middle schools had temporarily subsided when the All-Party Committee on Chinese Schools appealed to the government not to proceed with the expulsion of the students, or with the notices served on the schools to show cause why they should not be closed down. The committee had provided a neat way out of an acute problem of face. By accident, the government had stumbled on a process of quiet consultations that enabled a formula to be worked out without the glare of publicity. Otherwise every defect in any solution would have been reported in the Chinese press and made the subject of contention, lobbying and the scoring of propaganda points. The recommendations of the committee had long-term consequences that were good for Chinese education and good also for harmony in a multiracial society. But they threatened the future of the communists. About 90% of all adult Chinese were Chinese educated, if educated at all. But the number of Chinese children going to English schools had been growing dramatically since 1948, when the emergency was declared. In 1950, there were 25,000 more students in Chinese schools than there were in English schools, but by 1955 the ratio had changed, and there were 5,000 more students in English schools than in Chinese schools. Although the communists did not know the exact figures, they were aware of the trend, and since it would dry up their breeding grounds, they had to halt it. So the battle for the preservation of Chinese education became even more crucial for the MCP. The problem for the government and for the non-communists in the PAP was complicated by the fact that Chinese culture was also dear to the hearts of many parents, who were therefore not enthusiastic about the introduction of English into Chinese schools. All their administrative costs would be paid by the government, but in return the schools would have to comply with government regulations on syllabuses and discipline. And anyway, they wanted the teaching to be completely in Chinese. True, about half of them wanted to have it both ways. Many clan leaders on the management committees of Chinese schools placed their own children in English schools and gave them Chinese lessons in the afternoons, to make them bilingual. At the same time they exhorted other parents to send their offspring to Chinese schools in order to carry on the tradition of classical Chinese scholarship. There was no way of satisfying everyone. The government therefore needed a report from the committee, on which I represented the PAP, that would commit all parties to its findings, so that we would all be obliged to undertake the task of persuading the Chinese-speaking ground to accept it. This gave me the opportunity to shape it, but it also exposed me to the grave danger of having to fight the MCP over a matter vital to its survival. In a victory handshake with Chief Minister David Marshall outside the Assembly House in July 1955, after the Legislative Assembly had passed his motion calling for immediate self-government and a new constitution, I decided that, whether or not it was practical, the only politically defendable policy was trilingualism, with Malay as the lingua franca and the future national language of Malaya, English as the language of international commerce and science, Mandarin as the mother tongue of the Chinese, and Tamil, Hindi or Punjabi for the Indians. The chairman of the all-party committee was Chu Swee Kee, Minister for Education, and its other 7 members included a Malay, Abdul Hamid bin Haji Jamad, the Minister for Local Government. Over the next 9 months I worked on these two, both of whom were comfortable with my views, and together we produced a report that all could embrace. It included a recommendation for rewriting all the textbooks in the Chinese schools, which up to then had been those used in pre-war China under the Kuomintang government. Meanwhile, Lim Chin Siang and Fong had not been idle. They had been pursuing a typical United Front strategy with which I soon became familiar. Lim had made himself chairman of a Chinese education committee representing 16 trade unions and the All Singapore Chinese School Parents Association. But that was only a beginning. He had a far wider list of people and organizations on whom he could call, for the SFSWU was not known in Hokkien as Kokjip or every trade for nothing. The Middle Road group around it now included not only many affiliates with no significant numbers of Chinese-speaking members, and therefore no interest in Chinese education, like the Naval Base Labor Union and the Singapore Traction Company Union, but also miscellaneous associations like those of barbers, tailors, cinema and entertainment workers, and even wooden house dwellers. That was only one aspect of the octopus. Lim Chin Siang also wanted to co-opt the extensive traditional clan guilds that were under the wing of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce, and to this end he sought and obtained the support of its chairman, Tan Lark Sai. Tan was an illiterate multimillionaire rubber merchant, a great champion of Chinese language and education, and the biggest single donor to a building fund for a university in Singapore for the education of Chinese from all over Southeast Asia. He was a great admirer of the new China and was willing to go along with the communists so long as they did not hurt his interests. He gave Lim his blessing for a joint mass meeting on June 6, 1955, which was to include the Chinese Chamber of Commerce and the clans associated with it, as well as Lim's Education Committee. The vice president of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce, Yap Fengek, was an English-educated comprador type with the Overseas Chinese Banking Corporation. He did not want to play Lim's game, and managed to reduce the mass meeting to one for representatives of 6 educational bodies, including Lee Kuan Yew, a rubber magnate who was chairman of the Management and Staff Association of the Chinese High School. The object of the meeting was to discuss a memorandum to be submitted to the government, calling for equality of treatment for Chinese and English language schools. It was stipulated in advance that there would be no debate and no new resolutions, but only a straight vote on the submissions to be made. Nevertheless, Lim Chin-siang ignored the rulings of the chairman, Yap Fengek, who was afraid to enforce them against the pro-communists. Lim presented his own memorandum, which demanded not only equal status for Chinese schools and English schools, but an allocation of government funds for building Chinese schools, 6 years free primary education, and the right to form student self-governing societies, i.e., branches of the militant Chinese Middle School Students' Union, in every school. When the chairman feebly tried to enforce the rules of the meeting, Fong asked to speak on behalf of the Singapore Bus Workers' Union. Permission was refused. Fong then made a direct appeal to the audience, which had been packed with Lim Chin-siang's supporters. There were tumultuous cheers of approbation to demonstrate solidarity and intimidate the chairman. The chairman duly surrendered. From then on, Lim and Fong controlled the meeting. In this atmosphere, the hall filled to capacity with representatives of the clan associations and pro-communist trade union activists. The chauvinists took over. Chuang Chulin, the principal of Chongcheng High School and later vice-chancellor of Nanyang University, opposed any revision of Chinese history and geography textbooks, and when he received enthusiastic backing, Lim Chin-siang's short-lived proposal to have textbooks with a Malayan background was abandoned. Otherwise, only those resolutions that favored the communists were carried. Lim got what he wanted, supported now by the traditional leaders of the Chinese-speaking establishment. The All-Party Committee gave this memorandum from the Chinese Chamber of Commerce pride of place in an appendix to its report, but ignored all its recommendations. When, in February 1956, Chu Sui-ki made a statement on the report in the Legislative Assembly, no questions were asked. The report was the best compromise we could craft, and representatives of all parties had signed it. The proposal was simple. The English language schools would also teach the mother tongue, Chinese for the Chinese, Malay for the Malays, and Tamil or some other Indian language for the Indians. The students in Chinese schools would learn either English or Malay in primary school, and both in secondary school. The Malay language schools would also teach English in primary school, and a third language in secondary school if the students wished it. Underlying this tussle over language and education was a struggle for power. The Chinese merchant classes, clan leaders, and tycoons of the Chamber of Commerce wanted an assembly in which their elected representatives could speak for the Chinese population in fluent Chinese, not inadequate English, in order to increase their influence and wealth. They had already presented a memorandum for a multilingual legislature to the Rendell Committee, which had been rejected, and we had supported their proposals as early as November 1954, even before the PAP had been formally launched. Now the Chinese Chamber was again recommending that Chinese be one of the official languages. One unavoidable problem in a multiracial, multilingual society is how to organize a functioning legislature and government without creating a Tower of Babel. Every old established community has one main language, and those who migrate into it have to learn that language, whether it be English in the United States and Canada, or French in Quebec. But when Stamford Raffles founded Singapore in 1819, he demarcated in his first town plan different areas in which the different races and even different Chinese dialect groups would live separately. The British then brought in large numbers of Chinese, Indians, and Malays, all speaking their own tongues, and left them to their own devices. Under populist pressure, Marshall predictably moved a resolution on February 9, 1956 that this assembly is of the opinion that for the purposes of oral debate, the languages of the assembly should be English, Malay, Mandarin and Tamil, and that a select committee be appointed to examine the report and make necessary recommendations. Marshall knew he risked becoming irrelevant by this move. He recounted how a Malayan, Sikh, had told him, with multilingualism, "You are going to hand us over to the Chinese. They will swamp us." "Yes, sir," he had answered, "one must accept the rule of the majority. The Chinese are 76% of our population. Let us not avoid the issue." This was typical of Marshall, half idealist and half, or perhaps more than half, an opportunist anxious to prove he was more Chinese than the Chinese, and therefore acceptable as their champion, at least for another term. The enthusiastic cheers for Chinese speakers during the election mass rallies had left no doubt that anyone who voted against multilingualism in order to exclude their representatives from the assembly would surely lose votes. In my speech I said, "When we take this step today, we must understand that it is irreversible, unless at the point of the bayonet, and even that would not work for long. We must remember that there are deeper and wider implications." This was February 1956, and many people expected a flowering of the Chinese and Indonesian languages and their literature as a resurgent China and Indonesia became strong and powerful in 10 to 20 years. It was not possible, politically or psychologically, to persuade the mass of the people, then in an anti-colonial mood, to accept the primacy of the English language. I was acutely conscious that my lack of comprehension, let alone command of the Chinese language, was a tremendous political disadvantage. I recounted my own personal experience. I was sent to an English school to equip me to go to an English university in order that I could then be an educated man, the equal of any Englishman, the model of perfection. Sir, I do not know how far they have succeeded in that. I grew up and I finally graduated. At the end of it, I felt, and it was long before I entered politics, that the whole set of values was fundamentally and radically wrong. I then quoted Nehru, who had said that he cried because he could not speak his own tongue as well as he spoke the English language. I am a less emotional man, sir. I do not usually cry or tear my hair, or tear paper or tear my shirt off, but this does not mean that I feel any the less strongly about it. My son is not going to an English school. He will not be a model Englishman. I hope, of course, that he will know enough English to converse with his father on matters other than the weather. That was how I felt. It probably went down well with the Chinese-speaking masses. Although Lim Chin Siang and the MCP were not happy with the report itself, they could not attack me openly for supporting it. The voting was 29 ayes and no noes, without provoking a breach in the PAP. On the other hand, the president and vice president of the Singapore English Teachers Union, Chinese schools, could. They dubbed it a shameless piece of colonial prudery, sick, and demanded the appointment of another committee whose members would have a closer understanding of Chinese education. I ignored this statement. The teachers of English in the Chinese schools, underqualified and underpaid, were as much under the influence of the communists as were the Chinese language teachers. The MCP was worried about the discipline the government would impose on the Chinese schools. They feared that it would stop the students from being misused by political groups to overthrow a lawfully constituted government unconstitutionally. Worse, the English language would open for them a completely different world through newspapers, magazines, literature, and films. They would see the world with two eyes, with binocular vision, instead of with only one eye through a Chinese telescope. I had to take a position that would not allow the communists to denounce me as a deculturalist Chinaman. Had I taken a false step on this issue, I would have lost out. If they could show that I preferred English to Chinese as the more important medium of instruction in the schools, it would be impossible for me to retain the respect and support of the Chinese-speaking ground. In mid-1955, I had sent Lung at the age of 3½ to Nanyang kindergarten, which taught in Chinese. When I visited it later with the all-party committee, the Chinese press carried a picture of him in the kindergarten, making it widely known that he was being educated in Chinese. My determination that my 3 children should be educated in the language and culture of their ancestors gave me credentials that the communists could never impugn. My 2 younger children, Wei Ling and Qian Yang, followed Lung to Nanyang Kindergarten and on to Nanyang Primary School. Later, Lung and Yang went to the Catholic High School, while Ling continued in Nanyang Girls High School. They were completely Chinese educated, but because they spoke English at home with their mother, they became equally fluent in English. And with tuition in Malay, from the age of 6, they mastered a 3rd language. While people in Singapore were distracted by Marshall's recurring crises, troubled by the unrest in the schools and industrial strife in the workplace, events were taking place in Malaya that were to alter the future of the island. 13 of Flasco in London. Tunku Abdul Rahman, the leader of the Malay Party, UMNO, in the Federation of Malaya, was the opposite of David Marshall. He was completely consistent and reliable. He did not pretend to be clever but was a shrewd judge of people. Most important of all, he understood power. His father had been Sultan of Kedah, and from the shadow of his father's throne he had learned how to wield it to get men to do what he wanted of them. As a royal prince himself, he had the unqualified support of the rulers of the 9 Malay states of the Federation who had opposed the British government's proposal for a Malayan Union in 1946. Best of all, he was genuinely pro-British and anti-communist. He had spent 9 years of his youth in England as a student, 3 years reading law at Cambridge, where he was quite literally given a degree, and 6 more trying, but never very hard, to pass his bar examinations. He enjoyed life and often told me about the wonderful times he had had in England. In him, the British found a leader who commanded solid backing from the Malays and good support from the Chinese and Indians. In July 1955, the Federation held a general election in which an alliance of UMNO, the Malayan Chinese Association, MCA, and the Malayan Indian Congress, MIC, swept the board. The Tunku and some of his colleagues then became members of the British High Commissioner's Executive Council. As in Singapore, they now had limited self-government, but unlike our ministers they were quite happy to work with colonial appointees. One important difference was that they were fighting a communist guerrilla insurrection that could be put down only with the help of British, Australian, and New Zealand forces, and the British required that the emergency should end before independence was granted. In January 1956, the Tunku went to London for a constitutional conference, and on his way from Singapore to England aboard the Italian liner Asia told the press he did not agree with Marshall that Singapore should enjoy equal status in any alliance between them. If Singapore were granted equal status, it would alarm the Malays on the mainland. The British separated the 2 territories primarily to protect the interests of the Malays in the Federation. However, he agreed with the PAP that discussions should be opened between leaders of Singapore and the Federation on a future alliance. In his lead paragraph in the Singapore Standard, Raja interpreted future alliance to mean future merger. Raja could not have been more wrong. The Tunku had something different in mind, not a union of the 2 territories but an alliance, an arrangement between 2 separate entities. He did not want Singapore as a state in Malaya because it would upset the racial balance in Malaya. Nor did he want Singapore as an independent state equal to Malaya. He wanted the British to stay in control of a Singapore with self-government, and an alliance with a non-sovereign Singapore government. Unfortunately, time was running out for such arrangements. The British knew it, the Tunku did not. Alan Lennox Boyd had visited Kuala Lumpur in August 1955 to assess the situation and the Tunku himself. He found in the Tunku someone he could trust, and granted him his date for independence, August 31, 1957. Furthermore, with immediate effect from the end of the Constitutional Conference in February 1956, the Tunku took over all the portfolios in the Executive Council from British officials and Malaya became de facto a self-governing state. The Federation's political advance altered the outlook for Singapore. Up to then there had been a chance that Malaya would not be granted independence until Singapore was first a part of it. Now Singapore was out on a limb. The British plan was to have an independent Malaya with Malays in charge, Malays who would nevertheless need them for some time to help govern the country and fight the communists, while they kept Singapore as a colony indefinitely because of its strategic value to Britain, Australia, and New Zealand. Singapore was likely to become at best a self-governing territory with all the trappings of independence but without real sovereignty, and the last word on defense, security, and foreign policy would stay in British hands. Marshall's reaction to this was predictable. He was spurred into pressing for the maximum at the constitutional talks due to open in London on April 23. If he had the chance, he would go for full sovereignty. He would exact complete independence from the British and so be on an equal footing with the Tunku. However, Singapore would sign an agreement guaranteeing the British their bases and giving Britain a decisive voice in foreign affairs. In short, he would have it both ways. With a little encouragement from his friends, including Ong Ang Guan, the treasurer of the PAP, he launched a Merdeka Week to collect signatures from the public and demonstrate the massive support there was for independence, Merdeka in Malay, and for himself as its champion. Because his coalition government was known to be weak, he also decided to take to London a delegation representing all parties for a show of their unity on this issue. He had been there in December 1955 and was then so encouraged by his meetings with British MPs and ministers that he told the British press there were no more colonial blimps, something he thought worth repeating in the Legislative Assembly on his return to Singapore. He also persuaded all parties to agree that he invite a delegation of Conservative and Labour MPs to visit Singapore during Merdeka Week, which was to climax in a rally on Sunday, March 18, 1956 at Kallang Airport. Some 170,000 signatures were meanwhile collected, and a photo opportunity organized featuring enormous bound volumes to be presented by the all-party delegation to the House of Commons as proof of Singapore's desire for independence. 6 British MPs came, the Labour group led by Herbert Morrison, who had been Home Secretary in the first Labour government in 1945-50 and number 2 to Prime Minister Clement Attlee. We met them informally at social functions, and I spent one evening with them at a nightclub in the Capitol building. The main event was a semi-striptease dance show, inappropriate for a delegation that had come with the serious purpose of assessing our maturity, our burning desire for independence, and our capability to manage it. But to my surprise, Morrison enjoyed himself. He was in a holiday mood, and in his cheerful, chirpy, Cockney way he made wisecracks about what he had seen. He did not believe that there was a great burning desire for independence among the mass of the people in Singapore, but shrewdly observed that there was a powerful and well-organized secret group that was manipulating the trade unions, the students, and many others. He might have wanted me to protest, but I did not disabuse him of his views. When the day of the Merdeka rally arrived, I drove to Kallang with Chu, parked the car some distance away from the airport building, and walked to a platform that had been erected in an open field off the runway. It was a sultry afternoon. I was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, but some 25,000 people waited for about an hour until 5 o'clock, when Marshall arrived in his open convertible. He drove straight to the platform on which Chin Chai, Ong Ang Guan and I were already standing, and once up there with us, gave the Merdeka salute with a clenched fist. The crowd surged towards him, some of them mounting the stage, which, having been hastily and flimsily constructed of wooden beams and planks, promptly collapsed. The public address system then failed, so that for a few minutes no one could speak to them. When one microphone finally came alive again, I told a section of the crowd to behave themselves, that some devils were up to no good among them, while a gesticulating Marshal talked into another microphone that was still dead. Shortly after this, when the British MPs arrived, Morrison said to Marshall, "Sorry to hear you have got a collapsible stage." They never went out to it, but were shown into the 2-story airport building and introduced to the crowd from the upper balcony. They had been reluctant to come, but Marshall had persuaded them that the people were friendly and they need not fear for their safety. Now he tapped the delegation leader, the Conservative Geoffrey Lloyd, on the back and said, "I think you should all nip out quietly." Lloyd and his party quickly left. I failed to get the crowd to quieten down, and Lim Chin Siang, speaking in Mandarin and Hokkien, was equally unsuccessful. This was not one of Lim's organized rallies. This was the hoi polloi, and his cheerleaders were not in control. Ong Ang Guan suggested that if we got them to sing, they would not become violent. He took a microphone from Lim and belted out "We Love Malaya," after which came the communist song "Unity is Strength," sung to the tune of John Brown's Body. Then it started to drizzle. I signaled Chu to get the car. She brought it as close to the platform as she safely could, and we drove off. There was no way anybody could have controlled that crowd. They had become a mob. Soon people were throwing bricks through the glass windows of the airport building, then hundreds dashed forward to bang and shake its metal gates, and but for the arrival of police reinforcements would have captured it. When the police broke them up, they scattered in small groups, rampaging through the nearby streets and stoning a St. John's Brigade ambulance treating the injured. By about 7 o'clock, order had been restored, but 50 people had been hurt, among them 20 policemen. There was no loss of life or serious damage to property. But the incident left the 6 visiting MPs with little doubt about the volatility of the political situation in Singapore, and convinced them that the government, even with a British Chief Secretary and a British Commissioner of Police, was not in complete command. That was no less than the truth. Marshall Singapore was not the Tunku's Malaya. The Labour Front government enjoyed no solid support. It was, as Robert Black wrote to Lennox Boyd, a mushroom, all head, thin body, no roots. Black's letter described the communist threat on the island as more insidious than upcountry, and the measures taken to counter it: detention without trial, tear gas, water hoses, deregistration of unions, the banning of associations used for subversive purposes, treated the symptoms but did not cure the disease. Black wrote that although the security forces could prevent a breakdown of public services or major disorders, their methods simultaneously produced more anti-government and anti-British youngsters to join the growing ranks of the CUF organizations. Under a democratic system of one man, one vote, it was only a matter of time before the Chinese middle school students and the young Chinese-speaking workers brought in a legitimate, elected pro-communist government. I harbored similar grim thoughts as I weighed the dilemma we, the non-communists, faced. But Marshall had limited knowledge of the real situation on the ground, and was in no way sobered or chastened by his experience. He remained optimistic that he would get something almost as good as the Tunku had obtained from Lennox Boyd, and on April 4, he moved a resolution in the Assembly to lay out what he expected of the British government in the constitutional talks. The operative part of this document read: "The Assembly instructs the all-party delegation to seek forthwith for Singapore the status of an independent territory within the Commonwealth, and to offer an agreement between the United Kingdom government and the Singapore government whereby the government of the United Kingdom would in respect of Singapore exercise control of external defence and give guidance in foreign relations other than trade and commerce." I had argued with Marshall privately many times before he tabled the resolution that as long as Britain had the right to tell Singapore what to do in matters of defence, Singapore could not be independent, whatever the arrangement was. But he could not be deflected from his goal, the appearance and the sensation of independence. In seconding his motion, I said the resolution as drafted was a euphemistic way of saying that we realized the British will not give us complete independence because then it would mean upsetting international arrangements and international bases in the world defence strategy. I did my best before the London conference to make sure that the next constitution would not open the gates for a communist takeover, but would give us enough room to build a non-communist government, not as a stooge of the British, but as protector of the interests of the people. Marshall never understood the need for this fine balance, to have enough power to act in the people's interest, but to have the British in a fallback position if the communists should get the upper hand. And Lim Chin Siang never understood that near independence without sovereignty meant that sovereignty would be with the British government. What he wanted was quite simply to get a constitution that would enable the communists to grow and become strong. Marshall led the all-party 13-member delegation, which consisted of 5 ministers and 2 Labour Front government backbenchers, 4 Liberal Socialists, the Progressives and Democrats had amalgamated in February, and 2 PAP. We flew in separate groups on propeller-driven BOAC Argonauts that took 2 nights and 3 days to get from Singapore to London, with overnight stops in Colombo and Karachi. I left in early April to give myself time to meet Keng Swee and to assess the situation from the British end. Lim Chin Siang travelled with me, feeling a little lost. It was the first time he had been out of the country. But he was more fearful of being away from his mentors than of being in a strange land. Before Lim and I took off in the Argonaut, I issued a formal PAP statement to explain why we had since modified our policy. We wanted merger even before we reached the self-governing state. Unfortunately, the Federation Chief Minister could not agree to our proposal. Now we seek the maximum political advance we can achieve in Singapore alone, but will strive for a merger with the Federation. The only flights I had made before then had been to Kuala Lumpur and back in a twin-engine Dakota. In those days air travel was for the top few, expensive and not without risk, and every journey merited a send-off by relatives and friends or party supporters. A crowd of several hundred came to see Lim and me off, and we addressed them from the top of the mobile steps before entering the plane. I made it quite clear that the delegation's aim was not to secure full independence but 75% self-government with complete self-government after 5 years. Lim was standing beside me and I was making quite sure the press got it right and would not misrepresent the PAP stand. I was to pick up new impressions. When we stopped overnight at Colombo, I was surprised to find it so well developed. It had not suffered from Japanese occupation and looked more prosperous than Singapore. Karachi, the other overnight stop, was hot and dusty, and for the first time I saw camels working as beasts of burden, trundling loaded carts and liberally dispensing enormous droppings as they flip-flopped along the roads. But an evening outing in town gave me a chance to buy several sheer silk stoles that looked like organza interwoven with gold thread. She still uses them occasionally. After Karachi, we had refueling stops at Cairo and Rome, and finally landed in London on April 17. I had 6 days to catch up with the political mood before the conference began. The weather was beautiful. It was one of the sunnier British springs and the tulips were already flowering along the Mall. Britain was beginning to emerge from post-war austerity. London looked cleaner, spruced up in the 6 years since I left in 1950, and there were many more cars on the road. There was also a new racial equation. I saw quite a few West Indian blacks working as conductors on the buses, and some black dustmen, and I noticed that Asiatics were now referred to as Asians in the papers. I was told that sometime in 1953 the British press had started to use Asian because Asiatic had a touch of condescension or disrespect, and the change was a concession to the people of India, Pakistan, and Ceylon, now independent. I did not understand how this improved their status. When young London children called me a Chinaman or a chink, it did not trouble me. If they meant it as a term of abuse, my business was to make them think differently one day. I spent much of my time with Keng Swee and his coterie of lieutenants, active students who had helped him combat and defeat John Eber and his communist group in the Malayan Forum. They included among others Joe Pillay, who was to become chairman of Singapore Airlines, and Chua Shian Chin, who was to become Minister for Home Affairs. I was encouraged that Keng Swee could find young men of their caliber who would serve us well when they got back to Singapore. He had also made many contacts in the Fabian Society and the Labour Party. Some, like Hilda Selwyn Clark, wife of a former governor of Hong Kong, set out to be a friend and champion of colonial students. The Fabians were nurturing nationalists who would be good Democrats, good socialists, and supporters of Britain in the new Commonwealth. Keng Swee arranged for me to have dinner with Labour bigwigs, then out of office, including Aneurin Bevan, the former minister who had introduced the National Health Service, a Welshman and a great orator. And I took the opportunity to look up old Cambridge friends of both Chu and myself, several of whom were now practicing at the bar. They gave me a feel of the mood of British society in post-austerity London, which would lead into the swinging 60s. For over a month from mid-April, I shared a service flat with Lim Chin Siang at St. James Court, where the all-party delegation was housed. We had 2 bedrooms with bathrooms attached and a sitting room. Meals were served in a restaurant downstairs, but breakfast could be ordered in the room. There was an old-world graciousness about that hotel, with its elegant brick buildings and ancient lifts. I was in familiar surroundings and, being well briefed by Keng Sui and many others, I was able to assess quickly how British politicians had shifted in their thinking and attitudes. But it was otherwise for Lim. He revealed himself to be a pleasant, likable person with no pretensions but many inhibitions, as had most Chinese educated. He was very anxious not to commit a faux pas and grateful to me for giving him little tips on the social customs of the British, including their table manners, how to handle forks, spoons and knives, and to place your fork and knife together to show you had finished a course. We shared a huge Humber Pullman. There was one for each party in the delegation, but since he had no social contacts in London and his functions were all official ones to which I would also go, I used it most of the time. There was another reason, however: he did not want the driver to know when he met pro-communists on the quiet. I wondered how he would get about. I suspected that before he left home he must have been given some telephone numbers and addresses. But the MCP did not have reliable cotters in London who were in touch with the situation in Singapore and Malaya. As far as I knew, his most important contact was John Eber, and I was reassured, for that meant he would not be getting good advice. Having no one he trusted to turn to, he was operating at a severe disadvantage, compounded by his contempt for the Labour Front ministers and other delegates. With their new clothes and loud voices, they seemed flashy, out for a good time. Lim Chin Siang was the exact opposite. He had a new suit and had bought himself a trilby because he was advised to, but he never wore it except to go to the airport. He was modest, humble, and well-behaved, with a dedication to his cause that won my reluctant admiration and respect. I wished I had cotters like him. He was like a Gurkha warrant officer in the British Army, totally loyal, absolutely dependable, always ready to execute orders to the best of his ability. He probably did not know what to make of me. I was a golf-playing, beer-swilling bourgeois, but he must also have sensed that I was not without a serious purpose. On our side, most of the business of drafting documents was done by Marshall and his Queen's Counsel, Walter Rayburn, for Marshall approached the conference primarily as a legal problem. I considered it entirely a political one, and Lim must have noticed that I would concentrate on the key parts, like the question of sovereignty, responsibility for security and foreign affairs through the Defense and Security Council, and chairmanship of the council. One day, between conference sessions, he went to Collett's, the left-wing bookshop opposite the British Museum, to buy a book by L. Kozmodomayanskaya, The Story of Zoya and Shura, which he presented to me. "Lee," he said, "this is a very good book. I read it in Chinese when I was in school. I became different. I was touched." He had not written me off as a pleasure-loving bourgeois after all. I thanked him and flipped through the pages. A hardback subsidized by Moscow and costing only 5 shillings, it told a heroic story about the German invasion of the Soviet Union and how a boy and a girl did the right thing by their country, their friends, and the Communist Party. Extolling high moral values, it had apparently inspired Lim greatly when he read it in his impressionable teens. He was well-meaning and seemed deeply sincere. All the applause and adulation of the crowds had not turned his head. But we never developed a close friendship. Instead, we recognized each other for what we were. He knew I was not a communist and I knew that he was one. And we accepted each other as such. He needed me, I needed him. He would trust me to be honest in money matters, and in general not to lie to him. But he did not trust me in political matters. That was the nature of our relationship. We did not deceive each other on where we stood. His English was not good enough for him to plow through the heavy conference documents, but as I wrote to Chin Chai at the time, he is writing lengthy reports back, God knows to which person. He was probably giving his impressions of people and assessments of their positions on important issues. I myself was meeting and lunching with British MPs, both Conservative and Labour. The Conservatives tended to be buccaneering types, interested in the world at large and totally different from the Labour MPs, who were well-intentioned and serious-minded but parochial. One memorable lunch I had was with Fitzroy MacLean and Julian Amory. MacLean was famous for his wartime exploits in German-occupied Yugoslavia, and had written of his experiences in a book, Disputed Barricades, which I found fascinating. Amory, too, had a swashbuckling personality, and our acquaintance developed into a friendship. Such friends I made were to prove most valuable in the 60s when we had to fight the communists in Singapore, and even more so when we were part of Malaysia and threatened with communal repression by Malay ultras. I called them ultras, after the French term for Algerian extremists. My stay in London was pleasant and profitable. But the same could not be said of the conference itself. Marshall, already in London, had read the statement I made on leaving Singapore and thought I was undermining him. He attacked me bitterly in an address to 200 Malayan students, warning them that I was inviting communists into the PAP and preparing the way for a communist capture of power in 1959. But I was not the only person with whom he was to find himself at odds. At the opening plenary session of the conference, the Colonial Secretary, Lennox Boyd, laid down the line in a quiet, firm speech in which he made clear Britain's position. Referring to Marshall's visit to London the previous December, he said the Chief Minister had departed from an understanding agreed then that Singapore would have only internal self-government. Instead he now seeks full sovereign independence. Her Majesty's government has not been consulted nor agreed to open discussions from this new starting point. Marshall did not take the hint. He was too involved in his own emotional processes. Before he left Singapore, he said publicly that he would resign if he failed to get independence. A few days after I arrived in London, I received a memorandum from him dated April 21, which was circulated to members of the delegation and to the British government. Marshall demanded immediate Merdeka, i.e., independence. Merdeka, he argued, would rally the people against communism. But Lennox Boyd was not impressed and said on April 25 that while Her Majesty's government was prepared to make substantial concessions to Singapore's aspirations, it intended to retain the ultimate word in internal security in the form of a defence council chaired by a British High Commissioner. Far from reading the weather signals and battening down his hatches, Marshall decided to sail ahead. He circulated a new memorandum on May 1 together with the draft of a Singapore Independence Act. Since his earlier proposals had not proved acceptable, he had perversely decided to ask for full independence, this time providing for a Defence and Security Council that shall be advisory only and constitute no more than a transitional phase. During this transitional phase Britain could intervene and suspend the constitution, but otherwise Singapore would have full sovereignty in normal times. Marshall's new proposal would allow the British to intervene only in abnormal times, in other words only after a period of disorder or after the Communists had seized power unconstitutionally and threatened Britain's bases. Marshall's response to Lennox Boyd was similar to his response when the Governor, Robert Black, rebuffed him over the issue of 4 junior ministers. He raised the stakes. He did not realize that he was playing against the principal himself, and the principal was not going to yield. At the next session, May 4, Lennox Boyd commented dryly on Marshall's point about normal times, that present times could hardly be regarded as at all normal, and the argument went back and forth, with Marshall getting more and more tense as Lennox Boyd maintained a phlegmatic calm. One incident will always stand out in my memory. In the middle of an impassioned flow from Marshall, a private secretary tiptoed up to Lennox Boyd's chair to put a cable in front of him. Lennox Boyd read it and began to write on it. Marshall was miffed. He stopped in mid-sentence, and in a high-pitched voice that showed he was really angry, said, "Secretary of State, we know that you have many important possessions around the world, but we have come 8,000 miles to London to present our case and we demand that you give us your attention." Without lifting his eyes from the cable, Lennox Boyd continued writing and said, "Chief Minister, let me assure you that of all our valuable possessions across the world, Singapore is one of our most valuable. It is a precious jewel in the British Crown. I am all ears." "You were saying, Chief Minister," and he repeated verbatim Marshall's last three sentences. It was a virtuoso performance, very British, quite devastating. Marshall was livid and speechless, an unusual state for him. But it was all getting very tiresome and obviously leading us nowhere despite many interminable meetings and quiet discussions. Marshall was chasing a mirage, something more than internal self-government but less than complete independence, as he told me when I asked him just what he wanted. Discussions dragged on through the 8th, 9th, and 10th plenary sessions, until at the 11th, on May 12, we moved to the question of the chairman of the Defense and Security Council. Marshall first suggested that he should be someone appointed by the United Nations, a proposal that guaranteed a British rejection. Then, 3 days later and acting on the advice of his executive committee in Singapore, he suggested that he should be a Malayan appointed by the Federation government. Lennox Boyd was taken aback. With 3 British, 3 Singaporean, and 1 Malayan on the council, the casting vote would rest with the Malayan and the British would be in a minority. That afternoon he dismissed the idea, saying, "The responsibility of defence is a UK one, and as long as this is so the UK must have the final say in the chairmanship of the Defence and Security Council." The talks had reached a dead end. Lennox Boyd decided there was no point in taking the conference any further, and made it clear that this concluded the talks. Marshall was flabbergasted. His face darkened with emotion. Except for Marshall and Lim Chin Siang, all members of the delegation including myself had been prepared to accept what the British had offered, a self-governing constitution with the Singapore government in control of internal security, but with Britain retaining the power to override it through a Defence and Security Council on which the British would have the majority vote. I advised Marshall not to refuse this, but to go back to the Assembly and debate the matter and then take it one step further. But he rejected it outright. He was not one for cool, quiet calculations when in a tight corner into which he had backed himself. That evening we were interviewed together on independent television. We both denounced Lennox Boyd, but Marshall used the more picturesque language, protesting that the Secretary of State had offered Christmas pudding with arsenic sauce. He now had to keep his promise to resign. At about 5:45 that afternoon, the secretary of the delegation phoned to say that Marshall was summoning an urgent meeting to discuss the reopening of the talks. I woke Lim Chin Siang up and told him. He was incredulous. "Lee, go away, do not play fool with me," he said in his Hokkien English. "Lim, I am not playing the fool," I replied. "There is a meeting at 6. By his unpredictable and inconsistent twists and turns, Marshall had alienated not just myself and the Liberal Socialists, but his key Labour Front members. His wanting to restart the talks to save himself was too much for them. "You cannot eat your own vomit," as one Liberal Socialist delegate put it in vivid Hokkien. Half an hour into the meeting, Marshall knew that if he tried to resume negotiations, he would have to do so on his own. He had overplayed his hand and was isolated. That night, he went to a performance of Madame Butterfly with Lennox Boyd and Lady Patricia Boyd, and then on to a Spanish restaurant to dine to the tune of guitars and the stamping feet of flamenco dancers. Meanwhile, I decided to stop him from staging a recovery. At a press conference that same evening at Malaya Hall, I made it clear that the PAP would have nothing to do with the reopening of the conference. I said it was a final, desperate attempt to hang on to office, a sign of incredible political ineptitude, and rounded it off with "Never in the history of colonial evolution has so much humbug been enacted in so short a time by so erratic a leadership." I knew that by calling the press conference that very same night, late though it was, I would get into the London papers the following day, with a good chance of making the Singapore papers as well despite the time difference. What I said would get into print and pin down the position of all the other members of the delegation. And that was what happened. I left London with Lim Chin Siang on May 21st. The conference had proved to be a fiasco. But it was not without value, for it purged Singapore of Marshall's erratic exuberance. Marshall had to resign, and I reckoned that Lim Yew Hock would probably be the next chief minister of a Labour front government. We would be entering a new phase. I was not sure what Lim Chin Siang thought. He may have been calculating the consequences of Marshall's rashness, which he had encouraged. We were bound to have a government less favourable for the CUF, for Lim Yew Hock would be a different proposition. In the last stages of the conference, I had seen Marshall totally under the influence of Lim Chin Siang. When he had alienated all the non-communists by his sudden shifts in position and his tantrums, it was to Lim that he reached out for support, and he had foolishly taken Lim's advice to reject Lennox Boyd's final offer. 14 Exit Marshall, enter Lim Yew Hock. When Marshall finally returned to Singapore on May 25, 1956, he was still sore and angry with me. He ordered me out of the room when I turned up at the airport to greet him, intending to stay on for his press conference. Looking right past me, he said the conference was for friends only. I left. At his last debate as Chief Minister on 6 to 7 June, still wanting to go out in glory, he asked the Assembly to approve the stand of its delegation at the conference in London. The Liberal Socialists rebuked him for his inconsistencies, and for his stupidity in refusing 3/4 of a loaf and coming back with nothing. I decided not to criticize Marshall, but to present a united front against the wicked British. There was an end-of-term atmosphere at the meeting, and I saw little to be gained by rubbing Marshall's face in the dirt. At the end of the two-day debate, Marshall resigned. The following day, on June 8, Lim Yew Hock was sworn in as Chief Minister. I was convinced Lim Yew Hock would have to govern differently. He did not have Marshall's personality or his flair for publicity. He could not live from one crisis to another. He was a stenographer who had risen in the world because he was sensible, reasonable, dependable, and valuable to his employers. I felt almost certain he would accept the analysis of his officials, notably special branch experts, and act on their advice on how to deal with CUF subversion. The CUF had made wide inroads in so many directions, and his problem was how to curb them without incurring unpopularity. If he attacked Chinese education and language, he would lose the votes of the Chinese-speaking people. If he detained their militant leaders and they were suddenly unable to win further benefits through strikes and demonstrations, he would lose the votes of the workers, including the Malays and Indians, who would demand their release. Nevertheless, with Lim Yew Hock as Chief Minister, the situation had become more hazardous for the CUF. I was therefore surprised that, far from retreating or lying low, Lim Chin Siang and company decided to play a more prominent role. In the election for the new PAP Executive Committee, they contrived to win 5 out of the 12 seats for their group, Lim Chin Siang scoring the largest number of votes himself, 1,537 against my 1,488. He had left the moderates with a nominal majority, but had made it clear that when it came to mass support, the pro-communists held all the trumps. Their strength was overwhelming and they could easily take over the party whenever they wanted to. I decided it was time to take my annual fortnight's holiday. I drove up to the Cameron Highlands with Chu and Leung, stopping on the way at the Station Hotel in Kuala Lumpur. We chose it because Leung was fascinated by trains, and we took him down to the platform to see them arrive and depart. But there was a more important reason for staying in Kuala Lumpur. In response to a letter I had sent him earlier, Ong Pang Boon came to the hotel to see me. My Chinese was still woefully inadequate. Pang Boon spoke Mandarin, Hokkien, and Cantonese, and was educated in Chinese and English. He had just graduated from the University of Malaya, and was working in Kuala Lumpur for the Malaya Borneo Building Society. His salary was about $700 per month. He had helped me in Tanjong Pagar during the 1955 election campaign, and I wanted him to be the organizing secretary of the PAP, but I could only offer him $450 from my assemblyman's allowance of $500 a month. He replied that he would come to Singapore if the party orders it. I told him I could not order him to do something that was going to cost him $250 in loss of salary and involve his leaving his hometown, especially as his employers had also offered to send him to England for training. He asked for time to consider the offer. About 2 weeks later, he accepted and agreed to start in mid-August. I was relieved and grateful. I would have been hard put to find someone else as dependable. He had political sensitivity, an understanding of the Chinese middle school students, and convictions that were not communist. Most important of all, I felt I could trust him. His was no easy task. It was difficult to run a multiracial, multilingual party in Singapore. The PAP activists were Chinese-speaking and their natural leaders were Chinese-educated. So the branches catered for them, songs, dances, and classes for cooking, sewing, literacy and radio and motor repair were all in Mandarin. This put off the English-educated Chinese and the Malays and Indians, for even where they were in the majority it was the Chinese-educated who ran everything. The PAP Central Headquarters held general meetings that the English-speaking members would attend, but there were no social or cultural activities specifically organized for them, for that would have required bigger premises too expensive for a poor party to rent. Without a man like Pang Boon, I would have had no overview of party activities. Inevitably, the branches reflected the mood of Middle Road, where Lim Chin Siang and Devon Nair were pressing us to take a stand against the increasingly clear-cut anti-communist policies of the Tunku's government in Kuala Lumpur, which gave no opportunity for the MCP to operate constitutionally. I therefore issued a PAP statement attacking the alliance government in the Federation. It was a momentous decision. For the first time, we were touching upon sensitive issues in Malaya. We argued that the Tunku's policies would put race against race and class against class, that the building up of a force of 500,000 to intensify the fight against the communists would make it clear that the army and gendarmerie will be predominantly if not wholly Malay and that these Malay forces will be used to police predominantly Chinese quarters and workers. The dangers of racial friction and conflict between Malays and Chinese were already present. The anti-communist stand would also pit the workers of all races against European, Chinese, and Indian employers backed by Malay feudalists in the Federation government. It was concealed colonial control because after the Tunkus taking over defense and internal security and finance, the British have successfully hidden themselves behind the alliance ministers, exercising real power through their armed forces and the Chief Secretary's control of police and administration. The following day, the Tunku hit back. He made it clear that he would have no truck with the communists or the PAP. It was not his policy to look for spurious popularity through facile appeals to anti-British sentiments. My determination is to see our government function free from interference from subversive elements. I am therefore resolute in my determination to maintain law and order in this country, he said. But the most meaningful response came from Tan Siew Sin, later finance minister, then publicity chief of the MCA. Tunku Abdul Rahman also realizes the indiscriminate use of Malay forces in the prosecution of the emergency may lead to racial conflict, especially as such forces will probably be deployed in rural areas where the population is predominantly Chinese. As the Tunku's Chinese partner, he was alive to the danger to himself and to Malaya if there were a communal bloodbath. The PAP had touched a raw nerve, but there was no way of avoiding this open clash. We were in a united front with the communists and the Tunku was going to carry out exactly the same policies as the British in suppressing them, using British methods but this time backed by Malay nationalism. I did not understand the strategy of Lim Chin Siang's superiors. They must have known that a purge was coming and their key operators would be swept up. Yet they had taken a more conspicuous position in the PAP, and were pressing the non-communists to adopt a hostile stance against the Tunku, which would only increase the chances of a crackdown. I concluded that the MCP leaders in charge of Lim Chin Siang and Fong Swee Swan were uncertain what course Lim Yu Hock would take, and had decided to use them to test the ground. For their purposes, the two open front leaders were expendable. Their key quarters they kept under cover, and their main battleground was not Singapore but Malaya, where the Tunku and his mass base of Malay supporters were their major adversary. If what they wanted in Singapore was a safe haven where they could build up their strength for the fight across the causeway, their provocative policy did not make sense. My immediate concern was to discover what action Lim Yew Hock and his backroom boys in Special Branch and the Chief Secretary's office were planning, as he put it on September 6 in the Assembly, in the best interest of Singapore. I did not have long to wait before the government moved. On September 19, it dissolved the pro-communist Singapore Women's Federation and Chinese Brass Gong Musical Society and detained 6 CUF leaders, including the president of the Singapore Factory and Shop Workers Union, SFSWU, and 3 prominent militants connected with the Chinese middle schools, a dean of studies, a dean of discipline, SIC, and the chairman of the Singapore Chinese Primary School Teachers Association, one of whom was to be banished to China. Lim Yew Hock told the Straits Times, "We have decided on strong action to counter the growing menace of Communist Front organizations. We have decided to check the covert penetration of reputable associations by the Communists and their sympathizers." In a statement, I declared, "The sudden and arbitrary action gives rise to the gravest concern. We are investigating the matter." Lim Chin Siang and Fong were dissatisfied with the lack of outrage and passion in my statement. They wanted condemnation and opposition by all possible means, but I was not forthcoming. On September 24, the government deregistered the Singapore Chinese Middle School Students' Union, SCMSU, and 5,000 students took over their schools in protest. Masked sentries appeared at their gates, covering their faces with handkerchiefs every time police radio patrol cars cruised by, telling parents who called to collect their children to go home and return with food and clothing for them instead. The press reported that the teachers were helpless, and one principal, himself a fellow traveling Chinese chauvinist, described the students as uncontrollable. But when Chu Swee-Kee, as Minister for Education, told them they would have to face the consequences if they did not resume their classes in an orderly manner, some decided to go home. Wisely, for this time the government left no doubt that it meant to sweep the board, and Lim Chin Siang and Fong themselves could not have misread the signals as anything other than the end of one phase in their United Front offensive. The next day, 4 organizations connected with the Chinese schools were banned, including the Singapore Chinese Primary School Teachers Association and the Singapore Chinese School Parents Association. 1 week later, the police arrested Robert Soon Lo Boon, who was chairman of the banned Students' Union, and on the same day picked up a paid secretary of the SCMSU, who was also the first member of the PAP executive to be detained by the government. At a meeting of the Legislative Assembly on October 2, I moved to censure the government for the arrests and banishments. It was pro forma. The motion was defeated. I knew Lim Yew Hock had to proceed with the cleanup. He could not waver the way Marshall had without coming to grief. Accordingly, Chu took the offensive. He hit out at parents and others who condoned the student disorders. 2 high school teachers were sacked and 9 more given warnings, including a principal and a school supervisor. 2 boys and 1 girl were arrested, and one of the boys banished as he had not been born in Singapore. Chu also handed the schools a list of 142 students to be expelled. Meanwhile, 742 others came forward to back the government's campaign to wipe out subversives. A standard protest campaign followed on the night of 10 to 11 October, supported by the SFSWU, and with the writing on the wall, the pro-communists went all out to extract the maximum political price from Lim Yew Hock for the breakup of the CUF. They worked hard to involve the masses emotionally with leaders whom they expected to be arrested and with the organizations they expected to be banned, persuading them to feel personally harmed and dispossessed. To broaden the campaign of agitation, Lim Chin Siang and Nair had got Jamit Singh to call a meeting of a civil rights convention of 95 trade unions on September 28, at which 700 delegates claimed to represent 200,000 members. Nair was elected chairman, and their aim was to rouse the people against the British and their shameless colonial stooge Lim Yew Hock, who had had the audacity to ban several CUF organizations that week. But it was the usual collection of pro-communists, the same coterie of old United Front supporters. Undeterred, the government kept up the pressure. On October 10, the police arrested 4 student leaders of the THIRD-WORLDISM, and 3 days later, shut down the Chinese High School and Chongqing High School. Then, on October 16, the government opened emergency schools for 400 students to continue their studies, and more joined the scheme in the days that followed. A week later, a delegation representing what it called the Singapore freedom-loving students of Chinese middle schools presented Lim Yew Hock with a red banner, and the next day the chief minister himself made a radio broadcast giving an ultimatum to the defiant students still camping in the 2 schools to clear out by 8 p.m. the following day. That evening, October 24, the PAP held a rally on an open field at the Beauty World amusement park along Bukit Timah Road to protest peacefully against the arrests, with Lim Chin Siang, Nair, Chin Chai and myself on the same platform. But when the meeting dispersed, Lim Chin Siang's union supporters piled into a fleet of lorries and headed for the Chinese high school 2 miles down the road. As I drove home later, I saw that the gates of the school were swarming with police and hundreds of parents and relatives were milling around them, their cars parked along the road. The communists wanted the largest possible audience for the showdown, timed for that night. I had a feeling it was going to be a nasty and bloody business. Everybody expected broken heads and broken bones. Yet when I passed the nearby University of Malaya hostels, some students were gleefully blowing football referee whistles, excited at the prospect of the fun and games soon to begin. I cursed the idiocy, ignorance, and naivete of those English-educated students. They did not know what a dangerous position they were in. If the faceless men behind the Chinese middle schools won, they would be the first to be brainwashed and become the new dispossessed. As it happened, the rioting began outside the Chongqing High School in Goodman Road, where a mob of 400 to 500 clashed with the police and attacked the Tanjong Katong Post Office and Gilang Police Station. Then the restless crowd of more than 4,000 outside the Chinese high school became violent, overturning 3 police cars and setting 2 others alight. When the police charged and dispersed them with tear gas, they scattered, but the rioting spread downtown to Rosia Road and other parts of Singapore. At midnight, the government imposed a curfew. At dawn the next day, the police gave the students 10 minutes in which to leave the schools with their parents. When they failed to do so, the police moved in, breaking down the barricades and lobbing tear gas at those manning them. At Chongqing High School, parents had linked arms to protect their sons and daughters, but now they panicked, some jumping into the school pond and others fleeing. When the students tried to march into the city, they were stopped by roadblocks. Rioting continued throughout that day and night, and Middle Road bus and factory workers went on strike. However, with tight police and military control at key junctions and helicopters overhead fitted with loudspeakers to intimidate the mob, the situation never got out of hand. A car set on fire by rioters during communist-instigated clashes in October 1956. The police and the military had been fully prepared and there was close coordination between them. Helicopters and armored cars had taken up positions before daybreak. Military roadblocks were in place and mobile riot squads on the alert. There was no real threat to security. But the riots, arson and bloodshed had given the government reason to arrest and detain all their main targets within the next 24 hours, a total of 219 persons that included leaders of the Middle Road Group, Lim Chin Siang and Fong, and among the English-educated, Nair, Woodhull and Puthachuri. The riots left 13 dead, 123 injured, 70 cars burnt or battered, 2 schools razed, and 2 police stations damaged. The police arrested 1,000 people, including 256 secret society gangsters. The next evening, Lim Yew Hock made a special radio broadcast in which he declared, "We are liberating trade unionists, farmers, teachers, and Chinese associations from a form of political exploitation." The Straits Times carried it under the headline Operation Liberation. The new chief minister had put himself in a no-win position. I had believed from the start that the government had been making a strategic mistake in focusing action on the middle schools, especially the Chinese High School and Chongcheng High School. These two were the Eton and Harrow of the Chinese-speaking world in Singapore and Malaya, and parents throughout Southeast Asia aspired to send their children to them as boarders if they could afford it. Why had Special Branch acted as they did? By concentrating their preliminary actions and therefore the limelight on the students, they had led people to believe that Lim Yu Hock was attacking the entire Chinese education system. That perception was disastrous for him. The Rendell Constitution did not give him control of internal security. That was in the hands of the Chief Secretary and the Governor. But for political reasons the Chief Secretary chose not to act against the Communists. Instead, Lim Yu Hock had allowed himself to be persuaded by his security officials to take the responsibility for the cleanup. In consequence, it was not difficult for the Communists to portray him as a tool of the colonialist imperialists. The British and Americans compounded his vulnerability by praising his courage and boldness. The first to do so was Lennox Boyd. The communist snake has been scotched but not killed. In Singapore, courageous and competent ministers are facing up to their problems in this vital corner of the free world. Next to congratulate him in glowing terms was the U.S. State Department, and the Australians were not far behind. Little realizing how much damage his reputation had suffered with the Chinese-speaking mass base, Lim Yu Hock made the further mistake of trying to emulate communist tactics. He arranged for a 50-man delegation representing 150 organizations claiming 150,000 members to pledge him their support. But the local participants, the counterpart supposedly of the CUF, were too feeble to be convincing, and when prominent Englishmen like the president of the Ex-Servicemen's Association, the British Bishop of Singapore and the British president of the Singapore Chamber of Commerce joined in, it only intensified the impression that he was acting in the interests of the West. I resolved that if ever a PAP government were faced with this problem, I would never make the same mistakes. I would think of a way of obliging the parents themselves to grab their children from the schools and take them home. Special Branch could pick up the leaders after the students had dispersed. It would have been less damaging if Lim Yu Hock had first arrested the key United Front operators in the trade unions and cultural societies. The unions themselves could then have been left to carry on. The leaders left at liberty would want to appear militant and not cowed, and would soon have been tempted to act illegally, whereupon the government could have deregistered their unions. Marshall had taught me how not to be soft and weak when dealing with the communists. Lim Yu Hock taught me how not to be tough and flat-footed. It was not enough to use administrative and legal powers to confine and cripple them. Lim did not understand that the communist game was to make him lose the support of the masses, the Chinese-speaking people, to destroy his credibility as a leader who was acting in their interests. They were thus able to portray him as an opportunist and a puppet acting at the behest of the colonialist imperialists. Of the two, the more valuable lesson was Lim Yu Hock's, how not to let the communists exact a heavy price for putting them down. Only after the dust had settled from the government's purge of the communist ringleaders did the second-tier leaders whom Special Branch had not picked up peek out of their foxholes. They ventured out to see if they were going to be arrested. They were not. Several came to see me in my office at Malacca Street, and I asked Dennis to accompany them to their various branches to take an inventory of the damage, recover whatever property was still there, and put caretakers in charge. Dennis went down to Bukit Timah and Bukit Panjang, where he reported the premises to be in shambles. The smell of tear gas still hung around amid the disorder of ransacked furniture and stationery and slippers and shoes lost in the melee of the arrests. One leader confessed to being extremely worried. Some $120,000 of union funds kept in a tin trunk and locked up in a back room at the Middle Road headquarters had disappeared. The money had been withdrawn from the bank at the last moment. I believed it had been taken out to prevent it from falling into the hands of the Registrar of Societies once the SWIL was deregistered. That had not happened yet, but as it was only a matter of days before Special Branch would look through the union's accounts and find the money missing, I decided as its legal advisor to report the loss immediately. Lim Chin-siang had committed a crime by withdrawing almost the total amount for purposes not in accordance with the union's rules, and by not being able to account for it. But when I went to see him at the central police station where he was being held for interrogation, he feigned ignorance. He said the cash was in the back room 3 hours before the premises were raided in the early hours of October 27. The only other person who knew it was the union treasurer. I had seen the treasurer at Changji prison before seeing Lim. He said there were only 2 keys to the locked room, one with him, the other with Lim. As far as he knew, the money was in the room at the time of the police raid. All interviews with detainees under the emergency regulations took place in the presence of a special branch officer. I could not understand, therefore, why Special Branch did not pass the interview records to the Attorney General's chambers so that the culprits could be prosecuted for criminal breach of trust. They had withdrawn $120,000, spent $20,000 on items they could not account for precisely, and lost the rest. The government could have portrayed Lim Chin-siang, his treasurer, and his president as thieves, not the revolutionary martyrs they became once detained for a political cause. Instead, the Registrar of Trade Unions asked them on November 21 to show cause why the SFSWU should not be deregistered because not only was it used for purposes inconsistent with its objects and rules but also as the funds of the union were not expended on objects authorized by the rules. In his statement to the registrar, Lim said he had decided that the union funds, then amounting to about $150,000, should be prevented from falling into government hands and should be kept aside to be used later for the benefit of the workers. The story he then told was quite different from the one he had given me in front of a special branch officer, but in essence the conclusion was the same. We kept the notes in a metal suitcase in a room at the back of the union's premises in Middle Road. That was the last I knew of the whereabouts of these notes. Someone must have stolen the money from this room since my arrest at 2 m. This would have been no defense had the charge been criminal breach of trust. But the government chose to detain him under emergency regulations. I was less interested in the recent losses of the CUF than in how quickly it could regroup and reorganize in the future. The MCP needed a second team of expendable open front leaders whom they must now field if they were to retain the following the first team had built up. If among the open front group of activists they could not find men who could do this, they might have to sacrifice some of their cadres in the underground. I waited to see how they would play it. They played it safe. They decided to field Lim Chin-siang's younger brother, Lim Chin-ju, as the substitute who would carry the flag he had left behind at Middle Road. Lim Chin-ju had also been to the Chinese high school. But he did not have his brother's baby face. He was broader, grosser, less likable, but brighter and tougher. He did not have Lim Chin-siang's silver tongue either, which was a relief. But he was the logical choice. He symbolized Lim Chin-siang, whom the MCP wanted to have remembered as a great leader temporarily imprisoned by an unjust stooge government. Anticipating the deregistration of the SFSWU, on February 14, 1957, the new leaders negotiated a partnership with an existing but inactive union and its affiliates, using it much as business corporations use shell companies. The Singapore General Employees Union had a book membership of 2,000. Lim Chin-ju took it over, the pro-communists filling 18 of the 21 seats on a joint central committee, and moved it to the old headquarters at Middle Road. Within a matter of months, the membership had risen to more than 20,000. The branches also came back to life, but were not in the same state of frenetic activity. Some of the new cadres were amateurish, some of those who had worked with the detained leaders had taken fright and were reluctant to involve themselves further, not knowing whether there would be further clean ups. So the unions did not recover the surge and thrust they had developed from the middle of 1954 to the end of 1956. But I had no doubt that as long as the Chinese middle schools were churning out bright and ambitious graduates whom the political system excluded from good jobs in the public and private sectors, the MCP would have a steady flow of recruits. This was the nub of the problem, the frustration of the able and talented among the Chinese educated who had no outlets for their energy and idealism, and who were at the same time inspired by the example of the young communist cadres in China. It was only after news of the excesses of the Cultural Revolution percolated through in the 1970s that the communist hold on them weakened. Meanwhile, an ostentatious display of self-sacrifice by their leading cadres added to the myth. After working the whole day running around making speeches and negotiating with wicked employers, Lim Chin-siang and Fong would sleep on top of the desks at union headquarters. Their Spartan lifestyle had a tremendous impact on their followers, who tried to emulate them, infecting each other with the same spirit of self-denial. Even wealthy young students who were not hardcore members wanted to identify themselves with Lim and Fong. One bus company owner's son spent most of his time acting as an unpaid chauffeur for them, using his family car. It was his contribution to the cause. He was proud to be associated with revolutionary cadres who dressed simply, ate at hawker stalls and took very little salary for themselves, since whatever was won from the employers was for the workers. How much they pocketed in order to feed more revolutionaries I did not know, but I did not see them take anything for themselves. They certainly did not live as if they had. It was a competitive display of selflessness that swept a whole generation. The more selfless you were, the more you impressed the masses, and the more likely you were to be promoted within the organization, from the anti-British League to the MCP, a communist party in the middle of a revolution. With such supporters, the communists could run elections on a shoestring. There was no shortage of workers or canvassers, and cloth for banners was donated by enthusiastic supporters. I suspect that printers, too, would either print their pamphlets for nothing or charge the cost to union accounts. There was also no shortage of girls amid all this puritanical zeal, for in the back rooms of Middle Road, supposedly revolutionary young women gave themselves up to illicit love, only too happy to have such star performers as Lim and Fong as their partners. The less attractive girls settled for the branch leaders of the various unions. In contrast, when we had to find workers, it was a real problem. We recruited volunteers from the unions and from among friends, but they all wanted to go home in time for dinner, for some function or other, or for a private appointment. There was no total commitment, no dedication, as on the other side, one of their devotees would do the work of 3 or 4 of our volunteers. I used to be quite depressed by the long-term implications of all this. I failed to realize then that they could not keep it up for long. Revolutionary zeal could only carry them thus far. In the end, they had to live and bring up families, and families required money, housing, healthcare, recreation, and the other good things of life. One odd thing about them, though, was that when they abandoned communism, as some young Chinese middle school student leaders did, they often became extremely avaricious to make up for lost time. They seemed to feel that they had been robbed of the best years of their lives and had to make up for what they had missed. It was a preview of what I was to see later in China and Vietnam. When the revolution did not deliver utopia and the economy reverted to the free market, cadres, with the power to issue licenses or with access to goods and services at official prices, were the first to be corrupt and exploit the masses. 15 3/4 independent. 11 months after the collapse of the first constitutional talks, we were back in London for a second round. This second conference was held in a totally different climate. Inter-party differences had been thrashed out and solutions agreed to in principle. On February 7, 1957, Chief Minister Lim Yu-hak had called an all-party meeting, the first of 8 to settle the outlines of a new constitution, and a month later a miscellaneous paper was submitted to the Assembly. Lim's motion was realistic and modest, to secure from Her Majesty's government the status of a self-governing state with all the rights, powers, and privileges pertaining to internal affairs, and the control of trade, commerce, and cultural relations in external affairs. There was no attempt to disguise the unpalatable fact that this was not independence, and that sovereignty remained with the British. As I was to point out later, that meant they would be able to revoke the constitution at will, and there would be sufficient British military forces in the country to make any such revocation possible. The debate was plain sailing, especially as David Marshall was absent in Borneo on legal business. The Tunku had told Lim Yu-hak that he was willing to have a representative sit on a proposed tripartite Internal Security Council, and Lennox Boyd was now willing to accept this, subject to a careful definition of what the council could and could not do. However, Lim Yu-hak had been unwise in committing himself to early polls in August 1957. Only after careful preparations should the dice be thrown again in a general election, especially since this time round the stakes would be higher. The all-party committee had agreed that under the new constitution there should be a multilingual assembly. There should also be a new citizenship law that would enfranchise between 200,000 and 300,000 people, most of them Chinese who had resided in Singapore for at least 8 out of the past 10 years. Speaking in the assembly on May 5, I made the PAP position clear: this law must be passed and the new citizens eligible to vote and stand as candidates before general elections were held, even though the process would take at least 1 year, and possibly a further 3 months. After Marshall's experience with the 13-member delegation, Lim Yu-hak reduced his to 5, 2 from the Labour Front, 1 from UMNO, 1 from the Liberal Socialists, and myself representing the PAP. This was a nuts and bolts conference. The proposed constitution provided for a legislative assembly of 51 elected members from whom the Prime Minister and the other ministers would be chosen. The assembly would have jurisdiction over all matters except foreign affairs and defense, but where internal security and defense overlapped, the power would reside in an Internal Security Council. This would consist of 3 British members, 1 of whom would be the chairman, 3 Singapore members, 1 of whom would be the Prime Minister, and 1 representative from the Federation of Malaya. Singapore would have a head of state called the Yang di-Pertuan Negara, instead of a British governor. Lim Yu-hak left the drafting of the proposed constitution to Walter Rayburn QC, but I had to read the documents to make sure that if and when the PAP formed the government, we would be able to work it. There was only one contentious issue. At the 15th plenary session, Lennox Boyd said that Her Majesty's government would not allow Singapore to come under communist domination, and that he felt sure the Singapore delegation did not want this to happen anyway. He had therefore introduced a non-negotiable provision to bar all persons known to have indulged in or been charged with subversive activities from running as candidates in the first election to be held under the new constitution. I objected to this, saying that the condition is disturbing both because it is a departure from democratic practice and because there is no guarantee that the government in power will not use this procedure to prevent not only communist but also democratic opponents of their policy from standing for election. I was speaking for the record. In fact, Lim Yu-hak had quietly raised this matter with me back in Singapore after he had seen Lennox Boyd in London in December, and Lennox Boyd had already invited me to have tea with him alone at his home in Eaton Square to discuss it. After some social pleasantries, he asked me what would happen if my comrades who were in prison, like Lim Chin Siang, were to stand for the next election. I said he would win and his opponents in Bukit Timah constituency would lose their deposits. He expressed surprise. In this country, he said, when we arrest a person under Regulation 18D, the equivalent in wartime Britain of our emergency regulations, he is distrusted by the electorate. Oswald Mosley, leader of the pro-Nazi British Fascist Party, had been a member of Parliament. After he was arrested and detained, he never won a seat. I looked at him sadly and said, in your country, such people are considered traitors, collaborating with the enemy. In Singapore, when you are locked up by a government with a British governor and a British chief secretary in charge, you become a martyr, a champion of the people. Your popularity increases. Would you agree if I imposed this provision, that they be excluded from the first election to give the first elected government under the full internal self-government constitution a cleaner slate to start with? He asked. I will have to denounce it. You will have to take responsibility for it, I answered. My shoulders are broad enough, he said. Indeed they were, physically and metaphorically. I told him I would have to protest, but emphasized that that would not necessarily be the end of the talks. I thought to myself that Singapore's constitutional progress could not be held hostage by Lim Chin Siang, Fong Swee Swan and the Middle Road Group. I had already had the advantage of observing Lennox Boyd for over a month at the first conference in 1956. He was an impressive figure. Physically he was a giant of a man, over 6'6" tall, broad, big, and hefty. His enormous vitality showed in his voice, facial expressions, and body movements. He dressed well, always with a flower in his buttonhole. He spoke with a public school accent but, in his very upper-class way, he was friendly and sociable and had a knack of putting people at ease. I respected his intellect and liked his forthrightness. At that time, the colonial office was under great pressure, with one colony after another demanding independence. Nevertheless, he found time to host the Singapore delegation one Sunday at Chequers, the Prime Minister's country home put at his disposal. He had just bought a Polaroid camera, then quite a novelty, and enjoyed taking pictures and giving copies immediately to us. I was given one showing all of us gathered at the door of Chequers with John Profumo, who was then a junior minister, as well as himself. So when I met him at his home that afternoon, I was confident I could speak my mind. If I had felt he was sharp in his dealings, my reply would have been guarded. As it was, I spoke candidly and he understood that I would not break up the conference because of any bar against the detainees standing as election candidates. What I learned only 38 years later from documents was that Lim Yew Hock had already told the governor of Singapore that neither he nor Lee Kuan Yew could possibly take this up themselves during the March talks, but neither he nor Lee Kuan Yew would demur if the Secretary of State laid down this condition, and this had been passed on to London. When Lennox Boyd sprang the condition at the session on April 10, therefore, it was no surprise to either Lim or me or, I suspect, to the other members of the all-party delegation whom he had also been seeing privately. After Sunday lunch at Chequers with, facing camera, Alan Lennox Boyd, Secretary of State for the Colonies, 1957. On the right is John Profumo, Secretary of State for War, facing Lim Yew Hock. After 5 weeks of talks, the conference concluded successfully but on a sober note. We returned home together this time, not separately as before. When we flew into Singapore at 3 p.m. on April 14, we looked not jubilant but serious, in keeping with the low-key results we had obtained. The small crowd at the airport was quiet, and the press commented on the absence of shouts of Merdeka normal on such occasions. Lim Yew Hock emerged from the plane first, followed by the other delegates, the last of whom was an unsmiling Mr. Lee Kuan Yew who immediately went into a private conference with Dr. To Chin Chai, according to the Straits Times. Lim held a press conference, then the delegation left for the Padang in a motorcade, with the Chief Minister, alone in a green convertible, leading the way. Crowds lined the streets, but they were strangely silent. About 2,000 trade unionists who waited at Merdeka Bridge over the Kallang River burst into shouts and let off crackers, and the Singapore Trade Union Congress presented the Chief Minister with a framed picture and a Chinese banner of congratulations. But when the cars arrived at City Hall, where the crowd was thicker than along the route, there were no signs of welcome. As we mounted the decorated platform, a few hundred students chanted Oompa Merdeka. For several minutes. It was not in support of the delegation, but for those who were detained in Changi prison. The Chief Minister and the other delegates made their speeches in turn, none of them inspiring. When it was my turn, I decided to speak in Malay. I said we had been able to get only Tiga Suku Merdeka, 3/4 independence, but that those who believed a small country like Singapore could gain full independence by itself must be mad. The only way to it was through merger with Malaya. I was speaking to the pro-communists, and at that moment about 200 Chinese middle school students, who had arrived in buses and lorries and marched onto the Padang to take up positions right in front of the platform, began chanting slogans for the release of Lim Chin Siang, Fong, and the rest of the middle road detainees. They also booed from time to time, but stopped at their leader's signal. It was a reminder of how strong they remained on the ground despite the loss of their bosses. In my absence, Lim Chin Jew's unions had been putting pressure on Chin Chai to order me to take a tougher stand in London, and to demand early elections so that they could get Lim Yu-hok's government out and their first team of leaders freed. The MCP knew that the second team was not up to the job, but was reluctant to expose its experienced undercover cotters. I was not going to oblige them, nor was Chin Chai. While I was in London, representatives of the pro-communist unions had confronted the PAP's Central Executive Committee in a marathon session. The encounter lasted 7 hours until 3 a.m., everyone sitting on wooden benches with no armrests and no backs. They had 3 demands: rejection of the Internal Security Council, immediate independence and, most important of all, the early election that Lim Yu-hok had mistakenly promised for August 1957. Chin Chai and Pang Boon slogged it out. The pro-communists got little satisfaction. And when a left-wing cotter I had co-opted into the committee after Lim Chin Sian had been detained reiterated their grievances at the airport on April 15, I gave him short shrift. The unions had stayed away from the Padang rally to show their displeasure, but I was not disturbed. A new battle was looming, this time with the second team, but I felt they would be easier to deal with. Jamit Singh was advising Lim Chin Yew on how to work legally within the system, but while Jamit had a strong voice and a fierce public speaking style, he had no strategic sense. They were flirting with Marshall. They knew he dearly wanted early elections so that he could make a comeback, and they planned to use him to force a dissolution of the assembly. During the debate on the London conference he was raring for a fight, knowing that this time he had the young students and the pro-communist unions on his side. He was contemptuous of a Tiga Sukabusak Merdeka, 3/4 rotten independence, through which we could not achieve human dignity and independence, and denounced the Constitution as this deformed thing we have before us. He then played the anti-subversion clause. The PAP is extremely anxious to deprive its left wing of the very people whom it pretends to befriend. We kiss Devon Nair on both cheeks and wait for Lennox Boyd to hang him from the back. But unwisely he went on to say that banning subversives was a normal, intelligent, and reasonable precaution. Why should we not prevent from standing for elections a person who, 3 of our judges say, is a man who seeks to destroy the democratic way of life we seek to establish? This was hardly calculated to please his new friends, but he never understood that they wanted him to demand early elections precisely because that would give the first team in prison a chance to win seats, either as candidates themselves or through proxies who had not been detained. When it was my turn to speak, I stripped Marshall of his anti-colonial rhetoric, quoting his 1956 letters to Lennox Boyd, in which he had addressed the British Secretary of State as "My dear Alan" and signed himself "Yours sincerely, David." He was an actor, but not consistent in the roles he sought to play. I was playing for keeps. So were the communists. I made it clear that the PAP would not take office if it won the election unless the detained leaders were first released. I did not say this for the benefit of Lim Chin Siang and Fong. Chin Chai, Pang Boon, and I had concluded that the Chinese-speaking ground would distrust us as tricksters if we ditched our former comrades in jail and took office without them. The accounts had first to be squared, only then could we break with them and stand a chance in the fight for hearts and minds. It was not a political gimmick. We had no choice. We understood the values and social norms of our people and we had to be seen to have acted honorably. Marshall hit out at every single item he could find fault with and accused the PAP of double-crossing everyone at the constitutional talks. Then he shouted across the floor to me, "Sir, I wish to go back to the people of Singapore. I will go to his constituency if he will go back to his constituency, and I will challenge him there." I responded immediately, "Accepted." The speaker, not a political animal, ruled this as irrelevant. Unwittingly, he was going to let Marshall off the hook. I was not going to allow that. When Marshall appeared cocky and confident, I guessed he had been assured by Jamit Singh and Lim Chin Yew of their support against the PAP. But we had decided to assert our independence, to defend our party stand, and to defy the second team of CUF leaders who were working through him. He was astounded by my prompt acceptance of his challenge, one he had recklessly tossed out without their prior agreement. He did not know I had seen through his bouncy aggressiveness. When the House adjourned at 4 p.m., I immediately called a press conference at which I announced I would send in my resignation at the end of the present session of the Assembly, and that I expected the by-election to be held within 5 weeks. I disclosed that, at a Central Executive Committee meeting the previous afternoon, the PAP had already decided to challenge Marshall because we knew the line he would take. Now he had stolen our thunder, but we would still oblige him. It is a clear-cut issue of whether the people of Singapore are prepared to accept the Constitution and reject the clause on subversion or would prefer to accept the clause and reject the Constitution. The first was our position, the second was Marshall's, and I made doubly sure that he was pinned down to it, since I knew it must be anathema to the Communists. The next day, April 27, I announced, "Mr. Speaker, sir, at the end of this motion when the votes have been taken, I shall tender my resignation as member for Tanjong Pagar. I shall be standing in the Tanjong Pagar by-election as the PAP candidate. My father bringing voters to the polls during the 1957 Tanjong Pagar by-election, in his Morris Minor, the car I drove to meet the plan." Less than 48 hours later, after the morning sitting of the Assembly, an ashen-faced Marshall announced he was quitting politics permanently. He told reporters he would not contest the by-election because he feared there might be trouble if it were fought on the colonial constitutional issue. "I do not want to take the consequences of this dishonest game. Now there is such unanimity the people of Singapore should have the constitution in peace if they want it. I shall resign after the present sitting." I reposted, "As far as the PAP is concerned, the by-election position is unchanged. I shall resign at the end of this debate on a new constitution." Lim Chin Ju and the unions were taken aback. One of them issued a statement addressed to Marshall, "Your continued attacks on the PAP has caused great pain to Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, officials and supporters of the party." The union asked Marshall to refrain from fighting me in the Tanjong Pagar ward, and to fight the Liberal Socialist leader C.C. Tan in his own Cairnhill division instead. Lim Chin Ju was taking no chances. The Communists did not want Marshall to retire, nor did they want either of us to knock out the other. They wanted both of us in the Assembly, with Marshall baiting, provoking, and forcing me into a position more favorable to their cause. With Marshall out of the arena, they would have no prod to use on me, but with me out of the arena, they would be left with an unstable Marshall. He realized, in the 48 hours between his challenge and his retirement, that this time he would not have left-wing support. He knew that if he did not fight me, he would be humiliated, but that on his own he would suffer a devastating defeat. He decided to withdraw altogether. Nominations for the by-election were on May 18, 1957. 2 candidates stood against me, a Liberal Socialist and an Independent. The non-communists in the Central Executive Committee of the PAP were determined to make this a test of our strength. We wanted to know how much ground support we could hold in Tanjong Pagar on our own, without the communists or even against them. When the Chinese middle school students offered to canvass for me, Pangboon turned them down. Lim Chin Ju's unions decided to blur the issue by urging their members to vote for me, but Chin Chai made it clear that we did not need them. If they wanted to support us, it was their business. We wanted to fight and win on our own. And on June 29, we did, with 67.5% of the votes. We had defended our policy, and got it solidly endorsed. I said, we got a higher percentage of votes in 1955 because we might have been all things to all men. Now all men and all women know exactly what we stand for, and a decisive majority voted for us. What was ominous for Lim Yew Hock was the result of the by-election in Cairnhill for the seat Marshall had vacated. The Labour Front candidate not only lost to the Liberal Socialists but polled even fewer votes than the third contender, a former Labour Front member who was standing as an independent. That did not augur well for the Chief Minister. 16 Flushing out the Communists. After the PAP won the Tanjong Pagar by-election, Chin Chai, Pangboon and I decided to tighten constitutional control of the party so that the left wing could not capture it and use us. For instead of accepting the setback and working within the changed situation until conditions became more favorable to his side, Lim Chin-ju had decided to make a bid to take over the party himself. One of the branch secretaries told Pang Boon that the pro-communists were planning to capture 8 of the 12 seats on the Central Executive Committee. This was adventurism, or what Marxist-Leninists would call left-wing infantilism. The pro-communists wanted to demonstrate their revolutionary resolve, not realizing that they needed the respectability of the PAP more than we needed their mass support. In the minds of the people, the PAP was already established as a consistent, radical, pro-workers' party. If we did not misplay our hand, we would always have their general goodwill and support because of the good work we had done so far. Rather than lose control of the PAP and have to start all over again, we were prepared to see the pro-communists abandon us and form another party using David Marshall as cover. Marshall's retirement from politics was brief. He was shortly to launch a new party, the Workers' Party. We knew that with him as leader, they would have enormous problems. He was erratic and temperamental. He did not have the political skills to keep the balance between constitutional and non-constitutional methods, and would soon get their new party proscribed. Keng Sui, Kenny, Raja, Chin Chai, Pang Boon, and I discussed this and decided to leak a story to the Straits Times that at the coming conference in August we intended to pass a series of resolutions that would effectively reorganize the PAP and make it stand clearly for an independent, democratic, non-communist, socialist Malaya. To implement this policy, we would put ourselves up as a block of 8 candidates, leaving only 4 seats for open voting. This was our ultimatum. We were ready to fight the pro-communists and have them leave the party. The Straits Times played up the story. But the pro-communists had every intention of capturing the PAP because they knew Marshall was not a viable alternative. He might be useful for sporadic action on the flanks of the party to keep it on their track, but he would not be stable enough for the long term. It was, moreover, absurdly easy for them to organize their raid on the Central Executive Committee. We were still innocents at the game, no match for their low cunning. It was the practice of union members who joined the PAP not to give their home addresses but those of their unions, and we were simple-minded enough to send their admission cards there. As a result, hundreds, if not thousands, of these cards ended up at Middle Road, then the headquarters of the Singapore General Employees Union, SGEU, and several other unions and associations, to be used as their leaders saw fit. At the party conference on Sunday, August 4, therefore, their supporters outnumbered ours, and the vote was split 50-50, the non-communists taking 6 seats and the pro-communists 6. We were faced with a dilemma. To take over the party would put us in a quandary, for we would not have enough votes to implement our policy. Not to take over would mean losing control to the communists and having the party reorganized further to our disadvantage. I calculated that Lim Yu-hak was unlikely to leave these people in charge for long, certainly not until the next general election, but that would still allow the CUF time to rebuild its strength in the unions and the party. After some discussion, I issued a statement signed by all 6 of us, the non-communists. Because 3 of the 8 retiring members were not re-elected, there was one non-communist newcomer. We do not consider that we have the moral right to assume the offices of chairman, secretary, and treasurer and their deputies. The pro-communists were nonplussed. They had not thought their tactics through. They had expected us to continue to front for them on the Central Executive Committee, especially if they left us in nominal charge, holding the key positions of chairman, secretary, and treasurer. But we decided to leave them in charge so that any pro-communist act they committed would be entirely on their own account. I felt certain Lim Yu-hak would never allow them to become a threat to him, but would move against them even if they had Marshall as a cover. So we were happy to let them take over all the top positions. They were not. They pleaded with us to have Chin Chai continue as chairman and myself as secretary general, and to reassure us, they offered to let us co-opt 2 members to the committee while they co-opted only 1, giving us a tactical majority. When we refused, they became nervous, acutely aware of their vulnerability without us as front men. After some hesitation, they filled the key offices with Tan Chong Kin as chairman and Tt. Raja, a lawyer and a left-wing poser, as Secretary General. I gave them 6 months to a year before they got into trouble. I was wrong. Lim Chin-ju had other far-reaching plans. Jamit Singh and his working committee had opened discussions with the Singapore Trade Union Congress, STUC, to negotiate a merger with the SGEU and its affiliates at Middle Road. This could only lead to the pro-communists absorbing Lim Yu-hok's own mass base in the trade union movement. With his STUC in imminent danger, he decided to act. On the night of August 22, Special Branch arrested and detained 35 people, Lim Chin-ju and 12 other trade unionists, 4 journalists and 18 members of the PAP, including all the pro-communists on the Central Executive Committee except T.T. Raja. They had been in office for only 10 days. Raja became sick with fear and worry, and on September 3, precipitately resigned. Whatever else the second team of CUF leaders had lacked, it was not ambition. They had wanted no less than a united front of the PAP, the Labour Front, and Marshall's projected Workers' Party, plus a merger that would have given them overall control of the trade unions. Instead, they received a lesson on the folly of left-wing adventurism. By moving so swiftly after the pro-communists had taken over the party, Lim Yu-hok had put us in the dirt. We appeared to have betrayed the pro-communists by openly dissociating ourselves from their actions and leaving them fatally exposed. On August 23, the government issued a white paper with a section on communist penetration of the PAP. To clear ourselves of the smear that we were involved in these arrests, I proposed a motion in the Assembly, on September 12, deploring its inaccuracies. I pointed out that the Chief Minister had suppressed the most important factor that had made him move, namely that his own STUC, his mass base, was on the point of being captured by Lim Chin-ju. He had not acted as a political favor to the PAP but to save his own position at a time calculated to cause us the maximum political embarrassment. If the communists had been given a lesson on folly, so had the PAP, the folly of adopting a democratic constitution that had left it open to capture through the penetration of its own party branches. We discussed several possible changes to ensure that it could never happen again. But even as Pangboon and I made a start by cleaning out the branches, we were busy preparing for the city council election due in December. After Lim Yu-hok's 2 political purges in 1956 and 1957, this election would be the first test of public opinion. The electorate had increased tenfold since 1951 to about 500,000 after the Citizenship Ordinance was passed in October 1957 to enable all those who had resided in Singapore for 8 out of the previous 10 years to register as citizens even if they had not been born there. My major concern was to avoid a clash with Lim Yu-hok and his Labour Front, for that would only increase the animosity of the Chinese speaking towards him, further reduce his political standing and make him take action to weaken the PAP. By working quietly through the UMNO leader, Hamid Jamat, who was de facto number 2 in the government, I negotiated an electoral understanding whereby the PAP, UMNO and the Labour Front would not fight each other but would share out the 32 seats on the council, 14 for the PAP, 2 for UMNO and 16 for the Labour Front. We undertook not to attack each other but to attack the liberal socialists, blaming all the past shortcomings of the old city council on their predecessors, the progressives, who had been in charge of it since the early 50s, when elections were first held. Towards the end of the campaign, we converted these complaints of municipal mismanagement into a broad political offensive and presented it as a confrontation of workers, PAP, versus capitalists, liberal socialists. Polling day was December 22, 1957. That night I was out on the field in front of the Victoria Memorial Hall where counting was taking place. A large crowd of young Chinese school students and workers were squatting on the grass, held back by a line of policemen. At about 11 p.m., I saw a tall figure of a white man in shorts strolling through the crowd into the hall. It was Bill Good, the governor. He was brave. True, the crowd was not yet in an excited mood. Nonetheless, he had been the chief secretary when the first wave of arrests was carried out in October 1956, and governor when the second cleanup of the pro-communists took place. But he showed no trace of fear. My respect for him increased. The election results were devastating for Lim Yew Hock. Of the 16 seats they contested, the Labour Front won only 4, the PAP won 13 out of 14, UMNO, the 2 they contested, both in Malay majority areas, the Liberal Socialists, 7 out of 32, the Workers' Party, 4 out of 5, and 2 seats went to independents. The PAP had the best scores, with nearly 30% of the total votes cast and the highest number of votes per candidate. The most significant contest was in Jalan Besar, where the PAP's nominee was Chan Chi-seng, a non-communist Chinese-educated Cantonese, a judo black belt, well-built, not intellectual but loyal and energetic and a good campaigner. The pro-communists had fielded against him a candidate standing under cover of Marshall's New Workers' Party, which they had duly penetrated, as I had expected, to prove that they could beat us if they chose. And although they lost by a clear margin, obtaining 1,600 votes against our 2,400, it was not a crushing defeat, and their latent strength was evident. They did not attack us openly on the public platform for being soft on Lim Yew Hock and the British colonialists, or for failing to fight for our detained PAP comrades, but insinuated this through word of mouth. They were able to muster a considerable vote through their door-to-door canvassing. On the strength of the results, we decided to make a bid for the mayorship of the city council by linking up with the 2 UMNO members. That gave us 15 out of 32 seats, and we were confident the rest would not be able to combine to defeat us. Lim Yew Hock might have expected us to identify ourselves with him by taking his 4 councillors into the coalition, but that would have been too heavy a political burden. We would have been associated with a corrupt clique, and the alliance might also have confirmed suspicions that there had been collusion between Lim Yew Hock and me when he arrested the pro-communist PAP executive committee members. But the danger to the PAP had increased. Until this electoral test, Lim Yew Hock had harbored hopes that his tough action against the communists had won him the support of at least half the population, the Malays, the Indians, the English-educated Chinese and some of the anti-communist Chinese-speaking people. That was not to be my only worry, however. Our candidate for mayor was Ong Ang Guan, whose emergence as a crowd puller for the PAP had been an important development during the election campaign. Like Lim Chin Siang, Ong was a Hokkien and spoke the dialect as a native. True, he did not have Lim's earnest, deeply sincere manner, he had a higher-pitched voice and his soft cherubic face was not one that showed strength. But in the course of making speeches during those 5 weeks, he became a good substitute for Lim Chin Siang. To my astonishment, he began to show signs of megalomania. The resounding cheers that had greeted his Hokkien speeches at election rallies had gone to his head. Becoming mayor added to his delusions of power. On the way to the inaugural meeting of the new city council on December 23, he ran into a crowd of young PAP supporters who had set off firecrackers outside City Hall. A Chinese police officer remonstrated with the youths, whereupon Ong, who was there, intervened. In the ensuing melee, he and 2 other PAP city councillors were arrested, brought to the central police station and released after their particulars had been taken. The meeting had to be postponed to the following day. The next day, Ong went overboard as a populist. He allowed hundreds of the thousands of people gathered outside City Hall to crowd into the building and even the council chamber itself, including students and young children, many of them barefooted and bare-chested street urchins of 7 or 8. Soon this mob was not only standing on the press tables and squatting on the floor, but pushing and jostling and breathing down the necks of the councillors themselves as they sat at their horseshoe table. They had come to clap, to cheer, to be part of the excitement although they did not understand anything of the proceedings. It took outgoing city president J.T. Rea, a professional British officer who was accompanied by the mace-bearer, 15 minutes to force his way into the chamber through a back door so that he could formally open the meeting and hand over office. The officials of the council were in a state of shock. The new councillors could now exercise their newly granted privilege of speaking in Mandarin, Malay, or Tamil, and when a Liberal Socialist member made the first speech in English, the crowd booed, although he was congratulating Ong on his election as mayor. Ong wallowed in the adulation he received. He declared that he would not wear mayoral regalia, nor stay in a mayoral mansion. He did not believe in these trappings of office. He would live and dress like an ordinary citizen. He did not approve of cocktail parties, and he did not smoke, drink, or go to the races. He allowed each of the 31 councillors to speak for 2 minutes, and then took a snap vote on the removal of the mayor's mace. It was carried 26-0, with 6 Liberal Socialists abstaining, and Ong ordered that it be hereby disposed of as part of the paraphernalia of the Singapore City Council. This is a relic of colonialism. He next pushed his way through the spectators onto the balcony, where a microphone and loudspeakers had been installed at his request, and addressed the crowd outside in Mandarin for 10 minutes. He ended with 3 cries of Merdeka. The crowd cheered and yelled back in unison. "May God Protect Singapore" was the Straits Times headline for its Christmas Day edition, quoting a Eurasian Liberal Socialist lady councillor. The usual dignity of the proceedings was ruined, Good wrote Riley to Lennox Boyd in a report dated December 27. The officials of the city council, both white and Asian, were dismayed. The expatriates were fearful for their future. But, as he added, there has been no criticism of the police action and as yet no agitation against the police by the PAP. Lee Kuan Yew is away enjoying his Christmas holiday. Indeed, I was away. The evening the ballots were counted, my throat was so dry and burnt by all the cigarette smoking during the election campaign that I could not find my voice to thank the crowd for their support. The following morning, I packed the family into my Studebaker and drove up to Fraser's Hill for a 10-day break. For the next 16 months, Ong held sway over the city council as mayor, mounting one spectacle after another. His arrogant behavior demoralized its officers and frightened the English-educated clerks and professionals. He played favorites, and gave orders through a crony from his hometown of Batu Pahat whom he made his general factotum and who had to be obeyed without question. His good luck was that he did not have to last a full 3-year term and thus was not called to account for the damage that he was wreaking on the system. There had to be a general election by May 1959, the end of the 4-year term of Lim Yew Hock's government, so Ong's weaknesses would not have time to show up. Moreover, he was able to implement popular programs, which were not costly, notably in deprived areas of Singapore. He installed street lamps and standpipes, brought drainage and power to the villages, and reduced rates for electricity from 20 cents to 12 cents a unit for the rural poor. He set up a city information bureau to publicize these achievements, opened a public complaints bureau, and held Meet the People sessions. The English-educated were terrified, but Ong's antics delighted the Chinese-speaking. All their lives they had felt excluded from power, now they had a Hokkien speaking their own language and giving vent to their frustrations. But Ong created problems that were to fester for years. For example, he allowed the hawkers to take over many main roads in the city, especially in Chinatown, where formerly they had been kept to the fringes and been allowed to encroach on them only after office hours. He was like a man possessed, intoxicated with power and mass adulation. He wanted to create a newspaper headline every day. He went on raising expectations with dramatic gestures, as if there were no tomorrow when the bills would have to be paid. I knew that he was doing immense harm to the country and the PAP, but thought it best to let him ride the surf for the time being and to sort things out after the general election. The popularity he lost for us among the English-educated he more than made up for in gains among the Chinese-speaking. 17 Rendezvous with the Plan. I remember 1958 as the year when the intense pressure that the communists had been mounting since 1954 subsided. Things were relatively quiet, and there was little excitement from go-slows, strikes, demonstrations, riots or rallies. I had time for reflection, to think and to plan the next important moves before the coming general election, due at the latest in May 1959. The first question I had to answer was whether it was better for us to win and form the government or stay in the opposition, but with more seats, and use another term to consolidate our position with the people. After the test in Tanjong Pagar and Jalan however, I was already confident that, even if the communists opposed us in the election, they would not be able to defeat us unless they were able to rebuild their organization to what it had been in 1956. To do this, they would have to start new parties, form new fronts, and then establish their credentials with the public. All this would take time. Their cadres and immediate supporters, a few thousand in all, could follow the twists and turns of each maneuver of the CUF, but not the mass of the people. Whether or not we formed the next government, we would have to be completely in command of the PAP itself and able to prevent its re-infiltration and recapture. How were we to take advantage of this period of quiet, while the communists had to keep their heads down, to achieve that? They could still retake the branches, but we must on no account allow them to take over the party as a whole, and with it the symbol that would identify it on the ballot papers beside a candidate's name. In a semi-literate, multilingual country, the candidate's symbol is crucial. It is like the logo of a designer product, and the PAP's blue circle with a red lightning flash across it had already won brand recognition. That was an immediate problem. But if we assumed office, the problem would become more acute, for we would have to release Lim Chin Siang, Fong, and their lieutenants. How could we then stop them, their prestige enhanced by their detention, from rebounding and threatening a PAP government? I was convinced we could not survive unless we had first won the high ground so that we could not be attacked and demolished like the Labour Front. The answer was plain. Somehow or other I must publicly commit Lim Chin Siang and Fong to our own position before we took power. I had several other preoccupations. Lim Yu Hock now knew that his standing with the voters had been badly damaged, and that he and Chu Sui Ki would find it difficult to survive the communist onslaught against them for the purges they had mounted. But they continued to commit so many blunders that they seemed doomed. I tried to dispel Lim Yu Hock's fears of sudden political death and assured him I would not press him to hold the early election he had foolishly promised, and that given time his political fortunes could change. I found reasons for him to postpone the polls, registration of new citizens, redelineation of constituencies from 25 to 51, changes to the election law to make voting compulsory and forbid the use of cars to carry voters to polling stations. I convinced him that it would be unwise to let voting remain voluntary, for the communists were better organized and better able to mobilize their followers, and the wealthy parties would find themselves supplying cars only to provide transport for the supporters of their left-wing opponents. Time was needed for the details to be worked out and legislation drafted and passed. He accepted these ideas gratefully because they prolonged the life of his government. I did not tell him that I myself needed time to clean up the PAP, reorganize it, and select active, young Chinese educated cadres who could be fielded as candidates but who were not committed Marxists or communists. We wanted a balanced multiracial slate. While we could find English-educated Chinese, Malays, and Indians who would be totally dependable and non-communist, it was difficult to identify good Chinese-educated candidates who would remain loyal when the communists opened fire on us, such was their hold on the minds of the Chinese-educated. I started cadre training classes to talent spot idealistic Chinese speakers with political convictions that were not left-wing, but we were fishing in the same pond as the communists, who exploited both Chinese nationalism and Marxist-Maoist ideas of egalitarianism. The most energetic and dedicated of the Chinese were already imbued with these ideals. I had to swing them over to democratic socialism, to get our own political concepts across to them in my inadequate Mandarin, and then read the papers they wrote in Chinese running script, which is far more difficult to decipher than printed characters. I believe the experience taught me more than it taught them. Their mental terms of reference were Chinese history, Chinese parables, and proverbs, the legendary success of the Chinese Communist Revolution as against their own frustrating life in Singapore. None of this helped them to understand what I was propounding to them, a parliamentary, democratic, socialist, non-communist society in a multiracial Singapore and Malaya established through peaceful, non-violent, and constitutional means. Their whole background led them to believe that a communist society should be brought about both by open persuasion and by clandestine subversion and revolutionary force. I later discovered to my dismay that there were quite a few converted hardcore communists even in the group I had picked. There was no way to filter them out. They were like radioactive dust. One day in March 1958, a Chinese male in his late 20s came to Lee & Lee, my law firm in Malacca Street, and told Chu that he would like to speak to me personally. It was about 11 a.m., a busy time of the day when many other young men in short-sleeved shirts and slacks were coming and going, but after checking with me, Chu let him through. He said he had an important request. Would I meet a person who represented his organization? Meaning, without saying it, the communist underground. I said, yes. He stressed that the meeting must be secret. I proposed a rendezvous on the road between the Empress Place government offices and Victoria Theatre. This would be safest for me. I could take him to the select committee room in the Assembly House just a few yards away. It was quiet and secluded. I knew it was not going to be used for any meeting on the day I suggested, and that there would probably be no members in the House since it was not sitting that morning. When the day came, I walked from my office to the rendezvous and looked out, as instructed, for a slim, fair-skinned person with a pair of spectacles in his shirt breast pocket and carrying a Chinese newspaper. He was there, shorter than me, and leaner. We exchanged passwords and walked to the Assembly House as agreed. There was an air of stealth and furtiveness about him, a nervousness and jumpiness, as of a man on the run. The pallor of his face, arms, and hands was that of a person who had not seen sunshine for many months. I felt that I was dealing with someone truly underground. He had a high forehead with a receding hairline, a long clean-shaven face, a long pointed nose and straight black hair combed back in the style of Chinese middle school students. He was very fair, and I guessed he could not be a Hokkien, but was possibly a Hakka or a Teoshu. He was younger than me by some 3 to 5 years. He spoke softly, as if not wanting to be overheard, but in a firm voice. He soon impressed me as quick-witted and determined. He started the conversation in Mandarin, so I responded in Mandarin, but I repeated the important parts of what I had to say in simple English to make doubly sure I had made myself clear. From his expression, I knew he had understood me. He said he represented the MCP in Singapore, and wanted to see me in person in order to establish cooperation between the communists and the non-communists in the PAP. He regretted very much that the pro-communist cadres had attempted to capture the party in 1957. He urged me to believe that that was not communist policy. They were over-enthusiastic young people who meant well and wanted to help bring about a revolution in Malaya. He asked me to believe in his sincerity, that his offer of cooperation in a united anti-colonial front was genuine. What he was proposing meant that Lim Chin Siang and Fong should be free to do what they had been doing before they were arrested in 1956, to mobilize the workers, the students, the teachers, the cultural groups, the petty bourgeoisie and friendly nationalists, and to form a powerful united front, which the MCP would lead and control through its cadres planted within their organizations. I did some quick thinking and said I did not know who he was, and had no way of knowing if what he said was true. He said I would have to trust him. I blandly asked him for some proof, not of his identity, but of his authority over communist and pro-communist cadres in Singapore as a true representative of the MCP. He smiled at me confidently, looked me in the eye and again said I had to take his word for it. I named Chang Yun Tong, who had won the city council seat for Kallan. Chang was vice president of Marshall's Workers' Party and president of the Electrical and Wireless Employees Union. I was fairly certain from his appearance, behavior, and speeches in the city council that he was a pro-communist cadre. This time I looked him in the eye and said I believed the communists were using Marshall and his Workers' Party to fight the PAP. They had not only put up Chang in Kallan, but had also fought the PAP candidate in the Jalan Besar division in the city council election in December. I did not remind him that the Workers' Party candidate had lost. I said he could prove he was a real representative of the Communist command in Singapore and had spoken in good faith when he said that the MCP did not wish to attack the PAP, by instructing Chang to resign from the Workers' Party and the City Council. Without any hesitation, he said, "All right, give me some time. I shall see that it is done. If he is a member of our organization, it will be done." We had talked for an hour. He was assessing my character and my political position, and I was returning the compliment. He was taking a risk in seeing me. But so was I. Because if he was indeed a communist leader and I was caught with him, I would have some explaining to do. I was prepared for that, however. I would say that he had wanted to see me on some constituency matter, and I had met him near the house and taken him to the assembly to listen to his problem. So I took care to part company with him in the committee room, walking ahead of him down the stairs and out of the main door without turning back to see which way he went. I did not think I would see him again. I did not know who he was and did not want to know. I had to protect my position as the leader of the opposition. I told only Keng Sui about the meeting, and he was as intrigued as I was to see what the outcome would be. We called the man the plenipotentiary. We knew he must be someone important in the MCP, but how important? And what were their real intentions and potential? My next major engagement was in May 1958, the Third Constitutional Conference. I flew to London and from the airport went straight to the House of Commons to meet Lennox Boyd. As we travelled together to the conference, he asked for my assessment of future developments in Singapore and about Lim Yew Hock's chances in the next election. I said they had been sinking by the month. Lim Yew Hock had a weak team, and several of his ministers had poor reputations for honesty and integrity. This made him vulnerable to the smear campaigns the communists had mounted against him and Chu Swee Kee. I expected the PAP to win, and having defended the proposed constitution in the Tanjong Pagar by-election in June a year ago, I asked for nothing more than what had already been agreed. I referred in particular to the Internal Security Council, the safety net that would ensure that the communists could not take over. With a Malayan representative holding the casting vote, any detention order it issued could be better defended politically and would not so immediately compromise an elected Singapore government. All that remained for the conference to do was the serious but politically quiet business of settling the details. Both on the Singapore and the British sides, there was by now an unspoken acceptance that the PAP was likely to win the coming election, so that what I said carried more weight than the Chief Minister's views. I had to examine the details carefully to make sure I could work the constitution that was now being reduced to legal language. But I remember only one issue that was mildly sensitive and could render us vulnerable to attack in Singapore. The British government wanted all pensions for officers appointed by Her Majesty's government, local or expatriate, to be guaranteed against any future devaluation of the Singapore currency. Only later did I understand that they had to insist on this guarantee to keep up the morale of their colonial service officers in other territories that were heading for independence. But ironically it was the pound that was to be devalued, and by 1995 it had dropped to Singapore $2.20, a quarter its worth in 1958. The officers who had asked to have their pensions paid in sterling were unlucky. How were they to know that Singapore would not go the way of other former colonies? One afternoon, while still in London, I read on the front page of the Straits Times that Chang Yun Tong, Vice President of the Workers' Party, City Councillor and President of the Electrical and Wireless Employees Union, had resigned because the demands of his employment made it impossible for him to find sufficient time for council work. The plan had given his orders and had been obeyed. He had proved that he was in charge. I found it unnerving. I thought it might happen, but not so quickly. Here was a man on the run, wanted by the police, probably in hiding in some cubicle or atap hut somewhere in Singapore. He had contacted me through a cutout, who had given me his business card with the address of a bicycle shop in Rocher Road in case I wanted to get in touch with him. And I was sure the cutout would not be able to lead the police to the plan. Yet in a matter of 8 weeks, his orders had been relayed to Chang and faithfully obeyed. It was an impressive demonstration of the discipline of the MCP organization. These were not meant to be trifled with. So many were with them because people expected them to win and therefore climbed on the bandwagon. Since history was on their side, why be so stupid as to fight them? Yet here was I, with my few English-educated friends, ignorant enough to have the temerity to take on a movement that had established its credentials with successful revolutions in Russia and China. I did not want to show any anxiety or concern, and as I had never been to Rome, I decided to break journey there for 4 days. This was the Rome of the occasional Vespa scooter, before it was clogged up with cars and choked with fumes. I spent much of my time walking around the ancient city, visiting the Forum and the Victor Emmanuel Memorial, with its bronze bas-relief showing the expansion of Roman hegemony across Europe and the Mediterranean. It reminded me that all empires wax and wane, that the British Empire was on the wane, like the Roman Empire before it. I left with one even more vivid impression. One morning, I walked to St. Peter's Basilica and was pleasantly surprised when the Pope appeared, carried on a palanquin by his Swiss guards. He was being televised, and as he was brought down the center aisle, the press of people immediately around him started to cheer and shout "Vive il Papa," the nuns standing near the palanquin almost fainting with joy. After my experience with communist rallies, I instinctively looked for the cheerleaders. I found them above me, choirboys on circular balconies up the pillars. The Roman Catholic Church had used such methods of mass mobilization long before the communists. The Church must have got many things right to have survived for nearly 2,000 years. I remembered reading about a new pope being elected by some 100 cardinals who themselves had been appointed by earlier popes. That recollection was to serve the Pap well. When I got back to Singapore, we had to decide on a candidate for the Kallang by-election, which I felt reasonably confident of winning. We fielded a trade union activist, Buin bin Omar Junid. Just before the by-election, the plan gave me a hardcover English-Chinese dictionary printed in China on fine paper, sending it through the man from the bicycle shop. On the flyleaf, he had written in Chinese, "To respected Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, wishing the Pap success in the Kallang by-election." He signed it in Chinese, John Lee, July 1958, his messenger had earlier told me that that would be his pseudonym. This meant the communists had not only abandoned Marshall but must have told their followers to support the Pap. On election day, we had 4,278 votes, the Labour Front 3,566. The Workers' Party won only 304 votes. It was a humiliating lesson for Marshall. Without the pro-communists, that was what he was worth. With the Liberal Socialists staying out in order not to split the right-wing ballot, the Labour Front vote was close, but if we had fielded a Chinese instead of a Malay candidate, the Pap would have done much better. I felt confident we could defeat a combined Labour Front and Liberal Socialist challenge in the general election. But we were not out of the woods yet. The Preservation of Public Security Ordinance, PPSO, which gave the government powers of detention without trial, was due to come up in the Assembly for another 3-year renewal. It was an important opportunity to make our position clear, but would require meticulous handling since we would be reversing our earlier stand. After thorough discussions with my close colleagues, I prepared a script for the speech. The Pap could not vote in favor of extending the PPSO on this occasion, I explained to the House, for that would mean going back on our promise in the 1955 election to abolish it. But, I went on to say, that would not be our position in the 1959 election. We state our stand now on the question of the emergency laws, and it is this, that as long as they are necessary for the maintenance of the security of the Federation, so long will they be necessary for Singapore. Those who want the emergency laws abolished in Singapore should try to help to establish conditions of peace and security in the Federation so that they may no longer be required there. That clarified our policy on detention without trial vis-a-vis the communists. Next we had to safeguard the Pap against any left-wing capture of the party. Soon after I returned from Rome, I proposed that Pap elections to the Central Executive Committee be modeled on the system for electing the Pope. As we worked out the details, on October 9 Pope Pius XII died. The cardinals gathered at St. Peter's to choose the new pontiff, and within 3 weeks announced the election of Pope John XXIII. We noted the strength of the system, and at a special party conference on November 23, we got the necessary changes adopted. The amended constitution established 2 classes of party membership: ordinary members, who could join either directly through PAP headquarters or through the branches, and cadre members, a select few hundred who would be approved by the Central Executive Committee. Only cadres who had been chosen by the CEC could in turn vote for candidates to the CEC, just as only cardinals nominated by a pope could elect another pope. This closed the circuit, and since the CEC controlled the core of the party could not now be captured. In December, we published an editorial in Patir, the party organ, emphasizing that the PAP was non-communist and that the PPSO would remain in force if we assumed office. I did not doubt that the plan would have read every word I had said in the assembly debate on the PPSO and the proceedings of the party conference that had closely followed it. He would also have seen this editorial, which was reprinted in the Chinese press. I was not surprised, therefore, when the man from the bicycle shop approached me for another meeting, to which I agreed. At about 8 o'clock one night, I drove my father's small green Morris Minor to Kenley Road, where I stopped, as I had been instructed, to pick up a Chinese girl in pigtails wearing a simple blouse and skirt. She sat in the front seat beside me and directed me by a roundabout route to a small bungalow in a housing estate off Thompson Road. She then disappeared, leaving the plan and me in an inner room. I spent nearly 2 hours with him. He assured me that I need not be so suspicious of communist intentions. The problems I had had with Lim Chin Siang, Fong Sui Swan and Lim Chin Ju had been due to their organization's difficulty in communicating with their cadres. Now that I was dealing directly with the top leadership, there would be no more misunderstandings. I listened, looked at him seriously, and said I hoped that that was so. I felt his options were limited. Whatever he promised, I knew we had to seize the high ground by publicly staking out our positions before the election. If the pro-communists stayed in the PAP and did not dissociate themselves from those positions, they would find it more difficult to attack us once we were the government. But I was certain that whether cooperation between us lasted 1, 2, or 3 years, in the end we must break. There must be a parting of the ways because we were determined not to have a communist Malaya, and they were equally determined that there should be one. I could not be sure what his plans were, but he could see I was publicly adopting policies that would justify our taking strong action against the communists if it became necessary. I believed he was totally confident that once Lim Chin Siang and Fong and his other 150 detained cadres were released, they would be able to rebuild their strength within 12 to 18 months to the level of October 1956, when they had been purged. Then he would dictate the terms. And if I then moved against Lim Chin Siang, Fong, and their battalions in the unions, Chinese middle schools and cultural organizations, I would be destroyed electorally like Lim Yu Hok and Chu Suiki. He was not playing tiddlywinks. He was playing the Chinese game of Wei Qi, the Japanese call it Go, in which 2 players place seeds on a square board until one of them has surrounded the seeds of the other, a chess game of encirclement. For the time being I was the better placed, but he was patiently trying to encircle me with his superior ground forces. If I did not want to lose, I had to take up strong positions that would give me the advantage in defense, even though he had greater numbers with which to launch his attacks. But if he made a false move through overconfidence, the tables would be turned, and I would have a chance to encircle him. 18 Election 1959, we fight to win. Throughout 1958 to 59, I had been seeing Devon Nair, Lim Chin Siang, Fong Sui Swan, Woodhull, and Puthachuri in their new detention camp, located just outside Changi Prison, once every 3 or 4 weeks. I would bring them a large pot of delicious chicken curry that my cook had prepared, freshly baked bread bought from a bakery on the way to Changi and, when permission was granted, some large bottles of Anchor beer. During these meetings, I hinted that I had grave doubts about setting out to win the next election, because a PAP government would soon be in trouble with the MCP. This alarmed them, for unless we won and took office, they could spend more years in detention. Gradually, they came around and offered promises to support the party unequivocally. I knew these promises would be worthless, so I asked them to put down in writing the terms on which they would give us that support. Nair wrote a draft and they argued endlessly over it, as only detainees with time on their hands would do. Nair, detained since 1956, had begun to lose faith in their cause. After the attempted capture of the PAP by the CUF's second team, he despaired of ever getting them to see sense. One day, Corr Iden arranged for me to meet him alone in a bungalow on St. John's Island where I spent the greater part of a day with him. He told me of his disillusionment and said that he wanted to quit politics. I listened, comforted him and advised him not to do anything precipitate. I felt that he, as an Indian, would never be comfortable in a movement driven by Chinese chauvinist sentiments. But he was in a difficult position. He was already a member of the Anti-British League, and so a candidate for full membership of the MCP. The MCP had only a handful of non-Chinese who were steadfast members, and Nair was one of the few English-educated Indians they trusted. His defection, possibly betrayal, would be a severe blow to them, and their reaction might be extreme. He knew this and was aware of their elimination squads. Nair's first draft was not foursquare with the PAP policy we intended to announce a few months before the election, so I asked him to redraft it. I told him that Raja, Keng Sui, Chin Chai and I were working on a document called The Tasks Ahead, whose first chapter would set out our political platform: independence for Singapore through merger with a democratic, socialist but non-communist Malaya. He was torn between our uncompromising stand and the reluctance of his pro-communist fellow detainees to confirm it. By the beginning of 1959, Nair had his political statement ready for the 5 principal detainees to sign. It gave unequivocal support to the PAP stand that Singapore would gain independence only through merger with a democratic, socialist, non-communist Malaya. This was fundamental. Without such a commitment, I could foresee them leading a movement to achieve it outside the Federation. They had no alternative, for Malaya had an anti-communist government with a solid Malay mass base they could neither win over by persuasion nor destroy by force in the face of a rapidly growing Malay army backed by the British military. The day came when Lim Chin Sian was finally prepared to sign the statement, and the others followed suit. I was given a copy a few weeks before nomination day on April 25 on the understanding that when freed they would immediately declare their positions and release the document at a press conference. What made Lim Chin Sian sign? He might have calculated that without the assurance of their cooperation, we would not fight to win the election. Indeed, it was a serious toss-up. I knew the problems facing the next government would be immense. Unemployment was around 12%. Every year, another 62,000 babies were born. With our population growing at 4% per annum, the economic prospects were grim. We had no hinterland, no large domestic market for new industries, and a bad climate of labor unrest. I was not at all confident we could withstand the communist assaults that would follow. I took this photo when visiting, from left to right, Lim Chin Sian, Sidney Woodhull, Fong Swee Swan and Devon Nair in the Changi detention camp in 1958. Raja, ever the idealist and the ideologue, was in favor of our forming a strong opposition. Keng Sui and Kenny, both administrators, were convinced we had to form the government. They argued that the corruption would spread from the ministers into the civil service itself, and that if we sat out another 5-year term under Lim Yew Hock, there would no longer be an effective administration to implement our policies. Unlike the communists, we had no cadre of our own with which to replace it. By February, we had decided to fight to win, and in preparation, Keng Sui and Kenny both resigned from their government posts under a special law that allowed former senior civil servants to contest elections and continue to receive their pensions. Our chief adversary would be the Singapore People's Alliance, SPA, a coalition of the Labour Front and the Liberal Socialists that Lim Yew Hock had put together the previous November. We drafted policy papers on economics, education, housing, health, rural development, labor, and women's rights, which we published in a series of pamphlets entitled The Tasks Ahead. We launched our election campaign on Sunday, February 15, with a pre-election rally at Hong Lim Green, at which Chin Chai disclosed that the Americans had given $500,000 to the SPA. It is an open secret that income tax investigation into a $500,000 account at the National City Bank of New York in the name of a minister was quite quickly and properly choked off because this money, being a political gift, was not liable to income tax. It was a bombshell. The SPA denounced the accusation as a lie. The U.S. Consulate General issued a statement denying that the U.S. government had made any contribution to the SPA. It was not U.S. policy to interfere in the political affairs of other nations. So, on February 18, I gave notice of a motion in the Assembly in which I named Chu Swee-kee as the person who had the account and called for a commission of inquiry. As the motion was about to be debated on March 4, Chu resigned from his post as Minister for Education and from the Assembly. In a written statement, he said, "I want to clear the SPA's name. I have nothing to hide." In the debate, I said that in 1957, Chu had received $300,000 for his party, some of it for the city council election, and in 1958, a further $500,000, also for political purposes. I revealed that I had the permission of Francis Thomas to say that it was he who had told me that Chu had received the $300,000. As I spoke, Thomas left the government benches and crossed the floor to sit with the opposition. He later explained to the press that he had not disclosed the matter at the time since it would have wrecked the Labour Party and probably the government, which for all its faults was doing a good job. In the middle of 1958, however, it had become obvious to him that the front was not going to be cleaned up, and he had told me about the money, asking me to keep it confidential, which I did. By then, he had resigned as minister. Having achieved our political purpose of discrediting the SPA for taking money from the Americans, I offered to withdraw my motion. Lim Yew Hock unwisely refused. He declared that the government had nothing to hide and that he wanted the Commission of Inquiry to find out, not if the charges were true, but how the information had been leaked from the Income Tax Department. The Commission opened its inquiry on April 6, under Mr. Justice Murray Buttrose, an Australian who had served with the British Armed Forces in the war, and I appeared on behalf of Kenny and Chin Chai. The details then disclosed did further damage to the SPA government. Chu admitted that, with the $800,000 in question, he had bought a house in Ipoh in the name of his wife for $51,000, invested $250,000 in the Perak Mining Enterprise Ltd in the name of a Mr. Chong, a trusted member of his party, and was considering an investment of $30,000 in another mining company in Ipoh with Chong as nominee. He had also given $50,000 worth of shares in the mining company to Mrs. Hamid Jamad, wife of the UMNO Minister for Local Government. The representative of the National City Bank of New York refused to name the donor publicly, but wrote his name on a piece of paper and handed it to the commissioner, who did not reveal it. The findings of the commission released on May 25 substantially confirmed what Chin Chai had revealed in his rally speech. The report was published in the press on May 27, 2 days before polling day. It only confirmed what voters already knew, that Lim Yew Hock's government was corrupt, and worse, that it was now in the pay of the Americans. As I expected, the opposition parties were a shambles when nomination day approached. I knew Lim Yew Hock wanted UMNO and the MCA to be in his SPA along with the Labour Front and the Liberal Socialist Party. He was anxious to prevent a repetition of the split in the moderate vote that had occurred in the city council election. But it was not to be. The disaster of the Chu Swee-kee affair and the unfavorable fallout from the Commission of Inquiry had put voters off. Meanwhile, general dissension among the Liberal Socialists had led to total confusion as all its assemblymen and many of its ordinary members left it. Instead of merging into the SPA as they had earlier agreed, the Liberal Socialists went into the election on their own. On nomination day, April 25, 1959, the SPA put up candidates for 39 seats, the Liberal Socialists for 32, and there were 34 independents. The PAP contested all 51 seats with 34 Chinese candidates, 10 Malays, 6 Indians, and 1 Eurasian. We had proportionately more Malays and Indians than in the population ratio, but we thought it good for the morale of the minorities. We held 6 mass rallies and between 60 and 100 street meetings in the 33 days of campaigning, at the start of which the bookies were already taking bets on the number of seats we would win by, which was a good sign. The other parties knew this, were demoralized, and did not put up a vigorous or coherent campaign. On the other hand, PAP election workers displayed tremendous energy. Many of our candidates were under 30, and their speeches generated great enthusiasm among the younger voters. We had broken Chinese tradition by fielding 3 Chinese barbers, in Imperial China barbers, together with actors and butchers, were not even eligible to sit for the imperial examinations. We represented the new order that would do away with such feudal attitudes. In the midst of this hectic, at times hilarious, campaign, I sensed that the Tunku and his colleagues in Kuala Lumpur did not view the prospect of a non-communist PAP victory in Singapore kindly. Hamid Jamat told an UMNO rally in Geylang Serai that Malaya was anti-communist while the PAP was non-communist. The Malays never liked people who sat on the fence, and merger with Malaya was therefore a daydream. The next day, after I called this talk wild, he pressed me to be explicitly anti-communist. This was unlike Hamid, and I believed he had been stiffened by messages from Kuala Lumpur. It was clear which side the Tunku favored. On Sunday, March 22, Keng Sui had delivered his speech on economic policy, as part of the Tasks Ahead series, and explained the necessity for cooperation between Singapore and Malaya. In return for a common market, we can offer the Federation joint control of our port, which handles so much of its foreign trade. But Tan Siew Sin, now the Federation Minister for Commerce and Industry, declared, "The PAP does not know what it is talking about. The idea of a common market is not practicable. The PAP should realize that one cannot have a free port and a common market at the same time. You must choose one or the other." At the time, I thought he was only trying to help the other side in the election. Only much later did I realize how strongly he held these views. Keng Sui was Tan's cousin, but Tan was never going to give anything away to Singapore, as we were to find out. The atmosphere in Kuala Lumpur then was generally hostile to the PAP. The Tunku had elevated Lim Yu Hok with the title of Tun, the highest award in Malaya, and said that although he would not take part in the election campaign, he would help UMNO from behind the scenes. He was in favor of the anti-PAP lineup, and had warned any pro-PAP members in UMNO that they would be expelled if they stood as independents. The US government did not favor the PAP either. The Straits Times reported the Commerce Department's Foreign Commerce Weekly's prediction that Singapore might swing left and abandon its tradition of private enterprise. This possibility makes it impossible to estimate the city's economic outlook and trade prospects, it continued. Singapore's financial situation was sound, but in contrast with the Federation, the investment climate in Singapore continues to deteriorate despite the government's announced desire to attract foreign investments. Inevitably, the English-language press was virulently anti-PAP, unlike the Chinese and Malay newspapers, which were friendly. That animosity had provoked a battle when I fired my first salvo on April 15. It is an open secret, that if the PAP won, the Straits Times editorial staff would scoot to Kuala Lumpur. Those who have followed the paper's views should also scoot with them. For, if you read what you see in the paper, you will think we are extremists and wild men. This was at a lunchtime rally at Fullerton Square in the heart of the city, next to the General Post Office, near the big British banks around Raffles Place. The audience consisted mainly of white-collar English-speaking workers. I pointed to an article with bold headlines reporting that the police had refused to allow the PAP to hold a rally at Empress Place, and then to the last paragraph, where in small type it added the meeting would take place where we now were. I compared this with a prominent report about an SPA rally. This was flagrant bias. If people try to harm us, I warned, we will give them as hard as they give us. At our next rally, Raja followed up with an attack on the Singapore Standard. They talked of freedom of the press, but stifled the views of those they did not agree with, he said. He was well qualified to speak. An associate editor of the paper from 1950 to 1954, he had been told to change his policy or quit. He quit, and the paper turned anti-PAP. 1 week later, he rounded on the Straits Times, for which he had worked after he left the Standard. He knew who ran the paper and named the 4 men, all white, including A.C. Simmons, in day-to-day control. Simmons realized that Raja and I were not joking when we said that if we formed the government, we would take them on. They were already making preparations to move the company and key staff to Kuala Lumpur because they feared a PAP victory. I had no doubts that they were determined to fight us from the federal capital. As I wrote to them, if locally owned newspapers criticize us, we know that their criticism, however wrong or right, is bona fide criticism, because they must stay and take the consequences of any foolish policies or causes they may have advocated. Not so the birds of passage who run the Straits Times. They have to run to the Federation, from whose safety they boldly proclaim they will die for the freedom of Singapore. The editor, Leslie Hoffman, replied the same day. I am no bird of passage. I, who am responsible for the policy and editorial content of this newspaper, intend to remain in Singapore, even if Mr. Lee and the People's Action Party come to power, and even if they use the Preservation of Public Security Ordinance against me. My home will be in Singapore. But he left for Kuala Lumpur before the election was over. 5 days before polling, Hoffman told the International Press Institute, at its annual assembly in West Berlin of newspapermen, editors, and publishers, that our threats could be read as the outpourings of a group of power-mad politicians. The Straits Times, on the other hand, was written, produced, and controlled by Malayans who were born there, who had been there all their lives, and who are genuine in their nationalism and loyalty to their country. He would not admit that it was his British masters who owned the paper and who directed its policies. Simmons knew he was vulnerable. So he had briefed Hoffman, a Eurasian, to put his case to the IPI. In this sense it is unique that it gives this assembly the opportunity to stop once and for all an attempt by a party to get popular support and backing for its declared intention to curtail press freedom, Hoffman continued. But that was exactly what the PAP intended to do, to get public support for our policy that the press was not to be owned by foreigners to purvey their line. Hoffman quoted what I had said on May 18. Any newspaper that tries to sour up or strain relations between the Federation of Malaya and Singapore after May 30 will go in for subversion. Any editor, leader writer, subeditor or reporter who goes along this line will be taken in under the Preservation of Public Security Ordinance. We will put him in and keep him in. The attitude of the Straits Times was all the more unjustified because we, the non-communists in the PAP, were in firm control of the election campaign, a source of great satisfaction to me. We settled the agenda, decided on the themes, made the big speeches. No organized crowds were brought to our rallies by the left-wing union leaders. Although the pro-communists were running around the party branches and some might have become candidates, Pang Boon and I had minimized the risk by selecting our Chinese-educated nominees with great care. There was no Lim Chin Sian to sway the crowds. Ong Ang Guan was not a bad substitute for Lim Chin Sian as a Hokkien speaker for our rallies. But Pang Boon was also fluent in Hokkien as well as in Mandarin, and my Mandarin had improved, although it was not good enough for a flight of rhetoric, it was now adequate to express my thoughts without any script. I might be repeating what I had said in English or Malay in a less elegant way in Mandarin, but I won the respect of the Chinese speaking for working hard at their language. The same was true of Chin Chai, a small man of 5'2", but lively on stage. His Mandarin was weaker than mine but he was game, and the crowds cheered us, pleased that we were making the effort to reach out to them. As vote winners, our future ministers were a mixed lot. Raja turned out to be a quick learner, speaking forcefully in English and reducing his editorial style to punchy street language. He also spoke Bazar Malay and got his point across effectively in a strong voice and with expressive body language. On the other hand, Keng Sui was dreadful. With a first-class mind, he prepared his speeches meticulously, but delivered them in a dull monotone, mumbling, reading from a script, and looking bored. In a multiracial society, we had one inescapable problem. Some of our candidates might be natural open-air orators, but no one could make a speech at an election rally and move the whole audience to laugh, or sigh, or cry or be angry together. Whatever language he used and however good he was, only one section of the crowd could understand him at any one time, so he had to reach the others through gestures, facial expressions, and his tone of voice. Bazar Malay was the simplest and most widely understood language, and our most effective speaker in it was Yaqub bin Muhammad, who had a dramatic, brilliant delivery with which he reached the non-Malays. To decry the boastfulness of the opposition, he quoted a Malay proverb from Terengganu, the land of turtles from where he came: a hen lays one egg, the whole village hears her cackles; a turtle lays eggs by the 100, not a sound is heard. In other words, the PAP brought much benefit to the workers, but never boasted about it. This drew tremendous cheers from the crowd. Those were the days before television, when a good voice and a strong, commanding presence were distinct advantages. Yaqub was of humble origins. Born in North Malaya and educated at a local religious school, he had driven a truck for the Indian National Army during the war, and when he came down to Singapore in the early 1950s, had worked as an itinerant barber before becoming a religious teacher. He had joined API, a very radical Malay nationalist party, switched to UMNO in 1954, found it too conservative and not egalitarian enough, and so switched to the PAP in 1957. Later, I was to appoint him a parliamentary secretary, then Minister of State. He was a great asset with the Malays. His rise from the bottom of the ladder was a feature of those revolutionary times. The old order had lost its hold, society was in a state of flux, and many uneducated men and women from the working class seized the chance to climb to the top through sheer ability, energy, and luck. The great majority of people were poor, many of them living in slums, and as the party of the workers, we received few donations from the wealthy, forcing us to run our campaign on a shoestring. But we could count on the wholehearted support of volunteers. Candidates who could afford it met their own election expenses. The party provided standard posters and manifestos that varied only in their photographs and biodata. We hired open lorries, pickup trucks, or light vans to use as platforms at meetings, parking two side by side for big rallies. Often they were lent free by transport operators who were our supporters. They might have hoped for future benefits, but many continued to help us out in subsequent elections after we had taken office and done them no favors. At night, we tapped electricity from friendly shops to light our platforms with strings of naked bulbs, and although we had to hire loudspeakers, with them came the services of small-time electricians who strung out the wires for us on the trees and lamp posts, sometimes producing a shrill screech in the middle of a speech. Electioneering meant going to odd corners of Singapore that the English-educated middle class in general would not normally visit. The smells of silage, the giant rats and mangy strays, the open drains full of garbage and stale leavings from hawker stalls in Chinatown were what I remembered of Tanjong Pagar in the 1950s. At night the hawkers would appear from nowhere and surround our rallies, expecting good business. On the fringes of the crowd there would be large numbers of children, reminders of our high 4% birth rate, out for an evening of fun, some with parents, many unaccompanied. In rural areas like Punggol, Sembawang, and Yio Chu Kang, the powerful smell of pig waste was unforgettable and was easily recognized in 1976 when I passed through the countryside of China. It was a hot, sweaty campaign. I would make 3 to 4 speeches in one evening, driving from one ward to another, at meetings that started at 7 p.m. and had to stop at 10. Fortunately, I had given up smoking and never lost my voice, but on a sticky night I would be dripping with sweat by the time I had spoken in 2, sometimes 3 languages, Malay, Mandarin and English. When the crowd was large, warm, and responsive, I would exceed my allotted 30 minutes, always speaking late or last because the crowds would begin to drift away once the principal speaker had finished. Chu would have a fresh singlet and shirt for me to change into after each speech. And now I traveled in style because once we decided in February 1959 to fight to win, Chu had bought a Mercedes-Benz 220 to replace the aging Studebaker. She wanted us to be seen in it so nobody would doubt that I could afford a Mercedes without becoming Prime Minister, and she would accompany me to meetings, sometimes driving me herself. The rallies were demoralizing for the SPA and Liberal Socialist candidates. They attracted very poor crowds and did not hold any big mass rallies. The English-educated were comfortably off, not the type to stand around listening to speeches. The Chinese-speaking workers spent most of their time in the streets anyway because they had poor, comfortless homes, often no more than hot, stuffy cubicles. For them, our open-air meetings with speeches in the Chinese dialects and Mandarin were free entertainment and a harbinger of better things to come. These big rallies could be colorful occasions. Elections bring out the diverse cultural habits and practices of our different races. The Chinese showed support for their candidates by presenting them personally with silk banners with elegant 4 or 8 character aphorisms stitched onto them. A banner could measure up to 3 to 4 yards across and require as many people to come on stage to help the donor unfold and show to an admiring audience. After the candidate had received it with a ceremonial bow, there would be the souvenir photograph. A popular candidate could collect 50 to 100 Chinese banners, which, when hung up between strings of colored bulbs, lent a rally a festive air. Each banner would display the name of the donor or donors, perhaps a clan society or a trade association that identified itself with the candidate and, having thus committed its members, would work to help him win. The Indians presented garlands of fresh flowers, usually white frangipani or marigolds bound with strips of gold and silver tinsel, sometimes weighing as much as 2 pounds. On occasions, I have had 6 to 12 garlands placed around my neck by one supporter after another until my head was lost in the flowers, and my neck was severely strained. I was lucky I was not allergic to the flowers they used. However, worse things can happen. Rajiv Gandhi, India's Prime Minister, was assassinated by a woman who came up to him at an election rally not only to garland him but also to detonate the explosives concealed on her person. The Malays presented tanjak, headdresses made from silk brocade woven with silver or gold thread and worn on ceremonial occasions by high-ranking chiefs. These were expensive and seldom given. Addressing a crowd of about 2,000 workers on an open field just outside the naval base in Sembawang on May 17, I stressed that they need not fear for their jobs when we took office. We were not seeking a separate independence for Singapore, and had therefore agreed that the British would retain sovereignty over their bases until we merged with the Federation of Malaya. This reassured the 45,000 civilian workers employed by the armed services, many of them Indians who had come from India with the British forces, and had the vote because they were British subjects. At a lunchtime rally at Clifford Pier, I explained why we would keep the preservation of public security ordinance if we took office, emphasizing that the real fight now would be between the PAP and the MCP. I recounted how Marshall had vacillated, been chased from pillar to post, and retreated in the face of each communist-led demonstration, how on the other hand Lim Yu Hock had used the big stick and the gun, until the British and their helicopters took over. I said bravely, the PAP government will not fall into either of these errors. We shall not be intimidated or browbeaten, nor will we use repression as the means of government. We shall govern with the will and support of the people, firmly, wisely and justly. I wanted to avoid any charge of winning the election under false pretenses. Good had kept in touch with me after the Constitutional Conference in London in May 1958, and on matters that concerned the future government he would always give me an opportunity to express my views. For example, He asked me what I thought of the choice of John Wyatt as Chief Justice to fill the gap until after the election, when the appointment would be in the hands of the new Prime Minister. The British did not want to make any appointment that we would later cancel or reverse. I did not object to any of them. His secretary, Pamela Hickley, would ring up Chu at Lee and ask if it was convenient for me to see the governor, usually around tea time. I would meet him in the office wing of Government House on the second floor, which I have occupied since 1971. We would talk for an hour over tea, poured English fashion from a silver teapot through a strainer and served with fresh milk and sugar. The meetings continued even during the election campaign, when he once teased me with taking support away from Lim Yew Hock and the others like someone taking lollipops from a child. I warned him as the campaign heated up that it was impossible for us to keep to our policy statements in the tasks ahead. The ground was getting worked up, and we had to go along with the mood. I assured him that we would remain firmly committed to our program. Polling day, Saturday, May 30, 1959, was quiet and orderly in contrast to the election in April 1955. Under the new laws I had persuaded Lim Yew Hock to pass. Voting was compulsory, it was illegal to carry voters to polling stations in motor cars, there was no canvassing and no party workers were allowed to wear party symbols on their persons anywhere near or in the polling stations. There was no undue influence, intimidation, bribery, or corruption. The polls closed at 8 p.m., counting began at 7 centers from 9 p.m. onwards, and ended at 2:45 a.m. We won 43 out of 51 seats, with 53.4% of the votes cast by 90% of the electorate. The SPA won 4, UMNO 3, and Independence 1, AP Raja. Lim Yew Hock won in Cairnhill, against Marshall, and Hamid Jamad in Gilang Sarai. I told a press conference, the people's verdict is clear and decisive. It is a victory of right over wrong, clean over dirty, righteousness over evil. The candidate with the biggest majority was Ong Ang Guan, the former mayor. His Hong Lim voters in Chinatown fully approved of his excesses, and this solid endorsement added to his megalomania. 19 Taking charge. It was a victory, but I was not jubilant. I had begun to realize the weight of the problems that we were to face: unemployment, high expectations of rapid results, communist unrest, more subversion in the unions, schools, and associations, more strikes, fewer investments, more unemployment, more trouble. Lim Chin Siang and Fong Sui Swan would soon work on the Chinese-speaking ground again to undermine us. When Lennox Boyd sent his congratulations, I replied, "Few people know the perils of the journey that the state of Singapore has now embarked upon. How well we come out at the end of the next 5 years depends upon how well we plan and how hard we work, how well the United Kingdom government understands what is happening and why, and upon the gods, of which there are several varieties in this little island of 220 square miles. The first factor we determine, the second is for you, and the third I leave to the people of Singapore to make such incantations as will bring the blessings of the deities upon us." There was to be a fourth factor, the attitude of our neighbors to the north. The first person to felicitate me publicly had been the Prime Minister of Malaya. "The people of Singapore have made their choice clear. I congratulate the PAP on winning such a large majority," he told the press. But that was not the Tunku, it was Dato', later Tun, Abdul Razak bin Hussein, who was standing in for him briefly while the Tunku was on leave. He was less diplomatic. Their victory was expected. Other parties were divided and were not able to form a strong opposition to the PAP. I am glad that my friend, Tun Lim Yew Hock, has won. He will at least provide a strong opposition to the government. On the other hand, if the opposition is going to be effective, it must reunite even outside the council, or otherwise the position will be the same. I received many personal messages from people who had been sympathetic to me, including the prominent anti-colonial champion of the Fabian Society, Lady Hilda Selwyn Clark, who had told Singapore's Special Branch Officer Richard Corriden that I was a good socialist, not a communist. James Callaghan, Labour MP and later British Prime Minister, a friend who had visited Singapore in the early 1950s and knew the area, warned in his letter of congratulations, "I know from my contacts here how touchy is the government of the Federation and you will have your work cut out to reassure them." Press reaction here has been mixed. There are fears from those who do not understand the situation. We had done some hard thinking before the election and concluded that Lim Chin Siang and company must be released from prison before we took office, or we would lose all credibility. But having fought and won this election on our own, we were determined to start off the new government by holding our victory rally before they were released and the contest resumed. We decided to hold it at the Padang on Wednesday, June 3rd. I asked the governor to release the 8 detainees the day after the rally, but before we took the oath of office. Good wanted me to take office at once, but my concern was to have time to sort things out, get the British to agree to the release, settle my cabinet and hold the rally first. Good protested that he had to refer to London about the release, which meant that with my timetable there would be a hiatus in government as Lim Yew Hock had resigned the moment the election was lost. He was unhappy about the delay, but I was not deterred. I urged him to give me the time I needed to put the non-communists in a stronger position before the next round began. I did not expect any immediate crisis. The following day, he told me he had London's agreement to release the detainees, but when he repeated that he wanted me to take office as early as possible, I said I had to consult my colleagues. I met the Central Executive Committee at the party's headquarters that afternoon for an hour, and returned to Government House at 4 p.m. George Thomson, the Director of Information Services, later issued a statement to the journalists waiting at the front gate. It said that after 2 meetings lasting 2 hours and after consultations with Her Majesty's government in Britain, and in order to have swift and smooth introduction of the new constitution, the governor, with the advice of the remaining ex officio members of the council, decided to release the detainees concerned. Good had meanwhile told me he could not wait for that to happen, he would gazette and bring into force the new constitution on June 3rd. I again countered that we must be sworn in only on June 5th, after Lim Chin Siang, Fong, and the 6 other pro-communists had not only been released but had duly issued a statement publicly endorsing the non-communist aims of the PAP. I wanted that endorsement to get full coverage in the press. We would therefore take office only on the afternoon of June 5th so as not to compete with it for the headlines. Good disagreed, but I insisted, and had my way. Our rally took place in front of City Hall on the night of June 3rd without the pro-communists. We had 43 MPs elect on the stage, all dressed in white to symbolize clean government. There would be none of the corruption that had been rife in the past in Singapore and existed in many other new countries. I introduced my new cabinet of 9, including myself. I made a serious, almost somber speech. There was a huge crowd of some 50,000 on the Padang, orderly, expectant, and in good humor. I chose the occasion to temper and dampen their hopes and to prepare my defenses for the attacks I knew would come from the communists. They were bound to push for more freedom to subvert Singapore and to use their strength on the island to help the revolution in Malaya. I outlined the government's position. We begin a new chapter. The powers of the people through their elected government are limited to our internal affairs. It is not what we really want, but it is a step towards merger and merdeka. The good things of life do not fall from the skies. They can only come by hard work and over a long time. The government cannot produce results unless the people support and sustain the work of the government. There may be times when, in the interests of the whole community, we may have to take steps that are unpopular with a section of the community. On such occasions, remember that the principle which guides our actions is that the paramount interest of the whole community must prevail. For the British community, I had this caution. Do you know, we wanted to use this Padang for our election rallies at night, but a small group of Europeans who were given this field by the former colonial government refused it, although they only use it in the day for a few people to play games. Well, times have changed and will stay changed. In a significant speech on the English educated, Keng Sui said they had been largely conditioned by the English language press and the churches, especially the Catholic Church. As a class they had voted against the Pap, but they were few, and he warned them that in the course of time they would lose the privileges they had enjoyed under the British and would have to compete on equal terms with everyone else in Singapore. To survive, they must try to understand that the changes taking place were in response to tremendous social forces that lay beneath the surface, not the machinations of politicians. The Straits Times and Singapore Standard had never published fair reports of our analysis of the causes of the political turmoil, and in consequence we had never been able to get the English educated to understand that deep social, economic and political grievances were driving the Chinese educated to support the communists and to help them overthrow the existing order. Now that we were the government, they had to listen, and the English language press had to print what we said. So we began to get our message through, a process that started that night with Keng Swee's speech. On the eve of the rally, Dennis had gone to Changi to tell the detainees they would be freed on Thursday, and at 8:30 a.m. on June 4, Lim Chin Siang, Fong, Nair, Woodhull, Puthuchuri and 3 others walked out of Changi prison, to be greeted by 2,000 PAP and trade union supporters who had waited outside, waving banners. They were driven to party headquarters where they met the new Central Executive Committee. At 11 a.m., they saw the press, Nair acting as their spokesman, and released the document they had signed. The next day, the newspapers carried their statement. To achieve complete identification with the ideal of a united Malayan nation, and to struggle by peaceful, democratic, and constitutional means for the enduring objective of a united, independent, democratic and non-communist and socialist Malaya. It would be a mistake to regard the non-inclusion of Singapore in the Independent Federation of Malaya as being due solely to British chicanery. The British, of course, cannot escape their share of responsibility for this cruel amputation. The fact remains, however, that the exclusion of Singapore is also a reflection of the genuine fear of the Malay majority in the Federation that the Chinese majority in Singapore are incapable of a Malaya-centered loyalty, and cannot be assimilated into a Malaya-centered nationalism. It is up to us in Singapore to prove that the fears and suspicions of our Malay brethren across the causeway are groundless. When asked whether they supported the use of the Preservation of Public Security Ordinance, Nair replied, "Our stand is exactly the same as the PAP's stand, i.e., that it would stay on the statute books as long as the Federation of Malaya had laws providing for detention without trial." As I expected of Nair, the press reports were clear and unequivocal. But I knew that Lim Chin Siang was not sincere. For him, this was only a tactical maneuver. I hoped that Fong, whom Nair had spent many hours winning over, would not drift back to Lim. But I could not be certain. I tried to neutralize them by giving them prominent but powerless posts, Puthuchuri as manager of a new industrial promotion board, and the other 4 as political secretaries to different ministers. Lim Chin Siang, seated, and Fong Swee Swan at PAP headquarters, releasing their declaration to the press soon after they were freed on June 4, 1959. These developments were watched closely by the British, who were anxious to see how the newly elected PAP ministers would shape up in office. Bill Good sent Lennox Boyd, on June 12, 1959, a report on the election that made interesting reading 40 years on. The PAP concentrated on presenting themselves as a democratic socialist party which had constructive ideas, and the honesty, energy, and the ability to govern. Their party platform laid great emphasis on the need to strive for independence through merger with the Federation of Malaya and the need for harmony amongst all racial communities in Singapore. They advocated Malay as the common language to break down communal barriers and put up 9 Malay candidates. A distinctive feature of their program was stress on the need for reorganization of the government machine and other public institutions, in particular to abolish the city council, in order to eliminate red tape, bureaucracy, and unnecessary duplication of functions. In party speeches, candidates developed various of these themes, to suit the audience. In doing so, there were often references of a less constructive character to the alleged shortcomings of other parties, and to the alleged hostility of the English-language newspapers, of the English-educated population and of the white businessman. Condemnation of the Western powers or criticism of the United Kingdom government were virtually non-existent in any quarter. The split of the moderate vote undoubtedly lost the opposition many seats. In 13 constituencies a PAP candidate was returned on a minority vote. After the election the PAP publicly admitted that they had not succeeded in winning either the Malay or the English-speaking vote. The Malays generally were frightened of the PAP as Chinese extremists, and were not won over by the bold undertaking of the PAP to make Malay the national language nor by the PAP putting up 9 Sikh Malay candidates. In election rallies the top PAP leaders made every effort to win over the English-speaking white-collar workers of the city. Nevertheless, the main residential and suburban areas either returned an SPA candidate or were only won by the PAP owing to the moderate vote being split between the SPA and the Liberal Socialists or an independent. Most of the PAP assemblymen are young, many being in their 20s. The average age of the assembly is 35, and the youngest member a PAP shop assistant aged 22. 3 previous ministers, J.M. Jamabhoy, Francis Thomas, and MPD. Nair, were defeated by PAP candidates in their 20s, Jamabhoy's defeat being all the less palatable in that his successful opponent was a 25-year-old girl, the Assistant Secretary of the Women's Section of the PAP. The new Legislative Assembly will thus be dominated by the PAP majority. The following are their professions. Good then gave the list. It included among others 5 teachers, 4 journalists, 8 trade unionists, 2 hairdressers, and a farmer. Another change which is more significant is that the first 3 ministers are establishing their offices in City Hall. We had indeed decided to make a break with the past by moving the seat of government from Empress Place to City Hall. It was where Ong Ang Guan had started his mayorship amid much tumult and commotion, but had given the underprivileged of Singapore the hope that the PAP government would have their interests at heart and would be honest in trying to advance them. My colleagues and I were sworn into office on Friday afternoon, June 5, 1959, in the City Hall chamber where Mountbatten had taken the surrender of the Japanese military commanders in Southeast Asia in 1945, and where, just 12 years later, Mayor Ong had thrown out that symbol of British colonial authority, the mace. I decided to superimpose on that image the imprint of the new cabinet. Protocol had hitherto required ministers to present themselves at Government House in lounge suits, to be sworn in by the governor in his white ceremonial dress uniform, complete with a white plumed hat. This time, the governor came from Government House to City Hall for the occasion. He wore nothing more formal than a light fawn suit and tie. We wore open-necked white shirts and trousers. I greeted him at the bottom of the steps and walked with him into the chamber, which was bare except for one table and a few chairs. There had been no time for decorations. Apart from the press, there were 200 party supporters who had worked hard during the election, also in white. But no wives were present, a grievance Chu holds against me to this day. She, too, had worked very hard and expected to be there. I said it would lead to trouble with the other wives, and anyway it was just a minor ceremony. She was not placated. But I could not give way. Leading the PAP government after it had been sworn in at City Hall, June 1959. After he had sworn us in, good, as the first Yang Dipertuan Negara, head of state, and the last governor of Singapore, extended his congratulations. I replied, it has been our good fortune, in the last few days, to have had the opportunity to deal with someone most conversant with the hopes and aspirations of our people and the limitations of our situation. I hope that in the next 6 months of your office you will assist us in taking over effectively, smoothly, and peacefully the reins of governing Singapore. After we were sworn in, everyone was keen to get cracking, to get to grips with his job and earn as much credit for us as possible before the euphoria wore off. We feared the communists would soon be busy eroding public support, with Lim Chin Siang and Fong fomenting industrial and social unrest. I knew from experience that enthusiasm was not enough. To give of their best, the ministers had to have air-conditioned offices. That may sound odd, but without air conditioning, efficient work in tropical Singapore would not have been feasible. After my first year at Laycock and Ong, I was made to sit in the main office. The heat, humidity, and noise were hellish, especially in the afternoons. My energy was sapped, the clerks would work at only half the normal pace, typists would make mistakes, and lawyers more errors in correcting them, as well as in dictation. The High Court was even worse, for we had to appear with wing collars and tabs and wear a black jacket under our barrister's robes, a dress originally designed for the dank and cold of a London winter. A turning point in my life in terms of comfort and efficiency came in 1954, when Chu and I installed a 1-horsepower air conditioner in the bedroom. Thereafter, we never lost sleep because of the humid heat. So I encouraged air conditioning for all government offices. I took over the mayor's office on the second floor of City Hall, sharing with Chin Chai, as Deputy Prime Minister, a general office, a reception room and a conference room. For ease of communication, my secretary occupied the room between us. But Ong Angguan did not want to be with us in City Hall. He chose instead public housing premises in his own Hong Lim constituency as headquarters for his Ministry of National Development. I did not closely examine the reasons for this, and therefore agreed. I did not know that the building was totally unsuitable for a government office and needed extensive renovation. Walls had to be knocked down, plumbing and electrical wiring changed, tables, filing cabinets and safes moved up narrow staircases or in small lifts. But these were minor considerations for Ong, administrative details that he ignored in his quest for a separate center of power. He did not want to share the glory of City Hall with Chin Chai and me. It was only months later that I realized that his megalomania was undiminished. He wanted to outdo everyone else in the cabinet, to keep himself in the public eye as he had when he was mayor. To this end, he announced plans for big expenditure without first clearing them with the finance minister or the cabinet, much to the consternation of other ministers. Keng Sui had assumed the finance portfolio and moved into Fullerton Building. He was familiar with the workings of the civil service and got started early. Finance was our most important ministry, and I allowed him to have his pick of government officers. For permanent secretary he chose Han Sui-sen, my good friend since the days of the Japanese occupation, then Commissioner of Lands. He was to prove a tower of strength. It was fortunate we could call on men like Sui-sen. We had so much on our plate, so little time, and such scanty resources. So little time, because I expected at most a year's honeymoon before the communists reorganized and turned the heat on us. And scanty resources because there was little in the kitty. Within a few days, Keng Sui reported that the last government had dipped into the reserves and used up $200 million. He foresaw a budget deficit of more than $14 million for 1959. There could be minor savings but they would not exceed $5 million. Ministers should therefore be warned that there was absolutely no way to finance development schemes over and above what had already been allowed for, and even those would have to be ruthlessly pruned. The steps necessary to balance the budget would prove unpopular not only with the public but also with ministers, but it was imperative that we did not end up in the red in our first year of government. I agreed, and told him that we had better take the unpopular measures early in our term. On June 12, the newspapers reported that the Finance Ministry had ordered that no further expenditure was to be incurred without the Finance Minister's approval. Among the items likely to be affected were the government's charitable contributions, advances to civil servants for buying cars, and disbursements for scholarships, fellowships, and training courses abroad. But that would not yield much. Keng Sui proposed that we cut our own ministerial salaries from $2,600 to $2,000 a month to set an example, and also reduce the variable allowances of civil servants. Again, I agreed. We held a meeting of the General Purposes Committee of the Civil Service Joint Council, but the staff side would not accept the proposal because they had no mandate from their unions. We discussed this in cabinet and decided to proceed anyway. The government announced that allowances would be scaled down from July 1, but that it would receive representations on the subject from staff unions and associations. It was a significant but not devastating pay cut, and affected only 6,000 of the 14,000 government servants. All personnel drawing $220 a month and above would lose a part of their variable allowances, but only 10% of them would suffer cuts of more than $250 a month, and only a handful the maximum of $400. The 8,000 employees in the lower income brackets would not be touched. We had to take action quickly if we were to set the tone for thrift and financial discipline right from the start. There was great unhappiness, especially among the senior officers. The English educated believed we had set out to punish them for having voted against us. That was not our motive. We wanted to show everyone in Singapore, especially the Chinese educated majority, that for the public good, the English educated were prepared to make sacrifices, led by the ministers. I thought it not unreasonable that they make this sacrifice to help us get the message across that, in this new era, we would all share hardships and joys equally. There was another good reason for the cuts. Since 1952, I on behalf of the unions, and Keng Swee and Kenny on behalf of the civil servants, had successfully pressed the government for more and more pay and allowances with scant regard for the economic situation. If the unions carried on like that, we would be in trouble. There was no better way to signal that those days were over. The annual saving would be $12 million. Keng Swee refuted estimates by the newspapers that it would be $20 or $25 million and reminded them that for the remaining 6 months of 1959 it would thus be only $6 million, reducing the expected deficit from $14 million to $8 million. A few days later, he announced a freeze on all new appointments, which meant vacancies in government could not be filled without the approval of the minister. The civil service unions were up in arms. They organized a council of joint action to confront us, just as we had confronted the British colonial government, and to fight for the restoration of full allowances. But we were not a colonial government on the defensive, for the moment at least. The Chinese-speaking majority were solidly behind us, and the council never took off. I was nevertheless exasperated by their reaction. They showed little appreciation of the grave challenges before us, and the fact that we had to prevent the communists from exploiting the grievances of the Chinese-speaking, whose voting strength was now decisive. Some of the senior officers had to give up their maids, too bad, but the country was facing greater hardships and perils, and we had to convince people that this government would govern in the interests of all. Only then would we be able to tackle the lack of a Malayan consciousness among the Chinese, and imbue them with a commitment and loyalty to the country of their adoption, and this was all important, for they had to change their attitude before the Malay leaders in Kuala Lumpur would agree to merger and enable Singapore to achieve independence as part of Malaya. When I made my first speech in the Assembly as Prime Minister on July 22, I warned, if the PAP government fails, it will not be the opposition that will be returned to power. They will be fleeing for their lives. Because behind us there is no alternative that is prepared to work the democratic system. In the last analysis, if we fail, brute force returns. I said that we therefore needed the civil servants to cooperate with us in order to deliver what we had promised to the people. Why should we like to hurt and injure people who must work with us? Under the democratic system, there is a civil service that does the bidding of the party that has the mandate of the people. If nothing more catastrophic happens than the loss of allowances, government servants should go down on their bended knees and thank God that their souls have been spared. Because of history, the English educated had an important role to play, I said, adding, they can help us in bridging the gulf between the colonial past and the egalitarian future. If we failed to close the chasm between the Chinese-speaking and the English-educated elite, the result would be painful. For if the Chinese-educated won power, the English-educated would suddenly become the new dispossessed under a government that would be conducted in Chinese. From time to time, I continued to berate the English-educated and prod them into changing to meet the future. We, Keng Swee, Chin Chai, Kenny, Raja, and I, were English-educated and their natural leaders. We did not want them to be a dying breed. Together we must carry at least half of the Chinese speaking with us if they were not to finish us off. but the English educated were so depoliticized that they did not understand the danger they were in. Although the cuts were fully restored in 1961, the affected civil servants remained resentful for a long time, and had it not been for the tumultuous events that later overtook us, they would have voted solidly against the PAP in the 1963 election. As it was, the threat from the communists was by then so obvious that they could not but support us. By the end of the year, we were able to balance the budget, and revenue did not continue to fall, as Keng Sui had feared. If I had to pronounce on it again, I would still agree to the cuts, but only one-third as severe. That would have made the point with the Chinese speaking, and although the English-educated government servants would still be unhappy, they would not have been so shaken. The episode, however, had shown up their lack of political understanding and the need to reorient them, to make them aware of the dangers and difficulties ahead. It confirmed the decision Keng Sui, Kenny, and I had taken before we took office, to set up a political study center to teach top-ranking civil servants about the communist threat and our social and economic problems. To be successful, however, we had to win their confidence and convince them they were not simply being brainwashed. We chose George Thompson to run the center. Thompson was in his 40s. He had a good mind, was well-read, and was an earnest speaker in his strong Scots accent. He had been a lecturer in history, and an effective one because he was full of enthusiasm for whatever he taught. He understood what we wanted and soon grasped the part he had to play. He chose as his assistant Gerald de Cruz, a former communist who had broken away from the MCP because he could not accept their discipline and disagreed with their policies. He had ended up as paid secretary of the Labour Front, working for Marshall and then for Lim Yu Hock. As finance minister in charge of personnel, Keng Sui took a large colonial government bungalow in Goodwood Hill for the study center. I opened it on August 15. Its objects, I said, were not only to stimulate your minds but also to inform you of the acute problems that confront any popularly elected government in a revolutionary situation. Once these problems have been posed to you, you will be better able to help us work out the solutions to them, by making the administration more sensitive and responsive to the needs and mood of the people. Some of my ministers and I came to the center to give it a practical approach by discussing real situations we had to wrestle with immediately. At first the civil servants were skeptical, but the lecturers were obviously not communists, and they quickly got over their initial suspicion that this was an exercise in Marxist indoctrination. Because the teachers were of a similar cast of mind as their own, they accepted that the government was on the level, that the problems were real and seemingly intractable, and that we wanted them to work with us to find and implement solutions. Thompson did a good job and over the next 4 to 5 years educated the senior echelons of the civil service in the theory of communism, the possible democratic answers to the social ills that fostered its growth, and the practice of guerrilla insurgency. They came to understand what was happening in the wider world, the causes of revolution in Southeast Asia, and the need for a fundamental shift in attitudes and policies to meet the challenges. But for a long time, our relations with them remained uneasy. One problem I had anticipated was getting used to power. I had seen what happened with Ong Ang Guan in the city council, how the underdog had misused it when he became the top dog. I warned my ministers, parliamentary secretaries, and assemblymen who were assigned to help ministers deal with public complaints not to get drunk on power and not to abuse it. It was easier said than done, and on many occasions we still antagonized civil servants. We were determined to strike while the iron was hot and exploit our post-election popularity. We mounted a series of well-publicized campaigns to clean the streets of the city, clear the beaches of debris and cut the weeds on unkempt vacant land. It was a copycat exercise borrowed from the communists, ostentatious mobilization of everyone including ministers to toil with their hands and soil their clothes in order to serve the people. We saw no reason why the MCP should have the monopoly of such techniques and organized drives to enthuse the people and involve them in setting higher standards in civic consciousness, general cleanliness, and the preservation of public property. One Sunday, Ong Ang Guan would muster government servants to clean up Changi Beach. On another, I would take a broom to sweep the city streets with the community leaders, setting an example to keep Singapore clean soon after the PAP took office. There were other things we wanted to do. Keng Sui and I planned and formed the People's Association, a statutory board that would embrace all the important voluntary social organizations, clubs, and associations for sports, music, ballet, drawing and cooking. We built over 100 community centers, big ones in the city, small wooden huts in the rural areas, places for education and recreation. Table tennis, basketball, badminton, Chinese chess, lessons in repairing radios and refrigerators and courses in technical trades were some of the activities. We wanted to give people something positive to do, and get them lined up on the side of law and order. Each center would have a full-time organizing secretary to administer it and cater to the needs of those who lived around it. To supervise the centers, the social welfare department would be transformed into a community development department. We organized a works brigade to take in unemployed young men and women, put them in semi-military uniforms, house them in wooden barracks and teach them farming, road building, bricklaying and construction work, generally to put some discipline into them and, most important, to get them off the streets. But we also had to discipline those already in work, for we badly needed to establish a grip on the unions under communist control to stop their political strikes. We therefore set up an arbitration court. In the 1950s, the Australians had good industrial relations, largely thanks to compulsory arbitration procedures that kept tempers in check. At our request, they sent the permanent secretary of their Ministry of Labour, Harry Bland, to help us. After the court was set up, the minister could order any major strike, especially one in essential services like public transport or public utilities, to be referred to arbitration. Once referred, it was illegal for a union to continue the stoppage pending the outcome, and if it persisted, it would face deregistration. Before a strike, moreover, there had to be a secret ballot, not just the show of hands at the end of a rabble-rousing speech, which I had too often seen. On the other hand, we shared the view of the communists that one reason for the backwardness of China and the rest of Asia, except Japan, was that women had not been emancipated. They had to be put on a par with the men, given the same education and enabled to make their full contribution to society. During the election campaign, we had used one of our allotted party broadcasts in 4 languages, English, Malay, Mandarin and Tamil, to put over our policy on women's rights. But we could not find a PAP woman member who was a good enough speaker to take on the program in English. After Chu had auditioned the wives of 2 candidates in Lee and Lee's office, she came into my room, where I was in discussion with Keng Sui and Raja, to tell me that they sounded too soft, not tough enough. When she left us, my 2 friends suggested that she should do it. I asked her, and after a moment's hesitation, she agreed. Raja wrote the first draft, which she amended so that it would sound like her. It was cleared by the Central Executive Committee and translated into the other languages, and she delivered it in English over Radio Malaya. One paragraph was crucial. Our society is still built on the assumption that women are the social, political, and economic inferiors of men. This myth has been made the excuse for the exploitation of female labor. Many women do the same kind of work as men but do not get the same pay. We are fielding 5 women candidates in the election. Let us show them, the other parties, that Singapore women are tired of their pantomime and buffoonery. I appeal to women to vote for PAP. It is the only party with the idealism, the honesty, and ability to carry out its election program. This was a serious commitment, or I would not have agreed to my wife making it in a broadcast. I wanted to implement it early, although it meant urgent work for the legal draftsmen in the Attorney General's chambers. They searched for precedents in the legislation of other countries, and drew up the Women's Charter,